Every time you watch a video, you earn a cash reward. There's also a chance to extract items from the video into reality. You have one chance. What item would you choose to extract? Bored at home, you habitually open YouTube, and suddenly a virtual panel pops up in front of you. The first probability extraction system is successfully bound. After watching each video, the host will randomly receive a cash reward and has a chance to extract items from the video into reality. Excited, you look at the system introduction in front of you. You pick up your phone and scroll down, quickly finishing a 10-second short video, when a mechanical voice chimes in your mind. Random reward of 200 yuan. Would you like to withdraw it? In less than a second after withdrawing, your phone receives a message from the bank. 200 yuan has been transferred to your account ending in 8989. Your balance is now 200.35 yuan. In an instant, your eyes sparkle with excitement. Although 200 yuan isn't much, it fills you with warmth. Compared to the early mornings and late nights spent delivering takeout, this money, though small, comes so easily and quickly. As expected from a system product, it guarantees quality. You've only watched one video. If you continue watching videos at this rate, the money you could earn in a day is significant. Ding! Random reward of 300 yuan. Random reward of 500 yuan. A series of notification sounds excites you. After just a few minutes, you see your system assets have reached over 50,000 yuan. You silently think about withdrawing, and another bank message arrives. However, amidst your joy, you quickly realize a crucial question. Where does this system reward money come from, and is it legal? All system rewards are legitimate. Please rest assured to use them. This statement is like a calming pill, instantly dispelling your doubts. You certainly don't want to end up in a black room because of money with an unclear source, enjoying free room and board. Once you pay off your debts, you feel much lighter. Although you don't owe much, it's all borrowed from close friends. There's a saying, what goes around comes around. Borrowing again is easy. You open TikTok and continue scrolling through videos. Ding! You've watched a video of the cafeteria sister. Random reward. Wow, a pair of stockings has been added to your system backpack. You've received item rewards. After watching videos all morning, it's all cash rewards. You quickly check your system backpack. With a thought, the stockings appear in your hand, and after playing with them for a moment, your curiosity and interest gradually fade, replaced by an inexplicable calmness. Then, with a flash of thought, the stockings instantly disappear, return to your system backpack. Although the stockings seem useless right now, you can't bear to throw them away. You decide to keep them. After all, there's plenty of space. As noon approaches, you continue watching videos and then open your food delivery app. After a tiring morning, now that you have money, you casually order a spicy crayfish dish for over 200 yuan, along with a few bottles of ice-cold beer, ready to treat yourself. After a satisfying meal, you sit in a chair, casually scrolling through TikTok. Ding! Random reward of 0.01 yuan. No way, it's really random. You stretch and finish watching a few more videos, and the system's mechanical voice sounds in your mind again. Ding! Random reward, physical enhancement, random reward, vomiting skill. Ding! Successfully acquired a Porsche 911 Bumblebee version, added to your system backpack. While you continue scrolling through videos, 3 completely different reward notifications flash through your mind like a revolving lantern. Ability enhancement is now in effect. You instantly feel an unprecedented surge of power within you, and when you stand in front of the mirror again, you're shocked by your transformation. Now, you stand tall, with smooth and defined muscle lines, a stark contrast to your previous slightly frail and unremarkable self. Indeed, after lunch and washing your hands, the rewards you've received are much better. You then check the other 2 items you've received, and your eyes land on a skill called vomiting technique. The description of the vomiting technique skill states that it inflicts the target with intense vomiting for 5 minutes. You secretly chuckle. While this skill has a prankish element, it might yield unexpected results in certain situations. However, now is clearly not the time to test this skill, so you turn your attention to the next reward item. It seems to be a car, the Porsche 911 Bumblebee. It can switch freely between car mode and robot mode, with its size adjustable according to actual needs. You eagerly think the extraction command and set the vehicle to car model size. Staring seriously at the mini Bumblebee in front of you, you recall watching Transformers as a child and fantasizing about owning a transforming car. You never expected it would actually come true. You put the Bumblebee back into your system backpack and spend the next few hours carefully studying the reward system. One thing that makes you a bit helpless is that you must watch a complete video for the system to randomly issue rewards. Fortunately, you can still receive rewards for watching short videos. Sitting in your chair, you scroll through videos for a while, feeling that your luck has run out. Apart from cash rewards, you haven't received any other items. You awaken the system interface and see that your accumulated system funds have reached over 100,000 yuan. Though the room is small, you've kept it tidy. Sighing, you think, now that you have money, why not move to a different house? So you put down your phone, open a rental website, and focus your attention on a high-end community near the city center. Icon International is a well-known community in Baishui City, not only for its prime location but also for the high-quality living experience it offers. You've heard that even a single room for rent here costs over 10,000 yuan a month. Some of the luxury units here exceed 300 square meters, beautifully decorated with all the amenities, resembling a small 5-star hotel. After selecting a desirable unit, you use the contact information for the property manager from the rental website and tap to call them. On the other end of the line, a gentle voice from a female manager says, "Hello, this is Icon International Concierge Service. How can I assist you?" Clearing your throat, you say, "There's a unit with a good layout and location. Please arrange a time for me to view it in person." The manager smiles and replies, "We can do that right now." After a brief exchange with the manager, you start organizing your personal items in the rental unit, so you can move in directly once you find a suitable place, without needing to return to this cramped room. Arriving at the underground garage, you silently think the extraction command and set the Bumblebee to normal car size. Then, smiling, you hop into this technologically advanced vehicle. Just as you settle into the car, the Bumblebee's voice asks, "Where would you like to go, master?" You chuckle lightly and reply, "Icon International Management Center." As soon as you finish speaking, the Bumblebee darts out of the garage like an arrow, driving into the city. Inside the car, you relax as the ultimate intelligent AI, Big Yellow, drives for you. Soon, a dazzling yellow Porsche 911 pulled up in front of the Icon International Management Center. The security guards, although accustomed to the comings and goings of high-end vehicles, couldn't help but stare at such a flashy and expensive sports car. They couldn't help but glance a few more times. One young guard even discreetly took out his phone to snap a picture, planning to share it with his friends later. You slowly stepped out of the driver's seat. Though your clothes might not even add up to 100 yuan, the physique you gained from body enhancement radiated an indescribable extraordinary aura. Just as you were about to step into the management center, a familiar mocking voice suddenly reached your ears. "Oh look, isn't that my ex-boyfriend? Didn't see you could be this hot." You turned to see a stylishly dressed woman with heavy makeup standing not far away. She was sizing you up with a mocking gaze, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of her mouth. Evidently, she hadn't noticed you stepping out of the Porsche 911. This person was your first love, Zhao Weiwei, who was still clinging to that older man, Li Yongxiang, whom you had met at a birthday party. Li Yongxiang shot you a glance filled with contempt and indifference before quickly looking away, as if you were utterly insignificant in his world. Unmoved by Zhao Weiwei's taunts, you smiled slightly and replied, "No wonder this afternoon feels so unlucky, running into you two dogs." Zhao Weiwei clearly hadn't expected that the once obedient person would now respond so calmly and sharply. Standing next to Zhao Weiwei, Li Yongxiang looked even more displeased. He stepped forward and said in a low, threatening tone, "Kid, watch your words, or I'll make sure you regret it." "Make me regret it?" Faced with Li Yongxiang's threat, you remained unfazed, letting out a soft hum that revealed your disdain and mockery. Before Li Yongxiang could say anything, Zhao Weiwei couldn't hold back and lashed out. "What gives you the right to talk here? You're just a worthless poor kid, and my man is the second in command at Li Group. What do you have to compare with him?" You let out a soft snort, disregarding the two of them, and prepared to enter the management center to handle your business first, planning to deal with them later. However, Zhao Weiwei didn't seem ready to let it go. Seeing you ignore her, she became even more enraged and started cursing loudly, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Since you're so foul-mouthed, let's use you two for an experiment." A playful smile crept across your lips as you looked at them, silently muttering the words of expulsion in your mind. As you silently chanted in your mind, Zhao Weiwei and Li Yongxiang's faces drained of color, turning pale. Zhao Weiwei, who had intended to continue mocking you, suddenly showed a hint of panic in her eyes. She instinctively covered her mouth, trying to suppress the intense nausea rising from her stomach. As her body shook violently, a repressed retching sound escaped her lips, and soon after, the food she had eaten at noon, mixed with stomach acid and bile, was forcefully expelled onto the ground. Li Yongxiang was not spared either. He bent over and began to vomit. At this moment, an indescribable stench filled the air of the Icon International Management Center. A crowd gathered around, covering their noses, and instinctively raised their phones to capture the moment. Their eyes were fixed on Zhao Weiwei lying on the ground, and among them, some sharp-eyed bystanders recognized Li Yongxiang sprawled on the floor. "Look, isn't that Li Yongxiang, the second in command of Li Group?" A sharp-voiced woman in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, her finger pointing at him, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "Yes, that's him. We live at Icon International, which is a project of their group, another person quickly chimed in. Little did they know Li Yongxian was engaging in some performance art with his companion, and the crowd's interest peaked, as is typical of people's love for drama. Soon after, the two who had been retching stopped, but they continued to gag uncontrollably. At that moment, they both let out another round of retching, and to everyone's shock, they expelled yellow liquid mixed with some semi-solid matter. The nearby security guards looked on in confusion. Is this normal, Ji Wang Defa? Did those two eat something outside? The 4 security guards looked at manager Wang Bin, helpless and unsure of what to do. Zhao Weiwei and Li Yongxian, lying on the ground, exchanged terrified and confused glances, trying to speak but finding their mouths full of yellow filth, unable to utter a word. What they had just experienced was so bizarre and terrifying that they couldn't even find the words to describe it. After a slight bout of vomiting, they lay on the ground, their faces as pale as paper, their voices weak and trembling. They struggled to get up but their bodies felt drained of strength, leaving them limp and unable to move. Seeing that the two had finally calmed down, Wang Bin quickly instructed the security guards to escort them away from the scene in the management center. The sales and service staff were unaware of what was happening outside and perked up their ears to listen to the conversations of those coming in. Did those two eat a Li's burger or something? How could they vomit like that? Li's burger isn't that intense. Bro, you should have seen it, that couple outside just spewed it all out. Wow, that's intense. I'll check it out after I finish up. As you walked in, you heard their chatter, and the scene from earlier flashed in your mind, making you shiver. You shook your head to dispel the thought. Arriving at the front desk, the housekeeper you had called earlier was already waiting and approached you as soon as he saw you. Mr. Gu, welcome to Icon International. I'm your housekeeper, Song Qian, you can just call me Xiao Song. Her voice was soft and charming. You quickly scanned Song Qian with a man's gaze, especially noticing her long legs clad in black stockings, momentarily taken aback. But you quickly regained your composure and politely replied, hello. After a brief exchange, you requested to take a look around, and Song Qian smiled and nodded, no problem. I'll get the tools and materials for the tour ready. Before long, Song Qian came out holding a set of property information, greeting you with a professional warmth in her voice. Mr. Gu, the information is ready. Did you drive here? It's quite a distance to the property. If it's inconvenient, we can arrange for transportation. You nodded lightly and took out your car keys from your pocket. Seeing you pull out the golden Porsche key, Song Qian's eyes lit up, instantly captivated by it, and she couldn't help but look you over again. She hadn't paid much attention during the initial introduction, being somewhat vain herself. She had experienced being dumped by regular rich kids despite her efforts to climb the social ladder. The man in front of her was tall and robust, exuding a sense of stability and reliability. She scrutinized the man again. Although he was simply dressed, he was quite handsome. Upon closer inspection of your face, she noticed your slightly upturned lips, radiating composure and confidence. Song Qian secretly speculated that this Mr. Gu might be a hidden rich heir. As a mature woman, she quickly subdued her inner thoughts. The two then walked out of the management center together, where the traces of Zhao Weiwei and Li Yongxian's vomit had already been cleaned up. Upon reaching the parking lot, Song Qian paused slightly, her gaze drawn to the scene ahead. Several young men with brightly colored hair were standing in front of the Porsche 911. Song Qian felt a bit surprised. She hadn't expected to encounter such a lively group in this parking lot. You noticed the situation ahead as well, and your brow furrowed slightly. But you quickly regained your composure. You stepped forward, ready to approach your Porsche 911, but the young man with yellow hair holding a phone saw you, walked over, and glared, saying angrily, "Don't come over, can't you see we're filming? You guys are blocking my car and then asking me what I'm doing?" You were somewhat annoyed. As the car owner, you hadn't said anything, yet they approached you so aggressively. The yellow-haired youth sized you up and smirked, "With your outfit, it's worth less than my shoes. By your logic, I could say the White House is my backyard." As he finished, the other young men gathered around, encircling you. "This guy wants to pick a fight." A young man with green hair jumped in, his tone filled with provocation. His gaze lingered on Song Qian for a moment before a greedy smile appeared on his face. "You might not be much, but this girl is quite attractive. Why not share her with the brothers for some fun?" he said. The young man with green hair actually reached out to touch Song Qian, his gesture extremely lewd. You quickly grabbed his hand just before it could touch Song Qian, your move seeming effortless yet holding incredible strength. With just a slight twist, the young man yelped in pain, his face turning pale instantly. The yellow-haired youth, feeling righteous anger, shouted, "Kid, you're looking for trouble," and then he and a few others lunged at you, intending to overwhelm you with their numbers. However, although you lacked fighting skills, your enhanced physique gave you a clear advantage in strength and speed. Since your body was enhanced, Your physical quality was comparable to that of a special forces soldier, but while you had strength, you lacked combat experience, which was no match for these punks. In just a few minutes, the 6 initially aggressive young men lay on the ground, clutching their injured spots and moaning, unable to get up. You stood there, breathing slightly heavier, yet your gaze was resolute, emanating an aura that couldn't be underestimated. Song Qian stood aside, regaining her senses from the initial shock, gazing at your back with disbelief and admiration. She had never seen you so tough and never imagined you possessed such astonishing strength. Are you okay? You turned and asked Song Qian with concern. Song Qian shook her head, her voice still trembling. I'm fine, thank you. You hadn't hit the down men too hard, after all, this is a society governed by law. As the yellow-haired men recovered, each nursing their injuries, they felt frustrated. Big bro, this tough guy is too much, I can't let this go. The young yellow-haired one glinted with malice and said to his companions, green hair, let's smash this car and then leave, after all, we're not even 18 yet, there's nothing to be afraid of. As they spoke, they picked up sticks and were about to smash the car's windows. Detecting the danger, the Porsche 911 activated its attack mode, a mechanical voice emanating from within. The car in front of the yellow-haired youths suddenly transformed and reassembled, emitting various mechanical sounds. The yellow-haired youths were utterly stunned as the yellow Porsche transformed into a 2-meter-tall robot in less than a second. What made them even more panicked was that the robot's 2 huge cannons were aimed directly at their faces. At such close range, they could sense a profoundly dangerous aura emanating from it. The leader among the yellow-haired youths swallowed hard, thinking, is this still Earth? Originally, Gu Ran had been beaten up by a certain someone, which was acceptable for an average expert. After all, it was within their range of tolerance. But how did it suddenly shift from urban soldier style to interstellar mechanical style? Bang! A laser shot out from the barrel of De Huang's gun, hitting the ground in front of Xiao Huang Mao and the others. They stared at the towering robot before them, cold sweat pouring down their faces. Xiao Lu Mao, standing behind, had even wet half of his pants. Master, should we eliminate the enemy in front of us? De Huang looked at Gu Ran and asked. De Huang, no, switch back to car mode. Gu Ran quickly instructed De Huang. He hadn't expected De Huang to have a combat mode. After all, he had only taken it out earlier that morning to ask a few questions, and he certainly didn't want to miss out on killing someone over such a trivial matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the Porsche 911 Bumblebee version quickly transformed, the massive cannon retracting into its body, and its limbs and head gradually folding in, ultimately reverting to its original car form. The entire process took less than a second, smooth as if nothing had just happened. Although brief, this transformation left Xiao Huang Mao and his friends feeling a wave of dread. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. Once they confirmed they were temporarily safe, they slowly began to regain their composure. What is this? Xiao Huang Mao's voice trembled slightly, his gaze towards Gu Ran filled with fear and doubt. A car, haven't you seen one before? Gu Ran retorted, then walked towards his vehicle, opened the door, and sat in the driver's seat, saying to Song Qian, get in, let's go look at the house first. Song Qian nodded. Her mind was as bewildered as Xiao Huang Mao's group, but she still tried to maintain her composure as she sat in the passenger seat. Gu Ran entered the car, directly awakened De Huang, informed him of the destination, and the vehicle automatically started, smoothly driving out of the garage. Meanwhile, the group of young men stood frozen in place, as if they hadn't yet recovered from the shock. What kind of black technology is this? Xiao Lu Mao's voice trembled as he looked at his companions, trying to get some explanation from them, but each person's eyes revealed the same confusion and fear. Brothers, what was that just now? Xiao Huang Mao finally broke the silence, his voice still tinged with lingering fear. Did we just see a ghost? Ghost my foot, do you have any culture? A young man in a blue suit and Chelsea boots shook his head, trying hard to calm himself down. That was a transformer, but that's just something from the movies, right? How could it appear in the real world? Everyone fell into a brief silence, an indescribable tension hanging in the air. They exchanged glances, seemingly pondering the same question. What on earth had changed in this world? Had they fallen behind the pace of the world because they didn't study? On the road, Song Qian occasionally stole glances at Gu Ran, her mind filled with questions. She knew that the man before her was definitely not an ordinary rich second generation. What kind of secrets was he hiding? With the current technological development, there shouldn't be any technology that could turn a car into a robot, right? She didn't dare to ask too much, merely sitting quietly beside him, her curious eyes constantly surveying the interior of the car. Once inside this luxury vehicle, she was immediately enveloped by its lavish and spacious environment. The comfortable seats and tranquil atmosphere made her feel as if she were in a high-end, exquisite private space. The car was filled with a sense of technology, and although Gu Ran did not operate the vehicle, it cruised at 80 kilometers per hour on the bustling streets of Baishui City. Song Qian, as the housekeeper of Ikong International, had ridden in some private luxury cars, but compared to Gu Ran's vehicle, they felt like heaven and earth apart, not to mention that this car could transform into a robot. Upon arriving at the property viewing location, Gu Ran got out to inspect the house. This apartment was indeed impressive, with a prime location and luxurious decor. He nodded in satisfaction, deciding to rent it. Seeing this, Song Qian immediately began to handle the relevant paperwork. Once the paperwork was completed, since it was a fully furnished rental, the housekeeper had nothing more to do here. Gu Ran extended his hand, ready to bid farewell to Song Qian, so he could focus on watching videos for system rewards. At that moment, a thought surged in Song Qian's mind, an impulse she had not anticipated. She gently grasped Gu Ran's hand, her fingertips lightly tracing a circle in his palm, a subtle and implicit invitation. A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Ran's eyes, followed by a playful smile, as he understood the meaning behind this small gesture. Mr. Gu, if you need anything, please feel free to contact me, Song Qian replied with a smile, handing over her WeChat QR code, her heart filled with both anticipation and nervousness. What's going on? I haven't handled things myself for days. Why am I being so proactive when I see a man? Song Qian felt a jolt in her heart. She had her own way of living, keeping work and life separate, but unexpectedly, she encountered a man who piqued her interest today. Gu Ran took out his phone and added Song Qian, whose nickname was Qian Little Wildcat. Watching Song Qian in black stockings walk into the elevator, Gu Ran shook his head, dismissing his wandering thoughts. He hadn't succeeded yet. How could he embrace the beauty? He should continue watching videos to make money. Gu Ran lay on the sofa, scrolling through Douyin on his phone. Ding, random reward, 26 yuan. Ding, you have watched 10 videos, random reward, 10,000 yuan. Not bad at all. Gu Ran checked the system rewards, which were roughly equivalent to a month's worth of hard work delivering takeout. He ordered a beef char siu rice and continued scrolling through Douyin. Jackie Chan's action movies were really good. As Gu Ran finished watching a movie commentary video, a voice sounded. Ding, you have watched 10 martial arts videos, random reward, Baji Quan, master level. In an instant, a vast and profound essence of Baji Quan surged into Gu Ran's consciousness like a river breaking its dam, unstoppable. He slowly put down his phone, intending to try out the power of the new master-level Baji Quan reward. Gu Ran gradually raised both hands, his fingertips trembling slightly, flowing according to his will. The initial stance of Baji Quan, called Cheng Chui, showcased Gu Ran's mastery as he executed the moves with a calm yet agile demeanor, every detail revealing his deep understanding of this martial art. With a low exhale, Gu Ran's figure suddenly expanded, like a tiger that had been gathering strength, pouncing fiercely into the void. His movements were fluid and coherent, transitioning from Cheng Chui to Tan Mahjong, then to Bang Quan, each strike precise and powerful, the force erupting just right. If he were to encounter that group of spirited young men again, Gu Ran would confidently shout like Ip Man, I want to take on 10. After completing a set of Baji Quan, Gu Ran felt invigorated and summoned the system interface. The next second, a virtual interface popped up. Reward system, 1. 0 name, Gu Ran gender, male title, Simp Gu ability, Baji Quan, master level, physical enhancement skills, traditional craftsmanship, master level, vomiting technique system backpack, Sister Was Stockings *1, Porsche 911 Bumblebee edition current assets, 136,829. 59 yuan review. How is your power as a sycophant so strong? Gu Ran. Still the familiar taste of system mockery. After a simple meal and tidying up, Gu Ran comfortably lay on the big bed, reflecting on this fantastical day. He had acquired a system, not only gaining 100,000 assets in a day but also a Porsche 911. However, what pleased him the most was that he had taught that pair of Zhao Weiwei and her man a lesson. Lost in thought, Gu Ran gradually drifted into sleep. At the same time, in a private hospital in Baishui City, Li Yangxiang and Zhao Weiwei, both dressed in hospital gowns, were lying in their beds. Li Yangxiang, an older-looking man, was loudly reprimanding the doctor. What do you mean there's no problem? You bunch of quacks. Get your director in here. A group of doctors appeared somewhat at a loss in the face of Li Yangxiang's scolding. The head physician, Director Chen, was filled with tension and unease. Carefully watching Li Yangxiang, he explained, Mr. Li, please calm down. Based on our multiple detailed and comprehensive examinations, we have indeed found no abnormalities in your health. His voice, though trying to remain steady, still revealed a hint of barely perceptible tremor. Li Yangxiang's eyes widened, his face pale, repeatedly saying, How is that possible? Can that thing come out of your mouth? And you tell me everything is normal? Should I shove a bowl in your mouth? Faced with Li Yangxiang's questioning, the doctors exchanged glances, but no one dared to say another word. This patient was not just an ordinary one, he was a VIP client of the hospital and the second in command of the Li Group, which commanded respect in both the underworld and the legitimate world of Baishui City. His brother, Li Tianxiang, was a figure that instilled fear, with a vast influence and ruthless methods that made the entire city wary. Finally, after a fierce round of questioning from Li Yongxiang, the doctors seemed to find relief and quietly exited the ward. Outside the ward, Director Chen furrowed his brow, holding the detailed test report, filled with confusion. He carefully examined each piece of data, each indicator, but the results remained unchanged, no signs of poisoning or any other abnormalities. What on earth is going on? Director Chen murmured to himself. He turned to look at his colleagues nearby, only to find them equally bewildered, completely at a loss. How could the two of them be vomiting non-stop, even violating human physiological structure and directly vomiting feces? Director Chen's voice was filled with confusion and perplexity. Such a situation was unheard of and unseen in medicine. Everyone, please return to your posts, Director Chen instructed the nearby doctors. Let the director handle this matter personally. After all, Li Yongxiang is someone we cannot afford to offend. Hearing this, the doctors all breathed a sigh of relief. They nodded in agreement and then turned to leave, returning to their respective posts. Inside the ward, Zhao Weiwei said to Li Yongxiang, "Brotherly, could it be that brat Gu Ran is secretly causing trouble for us?" Upon hearing this, Li Yongxiang frowned slightly, shifting away in disdain to maintain some distance from Zhao Weiwei. Despite his vomiting, his mind remained clear. He was throwing up, and so was Zhao Weiwei beside him. Li Yongxiang secretly calculated, "This is also the trouble caused by this foul woman affecting me. Fine, let her spill all the information about Gu Ran first. Once the matter is resolved, I can hand her over to my subordinates to deal with, which will also relieve my anger." He suppressed the anger in his heart and feigned calmness as he asked, "Oh, why do you think that? Does Gu Ran have any motive to harm me?" Zhao Weiwei, seeing that Li Yongxiang had reacted, immediately perked up and added fuel to the fire, saying, "Brotherly, you don't know, but Gu Ran has always been hostile towards you. He is jealous of your family background and status. We just exchanged a few words with him, and look what he did to us. This time, it must be his doing." As Li Yongxiang listened to Zhao Weiwei's words, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. He didn't fully believe Zhao Weiwei, after all. He understood the principle of using a knife to kill someone. This woman was not easy to deal with, and he kept a little caution in his mind. "All right, I understand," Li Yongxiang said lightly. "You should go back and rest. I will have someone investigate this thoroughly. If it really is Gu Ran's doing, I will definitely not let him off." Zhao Weiwei felt a bit unwilling upon hearing this, but she also knew it was not the time to say more. She could only nod and leave the hospital room reluctantly. Li Yongxiang lay on the hospital bed, lost in thought. He began to recall that he had only met Gu Ran twice and the various details of this incident. So, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, it's me. I need you to do something." A night passed without a word. The king called me to patrol the mountains. A sudden ringtone rang out, and Gu Ran, still half asleep, fumbled around at the bedside for a long time before answering the phone weakly with a hello. A loud voice came from the other end. "Ran Z, I heard you broke up with that Zhao Weiwei? I told you she wasn't a good person. She's the leader of the gold diggers. Just think about it. Every time you bought her something cheap while shopping, her face would drop to the ground in an instant. Bro, I couldn't say anything when you were dating before. This kind of woman is like expired candy. It looks sweet but tastes bad. The sooner you throw her away, the better. Don't frown over her. It's not worth it." Wu Chengwang paused for a moment and then continued, "All right, brother, don't sulk in bed anymore. Tonight, same place, my treat. Let's drink freely." Wu Chengwang and Gu Ran grew up together in an orphanage, and their bond was deep. They were each other's best brothers. Previously, when Gu Ran was pursuing Zhao Weiwei, Wu Chengwang had spared no effort in providing material and emotional support. Gu Ran hesitated for a moment and agreed, "Okay, see you at the usual place." After hanging up, Gu Ran quickly sprang up from the bed. With an empty stomach, he began practicing bagwazang. His fists cut through the air, creating a gust of wind. Each move was filled with power, as if he were releasing the emotions within him. After finishing, he ordered takeout. Then, he opened Douyin and immersed himself in the world of videos. His goal was to reach a savings of 1 million. Ding, random reward, 29 yuan. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran's expression didn't change at all. He quickly muted the money reward notification and continued to focus on the video content. As watching videos became a daily routine, after watching for more than 2 hours, Gu Ran's eyes felt slightly sore, and his body also felt a bit tired. He turned over. When Gu Ran saw that the accumulated money in the system had reached over 450,000, the fatigue in his heart instantly vanished. Withdraw. In less than a second, his phone received a message from the bank. Your card ending in 8989, on August 22nd at 9:09, Huaxia Bank transferred 455,693.86 yuan, balance 571,634.37 yuan. Awesome! Seeing this message, an indescribable excitement surged in Gu Ran's heart. Although this amount of money seems trivial compared to the astronomical figures that protagonists in wealthy novels often receive, for him at this moment, it was already a considerable fortune. The king has summoned me to patrol the mountains. Just as Gu Ran was immersed in the excitement of receiving the large sum, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. He quickly adjusted his emotions and answered the phone. Hello? Is this Gu Ran? It's your landlord, Sister Chen. Aren't you home? A plump woman's voice came from the other end, slightly trembling. Gu Ran was taken aback for a moment and then replied, Oh, Sister Chen, I'm out. Is there something you need? Landlord Sister Chen continued, Gu Ran, could you come back as soon as possible to settle the rent? I have an urgent matter that requires money. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran understood the situation. Since she had an urgent matter, he couldn't be unreasonable. So, he replied, Okay, Sister Chen, I'll head back right away. Landlord Sister Chen hurriedly said, All right, Gu Ran, I'm really sorry to trouble you. I'll treat you to the roasted chicken downstairs later. Gu Ran smiled and said, It's nothing, Sister Chen. After hanging up, Gu Ran felt a bit puzzled. How could a landlord who usually insisted on precise calculations for utilities suddenly offer to treat him to roasted chicken? Recalling the scene when he first moved into the apartment, Gu Ran couldn't help but chuckle. With his looks and sweet talk, he had successfully persuaded Sister Chen to waive 500 yuan of rent. Could it be that she was after his handsome physique again? Never mind, he thought, he needed to retrieve some things from there anyway. Gu Ran then headed out, releasing De Huang from the parking garage. Meanwhile, 30 minutes earlier on the other end of the phone, two burly men, accompanied by a few lackeys, barged into Sister Chen's home. One held a sharp dagger, while the other wielded a gleaming large knife, exuding an intimidating aura. These two were Wang Rui, a retired Special Forces soldier, and Brother Dedeo, a notorious figure in the underworld. Wang Rui, once an elite in the military, had gone astray after family troubles and became a capable subordinate of Brother Dedeo. Brother Dedeo was a well-known figure in the area, with many ruthless subordinates. Today, they sought out Sister Chen because she was Gu Ran's landlord. They had received orders from Li Yongqian to investigate Gu Ran's residence here and instructed Sister Chen to lure him back. Sister Chen, you'd better be honest and tell us everything you know, or else. Brother Dedeo's voice was low and chilling, the large knife in his hand slicing through the air, making Sister Chen tremble in fear. Big brother, that kid is just my tenant. I don't know how he offended you too, Sister Chen said, her face pale. 20 minutes later, when Gu Ran drove back to his former residence and opened the door, the sight before him shocked him. Sister Chen was being held down by two men, her face filled with fear and despair. Who are you? Brother Dedeo warily looked at Gu Ran, raising the knife slightly. I'm Gu Ran, Sister Chen's tenant. Gu Ran forced himself to remain calm, trying to stabilize the situation with words. Humph, Gu Ran? You're the one we're looking for. Wang Rui sneered, signaling Brother Dedeo to keep controlling Sister Chen while he slowly approached Gu Ran, with a group of lackeys gradually surrounding him. Looking for me? Gu Ran sensed a hint of danger from Wang Rui in front of him and tensed his body. We're here to have a good chat with you. As Wang Rui spoke, he gradually closed the distance to Gu Ran. As a former Special Forces soldier, even though he was just here to catch a young kid, he knew that whether hunting lions or rabbits, one must use full strength. Under the sunlight, a dagger hidden behind glinted with a chilling light, suddenly swinging towards Gu Ran. Gu Ran reacted swiftly, instantly raising his defense and meeting it with a punch. Bang! Bang! A loud noise erupted as Gu Ran's fist accurately struck Wang Rui's forearm, the immense force causing Wang Rui to stagger, nearly losing the dagger in his hand. Wang Rui's expression changed drastically. He had never experienced such astonishing power. He quickly adjusted his stance, raising his right hand to strike at Gu Ran's face. Despite lacking practical combat experience, the essence of Baji Quan surged in Gu Ran's mind like a conditioned reflex. He quickly landed a punch on Wang Rui's stomach, sending him back 3 or 4 meters, where he was supported by his underling, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Baji Quan? Wang Rui was utterly shocked. The seemingly young Gu Ran possessed at least master-level skills in Baji Quan. He had no time to care about his pride. Clutching his painfully throbbing stomach, he hurriedly shouted to the nearby Brother Dedeo, "This is tricky, let's go together." As soon as Wang Rui finished speaking, Brother Dedeo tossed aside Shinjia. He was tall and sturdy, wielding a gleaming large knife, steadily approaching Gu Ran. The underlings surrounding them also closed in, each holding a weapon. Planning to gang up? Gu Ran's words carried a hint of mockery and disdain. So that's how you want to play? Then let's not play at all. Vomit technique. Traditional craft. Gu Ran silently chanted in his heart as he faced the crowd. With the activation of the two skills, Brother Dedeo intended to say something fierce to Gu Ran, but suddenly an uncontrollable urge to vomit surged within him. His previously relaxed groin tightened instantly under the effect of Gu Ran's skill. Wang Rui, who was beside him and spitting blood, had the same reaction, inwardly cursing his bad luck. He had thought Li Yongxian's warning was a joke, but it turned out to be true. Wang Rui managed to hold back for 2 seconds with sheer willpower, but could no longer suppress it, vomiting blood along with undigested food. Inside the room, there was a chorus of wow. Wang Rui and Brother Dedeo now lay helplessly on the ground, vomiting uncontrollably above while a white liquid, a result of the traditional craft, flowed beneath them. Their faces twisted in pain, eyes vacant. They finally understood Li Yongxian's warning before they set out. In contrast, the underlings beside Wang Rui appeared even more miserable. Perhaps they hadn't had breakfast. In less than half a minute, they could only helplessly open their mouths, squeezing out a few dry ugh sounds from deep in their throats. Then, a yellow liquid mixed with unmentionable solids uncontrollably gushed out, merging with the stains on the ground, creating a shocking scene. Gu Ran covered his nose and walked up to Wang Rui and Brother Dedeo, asking, "Who sent you?" Wang Rui and Brother Dedeo tried to lift their heads, their eyes filled with both fear and unwillingness, but their bodies' natural reactions made it impossible for them to stop vomiting. Even speaking became a luxury. How did this Gu Ran do it? Not going to talk? Gu Ran's tone grew slightly impatient. He shook his head lightly, recalling something. Oh right, they couldn't talk in their current state. Forget it. I guess it was that Li Yongxian who sent you here, right? In this day and age, coming at me with knives? It seems I haven't taught Li Yongxian a lesson enough. As he spoke, Gu Ran lightly kicked the long knife tightly held in Brother Dedeo's hand away. The knife arced through the air, ultimately landing with a clang beside Qinjia, who was huddled nearby, startling her into a shudder. Gu Ran looked around at the chaos he had caused among the crowd inside, realizing the power of the system skills was indeed formidable. In a one-on-one fight, he had Baji Quan, but in a group brawl, he could directly unleash the vomit technique plus traditional craft. Then, Gu Ran took out his phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Sister Chen as a settlement for the rent. After thinking for a moment, he felt that the messy scene in the room was truly unbearable, so he transferred an additional 1,000 yuan as a cleaning fee. After all, this group of people had come looking for him, and Sister Chen's predicament was entirely an unwarranted disaster. Gu Ran walked into what was originally his room, packed some important items, and casually closed the door to the chaotic house. As for the culprit Li Yongxian, Gu Ran had already thought of a way to deal with him. After leaving Sister Chen's place, Gu Ran parked his car by the roadside and found a restaurant to have a meal. He then quickly returned to Icon International. At this point, he had gained some understanding of the system's reward mechanism. If he continued to watch a specific type of video, the system was very likely to reward him with items, abilities, or skills related to that type, but the probability was also very low. In order to find a way to deal with Li Yongxian, Gu Ran decided to test this probability. Thus, he chose to watch supernatural-themed videos. Even in broad daylight, these videos still made him feel a bit scared. One particular video was especially horrifying, starting with a chilling line, "I am from the Yang realm. By the time you read this, I am already dead." Immediately after, there was a loud knock, 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 that intensified the terrifying atmosphere. As Gu Ran watched the video with his heart racing, a system voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding, random reward, eternal curse. Eternal curse, skill description, an unbreakable curse. The cursed will rapidly age, resisting death for 3 days, with their soul tortured to the extreme every moment. The release method requires only to softly call out eternal curse in one's heart, then silently recite the name of the target and vividly outline the mental image related to that person to activate this curse. Gu Ran looked at the skill's description and release method, instantly feeling like a judge of life and death. This skill could directly accelerate the target's aging process and plunge their soul into endless torment. Especially the death resistance effect mentioned in the skill was chilling. This meant that no matter how the target struggled or pleaded, they could not escape the fate of being tortured alive for 3 days until the curse expired. Gu Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "Strong! This skill is ridiculously powerful." Once used, this skill would undoubtedly inflict unimaginable pain and despair on the target. Now he could deal with Li Yongxian from a distance. However, Gu Ran wasn't ready to release it just yet. Having been a good young man for over 20 years, he couldn't bring himself to kill. Thinking of this, a hint of doubt arose in Gu Ran's heart. He pondered to himself, Could there be people in this world with supernatural abilities? His actions over the past 2 days would soon attract the attention of the authorities, right? However, Guran quickly thought again. He hadn't committed any acts of murder or arson, so even if the authorities really found him, they would likely just recruit him. Forget it, let the soldiers block the soldiers and the water cover the earth. As he continued to watch videos, gaining abilities and skills as rewards, self-preservation should be a given. Guran shook his head to dispel the thoughts in his mind and continued scrolling through videos on his phone. Ding, random reward, 190 yuan. Ding, random reward, 833 yuan. Ding, random reward, Ikong International Ownership *1. Guran? What? Could it be that after washing his hands, he would really become rich? Ikong International Ownership, item description, ownership of Ikong International, all unsold property rights have been forcibly changed. Please go to the management center to sign the authorization. Guran was a bit bewildered. Was this reward system really random? He had been quickly watching videos in the afternoon, preparing to increase his assets to 1 million. However, in the blink of an eye, the system unexpectedly rewarded him with ownership of Ikong International, estimated to be worth about 15.5 billion. So, does he still have to pay rent for the room he lives in? Guran patted his head, cursing himself for being useless. The entire Ikong International was his now, so why the hell would he pay rent? Suppressing his excitement, he thought to go to the management center tomorrow. After all, it wouldn't run away. Speaking of the management center, the stewardess Song Qian occasionally chatted with Guran on WeChat. But Guran was busy scrolling through videos, so it was mostly her sending messages. After experiencing the incident with Zhao Weiwei, Guran's mindset had become more open-minded. He recalled various past events and couldn't help but feel that he had indeed been overly obsessed and naive in the past. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden ringtone interrupted his musings. Ran Zi, see you at the old place. A message from Wu Qingguang came through. Guran checked the time and, finding it just right, drove towards Yiqing Bar. Although the big yellow car had autopilot, sometimes driving it himself was quite enjoyable. 20 minutes later. Damn, old Gu, is this your car? Wu Qingguang stood at the bar entrance, staring at the slowly stopping yellow Porsche 911, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Guran opened the car door, a faint smile on his handsome face. How's it? Not bad, right? Not bad? This is simply awesome. Wu Qingguang circled the car. I thought you were heartbroken and secretly sad after your breakup, but I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a while, you've struck it rich. Guran smiled without speaking, following Wu Qingguang into the bar. The neon lights flickered, and the music was deafening. The two ordered a booth, and Wu Qingguang immediately called over 2 girls to accompany them. Can we sit here, handsome? One of the girls had a sweet voice, but when Guran looked up, he was instantly stunned. Zhao Weiwei. His ex-girlfriend stood before him, heavily made up, her eyes flashing with a hint of panic and anger. Ha, what a coincidence, Zhao Weiwei sneered. Guran, didn't expect to run into you here. The air instantly froze. Wu Qingguang sensed something was off. Zhao Weiwei? What are you doing here? Thanks to certain people, Zhao Weiwei glared at Guran through gritted teeth. If it weren't for that disgusting trick you pulled on me in Yongxiang that day, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Guran frowned slightly. That day at Ikong International, he had used the vomiting technique on Li Yongxiang and Zhao Weiwei, embarrassing them in public. He didn't expect Li Yongxiang to retaliate against Zhao Weiwei in this way. Deserved it. Wu Qingguang snorted coldly. You betrayed Guran for money back then, and now you regret it? What do I regret? Zhao Weiwei retorted sharply. What did he have back then besides being poor and pathetic? Heh, do you know what car he drives now? Wu Qingguang sneered. Porsche 911. A luxury car worth millions. Zhao Weiwei's expression changed. What? Regretting it? Wu Qingguang continued to mock. The current Guran is not the poor kid he used to be. Zhao Weiwei bit her lip, a complex look flashing in her eyes. But soon, she sneered, so what if he has money? Yongxiang said he'll make you pay sooner or later. After saying that, she turned and left, her high heels clicking sharply on the floor. Not long after, a group of people swaggered over. Leading them was the little thug with green hair. It's them. Zhao Weiwei pointed in Guran's direction. The little green-haired thug approached aggressively, but when he saw Guran's face, he instantly froze as if struck by lightning. The scene of Guran knocking him down with a single punch in the parking lot was still fresh in his memory, and with Guran's car being able to transform, he felt that Guran was no longer an ordinary person. Be brother. The little green-haired one trembled. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Zhao Weiwei looked at the little green-haired one in shock. What? What do you mean? Why did you kneel as soon as you saw someone? This gentleman, I can't afford to offend. The little green-haired one waved his hands repeatedly. Sister Weiwei, I can't handle this. After saying that, he fled with his subordinates. Zhao Weiwei stood there, her face alternating between green and white. TSK, really pitiful. Wu Qingguang shook his head and sighed. You abandoned Gu Ran to side with Li Yongxiang, and now you've fallen to this state. Gu Ran silently took a sip of his drink, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, from Zhao Weiwei's words, Li Yongxiang, are you going to make a move against me again? Gu Ran looked at the eternal curse on the system interface, knowing that he would soon pay the price for his actions. Let's go, let's drink somewhere else. Gu Ran stood up, the atmosphere here has been ruined. Wu Chengguang nodded and followed Gu Ran out of the bar. The next morning, Gu Ran rubbed his temples as he sat up in bed. He and Wu Chengguang had drunk a bit too much last night, and the hangover made him feel uncomfortable. However, thinking about dealing with the matters of Icon International today, a 15 billion transaction, he immediately perked up, all drowsiness gone. He instructed De Huang to activate autopilot mode, heading straight for Icon International. The car drove smoothly, and Gu Ran looked out the window at the Icon International buildings, thinking, once I sign the papers, all of this will be mine. With that thought, he couldn't help but smile, feeling pleased. As soon as the car stopped, he got out and walked briskly towards the management center. Upon entering the management center, Gu Ran looked around, but soon a plump woman blocked his way. She had a calculating look, sizing Gu Ran up and down, and asked in a harsh tone, what are you doing? Looking around here? Li Dongjin, as the wife of Li Yongxiang's nephew, had finally secured this coveted managerial position at Icon International, but her good fortune was short-lived. Yesterday, the Li Group suddenly announced the transfer of Icon International, valued at 15 billion. Now without a backing and unsure of the new boss's temperament, she was in a terrible mood, and seeing this poorly dressed Gu Ran looking around only fueled her anger. Gu Ran was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I'm here to sign. The plump woman, Li Dongjin, clearly did not expect this answer and disdainfully said, sign? Do you think this is someone sent by the headquarters to handle the transfer? Anyone can just walk in. Just as Li Dongjin was about to continue mocking Gu Ran, Song Qian, who was passing by, recognized him. Mr. Gu? Song Qian asked, somewhat puzzled, what brings you here? Is there a problem with the rented property? Gu Ran smiled slightly at Song Qian, no problem, I'm here for something else today. I'm here to sign for the ownership of Icon International. What? Song Qian was stunned. Are you referring to the transfer document issued by the Li Group yesterday? That's right. Saying this, Gu Ran took out the ownership document of Icon International from his backpack. Song Qian's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. Li Dongjin shouted, suddenly losing her composure, the new boss? Other staff members around turned to look at Li Dongjin, whispering among themselves, the new boss is so young? Manager Li is in trouble now, she's usually so arrogant, but didn't expect to run into the new boss today. I heard Icon International is worth 15.5 billion. So what's this person's worth? Wow, sister, my ideal man has appeared, young and handsome. Song Qian slightly regained her composure, opened her arms, and invited Gu Ran to the general manager's office. Please sign here. She handed Gu Ran another transfer document issued by the headquarters. Gu Ran looked around, and in agreement with the system's reward, he flamboyantly signed his name. From this moment on, he officially became the owner of Icon International. Song Qian gazed at Gu Ran before her, a strange glimmer flashing in her eyes. She had deliberately worn a pair of white stockings today, her long legs appearing even more alluring, all for the new boss, only to find out it was Gu Ran, whom she had met a few days ago. She had said that day he was not so simple, and now he had directly taken over Icon International. She wondered if she could become his personal secretary in the future, and as she thought about it, Song Qian felt a slight flush of excitement. Mr. Gu, would you like to have lunch together? Song Qian asked softly, her red lips slightly parted. I can give you a detailed report on some situations at the management center. Gu Ran glanced at her beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings and nodded in agreement. Sure. After signing, there wasn't much else to do, so Gu Ran let everyone return to their posts. The ownership of Icon International had only been adjusted. Gu Ran did not plan to make any personnel changes for now. Soon, Gu Ran and Song Qian got into the Bumblebee, the engine roaring to life. Song Qian sat in the passenger seat, occasionally stealing glances at Gu Ran's resolute profile. They drove to a private room in a 5-star hotel. Song Qian walked gracefully, her long legs in white stockings swaying gently with each step. She picked up a bottle of red wine, her slender fingers lightly gripping the bottle as she leaned slightly forward while pouring wine for Gu Ran, revealing a hint of allure. As their glasses clinked, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the back of Gu Ran's hand. Mr. Gu is truly accomplished at a young age, Song Qian said, her eyes sparkling with a strange light, her lips parting slightly, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. Her fingers unconsciously traced the rim of her wineglass. I've never seen such a young and handsome entrepreneur. After a few rounds of wine, the atmosphere between the two at the dining table gradually became ambiguous. Song Qian's cheeks flushed slightly from the alcohol, her gaze becoming dreamy as she bit her lower lip, unconsciously leaning closer to Gu Ran. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, she said softly, "How about we change places to talk?" Her voice was gentle, laced with a touch of charm. Her fingers traced circles on the table, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Ran's lips curled into a playful smile as he casually took out his phone and swiftly booked a presidential suite. Inside the suite, having undergone physical enhancement, his combat power was quite formidable. A glimmer of interest flashed in his eyes as he looked at the woman before him, who was constantly testing his limits, thinking that she better not cry later. Soon, the sound of Chinese practice filled the room. They stayed behind closed doors until the next evening. Gu Ran drove the immobile Song Qian home, telling her to rest well. Song Qian smiled charmingly, waved her hand, and said to Gu Ran, "Mr. Gu, come by often to guide my work." Gu Ran smiled back, still daring to talk big, "Wait until I'm done." Unexpectedly, despite Song Qian's alluring demeanor, that layer of innocence still remained. After dropping off Song Qian, Gu Ran directed the Bumblebee back to Ikong International. While driving, Gu Ran was scrolling through videos when suddenly, a warning from the Bumblebee sounded in his ear. "Master, a black car has been following us for 15 minutes. Should we activate combat mode and destroy the target? Lead him to the parking lot." Soon, the two cars entered the Ikong International parking lot, one in front of the other, into a secluded corner. Gu Ran turned the car around, aiming at the black car that had been tailing them. The two men in black inside the car realized they had been discovered and decided to stop pretending. They got out of the car. One of them coldly said to Gu Ran, "Mr. Gu, our boss would like to invite you to come with us. Li Yongxiang sent you?" Gu Ran frowned, "If you know what's good for you, come with me quietly, otherwise." One of the men in black revealed a sinister smile, "I can't guarantee what might happen to Miss Song Qian, or your good brother Wu Chengguang." Gu Ran's eyes turned cold upon hearing the words of the man in black. "Using my friend as a threat? Li Yongxiang, oh Li Yongxiang, do you really want to enjoy my eternal curse? I just want to be a good person." "So, Li Yongxiang didn't tell you about the fate of Wang Rui and brother Dedeo he sent before?" Gu Ran's voice was as chilling as the cold wind of winter, piercing and sharp. "What?" The voices of the two men in black carried a hint of panic, like beasts caught in a trap. Gu Ran's figure vanished like a ghost, appearing before them in the next moment. Under the moonlight, his gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. "Since when did any stray dog dare to threaten me?" Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart echoed as Gu Ran's bagwazang struck like a tiger released from its cage, carrying the force of thunder. Bang! At the moment his fist struck their chests, terror reflected in their eyes like a bullet being fired. The shockwave spread like a tangible force, filling the air with a suffocating sense of oppression. The bodies of the two men in black crashed against the car behind them like kites with severed strings. The metal body let out a mournful wail, deeply dented. It felt as if his chest had been hit by a speeding truck, his organs churning, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. "Go back and tell Li Yongxiang that his death is imminent." Gu Ran looked down from above at the curled-up men in black, his voice as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. Under the lights, his shadow loomed on the ground, chilling like the shadow of death. In a corner of the parking lot, a passing security guard witnessed this scene, and his flashlight fell to the ground with a clatter, his legs going weak as he hurriedly hid behind a wall, not daring to breathe. Gu Ran glanced at the two lying on the car, pondering for a moment. There was no need to kill them, debts have their owners, so he decided to let these two go for now. 15 minutes after Gu Ran left, the two men in black were still struggling to get up. They covered their chests and communicated. "Bro, why didn't we just shoot him? Ugh, my chest hurts so much." "Brother, are you stupid? How much did that bastard Li Yongxiang even give us? There's no need to risk our lives for him, and besides, once the gun goes off, it changes everything. Even if we had a gun, would we have reacted in time? Forget it, let's go back and report." On the other side, Gu Ran returned home, staring at the eternal curse in the system panel. His gaze flicked to its skill description, a cold smile crossing his lips. As the saying goes, good people are easily bullied, and good horses are easily ridden. Gu Ran thought to himself, if he didn't have the system, he might have long become a pitiful creature at Li Yongxiang's mercy. He made up his mind, no longer hesitating. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Eternal curse. As Gu Ran silently recited eternal curse, a chilling aura spread from within him. A low, eerie whisper echoed in his ears, as if it came from the darkest depths of the underworld. The curse has taken effect. The curse has taken effect. This voice sent chills down Gu Rant's spine. At the same time, in the Li family villa, Li Yanxian was in his study looking at the information about Gu Ran that his subordinates had brought him when he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. Ah! He screamed, scattering the documents all over the floor. Trembling, he reached for his face, only to feel wrinkles. In a panic, he rushed to the floor-length mirror. He saw his hair turning gray at a visible speed, and his skin layered like wrinkled bark. What is happening? Li Yanxian looked at the hunchbacked old man in the mirror, his voice becoming hoarse and aged in that moment. His soul seemed to be burned by an invisible fire, the pain causing him to roll on the carpet. Every inch of his skin wailed, every nerve screamed. Someone, quick, doctor! The hoarse voice had lost its former authority, sounding instead like a dying old man. The butler heard the voice and rushed in, only to see a horrifying scene that made his pupils suddenly contract. Mr. Li! Mr. Li! All that responded to him was Li Yongxiang's heart-wrenching wail, the most primal and painful cry from the depths of his soul. Gu Ran was unaware of Li Yongxiang's current plight. He simply sat quietly on the sofa, feeling the cold breath within him gradually dissipate. The whispers in his ears faded away, and Gu Ran let out a long sigh, moving his somewhat stiff limbs. Inside the Li Group villa, Mr. Li, you, this. The butler looked at the drastically aged Li Yongxiang, at a loss for what to do. The private doctor arrived quickly and was also stunned into silence by the scene before him. Quick, check me. Li Yongxiang trembled as he tried to grab the doctor's collar. The doctor hurriedly took out his stethoscope, carefully examining Li Yongxiang's heart and lung functions, measuring his blood pressure, drawing blood for tests, and conducting a series of detailed examinations. Mr. Li, all your physiological indicators are very normal. The doctor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but this phenomenon of instant aging, I have never seen it before. It completely defies medical common sense. Useless. Li Yanxiang angrily swept the tea set off the table. Call the best experts. An hour later, the three authoritative experts exchanged glances, helpless in the face of this bizarre case. Mr. Li, your functional test results are all very normal, but this rate of aging is truly inexplicable by medicine. I don't care. You must cure me. Li Yongxiang's roar turned into a violent cough. The experts looked troubled. They had never encountered such a situation in their medical careers. It was as if he had been cursed by black magic. The three experts exchanged glances and could only inject Li Yongxiang with a sedative to temporarily relieve his pain. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. Yongxiang! Li Tianxiang received news from his brother's butler and rushed back. Bursting into the room, he saw the hunched old man on the bed, his pupils contracting sharply. How is this possible? It had only been a few days since he last saw him. His brother, only 35 years old, now looked older than himself, who was in his 40s. What on earth happened? Li Tianxiang turned around, coldly staring at the butler. The butler trembled and quickly recounted the events. Mr. Li suddenly became like this. We don't know what happened. Li Tianxiang looked at his brother, who was in visible pain, and did not press further. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Old Wang, it's me, Li Tianxiang. On the other end of the line, Li Tianxiang's voice was unusually trembling. My brother has had an accident, please help. Late at night, on the airport runway, a pure white Gulfstream G650 private jet slowly landed. The moment the cabin door opened, an elderly man dressed in a grayish-blue long gown, with white hair and a youthful face, stepped down steadily. He was Wang Yutong, a leading figure in the medical field, followed by two assistants, each carrying an ancient medicine box. Li Tianxiang waited personally on the tarmac, his usually calm face filled with anxiety. He quickly approached. Old Wang, thank you for coming overnight. No time to lose. Wang Yutong waved his hand, his gaze sharp. Inside the villa, the dim yellow wall lamps cast flickering shadows in the corridor. Wang Yutong pushed open the door, and a strong smell of medicine rushed at him, mixed with a faint hint of decay. On the bed, Li Yongxiang was curled up in a ball. His face was now covered in wrinkles, and his gray-white hair was messily stuck to his forehead, as if it had been washed away by decades of time. Wang Yutong frowned deeply and stepped forward slowly. His long fingers lightly rested on Li Yongxiang's wrist, closing his eyes in concentration, feeling the weak pulse's faint throb. After a moment, he opened his eyes, a serious look flashing in them. The situation is not good, he murmured to himself, then took out a roll of silver needles from his medical kit. The silver needles glinted coldly under the light, and Wang Yutong skillfully and swiftly inserted them into the key acupuncture points on Li Yongxiang's body. Each needle was placed with precision. After a moment, he removed the needles, pondered for a while, and then continued to insert them into the key points again. "Go, prepare the medicine," he instructed the two assistants. The assistants immediately sprang into action, opening the medicine box and taking out various precious herbs: agarwood, gastrodia elata, ganoderma lucidum, cordyceps. Each herb had been carefully selected. Soon, a special fragrance filled the air. 3 hours later, Li Yongxiang's pain seemed to have eased somewhat, but the old face still twitched from time to time. The situation is not very optimistic. Wang Yutong stood by the window, the moonlight casting a faint silver edge around his figure. He stroked his beard, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. "I've never seen such symptoms in my 60 years of practice. At the current rate of deterioration, he has at most 2 days left to live. Old Wang, please think of a way." Li Tianxian's voice carried a hint of pleading. The man who dominated the business world now appeared like an ordinary person at a loss. Wang Yutong turned around, his gaze deep. This has already exceeded the scope of modern medicine. However, he paused, as if pondering his words. "I have heard that there are some people with special abilities on the official side. With the financial power of the Li Group, perhaps we could invite such a person to help." Special abilities? A glimmer of thought flashed in Li Tianxiang's eyes, but it quickly dimmed. He looked at his brother on the bed. The sedative had temporarily quieted Li Yongxiang, but the lines of pain on that weathered face were still clearly visible. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window, adding an eerie atmosphere to the room. "Special abilities, huh?" Li Tianxiang stood at the bedside, his gaze fixed on his brother's face, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. The moonlight illuminated Li Yongxiang's wrinkled face, the deep lines appearing as if carved by a knife. The effects of Wang Yutong's acupuncture were still ongoing. Li Yongxiang's eyes were tightly shut, his breathing weak and rapid. Li Tianxiang's fingers trembled slightly as he pulled out his phone from his suit pocket. He quickly scrolled through his contacts, found the name Old Chen, and his knuckles turned white as he dialed the number. "Old Chen, I need you to release a message immediately." His voice was low and hoarse. "Just say that the Li Group is offering 500 million to find a doctor or an ability user who can treat difficult diseases. Use all channels. I want the entire Baishui city to know this news. Also, help me check if my brother Yongxiang has offended anyone recently." Soon, the news spread at an astonishing speed through the underground world of Baishui city. In various clubs, bars, and underground casinos, people gathered in small groups, whispering, "I just heard from an insider that the Li Group is offering 500 million just to treat his brother's strange illness," said a man in a floral shirt, lowering his voice. "It's said he aged decades overnight, and even Wang Yutong from Jing City is at a loss. Tisk tsk, this is getting interesting. Having done so many evil deeds, it's not surprising if he dies." The news quickly reached a white office building located in the city center. Ding Mingy sat in front of a large desk, having flipped through the documents several times. He was already aware of the illegal activities of the Li Group: illegal fund transfers, violent debt collection, underground casinos, but unfortunately, the ordinary police had never managed to gather solid evidence. As the leader of the Tianqing Group, he couldn't casually order the ability users to investigate these matters. Their focus couldn't be here, after all. There were those guys abroad, eyeing this place covetously. Ding Mingy stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the paper in his hand crumpled from being squeezed. His brow was tightly furrowed, struggling internally. Bang! The sound of a door opening. "Ding Group Leader, this is a good opportunity," came the voice of an old leader from behind him, a meaningful smile on his face. "The connections of the Li Group should not be underestimated. The higher-ups want you to take on this case. But, Li Yongxiang has blood on his hands." "There are no buts. You wouldn't want to disappoint the higher-ups, would you? I heard they are planning to implement the Captain program." Ding Mingy rubbed his throbbing temples, remaining silent for a moment. The old leader patted Ding Mingy's shoulder, giving him a significant look before leaving the office. In the end, Ding Mingy remained silent for another 2 minutes, letting out a sigh. He then pressed the intercom on his desk. "Have Team B5 come to my office." 10 minutes later, a uniquely behaving team entered Ding Mingy's office. The one at the front was named Lang Kai, the captain of Team B5, dressed in a black uniform, his expression unreadable. "Hey, calling us in such a hurry. There must be a big case, right?" Yu Xian said loudly, following behind, a fist-sized fireball pulsating in his palm, like a mischievous child playing with a toy. He occasionally glanced at Feng Kiki beside him, the glow of the fireball flickering on her face. Meanwhile, Feng Kiki was holding a thermal container that emitted a delicious aroma. When she opened the lid, it revealed pieces of braised pork. She stuffed her mouth as she walked, her cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. "Captain, I'll let you try some later. I brought an extra portion just for you," she mumbled, grease glistening at the corners of her mouth. Finally, the last to enter was Du Daxiong, whose burly frame nearly filled the doorway. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, carefully sidestepping to squeeze into the office, afraid of knocking something over. Ding Mingy surveyed the four of them and got straight to the point. New mission, a new ability user may have appeared. Reports indicate they can induce instant vomiting. Preliminary judgment suggests it's a mental type ability. He paused, his voice slightly heavy. Additionally, there's the matter of the Lee Group. I heard, 500 million. Yu Xin's eyes lit up. If we get that money, our team can apply for that special equipment. Don't think too much, Lang Kai said coldly. First, investigate the new ability user, then we'll talk about the Lee Group. I can try to heal Li Yangxiang. Phone Kiki raised her hand, her mouth still smeared with the grease from the braised pork. Even though I only have sea-level healing ability. He Du Daxiong chuckled innocently, not saying anything further. Icon International. Gu Ran was lying on the sofa in his rented room, bored, scrolling through Douyin. On his phone screen, various medical popular science videos quickly passed by. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded, and a golden light suddenly appeared before Gu Ran. 15 medical videos watched, random reward, medical skills, divine level. A set of divine level silver needles granted. A set of gleaming silver needles appeared out of thin air on the coffee table. The needle bodies as thin as hair, the tips incredibly sharp. At the same time, a vast ocean of medical knowledge flooded into Gu Ran's mind. This is too amazing. Gu Ran excitedly picked up a silver needle and gently pierced it into his acupoint. The moment the needle entered, a warm current flowed through his meridians, circulating throughout his body. Gu Ran closed his eyes, and a clear image of his meridian map appeared in his mind. He skillfully inserted 7 needles into himself, each one precisely hitting the acupoints. As the qi and blood circulated, some of his physical discomfort dissipated within just a few minutes. Gu Ran sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in concentration, continuing to meticulously sort through the vast sea of medical knowledge in his mind. Images of ancient medical texts flashed through his thoughts: Huang Di Neijing, Shanghan Zabing Luan, Shinong Benchao Jing, along with countless modern medical classics. He saw the forbidden technique of resurrection, a miraculous method far beyond the understanding of modern medicine. So that's how it is, Gu Ran murmured softly. As long as within the golden 168 hours after death, by using the 9 needles to return the soul to stimulate the heart meridian, Ren meridian, Du meridian, and other important channels, combined with the 9 turns to return the soul decoction, the remaining vitality within the deceased can be reignited. He picked up the silver needle from the coffee table, its tip glinting with a cold light under the moon. This set of divine silver needles contained magical power, capable of guiding the remaining vitality within the deceased. But the cost is not small, Gu Ran pondered, stroking his chin. The practitioner must transfer 30% of their own essence, spirit, and energy, and prepare precious medicinal materials like cinnabar, dragon bone, and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Moreover, the entire process must last for 9 hours. Any slight mistake could lead to failure. He toyed with the silver needle in his hand, a serious look flashing in his eyes. This forbidden technique of resurrection should only be used in dire situations. Gu Ran was still marveling at his newly acquired medical skills, completely unaware that he was about to be caught up in a storm. At dawn, in Li Yongqian's villa, the air was thick with the strong smell of tobacco, making the entire room feel particularly oppressive. Li Tianxiang's fingers held a nearly burnt-out cigarette, the orange-red glow flickering dimly in the shadows. His bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the thick stack of documents on the table. Old Chen, have these been verified? A middle-aged man standing beside him slightly bowed. All verified, absolutely true. Li Tianxiang's fingers lightly tapped on the solid wood desk, his gaze gradually sharpening. The documents on the table were divided into 2 piles, one belonging to Wu Tsongyang and the other to Gu Ran. Wu Tsongyang, a rising star in the real estate industry of Baishui City, had been competing with the Lee Group for several projects in recent years, employing sinister and ruthless tactics, making him a necessary consideration. Old Chen, Li Tianxiang asked in a hoarse voice, but this Gu Ran, from a debt-ridden poor kid to having so much money, don't you think it's too suspicious? Old Chen adjusted his slightly slipping gold-rimmed glasses, his well-tailored suit leaning slightly forward. It is indeed strange. He was still repaying debts before, but now he's driving a customized Porsche 911, worth over 5 million just for that car. What's most puzzling is that the ownership of Icon International has also transferred to his name. Li Tianxiang flipped through the documents. An ordinary graduation photo came into view. In the photo, Gu Ran looked like the most inconspicuous passerby in a crowd. Take a closer look, Li Tianxiang sneered, his fingertip lightly tapping the photo, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. How could such a mediocre little character undergo such a huge transformation in such a short time? Boss, do you mean? Old Chen cautiously lowered his voice, he might be an ability user? Most likely, Li Tianxiang squinted, Think about the uproar online about my brother and his ex-girlfriend Zhao Weiwei's vomiting incident. He was there at the time. And my brother sent Wang Rui and brother Dideo to trouble him, and they ended up the same way. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. This strange ability, what else could it be if not a supernatural power? My brother's condition must be related to him. Li Tianxiang stood up and walked to the window, staring at the gradually brightening sky outside. His thoughts returned to the past, to the time spent with his brother Li Yangxiang. His brother had been clever and bright since childhood, the most favored child in the family, while he, as the older brother, always silently supported and protected him from behind. Thinking of his brother's current situation, a surge of anger ignited in Li Tianxiang's heart. He knew he had to take action. He couldn't let his brother suffer such harm. Regardless of whether that Gu Ran truly possessed supernatural powers, he could not stand by and do nothing. Old Chen. Li Tianxiang turned around, his voice low and firm. You know my character. No matter how deeply he hides, I will make him pay for what happened to my brother. Old Chen nodded, understanding without needing further explanation. On the other side, at the temporary location of Team B5, the blue light from the screen illuminated Lang Kai's sharply defined face as his fingers rapidly tapped on the keyboard, a stream of code flashing across the screen. Captain, your hacking skills are incredible. Yu Xian leaned over to take a look. You can even find Gu Ran's elementary school report card? Don't disturb me, Lang Kai replied without looking up, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Feng Kiki chewed on a piece of braised pork, mumbling indistinctly, this Gu Ran, apart from being a bit handsome, doesn't seem to be anything special. Isn't that right? Du Daxiong, with his burly frame leaning against the wall, scratched the back of his head habitually, a puzzled expression on his honest face. It's like he took some elixir and suddenly changed. Interesting. Lang Kai suddenly stopped typing, his gaze sharpening. His asset growth curve is completely illogical, as if it appeared out of thin air. So should we? Yu Xian rubbed his hands together, sparks dancing at his fingertips. Don't act rashly. Lang Kai shot him a glare, his eyes filled with an authority that brooked no argument. Let's observe the situation first. Lang Kai paused his typing, thought for a moment, then turned to his team members. We need more information. We can't act recklessly based on this little data. Yu Xian grumbled in dissatisfaction. So we just wait like this? I don't want to waste time. Observing doesn't mean doing nothing, Lang Kai replied calmly. After all, this involves mental-type supernatural powers. Have you forgotten how terrifying they are at headquarters? Upon hearing mental-type supernatural powers, Yu Xian couldn't help but shiver, his previously irritable expression softening. He recalled the legendary A-class mental-type supernatural being at headquarters, Lin Yi. During a routine reporting task, he had witnessed Lin Yi merely raise a hand, causing a defector B-class supernatural being to self-harm frantically on the spot. That scene still haunted him. The captain is right, Yu Xian rarely reigned in his explosive temper, the sparks at his fingertips extinguishing. Mental-type supernatural powers are the hardest to deal with. We really need to act cautiously. Feng Kiki thoughtfully said, I heard that Lord Lin Yi can even manipulate the consciousness space, directly planting suggestions in others' minds. Exactly, Du Daxiong scratched the back of his head, a hint of worry on his honest face. If Gu Ran really has that ability, we might suffer a huge loss if we act rashly. Lang Kai nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. So what we need to do is to first figure out his background. The greatest weakness of a psychic ability user is that there are subtle mental fluctuations when using their powers. As long as we can capture this. Before he could finish his sentence, a new message suddenly popped up on the computer screen, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Lang Kai's gaze quickly swept across the screen, and the pieces of information gradually formed a picture in his mind like a puzzle. Li Yangxiang. His voice was soft, but it caught the attention of the team members. What's wrong, Captain? Yu Xian leaned in closer, wanting to see the content on the screen. Lang Kai switched the display to an expert's test record. Yesterday, Li Yangxiang, the second in command of the Li group, revealed the cause of his illness. The symptoms are rapid aging, and his vital signs are continuously deteriorating. Moreover, Li Tianxiang has used his connections to invite Wan Yutong, an esteemed doctor in the capital. His medical skills are considered the best among ability users, but it seems even Wang is at a loss. Aging? Feng Kiki showed a puzzled expression and said to Lang Kai, this shouldn't be something a psychic ability can do. More like a mysterious ability? Lang Kai did not answer immediately but continued to pull up more data. When Zhao Weiwei's photo appeared on the screen, a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. Interesting. He chuckled lightly. This Miss Zhao Weiwei was Gu Ran's girlfriend just over 10 days ago, but for some unknown reason, she ended up with Li Yangxiang. Oh, Du Daxiong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Gu Ran awakened his abilities, so is this revenge? Lang Kai pondered for a moment and turned to the team members, saying, let's head to the Li group first to check on Li Yangxiang's situation and also look into what Ding Mingyi instructed. Foam Kiki, be prepared. You may need to use your healing abilities. As for the outcome, just do your best. Lang Kai casually glanced at the Li group's information. This Li Yongxian was not a good person. Foam Kiki nodded. Although she felt a bit nervous, she softly said, I will, Captain. Icon International. The morning sun masked the ferocity of the night, casting its light on the community square, with the fresh scent of morning dew in the air. Gu Ran paid no mind to the aftermath of the eternal curse he released yesterday, unaware that the dispatched B5 team had gathered information on him. Ever since he acquired the 8 Extremes Fist, he had developed a habit of practicing it every morning. Gu Ran stood in an open area, fists clenched, striking the starting pose of the 8 Extremes Fist, exuding a sharp aura like steel. Whoosh, whoosh. His movements were like unsheathed swords, each punch accompanied by a sharp whistle, the air torn apart with a piercing sound. His footwork was agile, and he resembled a tiger poised to pounce at any moment. Not far away, Bai Qihua was practicing Tai Chi, his movements the exact opposite of Gu Ran's, smooth as silk, each gesture imbued with the charm of years of experience. Bai Qihua was a highly respected master of medicine, a renowned doctor of the same era as Wang Yutong. Though retired, he still maintained his passion for medicine and exploration. Now, he chose to spend his twilight years in the Icon International community, coming to the square every morning to practice Tai Chi and maintain his physical and mental health. At this moment, he caught sight of Gu Ran's 8 Extremes Fist and, with a hoarse voice carrying the authority of an elder, said, Young man, your fist technique is too aggressive. At such a young age, you shouldn't carry such a heavy killing intent. Why not learn some Tai Chi from me? Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. Old man, your Tai Chi looks almost like a square dance. My 8 Extremes Fist is what young people should really learn. Bai Qihua stopped his movements, a defiant expression appearing on his face. I've practiced Tai Chi for 60 years. How can you, a young brat, compare? Do you want to spar? Spar? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. I'm not interested without any stakes. Hey, kid, Bai Qihua's eyes twinkled. If you can beat me, I'll introduce you to my lovely granddaughter. Gu Ran sized up Bai Qihua and teased. Who knows what your granddaughter looks like? She might take after you, and I can't say I'd be impressed. Bai Qihua instantly got angry and pulled out a photo of his granddaughter, Bai Shiyan, waving it in front of Gu Ran. The girl in the photo had bright eyes and a beautiful smile, a charming and pure face with a hint of spirit. Bang! Gu Ran's gaze sharpened slightly, and he clasped his fists, saying, Then I must offend you. Whoosh! He shot out like an arrow, the wind from his punch roaring like thunder. Bai Qihua hurriedly defended himself, but faced with the onslaught like a raging storm, despite his experience, his age of over 70 soon put him at a disadvantage. Smack! Just as Gu Ran was about to land a hit, Bai Qihua suddenly sat down on the ground, tightly hugging Gu Ran's thigh. Ouch! Bai Qihua rolled on the ground. I was careless. I didn't dodge. Young man, are you trying to kill an old man? Gu Ran was at a loss for words. What was wrong with this old man, trying to pull a fast one? Old man, you're being unreasonable. Humph. Bai Qihua brushed off the dust from his pants and stood up, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Your martial arts are decent, but that's about it. Gu Ran chuckled lightly. Want to continue? Besides martial arts, I also know a bit of medicine. If I injure you, I can still treat you. Medicine? Bai Qihua's eyes lit up. Then he feigned disdain. At your age, what do you know about medicine? You probably can't even do moxibustion, right? Shall we give it a try? A playful glint flashed in Gu Ran's eyes, and a confident smile curved his lips. At that moment, a group of elderly people out for morning exercises gathered around, one of whom recognized Bai Qihua. Oh, isn't this Dr. Bai? I heard your medical skills are among the best in our Baishui city. I didn't expect you to live in our community. Bai Qihua stroked his beard, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. I've practiced medicine for 60 years, and I have some insights. Since that's the case, someone in the crowd suggested, why not have a live competition? Let's use the 4 examinations of traditional Chinese medicine and see who's better. Gu Ran crossed his arms, a confident smile on his face. Sounds interesting, I'm in. Bai Qihua squinted, carefully sizing up the young man, pondering where this kid's confidence came from. Alright, let's have this brother Wang as a witness. Bai Qihua pointed to an elderly man in the crowd, Grandpa Wang. Grandpa Wang readily agreed and stepped between the two. Gu Ran and Bai Qihua each took Grandpa Wang's pulse, observed his complexion, and inquired about his symptoms. Throughout the process, Gu Ran's actions gradually turned Bai Qihua's disdain into surprise. This kid's technique was surprisingly seasoned? I'll go first. Bai Qihua cleared his throat and continued, Brother Wang, you've been experiencing excessive liver fire lately, leading to insomnia and vivid dreams. I've also noticed your complexion is slightly pale, and your breath is a bit unstable. Based on your pulse, I suspect you might have a mild heart issue. Gu Ran nodded gently after hearing this and added, Dr. Bai is correct. but I've also noticed some other conditions. Grandpa Wang, have you been feeling short of breath, especially when climbing stairs or after some vigorous activity? Grandpa Wang looked surprised. That's right. How did you know, young man? Gu Ran continued, from your tongue and pulse, you not only have heart issues but also mild pulmonary congestion, which may be due to weakened heart function. I suggest you go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup as soon as possible. Bai Qihua, upon hearing this, showed a hint of surprise but quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to say something, Grandpa Wang's complexion changed, and he clutched his chest, collapsing to the ground. Not good. Bai Qihua immediately stepped forward to check. Brother Wang has suddenly had a heart attack. The crowd around them instantly fell into chaos, with someone hurriedly dialing emergency services. Bai Qihua quickly took out his phone and called his granddaughter's number. Shiyan, hurry and bring the heart medication from my house to the community square, right where I usually practice Tai Chi. After hanging up, Bai Qihua took out silver needles from his needle pouch and began to administer acupuncture to Grandpa Wang, stabilizing his condition. In less than 5 minutes, a figure rushed over. Gu Ran looked up and was momentarily stunned. A tall girl, dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, with long hair flowing in the wind, appeared before him. Her face was like jade, with bright eyes and white teeth, and her large, clear eyes were captivating. She was slightly out of breath from running, but it did not diminish her beauty. Gu Ran's heart stirred, thinking, is this Bai Qihua's granddaughter? She looks even better than in the photos. Bai Shiyan ran up, handing over the medication. Grandpa, the medicine is here. Just then, a woman in her 50s hurried over, her face filled with anxiety. This woman was Wanli, Grandpa Wang's daughter. Dad! Wanli exclaimed, then turned to Bai Qihua and Gu Ran, her eyes filled with suspicion and anger. What happened? What's wrong with my dad? Did you do something? Her voice was sharp and full of hostility, drawing the attention of those around. But the crowd quickly explained, this is the famous traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Bai Qihua from Shui City. If he weren't here, your dad might not have made it. Hearing this, Wanli instantly exploded. How can you say that? My dad was fine, how could he suddenly? Bai Qihua was fully focused on administering acupuncture to Grandpa Wang, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Seeing he did not respond, Wanli became even more agitated. She reached out to push Bai Qihua aside. What are you doing, old man? Get away from my dad. The people around them began to intervene. An elderly man in sportswear stepped forward to explain, Little Wang, don't panic. This is the famous traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Bai Qihua. If he weren't here, your dad might not have made it. Another ant wearing glasses chimed in, yes, your dad collapsed suddenly just now, thanks to Bai Lao's timely rescue. Bai Qihua, however, ignored the commotion around him. He furrowed his brow, staring at Grandpa Wang's condition, murmuring softly, something's not right, this situation is more serious than I imagined. Gu Ran noticed Grandpa Wang's appearance and felt a chill in his heart. It seemed things were not simple. At that moment, Grandpa Wang's condition, which had stabilized, suddenly deteriorated sharply. The arriving ambulance connected instruments to Grandpa Wang, emitting urgent alarms and displaying abnormal data. 5 minutes passed, and despite Bai Qihua and the doctor's best efforts, Grandpa Wang's heartbeat stopped. The doctor shook his head, announcing the failure of resuscitation. Wanli instantly collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, quack doctors killed him, someone come. She pointed at Bai Qihua, accusing him hoarsely. Bai Qihua remained silent, his eyes filled with self-reproach. If only he had discovered the anomaly earlier, or if his medical skills had been better. The crowd fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming heavy. An indescribable weight filled the air, making even breathing feel difficult. At this moment, Gu Ran stepped forward and said to Bai Qihua, old man, how about I give it a try? His voice, though soft, was particularly clear in the silent environment. Bai Qihua looked up, a flicker of surprise and hesitation in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wanli immediately turned to Gu Ran, her anger flaring. What can you, a young punk, do? Someone is dead, and you're all quacks. Her voice was sharp and piercing. You quacks have killed my dad. Wanli continued to roar, her voice filled with pain and anger. I will sue you. I will make you pay the price. The people around her showed doubtful expressions. After all, Gu Ran looked very young, making it hard to believe he could do anything in a situation where Bai Qihua was powerless. A middle-aged woman frowned and muttered softly, this young man looks so young, can he really do it? A bespectacled man next to her shook his head, even Bai Lao is at a loss. What can he do? Yeah, let's not waste time, we should hurry and contact the funeral home. I agree. The young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, still trying to show off at a time like this. These murmurs rose and fell. Gu Ran, upon hearing this, showed no change in expression. With his god-level medical skills, he was 100% confident he could save him. Bai Qihua looked at Gu Ran, a complex light flashing in his eyes. He recalled the medical skills Gu Ran had displayed during the earlier competition, clearly surpassing his own, and pondered silently. The crowd around them quieted down, all eyes focused on Gu Ran. Bai Qihua took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Young friend, are you really confident? After all, the person is already dead." His voice carried a hint of hope, mixed with worry. Gu Ran did not exaggerate. "I will do my best." Ignoring the skeptical gazes of the crowd, Gu Ran walked to Grandpa Wang's side. He carefully observed Grandpa Wang's condition, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Recalling the memories in his mind, this state, which he viewed as a false death, had 5 methods he could use to revive him. After some thought, Gu Ran decided to perform a technique called the 3 flowers gathered at the crown needle method. According to Taoist teachings, the 3 flowers gathered at the crown refers to gathering 3 important elements within the human body: essence, qi, and spirit at the top, specifically at the Baihui point, also known as the Niden Palace. Gu Ran made up his mind. He took a deep breath, pulled out a silver needle from his pocket, and held his hands above Grandpa Wang, his fingertips slightly trembling. His movements were as quick as lightning, incredibly precise, as if an invisible energy flowed through his fingertips into Grandpa Wang's body. As the silver needles continued to be inserted, Bai Qihua watched in astonishment, muttering to himself, Is this the 3 flowers gathered at the crown needle method? Impossible. I've only seen this technique in ancient medical texts, and someone can actually perform it?" The crowd held their breath, their eyes glued to the scene. Time passed second by second, the tense atmosphere in the air almost solidifying. 3 minutes went by, and there was still no movement. Wang Li's face grew increasingly pale. She bit her lip, about to say something. Just then, a miracle occurred. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor suddenly began to pulse, emitting urgent sounds. The heart that had stopped beating began to thump again. Grandpa Wang's chest started to rise and fall, his breathing gradually returning. "Dad!" Wang Li exclaimed, rushing forward. Bai Qihua's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched this scene. His hands trembled involuntarily, his lips slightly parted, but he couldn't utter a word. Years of medical experience told him that everything happening before him was nothing short of a miracle of resurrection. He staggered back 2 steps, barely steadying himself by holding onto a nearby chair. Bai Qihua's gaze was fixed tightly on Gu Ran, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. The crowd erupted in exclamations. "This is no doctor, he's simply a living bodhisattva. Damn, he was dead for over 10 minutes, and he can still bring him back?" Gu Ran let out a sigh of relief and turned to Bai Qihua with a slight smile. "Bai Lao, Grandpa Wang is temporarily out of danger. However, heart failure is irreversible. He can only live for 1 or 2 more years at most." Although Gu Ran had ways to extend Grandpa Wang's life with medication and treatment methods, in this world, life and death are all predetermined. He met old Wang by chance and was able to save him, bringing him back from the brink of death. That was already a display of utmost kindness and righteousness. Bai Qihua looked deeply at Gu Ran and slowly walked forward. His face was filled with complex emotions, a mix of admiration and confusion. He solemnly bowed to Gu Ran and said, his voice slightly trembling, "Young friend, your medical skills are remarkable. I am in awe. This 3-flower gathering needle technique of yours is a long-lost secret art." Gu Ran nodded slightly in response. Upon hearing his reply, Bai Qihua's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He even entertained the thought of apprenticing himself to Gu Ran. However, years of prestige made it difficult for him to voice this desire, so he had a sudden inspiration and said, "Young friend, may I ask for your contact information? My granddaughter, Bai Shiyin, is also quite interested in medicine. Perhaps you two could exchange ideas?" After Gu Ran and Bai Shiyin exchanged contact information, he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd, preparing to leave. At this moment, Wang Li had completely changed her attitude, repeatedly apologizing to Gu Ran and Bai Qihua. The ambulance sounded again, and the medical staff carefully helped old Wang into the vehicle, preparing to take him to the hospital for further treatment. Bai Shiyin looked at Gu Ran's departing figure, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in her beautiful eyes. She murmured to herself, "His medical skills are even more impressive than Grandpa's." She had followed her grandfather to learn medicine since childhood and had encountered countless renowned doctors. Yet this young man before her left her in unprecedented shock. The departing Gu Ran was unaware of Bai Shiyin's thoughts. If he had heard her murmurs, he would surely have scoffed, saying, "I have many more skills than your grandfather. Does this old man want his granddaughter to add me on WeChat to secretly learn my medical skills?" Gu Ran stroked his chin, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He understood the temperament of the older generation too well. A venerable old Chinese medicine practitioner like Bai Qihua would never lower himself to become his apprentice. However, having his precious granddaughter learn from him was indeed a good idea. Gu Ran's thoughts drifted back to Bai Shiyin. That delicate oval face, those big watery eyes, and that graceful figure. Old Bai, you really have an eye for people. Gu Ran pushed open the door to his home, a burning desire igniting within him. Bai Shiyan's slightly shy face and graceful figure kept flashing in his mind. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the restlessness in his heart. Just as he settled onto the sofa, the doorbell rang suddenly. Ding-dong! Gu Ran's muscles tensed instantly, his alertness rising sharply. "Who is it?" he asked in a low voice, quietly clenching his fists. He had just placed an eternal curse on Li Yongxiang yesterday, and it was hard to guarantee that the other party wouldn't retaliate. With the Li group's capabilities, it was not impossible for them to come knocking. Or could it be someone from the authorities? Gu Ran cautiously approached the door, fully on guard. He carefully opened the door, only to find no one outside. Just as he was puzzled, a figure suddenly jumped out from the corner. "La la la, boss?" Song Qian appeared with a smile. Gu Ran instinctively threw a punch, but when he saw it was Song Qian, he hurriedly pulled back. Unfortunately, it was too late. His fist still landed with some force on Song Qian's face. Bang! A bruise instantly appeared around her right eye. Gu Ran quickly pulled her into the house. Song Qian pouted her lips, painted with bright lipstick, and playfully complained, "Oh, boss, I came to report on work. Why did you have to hit me as soon as we met?" She feigned grievance, shaking Gu Ran's arm. Gu Ran sighed helplessly. "Who told you to jump out and scare me?" "I just wanted to surprise you," Song Qian pouted in defense, looking pitiful. Only then did Gu Ran take a closer look at the woman before him. He saw that Song Qian was wearing a stylish, authoritative uniform today. The black Balenciaga stockings wrapped around her long legs, outlining an enticing curve. Gu Ran couldn't help but swallow, his gaze lingering on her. Song Qian noticed his burning stare and felt a secret joy in her heart. She deliberately twisted her waist and asked with a smile, "Boss, what are you looking at?" Gu Ran came back to his senses, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Ahem, nothing. Come here, let me take care of your injury." He reached out to pull Song Qian closer, but she dodged away. Song Qian blinked playfully and said, "Boss, don't be in such a hurry." Her eyes sparkled with mischief, carrying a hint of anticipation. Gu Ran chuckled silently, choosing not to say more. He pulled Song Qian into his arms and commanded domineeringly, "Don't move." Song Qian's heart raced, thinking Gu Ran was about to do something to her. However, the next moment, she felt a slight sting on her face. It turned out Gu Ran had taken out a silver needle and was applying acupuncture on her face. Moments later, Song Qian was surprised to find the pain on her face had vanished. She touched the previously bruised area and was delighted to discover it had returned to normal. "Boss, I didn't expect you to know medicine?" Song Qian's eyes widened as she looked at Gu Ran with admiration. Gu Ran smiled proudly and said mysteriously, "I know a lot more." Saying this, he took Song Qian's hand and walked towards the bathroom. "Come, let me show you some other skills." Song Qian blushed as she followed behind, feeling both excited and nervous. The two entered the bathroom together, and the sound of water soon filled the air. In the hazy steam, two intertwined figures could be vaguely seen. An ambiguous atmosphere spread throughout the small space. After an unknown amount of time, the bathroom door finally opened. Gu Ran emerged wrapped in a towel, with Song Qian closely following behind. Her face still bore a lingering blush, her gaze dreamy. Gu Ran turned to look at Song Qian and softly asked, "So, are you satisfied with my medical skills?" Song Qian shyly lowered her head, mumbling, "Boss, you're amazing." Gu Ran laughed heartily, feeling a bit of the fire in his heart finally ease. "You've worked hard." He gently patted her shoulder. Song Qian's face lit up with joy, like a little cat that had just received a pat from its owner. "It's not hard at all. It's what I should do for the boss." She affectionately leaned against Gu Ran, softly saying, "Boss, are you tired? Do you want me to give you a massage to relax?" Gu Ran looked at her alluring eyes, feeling a stir in his heart. Then his body followed suit. After a while, he reached out to gently caress her cheek, his fingertips feeling the delicate skin. "Are you hungry?" Song Qian blinked her big, watery eyes, twisting her body in a spoiled manner. "Boss, I'm starving." She pouted her lips, feigning a pitiful look that was endearing. Gu Ran chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair. "All right, let's go out to eat." He got up, dressed neatly, and casually twirled a set of keys between his fingers. The two went to the same Carey hotel as last time. The hotel manager immediately approached, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Gu, welcome. Your private room is ready." Gu Ran nodded slightly and took Song Qian to the top floor via the private elevator. Pushing open the door to the private room, a stunning view unfolded before them. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the entire city, breathtakingly beautiful. Song Qian gasped in amazement, cupping her cheeks with her hands, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Boss, this place is amazing." Gu Ran looked at her indulgently, gently pinching her nose. "As long as you like it, come on, sit down and order." The waiter respectfully presented the menu, and Song Qian eagerly flipped through it. Gu Ran casually leaned back in his chair, scrolling through videos on his phone. The past few days had been filled with monetary rewards, and Gu Ran noticed that the system had accumulated over 5 million. There were no item rewards or additional abilities. Gu Ran was pondering whether his posture while watching videos was incorrect when suddenly, the door to the private room was pushed open violently. A well-dressed young man swaggered in. Gu Ran frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Song Qian looked up and, upon seeing the newcomer, her face turned a bit pale. Wu Tian. Wu Tian strolled over to Song Qian, looking down at her from a height. Oh, Song Qian, I didn't expect to run into you here. His gaze roamed over Song Qian without restraint, filled with desire. Gu Ran narrowed his eyes, observing this uninvited guest without a word. It was only then that Wu Tian noticed Gu Ran's presence and cast a disdainful glance at him. And who might this be? Song Qian stood up in a fluster, instinctively hiding behind Gu Ran. Wu Xiao, this is my boss. What are you here for? Wu Tian sneered, jealousy and anger flashing in his eyes. Boss? Ha, Song Qian, when did you make such a wealthy friend? Bringing you to my family's Carry Hotel? Gu Ran slowly stood up, meeting Wu Tian's gaze with calm composure. I am Gu Ran. May I ask who you are? Wu Tian puffed out his chest, arrogantly lifting his chin. Wu Chongyang's son, Wu Tian. A flicker of understanding crossed Gu Ran's eyes, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ah, so it's young Master Wu. A pleasure. Wu Tian snorted coldly, his gaze darting back and forth between Gu Ran and Song Qian. Song Qian, you wouldn't be kept by this man, would you? Song Qian's face turned pale, panic flashing in her eyes. Yet Gu Ran calmly held her hand, offering silent comfort. Wu Xiao is joking. Miss Song is my secretary. Wu Tian scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Secretary? Ha, I see she's more of a bed secretary. A cold glint flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. Interesting. In an instant, Gu Ran appeared in front of Wu Tian, grabbing his collar. I advise you to watch your words. Wu Tian, furious, laughed in anger and swung his hand to slap Gu Ran's face. I see you're tired of living. With a slight exertion, Gu Ran made Wu Tian cry out in pain. Ah, you, let go of me. Gu Ran released his grip, and Wu Tian staggered back a few steps, rubbing his wrist, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Kid, you wait. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Fine, this isn't over. He shot a fierce glare at Song Qian before turning to leave. Threatening me? Gu Ran watched Wu Tian's retreating figure, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Silently, he took out a silver needle as thin as a hair from his sleeve, flicking it gently with his fingertip, the needle instantly embedding itself in the back of Wu Tian's neck. This is a little gift for you. I hope you enjoy it, Gu Ran whispered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Wu Tian, completely unaware, stormed out of the private room, heading straight for his presidential suite. He pushed the door open and flung himself onto the bed, his anger still simmering. Damn Gu Ran, how dare he humiliate me like this? Wu Tian growled through gritted teeth, and that Song Qian, looking all pure and innocent on the surface. Humph, just wait, I will make you two pay the price. Suddenly, a wave of heat surged within him. Wu Tian felt his breath quicken, his heart racing, as if countless ants were crawling all over his body. He instinctively reached for his pants, wanting to relieve this unbearable desire. However, when he touched his body, he was horrified to find it completely unresponsive. What's going on? Wu Tian panicked, repeatedly trying to stimulate himself, but he could not awaken his desire. Sweat soaked through his shirt as he collapsed onto the bed, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Impossible. This can't be happening. He suddenly recalled Gu Ran's meaningful gaze, a chill running up his spine. Could it be him? Wu Tian trembled as he picked up the phone and dialed the number of his most trusted private doctor. Hello, Dr. Lu, I have a problem here, can you come over right away? Gu Ran had no idea about Wu Tian's situation at that moment, but there was only one thing that could terrify a man like this. Inside the private room, calm returned as Song Qian leaned against Gu Ran, feeling relieved. Boss, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Gu Ran gently stroked her back, comforting her, it's just a small matter. Song Qian looked up at Gu Ran, her eyes filled with affection. Boss, thank you. After we eat our fill, let's go home. I still want more. Can your body handle it? Isn't it your medical skills that will help? On the other side, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains of the villa, casting light on Li Yongxiang's twisted face. His skin was cracked like dry tree bark, his eye sockets sunken, and his hair sparse and gray. The sound of painful howls echoed through the large villa, as if it were a wail from the depths of hell. Li Yongxiang trembled as he grasped Li Tianxiang's arm, his nails digging deep into the flesh, leaving bright red marks. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Please give me a break. Li Tianxiang furrowed his brow, a flicker of pain and hesitation in his eyes. Just hold on a little longer, the official ability users are on their way. Li Yangxian writhed in agony, as if countless ants were gnawing at his marrow. No, I can't. I feel like my soul is being scorched by fierce flames, every second is torment. The doorbell suddenly rang, breaking the heavy atmosphere in the room. Li Tianxian quickly walked to the door to greet Team B5 from Tianqing. Long Kai led the way, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, quickly assessing the situation. Yu Xian followed closely, a faint flame igniting in his palm, ready to respond to any emergencies. Feng Kiki clutched a small bear, nervously trailing behind her teammates. Du Daxiong entered last, his burly frame nearly filling the entire doorway. Lang Kai and the others completely ignored Li Tianxiang. After all, they had the pride of ability users. What did it matter that Li Tianxiang was worth billions? Lang Kai quickly approached Li Yangxiang's bed, frowning as he observed his condition. The situation is as described in the reports, but it's worse than expected. Feng Kiki, immediately use your healing ability. Feng Kiki nodded, her hands glowing with a gentle green light, gently covering Li Yangxiang. However, Li Yangxiang's pain did not lessen, instead, it intensified. No, my ability is completely ineffective on him. Feng Kiki panicked and withdrew her hands. Yu Xian irritably ran his fingers through his hair. Damn it, what is this? Du Daxiong scratched the back of his head, saying innocently, how about I try using my earth ability? Yu Xian, Daxiong, what good is your earth ability? Don't make things worse. Lang Kai shook his head. No need, this is clearly beyond our capabilities. The members of Team B5 exchanged helpless glances and began to gather information on Li Yangxiang's symptoms. Lang Kai meticulously recorded every detail, his expression growing increasingly grave. It doesn't seem like a mental ability. The group fell silent, merely standing by, listening to their captain's assessment. After collecting the information, Team B5 prepared to leave. Li Tianxiang watched the departing group, clenching his fists. To him, these people were completely half-hearted. Turning to look at his brother's pained and twisted face, his heart ached like a knife. Is there really no way? He trembled as he picked up the handgun from the pillow and aimed it at Li Yangxiang's temple. I'm sorry, brother, but I can only end your suffering this way. He pulled the trigger, and the gunshot echoed in the room. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The bullet pierced through Li Yangxiang's skull but failed to take his life. Blood gushed from the wound, and Li Yangxiang continued to moan in agony. Li Tianxiang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at everything happening before him. He frantically grabbed the fruit knife from the bedside and plunged it fiercely into Li Yangxiang's heart. The blade sank into the chest, blood gushed out, yet it still couldn't end Li Yangxiang's life. What is going on? Li Yangxiang, on the side, looked at his brother with a dazed expression. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would kill me? Why do you lack the strength to kill? Li Tianxiang collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with shock and confusion. His fingers trembled slightly. This man, who always prided himself on being clever, now resembled a lost child. Li Tianxiang's gaze wandered over his brother Li Yangxiang's pained and twisted face, his heart swirling with complex emotions. He tried various methods to end his brother's suffering, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't free Li Yangxiang. Each attempt only added to Li Yangxiang's pain, as an invisible force obstructed his death. Cold sweat beaded on Li Tianxiang's forehead, and an unprecedented fear rose within him. Yangxiang, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you well. Li Tianxiang murmured, his voice filled with regret. He sat on the ground for a long time, trembling as he picked up his phone and dialed a secret number. I need your help, no matter the cost. Kill Guran. After several transfers, a deep voice came from the other end. How much? Li Tianxiang gritted his teeth. 1 billion, as long as you can kill Guran, the price is negotiable. After hanging up, the flames of revenge ignited in Li Tianxiang's eyes. Guran, I will make you pay in blood for your debts. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of Baishui City, Lei Xiong was leisurely leaning against the wall, small currents dancing at his fingertips. His gaze swept across the phone screen, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A 1 billion bounty? Interesting. Lei Xiong stood up, exuding a restless energy. Although it's not much money, it's a good opportunity to stretch my muscles. I heard the B5 team is nearby. How about we take care of them together? His body was covered in scars, excitement flickering in his eyes. Guran, I hope you can give me some fun. Lei Xiong looked at the information Li Tianxiang had sent on his phone, then vanished into the shadows. At this moment, Guran had returned home, comfortably sitting in his apartment in Icon International Community. He savored the rich red wine, admiring the city view outside the window, completely unaware that the brotherly obsessed Li Tianxiang had hired an A-level ability user to kill him. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill crept over him. Guran frowned, set down his wine glass, and walked to the window. Calculating the time, the official should have noticed him by now, right? Then, Guran checked his system. Reward system, 1. 0 name, Guran gender, male title, Simpku ability, 8 extremes fist, master level, physical enhancement, medical skills, divine level, skills, traditional craft, master level, vomiting technique, eternal curse system backpack, sister doll stockings *1, Porsche 911 Bumblebee edition, divine needle, divine level, current assets, 6,837,823. 98 yuan evaluation. Don't curse me, I won't say you're a simp, please. Guran? System? What do you mean? Get out here. Can't get through, right? And when can I change this broken title? Guran fiddled around, the system interface flickering uncertainly, but he could never find the option to change his title, let alone a way to obtain a new one. He sighed helplessly. This system was truly a love-hate relationship. Then, Guran opened a few short videos, scrolling through them absent-mindedly. As expected, it was another monetary reward. The system balance suddenly jumped to over 7 million. For him now, this money was already enough to squander. His luck had been a bit poor these past 2 days, with random rewards being useless items. At this rate, he would soon be reduced to collecting scraps. System, can you be a bit more generous? How about some exciting items or abilities? Guran sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, shaking a glass of rich red wine in his hand, unable to help but complain to the system. Suddenly, a chill surged through him again, and Guran frowned slightly, putting down his wine glass. The next second, a deafening sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the room. A figure burst through the window like a flash of lightning, instantly turning Guran's apartment into a stormy battlefield. The newcomer was wrapped in dazzling blue electricity, with fierce light flickering in his eyes. He arrogantly scanned the surroundings, finally locking his gaze on Guran, who was still sitting on the sofa. I am Thunderbear, an A-class ability user. The intruder roared, his voice filled with arrogance about his own power. 1 billion for your worthless life. Today is your day to die. Faced with such a boastful declaration, Guran merely tilted his head slightly, a look of confusion on his face. Ability user? He stood up slowly, feigning puzzlement as he asked, Thunderbear? Never heard of it. 1 billion? Are you sure you have the right person? Do I look like I'm worth a billion? Guran then thought to himself that he never really believed there were people with special abilities in this world, and thankfully, he hadn't gone too overboard with the system's items. He had no idea how strong the self-proclaimed A-class ability user in front of him was. If it came down to it, he could use the vomiting technique combined with the eternal curse. After all, the system had rewarded him with too few self-defense methods. It seemed he needed to brush up on a skill that could eliminate threats directly next time. Returning to his thoughts, Guran looked down at his attire and then raised his head. With a sincere expression, he said to Thunderbear, my entire outfit doesn't even add up to 250. Why don't you double-check your target? Thunderbear was completely enraged by Guran's ignorance and flippancy. He sneered coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Still talking tough when death is at your doorstep. I might have seen your profile, let me show you the power of thunder. Before his words fell, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his fingertips, heading straight for Guran. The air was filled with a sharp smell of ozone, and the crackling of electricity was incessant. However, just as the lightning was about to strike Guran, his figure suddenly became blurry, as if blown away by the wind. In the next moment, Guran was effortlessly standing at the other end of the room, still holding the glass of wine that had not spilled. Oh no, I almost spilled my drink. Guran exaggeratedly sighed, gently swirling the wineglass. I paid a hefty price for this. La fight. Thunderbear's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the unscathed Guran, his eyes reflecting Guran's calm figure as if he had seen a ghost. His anger was instantly ignited, and the electricity around him surged, enveloping the entire room in blinding lightning. You're seeking death. Thunderbear roared, waving his hands, and countless bolts of lightning rained down densely upon Guran. Guran's gaze suddenly sharpened, as keen as a hawk, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Thunderbear, his speed so fast that the air let out a sharp whistle. His fist, wrapped in a powerful gust of wind, exploded forth like a cannonball. 8 extremes fist. Guran shouted, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, the wind from his punch howling, scattering all the surrounding lightning. Bang! 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 Each punch was incredibly precise, like a hammer striking an anvil, producing a dull thud, effortlessly dismantling Thunderbear's attacks, and the air was filled with the turbulent currents generated by the force of his punches. In Lei Xiong's eyes, Guran's fists came crashing down like mountains, carrying an unmatched might. Each punch felt like the scythe of death, suffocating him, and he could even smell the scent of fear emanating from himself. Seeing Gu Rant's information, I thought he was just a small fry who happened to have abilities. Lei Xiong was completely shocked by Gu Rant's strength, as if his body had been struck by a giant hammer. Each punch made his insides churn, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and he stared wide-eyed in disbelief, stammering, You can actually catch my lightning with your bare hands? Who exactly are you? Gu Ran lightly brushed off non-existent dust from his body, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, like death staring at its prey. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. He stepped forward, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Now I'll give you a chance. Tell me who sent you, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. Although Lei Xiong was shocked, he still refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he said, Oof, want to know? Beat me first. With that, he waved his hands, unleashing a more powerful lightning attack, enveloping the entire room in blinding lightning. However, in that split second, a silver needle gleaming with a cold light appeared in Gu Rant's hand, radiating a chilling aura, like a venomous snake waiting to strike. His figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Lei Xiong, his speed so fast it was hard to catch. Gu Ran shouted, and the silver needle shot out like lightning, accurately piercing a pressure point on Lei Xiong. The moment the needle pierced, Lei Xiong felt a sharp pain radiating from the point, quickly spreading throughout his body. The lightning in his eyes dimmed instantly, replaced by endless terror and agony. The lightning that had been rampaging around him became like wild horses that had lost control, running amok before finally dissipating into starlight in the air. Crackle! A jarring sound of electricity echoed in the room, and the air was filled with a pungent burnt smell. Ah! Lei Xiong let out a piercing scream, his body slammed to the ground by an invisible hand, sprawled out and utterly defeated. His body, once wrapped in lightning, now twitched violently like a sieve, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at his bones. How is this possible? Terror and disbelief filled Lei Xiong's eyes, his once fierce face now twisted like a demon. I can't feel my abilities anymore? He desperately tried to summon his powers, but the lightning that usually responded to his every command now felt like a stone sinking into the sea, completely unresponsive. It was a feeling akin to suddenly losing one's limbs, leaving only endless emptiness and fear. Just moments ago, Gu Ran had caught his lightning bare-handed, which he could barely accept, as some highly defensive ability users could do that. Moreover, as a fugitive from the Tianqing organization, he had encountered strong enemies over the years, but he had always managed to escape danger with his powerful strength and cunning tactics. But now, Gu Rant's silver needle was like the scythe of death, easily severing his proud abilities. Stop! I'll talk! Lei Xiong finally broke down, like a venomous snake with its fangs pulled, completely losing its threat. He trembled as he spoke, each word squeezed out from his throat, heavy with a sobbing tone and fear. It's Li Tianxiang. He offered 10 billion. For your life. Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction, a playful smile appearing on his face. He slowly stepped forward, looking down at the who was sprawled on the ground like a pile of mud, and delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. S body stiffened, then he slumped down, completely losing consciousness. Stood up, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes, as if he were pondering some important strategic decision. Li Tianxiang? Could it be Li Yongxiang's brother? The name stirred a ripple in his mind, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He muttered to himself, so I dealt with the younger one, and now the older one shows up. A cold smile crept onto his lips, and a hint of ruthlessness flickered in his gaze. It seems I can't be soft-hearted, I must be decisive in killing. Looked at the mess in the room and the unconscious lying to the side. This really brings me trouble. As pushed open the door, carrying a shopping bag full of fresh vegetables, the scene before her made her gasp in shock. The disheveled furniture, shattered glass, and the unfamiliar man lying unconscious on the floor all told the story of a fierce struggle that had just taken place. Gaze darted around the room in panic, finally landing on, who was leisurely sitting on the sofa, savoring his wine. Boss, what happened here? Gently set down his wine glass. Oh, a little thief came by, and I knocked him out. Boss, are you okay? Admiration instantly sparkled in S eyes, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Boss, you are amazing. Unable to contain herself, threw herself into S' arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. Enjoyed the warmth of the girl in his embrace, feeling secretly pleased. His hand inadvertently slid over S' waist, and he marveled inwardly, this feeling is really nice. However, this warm atmosphere did not last long. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, followed by the door being flung open. 4 individuals in black uniforms filed in, their eyes alert and sharp, ready to respond to any potential danger. The 4 were members of the B5 team who had just come from S side and had been monitoring S situation, only to suddenly detect a strong fluctuation of supernatural energy nearby. The leader scanned the room with piercing eyes, finally fixing his gaze on. We sensed a strong electrical fluctuation here, we ask for Mr. S cooperation in our investigation. S voice was steady, raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he asked, "You know me?" Did not answer directly but continued to press, "Mister, could you explain what happened here?" Put on an innocent expression. "What electrical fluctuation?" "There isn't any. I just been at home sleeping, didn't hear anything." The members of the B5 team exchanged glances, filled with suspicion and confusion. At that moment, S exclamation broke the silence, "Captain, isn't this the we've been hunting? How did he end up here?" The other three looked at the unconscious lying under the sofa, stroked his chin, pondering, could it be S doing? But the data shows he is only a mental or mysterious type. S gaze flickered between and the unconscious, finally unable to resist asking, "Mister, are you really a supernatural being? Are you a mental type?" Looked at the somewhat naive, still maintaining his innocent expression. "What supernatural being? I'm not. I'm just an ordinary person. Maybe this little thief came into my house and accidentally knocked himself out." S gaze sharpened further, staring at, but a storm of thoughts churned within him. This seemingly ordinary young man had easily subdued the A-level supernatural being. He was definitely not simple. Moreover, Li Yongxiang's aging is definitely related to him. Given their current abilities, this operation is too reckless. If Gu Ran in front of them has murderous intent, even if he can take out Gu Ran, the other three members of his team might still die. Lang Kai took a deep breath and decided to confess everything. "Mr. Gu, to be honest, we are the B5 team of the official ability user organization, Tianqing. We have investigated you before and found that you have unexplained sources of assets, and you are also related to Li Yongxiang's aging condition." Upon hearing this, Gu Ran was taken aback. The sand sculpture system indeed has asset issues. How could the changes in bank balance not be discovered by the authorities? Forget it, no need to dwell on this for now. Lang Kai continued, "If after the investigation, you have no criminal record, we can invite you to join Tianqing. Of course, it's fine if you don't want to join, as long as you abide by the law. But in any case, we need to officially record your ability information." Gu Ran's mind raced as he considered his response. He remained silent for a moment, frowning slightly. Although he was confident in his abilities, he couldn't help but feel some concerns when facing the official organization Tianqing. Lang Kai noticed Gu Ran's hesitation and softened his expression a bit. "Gu Ran, I know you might have some resistance to official organizations, but Tianqing is really not what you imagine." Lang Kai spoke sincerely. "We have many welfare policies, such as providing high-end apartments, dedicated training facilities, and even exclusive medical teams." Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. These benefits were indeed good for ordinary ability users, but unnecessary for him. He remained cautious. "Sounds good, but I prefer a free and easy life." Lang Kai smiled and continued, "I understand your thoughts. Actually, joining Tianqing won't completely restrict your freedom. We have an internal forum for ability users where you can exchange experiences with others and even trade some special items, which is very helpful for enhancing abilities." Special items? Gu Ran became interested. Like what? "For example, potions that can enhance abilities, or some defensive equipment," Lang Kai explained. "These are not available in the ordinary market. Moreover, we also have regular ability user exchange meetings where you can meet many like-minded friends." Gu Ran nodded thoughtfully. He had to admit that these were indeed attractive, but he still hesitated. "Sounds good. However, your recruitment is quite sincere." A flicker of interest passed through Gu Ran's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "However, I still need to think this over carefully." Lang Kai smiled understandingly. "I understand. Of course, I completely understand. This is indeed an important decision. I just hope you can understand that Tianqing is not an organization that restricts ability users, but a platform that allows everyone to grow together and help each other." Gu Ran looked at Lang Kai thoughtfully, feeling a bit shaken inside. Without constraints, he could better understand the state of abilities in this world. He began to seriously consider the possibility of joining Tianqing, while also weighing his own situation and future plans. "All right," Gu Ran finally said, "I will think about it seriously." Lang Kai showed an understanding smile. "Of course, you have plenty of time to consider. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. By the way, you can add me on WeChat, and we will contact you later to go to a designated place to test your ability level." "Okay, no problem." Gu Ran nodded. Meanwhile, Yu Xian looked at the unconscious Lei Xiong on the ground. "Captain, what about this wanted criminal Lei Xiong?" Lang Kai signaled to his team members to handcuff Lei Xiong with special ability handcuffs, then turned to Gu Ran. "Mr. Gu, according to our internal regulations, your assistance in capturing an A-level wanted criminal will earn you a corresponding reward. The specific amount will be notified to you later, and your personal points will also increase accordingly." Gu Ran chuckled lightly. "Then thank you very much." Yu Xian couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Gu, How did you subdue him? He is an A-level lightning ability user, after all. Gu Ran waved his hand dismissively, just a little trick, nothing worth mentioning. By the way, I have some interesting information that might be useful to you. A glimmer of interest flashed in Leng Kai's eyes. Oh? What information? Gu Ran leaned closer to Leng Kai and whispered, Li Tianxiang, you should be familiar with this name, right? Leng Kai's expression instantly turned serious. You mean? Gu Ran nodded. That's right, it's the assassin he sent. Leng Kai pondered for a moment, then said solemnly, Mr. Gu, this information is extremely important. We will launch an immediate investigation. If it is confirmed that he hired them, we will deal with it strictly. Gu Ran said no more, just nodded silently. He thought to himself that 3 days were almost up. Li Yongxiang probably didn't have much time left, did he? He still had the mind to look for an assassin? In the cold, eerie hospital room, Li Yongxiang lay on the bed, his face already shriveled like dry tree bark, his eye sockets sunken, and his lips cracked. His body trembled incessantly, as if enduring unspeakable pain. Li Tianxiang sat by the bedside, tightly holding his brother's hand, his eyes filled with sorrow and confusion. Brother, I can't help you. Bro, hurt. It hurts so much. Li Yongxiang struggled to utter a few words, each one seeming to be squeezed out from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and despair. His voice was hoarse like a broken bellows, each syllable trembling with heartbreaking anguish. Just then, Li Yongxiang's body suddenly convulsed violently, letting out a piercing scream. Li Tianxiang panicked and directly called for help. Doctor! Hurry, someone! However, it was all too late. By the time the doctors rushed in, Li Yongxiang had already stopped breathing. His body lay quietly on the bed, limbs twisted at a strange angle, eyes still wide open, pupils dilated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before dying. The expression of pain and fear on his face was frozen, like a distorted oil painting, forever captured in that moment. Li Tianxiang stood there in a daze, as if his soul had been drawn out. His gaze was hollow and lifeless, his face devoid of any expression, like a cold statue. Suddenly, a glimmer of madness flashed in his eyes, filled with shock, sorrow, and endless rage. He slowly turned around, facing the window, tightly clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms, oozing traces of blood. His teeth ground together with a crunching sound, as if he wanted to crush something. Gu Ran! He squeezed out these 2 words through clenched teeth, each one sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent. I will make you pay in blood for your debts. I will make you experience all the pain in this world. I will make sure you die a horrible death. Meanwhile, in Gu Ran's apartment, congratulations, host, for successfully killing Li Yongxiang. Reward, system upgrade. The crisp system notification echoed in Gu Ran's mind, and a cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This is the consequence of offending me, Gu Ran murmured softly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Waiting for the system upgrade to complete. Ding, upgrade complete, some bugs have been fixed, and a new lottery function has been added. The system interface suddenly became dazzling, the function bar completely refreshed. Gu Ran curiously clicked on the newly added lottery feature, and the system immediately provided an explanation. The lottery feature can randomly draw various rewards, including skills, items, abilities, etc. The lottery draws can only be obtained by completing system tasks or killing an enemy, earning 1 draw each time. Interesting, Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. Draw. As the interface's wheel glimmered, the result was revealed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a god-level skill, Charming Eye. Charming Eye skill description. Charming Eye can release a charm power on the target, making them develop a fondness for the host, even obeying their commands. After reading the skill description, Gu Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is simply a tool for picking up girls. He whispered excitedly, then turned his gaze to Song Qin beside him. Come, darling, look into my eyes, Gu Ran said softly, activating the Charming Eye. Song Qin was caught off guard as she met Gu Ran's gaze. His eyes were like deep whirlpools, radiating an irresistible charm. She immediately felt her heart race, like a startled deer, her cheeks flushed as if on fire. She unconsciously leaned closer to Gu Ran, her body trembling slightly, her voice sweet and sticky like honey. Boss. No, Gu Ran. I suddenly realize, you are really charming. Gu Ran watched Song Qin's intoxicated expression, feeling secretly pleased. It was as if he had taken control of someone else's soul, giving him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He reached out to wrap his arm around Song Qin's slender waist, the touch as smooth as silk, making his heart race as he whispered in her ear, his voice ambiguous and magnetic. So, are you willing to do anything for me? Song Qin trembled slightly, her body feeling as if struck by electricity, and she softly replied, her voice like a mosquito's buzz yet filled with determination, as long as it's what you want, I'm willing. Gu Ran smiled proudly, thinking to himself, this skill is indeed powerful, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want in the future? Just then, Gu Ran's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, frowning slightly. Tianqing Cold Kai's call. Cold Kai's expression suddenly turned serious, his brow furrowed. He took a deep breath, seemingly weighing how to begin. Gu Ran, there's something I must tell you. Cold Kai's tone became heavy. Li Yongsheng is dead. Gu Ran was taken aback for a moment. Although he already knew about it, he still pretended to be unaware and replied, Li Yongsheng? I'm not clear. What happened? Cold Kai sighed. We're still investigating the specific details. However, the situation is somewhat complicated. Li Yongsheng's brother seems to have used some connections, and the radicals within Tianqing want to pin some charges on you. Gu Ran's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? It means someone wants to link Li Yongsheng's death to you, Cold Kai explained. Although there is no evidence, they plan to take this opportunity to investigate you. Gu Ran sneered. To add a crime. What excuse is there to lack? Cold Kai nodded. Exactly, that's why both Director Ding and I are very worried. We are conservatives and don't want to see innocent people harmed. So, Gu Ran raised an eyebrow and asked, for your safety, Director Ding, and I suggest you come to headquarters to test your ability type and level, Cold Kai said seriously. This way, we will have enough reason to protect you and prove your innocence. Gu Ran pondered for a moment, saying, Are you so sure I'm innocent? Cold Kai smiled. I trust my judgment. Moreover, Director Ding appreciates you as well. We all believe you are not that kind of person. Gu Ran fell silent for a moment, contemplating the situation before him. He knew that if he did not take action, those who wanted to frame him might escalate their efforts. Upon accepting the test, although it might expose some abilities, it would also reveal who wanted to pin the blame on him, and for that, he could only apologize. Alright, Gu Ran finally made up his mind. I agree to take the test. However, I hope to get your assurance that the test results will not be used to restrict my freedom. Lang Kai nodded solemnly. I assure you in the name of Tianqing Team B5 that the test results will only be used to prove your innocence and provide necessary protection. We will never use it to limit your freedom. Gu Ran looked into Lang Kai's sincere eyes and smiled slightly. So, when do we start? If possible, let's set off now, Lang Kai said. The sooner, the better. This way, we can quell those unfavorable rumors as quickly as possible. Gu Ran nodded. Alright, send me the address. Following the address provided by Lang Kai, Gu Ran stepped into the Tianqing branch in Baishui City. It was a massive base hidden underground, with streamlined metal walls shimmering with a cool blue light, and the air was filled with a faint scent of disinfectant, interwoven with some unknown energy fluctuations. Inside the base, a maze of intersecting corridors extended in all directions, with staff in uniform bustling about, their steps hurried and expressions serious. Gu Ran observed quietly, a surge of inexplicable excitement rising within him, as if he had stepped into a scene from a science fiction movie. Lang Kai led Gu Ran forward, and the staff along the way turned to glance at them, their eyes filled with curiosity and inquiry. After all, it was rare for someone to be personally received by Lang Kai. Who is this person? Lang is personally bringing him in, he looks unfamiliar. A young team member whispered to his companion. I don't know, but he seems to have quite the background. The companion shook his head, his gaze still fixed on Gu Ran. Why do I feel like he looks a bit familiar? Another team member scratched his head, seemingly trying to recall something. Could it be the one who's been making waves recently? Gu Ran? Suddenly, a voice chimed in, tinged with uncertainty. Gu Ran? Which Gu Ran? Which else could it be? It's the one who sent Li Yongsheng to the underworld and made Li Tianqiang suffer. Hiss. It's him? What is he doing here? I don't know, but judging by the situation, it seems something big is about to happen. Whispers echoed throughout the base, Gu Ran's name spreading like a plague, adding an even more eerie atmosphere to the already tense environment. Gu Ran took in all the discussions, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was curious to see what kind of dragon's den this Tianqing was. After passing through several heavy metal doors, Lang Kai brought Gu Ran to a spacious room. In the center of the room stood a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, hands clasped behind his back, facing away from them. Although it was just a silhouette, it exuded an imposing presence. Director Ding, I've brought the person, Lang Kai spoke, his tone carrying a hint of respect. The middle-aged man slowly turned around, revealing a resolute face. He was Ding Mingi, the head of the Baishui City Administrative Office and also the leader of Tianqing. Ding Mingi's gaze fell on Gu Ran, a barely perceptible glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes, as if he found Gu Ran intriguing. He scrutinized Gu Ran from head to toe, as if trying to see through him. You are Gu Ran? Ding Mingi asked, his voice deep and authoritative. Yes, Gu Ran replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Ding Mingi smiled slightly, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. I heard you've done quite a few earth-shattering things recently. Oh, it's nothing much, just some minor skirmishes, Gu Ran said modestly. Minor skirmishes? Ding Ningyi raised an eyebrow. To be able to forcefully family father and son to that extent is not something just anyone can achieve. Director Ding, you flatter me. Gu Ran maintained a humble demeanor. Alright, let's skip the pleasantries. Ding Ningyi waved his hand. I called you here today mainly to conduct a comprehensive test on you. Test? Gu Ran's heart stirred, knowing the main event was about to begin. That's right. Ding Ningyi nodded. We need to understand your true strength in order to better arrange your position. Of course, as long as you cooperate, the benefits will be yours. Ding Ningyi's tone was filled with temptation, as if hinting at something. Gu Ran sneered inwardly. This old fox was indeed trying to win him over. However, he still said calmly on the surface, Director Ding, rest assured, I will cooperate fully. Very good. Ding Ningyi nodded in satisfaction. Zhao Gang, take Gu Ran to do the test. As soon as he finished speaking, a muscular bald man emerged from the corner. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles like steel, exuding a fierce aura. Yes, Director. Zhao Gang replied in a deep voice, his gaze cutting like a knife towards Gu Ran. Gu Ran felt a strong hostility. He knew that Zhao Gang was likely sent by Ding Ningyi to test him. Gu Ran, right? Zhao Gang approached Gu Ran, looking down at him. I heard you can fight quite well. Just a bit of knowledge. Gu Ran replied lightly. Humph. Just a bit of knowledge? Zhao Gang sneered. I want to see just how much you really have. With that, he swung a powerful punch straight at Gu Ran's face. The punch was heavy and forceful, accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it would explode the air. Gu Ran's eyes narrowed, his body slightly shifted, easily dodging the punch. Interesting. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Gang's eyes, and he threw another punch. Gu Ran remained calm, effortlessly evading again. Is dodging all you can do? Zhao Gang roared, his fists raining down like raindrops. Gu Ran moved like a ghost, weaving through Zhao Gang's attacks with ease. The warm-up is over. Gu Ran suddenly spoke. What? Zhao Gang was taken aback, not yet reacting when he felt a tremendous force coming at him. Gu Ran struck out with a palm, hitting Zhao Gang squarely in the chest. Bang! Zhao Gang's massive body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the wall. Poof! Zhao Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. You! He struggled to get up but found himself completely powerless. Thank you for the lesson. Gu Ran smiled faintly and turned to leave. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even ruffle his clothes. Is this over? Zhao Gang is a B-level ability user, and he was defeated just like that? What kind of monster is this Gu Ran? The onlookers were dumbfounded, each with their mouths agape, enough to fit an egg. A hint of shock also flashed in Ding Ningyi's eyes. He hadn't expected Gu Ran's strength to be so formidable. Good, very good. Ding Ningyi clapped his hands. Gu Ran, your strength truly did not disappoint me. Next, we will conduct the formal test. The first item is the strength test. Ding Ningyi pointed to a massive dynamometer. Zhao Gang, you go first. Yes. Zhao Gang, enduring the pain, walked to the dynamometer, took a deep breath, and suddenly threw a punch. Boom! The dynamometer let out a loud noise, the needle spinning wildly before finally stopping at an astonishing number. 10,000 kilograms. Truly worthy of Zhao Gang, a single punch reached 10,000 pounds. Too strong. The onlookers exclaimed in amazement. Zhao Gang looked at Gu Ran with a smug glance, as if to say, Kid, see this? This is my strength. Gu Ran scoffed and casually threw a punch at the measuring device. Crack! With a crisp sound, the measuring device exploded into a pile of fragments. The crowd was dumbfounded, each person petrified in place. The measuring device is broken? How is that possible? How much strength did he use? A monster. Definitely a monster. Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. The strength he prided himself on was utterly inadequate before Gu Ran. The second test, speed test. Ding Ningyi's voice rang out again. This time, Zhao Gang transformed into a blur, sprinting rapidly across the testing ground. His speed was so extreme that it was difficult to capture with the naked eye. 10 seconds. A new base record. So fast. He's simply not human. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Zhao Gang looked at Gu Ran with pride, as if to say, Kid, can you be faster than me? Gu Ran curled his lip, his figure flickering, and he vanished from sight. The next second, he appeared at the finish line, leisurely sipping a cup of tea. Teleportation. How is that possible? Is he really human? The crowd was completely stunned, each person looking as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Gang nearly ground his teeth in frustration. The speed he was proud of seemed like that of a snail compared to Gu Ran. The third test, mental strength test. Ding Ningyi's voice trembled slightly. He had already realized that Gu Ran's strength far exceeded his imagination. Zhao Gang's mental strength took the form of a fierce tiger, roaring as it charged at Gu Ran. Gu Ran's mental strength transformed into a giant dragon, swallowing the tiger whole. Ah! Zhao Gang screamed, blood oozing from his 7 orifices as he collapsed unconscious. This. The crowd was at a loss for words. They had never seen such powerful mental strength. With Zhao Gang lying unconscious, the live test came to an end. Afterwards, Ding Mingyi brought Gu Ran to a room where a huge device filled with various buttons and indicator lights stood in the center. This is our ability level assessment device, the most advanced equipment available, Ding Mingyi introduced. It can accurately assess the level of a supernatural being. Oh, so impressive? Gu Ran looked at the device with interest. Yes, just stand in the middle of the device and relax. We will conduct a comprehensive scan of you, Ding Mingyi said. Gu Ran complied and stood in the center of the device. Ding Mingyi activated the machine, and beams of light shot out, enveloping Gu Ran. Starting assessment, Ding Mingyi announced. The indicator lights on the device began to flicker, and lines of data appeared on the screen. Energy fluctuation detection in progress. Mental strength intensity detection in progress. Cell activity detection in progress. Supernatural attribute analysis in progress. Level assessment in progress. Assessment result, D level. Finally, the device provided the assessment result. D level? Ding Mingyi was stunned. How is that possible? Your strength is clearly far beyond D level. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. They were all members of Tianqing, having come to check on the commotion. What's going on? Has the assessment result come out? A burly man asked. It has, D level, Ding Mingyi replied. D level? Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted from the crowd. This kid is only a D level? I thought he was really powerful. Exactly, he just beat Zhao Gang like that. I thought he was at least a B level. Isn't it just laughable? A D level dares to be arrogant in front of a sky tilt? The crowd buzzed with discussions, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain as they looked at Gu Ran. Gu Ran, you. Ding Mingyi wanted to explain but was interrupted by Gu Ran. Director Ding, are you sure this rating system isn't broken? How about you test it again? Gu Ran maintained a calm demeanor, a hint of mockery in his tone. Ding Mingyi's face turned red. This is the latest introduced rating system, absolutely accurate. We have adopted the most advanced. He began to explain, throwing out a bunch of technical terms in an attempt to prove its authority. Gu Ran's strength is definitely more than D level. Lin Kai stepped forward, questioning the accuracy of the rating system. I demand a retest. Lin Kai, are you questioning the organization's decision? A sarcastic voice rang out. It was Zhao Gang, his head wrapped in bandages, looking at Gu Ran with a face full of resentment. I just think there might be a problem with this rating system, Lin Kai said. I think you've been bewitched by this kid. Zhao Gang sneered. I propose that I fight Gu Ran again. Let everyone see if he really is D level. Sure, Gu Ran readily accepted. It seemed he was still not done with the previous match, but we need to raise the stakes. What stakes? Zhao Gang asked. If you lose, you have to bark like a dog 3 times in public and crawl around the base, Gu Ran said. You! Zhao Gang's face turned pale, his teeth clenched tightly. What's wrong? Scared? Gu Ran smirked provocatively. Let's bet. Zhao Gang clenched his fists and shouted angrily. If I lose, I'll add I'm useless. He was full of confidence, believing he would win without a doubt. Alright, it's a deal, Gu Ran said. The two returned to the training ground of the base, ready to engage in battle once more. Gu Ran, this time I will definitely show you my strength. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. Oh, is that so? Aren't you the one who lost before? Gu Ran replied nonchalantly. Zhao Gang took a deep breath, his gaze becoming sharp. He no longer hesitated, swinging his arms fiercely, and in an instant, several visible sharp wind blades formed in the air. Go! He shouted, and the wind blades whistled out, slicing through the air from different angles towards Gu Ran. Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, his figure swaying, as if he had transformed into a shadow, weaving through the gaps between the wind blades. Too slow, he said lightly, each word striking Zhao Gang's heart like a small hammer. Zhao Gang's expression darkened, his right hand clenched into a fist, and he suddenly thrust it forward. A more solid wind blade shot out, its speed several times faster than before, heading straight for Gu Ran's face. Gu Ran's eyes narrowed, his body slightly tilted, and the wind blade grazed his cheek, a few strands of hair severed in falling to the ground. Speed is too slow, power is too weak. Gu Ran spoke again, his tone laced with mockery. Zhao Gang trembled with anger, letting out a roar as he wildly swung his arms, countless wind blades pouring down on Gu Ran like a torrential rain. Gu Ran's figure danced among the wind blades, moving as if strolling leisurely, each time precisely avoiding the attacks. Alright, the warm-up is over. Guran suddenly stopped, speaking calmly. Next, I will get serious. Before his words fell, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of Zhao Gang, moving so fast that Zhao Gang had no time to react. Guran's gaze sharpened, and his right palm struck out fiercely, an overwhelming force surging forth. Zhao Gang felt a tremendous force hit him, as if he had been struck by a speeding truck, his body uncontrollably flying backward. Bang! He crashed heavily against the wall of the training ground, and the hard wall was actually smashed out, creating a large hole with debris flying everywhere. Puff! Zhao Gang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, and his body slid down to the ground, unconscious. Zhao Gang! A gasp arose from the crowd, and several people hurried over to check on Zhao Gang's condition. Guran slowly walked in front of Zhao Gang, looking down at him from above. You lost, he said, his voice not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. Zhao Gang struggled to open his eyes, filled with fear and unwillingness. He wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. Bark like a dog, crawl around the base, and don't forget to say I am trash, Guran calmly reminded him, as if discussing something trivial. Zhao Gang's face shifted between green and white. He knew he had completely failed this time, not only losing the battle but also his dignity. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had to fulfill the bet, or he would never be able to stand in the base again. Woof! 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 Zhao Gang used all his strength to let out 3 humiliating barks. Then, he braced himself and began to crawl around the base like a stray dog. I am trash. I am trash. He chanted weakly as he crawled, each word like a knife, stabbing at his heart. The crowd watched Zhao Gang's miserable state. Their expressions varied. Some were gloating, some were secretly shocked, and others felt a deep apprehension towards Guran. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Zhao Gang has his day too. This kid really brought it upon himself. Various voices of discussion surged like a tide towards Zhao Gang, completely drowning him. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Zhao Gang has his day too. This kid really brought it upon himself. Dingmingi, seeing this, had no choice but to rate Guran again. Let's test again, he said. Guran stood in the center of the instrument once more. Dingmingi activated the device, and the beam enveloped Guran again. Energy wave detection in progress. Mental strength intensity detection in progress. Cell activity detection in progress. Ability attribute analysis in progress. Level assessment in progress. Error, data overflow, unable to rate. Suddenly, a puff of black smoke erupted from the instrument's screen, displaying a line of text. What? What is going on? Dingmingi was stunned. The rating system is broken? The crowd exchanged glances, all feeling incredulous. Guran looked at the instrument in front of him and said, It seems that my strength is beyond what your instruments can measure. Dingmingi, could it be that the instrument really has a problem? Impossible, the instruments are strictly calibrated. There shouldn't be any errors. Then what is going on? I don't know, it's too strange. It's too terrifying. This Guran is definitely a dangerous person. Shoo, keep it down, don't let him hear you. Guran smiled slightly, remaining silent. He understood that he mainly relied on the skills and abilities of the system, so it was normal for their instruments not to detect him. This feeling was quite pleasant. The crowd dispersed. Guran, come with me. Director Ding kept Guran behind and took him to a secret room. Guran, I have seen your strength, Director Ding said straightforwardly. As long as you are willing to join my camp, I can provide all resources to help you enhance your strength. Whatever you want, I can give you. Director Ding's tone was filled with temptation. What kind of tone is this from Director Ding? Could it be a trap? Guran tensed up and quickly refused. I appreciate Director Ding's good intentions. Dingmingi saw Guran's strong refusal and shook his head helplessly. Guran, your strength has probably far exceeded our imagination. He turned to look at Guran, his eyes filled with admiration and expectation. How about this, you join us at Tianqing, and I'll arrange a special training session for you. How does that sound? Dingmingi paused, trained personally by our Tianqing's strongest instructor. Strongest instructor? Guran raised an eyebrow, male or female? Of course, it's a female, and a stunning beauty at that. Dingmingi smiled mysteriously. Her name is Sume, our ace, codename Black Widow, an S-class ability user. You'll meet her soon. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the training ground slowly opened. A woman with a hot figure and stunning beauty walked in with a seductive stride. She wore a tight black combat suit that showcased her curvaceous body perfectly. Her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, adding to her heroic demeanor. Her appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Guran couldn't help but glance a few more times. She's so hot, he silently praised. Sume walked up to everyone, her red lips slightly parted. Hello everyone, I'm Sume, your instructor. Her voice was enchanting yet carried a hint of danger. I heard there's a very impressive newcomer here, someone who even defeated Zhao Gang? Sumei's gaze swept over the crowd, finally landing on Gu Ran. Is it you? Yes, it's me, Gu Ran replied calmly. I don't believe you're really that strong, unless, Sumei's lips curled into a playful smile, you can defeat me. Oh, Gu Ran looked at Sumei with interest. How do you want to compete? Very simple, if you can take 3 of my moves, I'll consider you the winner, Sumei said. Alright, then I'll experience the skills of the beautiful instructor. Gu Ran readily accepted the challenge. Sumei stopped talking, her figure flashed, and she instantly disappeared from her spot. The next second, she appeared behind Gu Ran, delivering a swift knife hand strike aimed at his neck. Gu Ran reacted quickly, slightly turning his body to easily dodge Sumei's attack. At the same time, he reached out with his right hand and caught Sumei's wrist. The two were in close contact, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit ambiguous. Seeing her attack fail, Sumei's eyes suddenly became dreamy. An invisible charm emanated from her, rushing towards Gu Ran. Gu Ran felt a wave of dizziness, as if he were about to drown in Sumei's gaze. However, he possessed the eye of enchantment himself, so Sumei's attack was ineffective against him. Yet, he pretended to be affected, his eyes becoming dazed. His body suddenly leaned forward, pinning Sumei against the wall. A classic wall slam. Instructor, your perfume smells really good, Gu Ran whispered in Sumei's ear. Sumei was both shy and angry. She didn't expect her charm technique to be ineffective against Gu Ran. Instead, she found herself at a disadvantage. You, let go of me. Sumei struggled to push Gu Ran away but found her strength so insignificant before him. Gu Ran's body was like a vice, firmly controlling her. Instructor, are you throwing yourself at me? Gu Ran's lips curled into a wicked smile. You, shameless. Sumei's face turned red with anger. I'll kill you. She struggled with all her might, but Gu Ran easily countered her efforts. He subdued her in various strange positions. Crack! Gu Ran twisted Sumei's hands behind her back. Crack! He then entwined her legs together. Instructor, do you want to continue? Gu Ran's voice carried a hint of mockery. Sumei completely gave up resisting. I admit defeat. You quickly let go of me. Her voice trembled slightly, her tone delicate, evoking sympathy. Gu Ran, seeing the situation was favorable, released Sumei. Instructor, I concede. He said with a smile, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. Sumei tidied her disheveled clothes and hair, her face still flushed. She glared at Gu Ran, feeling both hatred and fear towards him. Gu Ran, you are really strong. I admit I am not your opponent. Sumei took a deep breath to calm her emotions, then looked deeply at Gu Ran before turning to leave the training ground. Ding Mingy, seeing the test was over, walked over and patted Gu Ran on the shoulder. Gu Ran, you really opened my eyes. Sumei is the strongest instructor in our Tianqing, and you actually made her concede. That's impressive. Not at all, it was just luck. Gu Ran humbly replied. Ding Mingy said, don't be modest, we all see your strength. Gu Ran looked at Ding Mingy and said, by the way, since the test is over, I'll be leaving now. In such a hurry to go? Ding Mingy wanted to keep Gu Ran. How about staying to chat a bit more? No, I have things to do, let's talk next time. Gu Ran firmly declined Ding Mingy's kindness. Alright, Director Ding sighed. Since you insist, I won't force you, but I hope you remember, my door is always open for you. Thank you, Director Ding. Gu Ran cupped his hands and turned to leave. After leaving the base, Gu Ran reflected on the testing process, feeling secretly pleased. He had a relative evaluation of his own strength and a relative judgment for his future plans. Gu Ran returned to the Ikong International apartment, pushed the door open, and a fragrant aroma of food wafted in. Song Qian had prepared a lavish dinner, with braised pork, steamed fish, mapo tofu, all beautifully presented. Even more enticing was that Song Qian was wearing a thin silk nightgown, outlining her graceful figure, alluring and suggestive. Boss, you're back. Song Qian's voice was charming, her eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Ran felt a rush of warmth in his heart, almost losing control. Just then, Gu Ran's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Bai Shiyan, whom he had met before in the community. Why would she contact him? Did she want to ask him about medical skills? As the call connected, Gu Ran, help me. On the other end, Bai Shiyan's voice was filled with urgency and fear. I've been kidnapped. They want you to come alone, or they'll kill me. Bai Shiyan's voice grew weaker, as if the line could disconnect at any moment. Where are you? Gu Ran's heart sank, a surge of anger rising within him. At the abandoned warehouse in the west of the city. Bai Shiyan managed to say the address in fragments before the call was cut off. Gu Ran's face darkened ominously. He hadn't expected that just after resolving the issue with Li Yongxiang, another trouble would arise. Boss, what happened? Seeing Gu Ran's angry expression, Song Qian was very worried. It's nothing, you don't need to worry, Gu Ran said coldly, turning to leave. Boss, where are you going? It's dangerous like this. Song Qian tried to stop Gu Ran, but he ignored her completely. This is my personal matter, don't interfere. Gu Ran's voice was icy, sending a chill through Song Qian. She knew that Gu Ran was truly angry this time. With no other choice, Song Qian could only silently pray for Gu Ran. Following the clues provided by Bai Shiyan, Gu Ran arrived at the abandoned warehouse in the west of the city. The warehouse was dimly lit, the atmosphere eerie and terrifying. A musty and bloody smell permeated the air, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Ran, bold and skilled, charged right in. Inside the warehouse, several masked kidnappers were surrounding Bai Shiyan. Bai Shiyan was tightly bound, her mouth taped shut, tears filling her eyes. You must be Gu Ran? The leader of the kidnappers sneered upon seeing him. You've got some guts to come here alone. Gu Ran said nothing, merely gazing coldly at him. He activated his charming eye. The leader of the kidnappers immediately became dazed, feeling a strong affinity for Gu Ran. Let her go, Gu Ran commanded. To everyone's surprise, the leader obediently stepped forward and untied Bai Shiyan. Boss, are you crazy? The other kidnappers gasped in shock, drawing their weapons. What do you want? The leader shouted angrily. She is the most important person to me. Whoever dares to touch her, I will kill. Boss, you. The other kidnappers exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Gu Ran moved swiftly, easily dodging their attacks, then knocked each of them down with a punch. Ah! The kidnappers cried out in pain, rolling on the ground. After being rescued, Bai Shiyan threw herself into Gu Ran's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Gu Ran, thank you, thank you. She held him tightly, as if trying to merge herself into his body. Gu Ran softly comforted her, filled with tenderness. It's okay, it's okay. Who sent you? Gu Ran asked. I don't know. Bai Shiyan shook her head. I only remember that the leader received a phone call, and then. Gu Ran realized that there might be a larger conspiracy behind this kidnapping. Let's go back first, Gu Ran said. He took Bai Shiyan home, where her parents were immensely grateful to him. Boss, thank you so much. Bai Shiyan's father said excitedly. If it weren't for you, our Shiyan would. Yes, boss, you are our family's great benefactor. Bai Shiyan's mother added. If you ever need anything, just let us know. We will do our best to help. Uncle and auntie, you are too kind, Gu Ran replied. Shiyan and I are friends, and besides, the other party might have been after me. Bai Shiyan blushed, her affection for Gu Ran soaring. Gu Ran, thank you, she said softly. In the future, if anything happens, you can find me. Gu Ran nodded. It's getting late, you should rest early. After returning to his apartment, Gu Ran began to ponder the whole situation. He vaguely felt that the kidnapping incident was related to Li Yongxian's death. The mastermind could be Li Tianxiang or perhaps the radicals within Tianqing. It seems things are getting more complicated, Gu Ran murmured to himself. Back in his apartment, images of Bai Shiyan's kidnapping and the mysterious phone call received by the leader replayed in his mind. He felt that there was a huge conspiracy hidden behind this incident. Li Yongxian's death and Bai Shiyan's kidnapping. What is the connection between these two events? He muttered, his brow furrowed, like two sharp swords almost piercing the tranquility of the night. The radicals within Tianqing had always seen him as a thorn in their side, wanting to eliminate him quickly. But their methods shouldn't be so simple and crude, right? Gu Ran's mind was filled with doubts, like a tangled mess that only grew more chaotic the more he tried to sort it out. He decided to start with Li Tianxiang, investigating his whereabouts and recent activities. After all, Li Yongxian was Li Tianxiang's brother, and Li Yongxian's death was caused by his eternal curse. Gu Ran opened his phone, launched Douyin, and began scrolling through videos. This was his only way to obtain system rewards. On the screen, various videos flashed by rapidly, bizarre and dazzling. Suddenly, one video caught his attention. In the video, an old man dressed in a robe was performing a divination. The old man held a tortoise shell, chanting incantations, his expression solemn and dignified. Gu Ran's heart stirred. He needed a skill for divination right now, so he focused intently on the video, hoping to gain a reward from it. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out, and the system interface popped up. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Divination, beginner, can be used 3 times a day. Gu Ran felt a surge of joy. This was truly a timely gift. He couldn't wait to try out this new skill. Divine the whereabouts of Li Tianxiang, he silently chanted. In his mind, an image appeared. In the image, Li Tianxiang was sitting in a black sedan, driving towards an unfamiliar place. Outside the car window, the scenery rushed by, neon lights flickering, creating a bizarre night scene. Gu Ran observed carefully and found that the direction Li Tianxian was heading seemed to be a high-end club. Divine Li Tianxian's recent activities. He activated the divination skill again. In his mind, the image switched. Li Tianxian frequently entered and exited a secret club called Jin Bihuing, his movements very mysterious. At the entrance of the club, luxury cars were gathered, and well-dressed men and women came and went, a scene of indulgence and extravagance. Jin Bihuing. Gu Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. It seemed this club was the breakthrough point. He decided to investigate Jin Bihuing at night. As night fell and the lights came on, the Jin Bihuing club was brightly lit and bustling. At the entrance, various luxury cars were parked, showcasing the opulence and prestige of the place. Gu Ran, dressed in casual attire, felt out of place in this atmosphere. He stepped towards the club's entrance but was stopped by several burly men. "Stop!" one of the men bellowed. "This is a private club, not open to the public." Another man sized up Gu Ran, his eyes filled with disdain. Gu Ran smiled slightly and said nothing. He swayed his body, like a ghost, slipping through the gaps between the burly men. Bang! 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 A few muffled sounds echoed, and before the men could react, they were knocked to the ground by Gu Ran. They clutched their stomachs, groaning in pain, their eyes filled with terror. Gu Ran easily entered the club. Inside, the decor was luxurious, resplendent, resembling a palace. The hall was filled with voices, bustling with activity. In the dance floor, men and women embraced each other, wildly twisting their bodies, freely releasing their desires. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol and perfume, intoxicating. Gu Ran navigated through the crowd and arrived at the casino area. Here, it was even more lively. Around the gambling tables, people were gathered, their faces flushed with excitement as they shouted. The sounds of dice, chips, and cheers intertwined, creating a symphony of madness. Gu Ran approached a gambling table and joined the game. He played generously and quickly won a large sum of money. His actions caught the attention of the casino owner. A middle-aged man in a black suit walked over to Gu Ran. "Sir, you have quite the luck," the middle-aged man said with a forced smile. Gu Ran looked up and locked eyes with the man. His heart sank. This middle-aged man was actually Li Tianxiang. The two stared at each other, the tension palpable. The air seemed to freeze, and the surrounding noise seemed to vanish. "You are Gu Ran?" Li Tianxiang sneered, a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "The kidnapping case of Bai Shiyan was planned by me. The purpose was to draw you out." Li Tianxiang's eyes sparkled with a mad light, like a bloodthirsty beast. "My brother's death is definitely related to you, right?" Li Tianxiang gritted his teeth, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched jaws. "With Yangxian's death, I actually awakened my powers." Li Tianxiang grinned savagely, exuding a powerful aura. "Today, I will avenge my brother." Before his words fell, Li Tianxiang suddenly activated his powers. The entire casino instantly transformed into a strange space. The surroundings began to twist and distort, as if entering a bizarre dream. The gambling tables, chips, and crowd vanished, replaced by a void. Gu Ran felt as if he were caught in a massive whirlpool, his body spinning uncontrollably. "This is a domain?" Gu Ran was taken aback. He never expected that Li Tianxiang had awakened his powers, and it was a domain-type ability. Within the domain, Li Tianxiang was the master, he could control everything, while Gu Ran felt like an insect caught in a spider's web, unable to break free. "Ha ha ha!" Li Tianxiang laughed triumphantly. "Gu Ran, weren't you very powerful? Now, aren't you in my hands? Today, I will make you taste the agony of living worse than death." Li Tianxiang stepped closer to Gu Ran, his eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Gu Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He knew this was not the time to panic. He had to find a way to break Li Tianxiang's domain. "System, is there any way to break the domain?" he asked in his mind. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. The host can use Charming Eye to release charm power on the target, making them develop a favorable impression of the host, even obeying their commands. Charming Eye? Gu Ran's heart stirred. He immediately activated Charming Eye and looked at Li Tianxiang. Li Tianxiang suddenly felt a strange power surge into his mind. He looked at Gu Ran, his gaze gradually becoming dazed. What do you want?" Li Tianxiang spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Gu Ran remained silent, simply watching him. The power of Charming Eye was gradually eroding Li Tianxiang's will. "Let me go," Li Tianxiang murmured, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes slowly fading. In their place was confusion and submission. "Release the domain," Gu Ran commanded. To his surprise, Li Tianxiang obediently complied and released the domain. The surroundings instantly returned to normal. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the moonlight poured through the window, casting a cold glow on the ground. Gu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected Charming Eye to be so powerful that it could even break a domain. It seemed this skill was more formidable than he had imagined. What did you do to me? Li Tianxian regained his senses, looking at Gu Ran in terror, his voice trembling. He felt his mind was blank, as if he had been manipulated by someone. Gu Ran did not answer. He flickered and appeared before Li Tianxian like a ghost. He punched him in the abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Li Tianxian flew out like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Puff! Li Tianxian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. He clutched his stomach, curling up in pain, his body shaking violently, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! The sound echoed in the silent night sky like a wounded beast. You! Li Tianxian struggled to get up but found himself completely powerless, unable to move. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Gu Ran walked up to Li Tianxian, looking down at him with cold eyes. Why? Li Tianxian stared fiercely at Gu Ran, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Why, after awakening my powers, am I still no match for you? His voice was hoarse, laced with deep hatred. He couldn't understand why, despite having awakened powerful abilities, he still lost to Gu Ran. Gu Ran looked at him coldly, saying nothing. He knew that Li Tianxian's pride and self-esteem had been utterly destroyed. Gu Ran crouched down. He looked Li Tianxian in the eye. Speak, tell me everything you know. His tone was icy and brooked no argument. Li Tianxian had blood at the corner of his mouth. His eyes flickered with madness. Humph, do whatever you want. If I frown even once, it won't be. Before he could finish, Gu Ran interrupted. I didn't ask if you're a hero. Gu Ran smiled slightly. He activated the Charming Eye again. Instantly, Li Tianxian's gaze became dazed. His attitude took a complete 180-degree turn. Gu Dad, what do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know, without holding back. His voice was obsequious, resembling a tail-wagging puppy. Gu Ran sneered inwardly. This Charming Eye was indeed domineering. It could turn a tough man into an obedient servant in an instant. Who instructed you to kidnap Bai Shiyan? Or did you rush to seek revenge on me right after awakening your powers? There must be someone behind you, right? Gu Ran continued to ask. It's the radicals of Tianqing. Li Tianxian answered without hesitation. They want to use Bai Shiyan to force you to submit. Force me? I've only met Bai Shiyan once, and they want to use her to coerce me? Why not kidnap Song Qian? Gu Ran frowned, but then thought about it. Most of the time, Song Qian was with him, and they didn't have that opportunity. Then why do they want to force me? I don't know the specifics. Li Tianxian shook his head. I only know that they want to control you and make you work for them. They also mentioned a mysterious figure called Mr. K. Mr. K. Gu Ran's heart stirred. Who is this Mr. K? I don't know. Li Tianxian shook his head again. I only know that Mr. K holds a very high position within Tianqing. Even the leader of the radicals has to obey him. Gu Ran fell into deep thought. It seemed that this Mr. K was the true mastermind behind everything. He was hiding in the shadows, manipulating everything, and Li Tianxian was merely a pawn in his hands. The clues about Mr. K had come to a halt. Gu Ran felt a wave of irritation. He hated the feeling of being led around by the nose. The official organization was not a solid block. He needed to find out Mr. K's true identity as soon as possible. Otherwise, he and those around him would face danger. Just then, Gu Ran's phone rang. It was Song Qian calling. Boss, are you okay? On the other end, Song Qian's voice carried a hint of urgency. I saw the news that there was an explosion at Jinbihui. Gu Ran felt a warmth in his heart. This girl actually cared about him. I'm fine. Gu Ran briefly explained the situation. Just some minor troubles, already resolved. That's good. Song Qian sighed in relief, but her tone carried a hint of resentment. Boss, can you not take such risks in the future? If something happens to you, By the end, her voice even choked up a bit. Gu Ran sensed the unusual tone in Song Qian's voice. He teased, What? Are you afraid I'll be kidnapped? Song Qian fell silent for a moment. She said softly, I'm just worried about you. Her voice was very soft, yet it clearly reached Gu Ran's ears. Gu Ran's heart stirred. The girl, could it be that she has developed real feelings for herself? He cleared his throat and changed the subject. Alright, I have some things to take care of. I'll hang up first. Boss, please be safe. Song Qian replied obediently. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ran let out a long breath. He looked at Li Tianxian, who was lifeless on the ground, his gaze icy. Since you no longer have any value, then just die. Gu Ran lifted his foot and stomped down hard. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Li Tianxian's neck was crushed. His eyes widened in shock, unable to close even in death. Gu Ran had killed Li Tianxian. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a chance to draw from the reward system. Gu-ran felt a surge of joy. Finally, he could draw a prize. He immediately used the drawing opportunity. Ding! Congratulations, host, your divination skill has been upgraded to intermediate. You can now perform divination 5 times a day and conduct vague divination. Gu-ran's eyes lit up. The upgrade of the divination skill was great news. He couldn't wait to try the vague divination. Gu-ran closed his eyes. He input Mr. K into his mind. After a moment, a blurry figure appeared in his mind. The person was dressed in a black robe and wore a mask, obscuring their face. But judging from the figure and aura, it should be a man. Gu-ran opened his eyes. Although it was just a blurry image, it was still a breakthrough. At least he had a preliminary impression of Mr. K. Gu-ran walked out of the resplendent building. The night was deep, and the streets were deserted. A faint smell of blood lingered in the air. Gu-ran took a deep breath, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. He hailed a taxi and returned to his apartment. As soon as he entered, he saw Song Qian sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a silk nightgown, revealing her fair and long legs. Upon seeing Gu-ran return, Song Qian immediately stood up. "Boss, you're back." Her voice was gentle, tinged with concern. Gu-ran nodded. "Why are you still awake?" I was worried about you." Song Qian lowered her head and spoke softly. "Silly girl, I'm fine, aren't I?" Gu-ran walked over and gently ruffled Song Qian's hair. "It's late, go get some rest." Song Qian nodded obediently. She turned and walked towards the bedroom. As she reached the door, she suddenly stopped. Turning around, she looked at Gu-ran. "Boss, could you stay with me tonight?" Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of shyness and anticipation. Gu-ran was taken aback. He looked at Song Qian, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "All right," Gu-ran nodded gently. A look of surprise and joy spread across Song Qian's face. She quickly walked up to Gu-ran, stood on her tiptoes, and gently kissed his cheek. "Boss, you're so nice." After saying that, she turned and ran into the bedroom. Gu-ran touched his cheek where she had kissed him, feeling a ripple in his heart. This little girl was becoming bolder. However, this feeling seemed quite nice. Gu-ran walked into the bedroom. Song Qian was already lying on the bed. She had wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, leaving only her pretty face exposed. Upon seeing Gu-ran enter, a shy smile appeared on Song Qian's face. "Boss, you come here quickly." Her voice was charming, making one feel restless. Gu-ran walked to the bedside, looking at Song Qian. "Are you really ready?" Song Qian nodded gently. "I don't regret it." Gu-ran no longer hesitated. He took off his clothes and slipped under the covers, pulling Song Qian into his embrace. Feeling her soft body in his arms, Gu-ran's heart ignited with passion. He lowered his head and kissed Song Qian's red lips. Song Qian responded passionately. The two held each other tightly, as if they were about to merge into one. The night deepened, and the room was filled with springtime warmth. The next morning, Gu-ran woke up. He looked at the sleeping Song Qian in his arms, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Last night, the two had gone wild for an entire night. Gu-ran quietly got up, careful not to wake Song Qian. He walked to the window and pulled back the curtains. Sunlight poured into the room, warm and bright. Gu-ran took a deep breath, feeling refreshed. He took out his phone and began scrolling through videos. Ding! The system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, you have received your reward, 1 million cash." Gu-ran smiled slightly. This system really was thoughtful. Knowing he had worked hard last night, it specially sent him a little pocket money. Gu-ran got dressed and walked out of the bedroom. He went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At that moment, Song Qian also woke up. She was wearing Gu-ran's shirt, revealing her fair and long legs. Seeing Gu-ran busy in the kitchen, a hint of happiness appeared on Song Qian's face. "Boss, what are you making?" "Breakfast." Gu-ran turned back with a smile. "You can sleep a little longer. Breakfast will be ready soon." "I'm not sleepy anymore." Song Qian walked over to Gu-ran and hugged him from behind. "Boss, you are so good to me." "Silly girl, you are my woman. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Gu-ran gently patted Song Qian's hand. "Go wash up, then come over for breakfast." "Okay." Song Qian nodded obediently and turned to walk into the bathroom. Gu-ran continued making breakfast. Soon, a hearty breakfast was ready. The two sat at the dining table, eating breakfast and chatting. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. After finishing breakfast, Gu-ran took Song Qian to work. He needed to find out his true identity as soon as possible to completely resolve this hidden danger. Gu-ran decided to go out for a morning exercise, stretch his muscles, and sort out his thoughts. After all, the lead on Mr. K had broken, which made him a bit anxious. He strolled towards the community park, breathing in the fresh air and feeling the tranquility of the morning. In the park, many elderly people were already exercising, practicing Tai Chi, sword dancing, jogging, a scene full of vitality. Gu Ran walked slowly along the path, casually scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Bai Shurian. She stood under a willow tree, holding a delicate gift box, looking in Gu Ran's direction. The morning light outlined her soft features, and the breeze played with her hair, making her look like a beautiful painting. Gu Ran's heart stirred, and he quickened his pace towards her. Bai Shurian saw Gu Ran, her eyes brightening, revealing a surprised smile as she jogged over. Gu Ran, I've been waiting for you here for a long time. I couldn't get through to your phone. I heard from Grandpa that you often come here to exercise in the morning. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, like a lark. Gu Ran smiled. What's up? My phone was off last night. Bai Shurian explained that she had come to give Gu Ran a gift to thank him for saving her life. Gu Ran waved his hand. It was just a small effort. You don't need to be so polite. He added, the group that kidnapped you has been dealt with. However, Bai Shurian insisted on giving the gift, saying it was her parents' intention. Gu Ran, helpless, had to accept the gift. How about we go sit at that cafe over there? Bai Shurian invited, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Gu Ran thought for a moment. That sounded good, so he agreed. The two walked side by side towards the cafe, the handsome man and beautiful woman combination attracting many glances from those around them. Passers-by turned their heads and whispered, "Wow, that girl is so beautiful. Her boyfriend is so handsome too. Yeah, they are like a golden boy and jade girl, such a perfect match." Hearing these comments, Bai Shurian's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at Gu Ran. She noticed that Gu Ran did not refute it, and a hint of secret delight filled her heart. The two entered the cafe and found a window seat. The waiter approached politely and asked, "What would you like to order?" Bai Shurian ordered a latte. Gu Ran said, "Can I have a cup of plain water?" The waiter was taken aback. "Sir, this is a coffee shop." Gu Ran explained seriously, "Drinking too much coffee is bad for your health, plain water is healthier." Bai Shurian couldn't help but chuckle. "You really are one of a kind." She took a sip of her latte, the rich flavor spreading in her mouth. The two chatted casually, the atmosphere somewhat subtle. Bai Shurian tried several times to bring up the kidnapping incident, but Gu Ran skillfully changed the subject. She felt puzzled. Why was Gu Ran unwilling to talk more about it? Did he have something he couldn't say? Just then, Gu Ran's phone rang again. It was Song Qian calling. Gu Ran answered the phone, and Song Qian's voice carried a hint of anger. "Boss, where are you right now?" Gu Ran glanced at Bai Shurian and replied, "I'm out dealing with something." Song Qian pressed, "Who are you with?" Gu Ran hesitated for a moment but decided to tell the truth. "I'm with Bai Shurian." There was silence on the other end of the line. With a bang, the call was disconnected. Gu Ran was left bewildered. What was going on? He put down his phone, feeling a sense of helplessness. Bai Shurian noticed Gu Ran's confusion and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Gu Ran shook his head. "It's nothing. Probably just some urgent business at the company." He didn't want Bai Shurian to worry. At that moment, Gu Ran received a text message from Song Qian. "Boss, have fun. I'll handle the company's matters." Smiley face, Gu Ran looked at the message, feeling both amused and exasperated. This Song Qian was really cute when she got jealous. He shook his head and put his phone back in his pocket. Bai Shurian watched Gu Ran's expression, feeling a bit disappointed. How she wished Gu Ran was troubled because of her. She gathered her courage and softly said, "Gu Ran, actually I." She wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. "Gu Ran, actually I." Bai Shurian took a deep breath, finally mustering her courage. I like you." Her voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. After saying this, Bai Shurian's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her chest. She nervously looked at Gu Ran, her eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Gu Ran was stunned. He didn't expect Bai Shurian to confess so suddenly, especially in such a setting. He looked at the girl in front of him, a complex emotion surging in his heart. He admitted that Bai Shurian was beautiful and outstanding, the kind of girl that made one's heart flutter at first sight. But he really wasn't in the mood for a relationship right now. Being single had its perks. Gu Ran was silent for a moment, preparing to refuse. Suddenly, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open violently, and a group of fierce-looking people barged in. Leading them was a bald, muscular man wearing a thick gold chain around his neck. With a dragon tattooed on his arm, he looked like trouble. Behind him followed a dozen or so lackeys, each holding weapons, exuding an intimidating aura. "Bai Shurian, come out here!" The bald man shouted, his voice booming like thunder, causing people's eardrums to ache. The coffee shop was instantly thrown into chaos, with terrified customers screaming and scrambling to hide. The waitstaff turned pale with fear, hiding behind the bar and not daring to come out. Bai Shiyan's expression changed. She recognized the bald man, a notorious local thug known as Brother Long. What are you doing here? Bai Shiyan forced herself to stay calm and asked, "What am I doing? You filthy woman, how dare you ask me that?" Brother Long sneered, "Your grandfather, that old bastard, killed my dad. What do you think I'm here for?" It turned out that Brother Long's father had fallen ill recently and sought treatment from Bai Shiyan's grandfather, Mr. Bai. Bai did his utmost, but unfortunately, Long Ji's father was too ill, and ultimately, there was nothing that could be done. Long Gu, however, was relentless, believing that Mr. Bai's medical skills were lacking and that he was responsible for his father's death, and he had been seeking revenge ever since. "My grandfather has done his best. Your father's illness," Bai Shiyan tried to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Long Gu. "Shut the hell up. I'm here to settle the score with you today." Long Gu waved his hand. "Bring that damn bitch over here." His lackeys immediately brandished their weapons and began to approach Bai Shiyan. At that moment, a figure stepped in front of him. It was Gu Ran. He looked at Long Gu with a blank expression, his eyes filled with coldness. "Who the hell are you? Dare to meddle in my business?" Long Gu arrogantly asked Gu Ran. "I'm her friend," Gu Ran replied calmly. "This is a public place. Causing a scene like this isn't appropriate, is it?" "Friend? I see you as her boyfriend." Long Gu scrutinized Gu Ran. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business, or you'll get dealt with too." "Is that so?" Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain. "I want to see how you plan to deal with me." "Damn it, you're asking for it." Long Gu was completely enraged. "Get him. Take this kid down." His lackeys immediately swung their weapons and charged at Gu Ran. Bai Shiyan was terrified, her face pale. She wanted to warn Gu Ran to be careful, but it was too late. However, the next scene left everyone stunned. Gu Ran's figure flickered as he easily dodged the attacks of several lackeys, then struck like lightning, knocking them all down with a punch each. His movements were as quick as lightning, clean and precise, without a single unnecessary action. In less than a minute, all of the more than 10 lackeys that Long Gu had brought were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Long Gu was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Gu Ran to be so capable. Who the hell are you?" Long Gu asked Gu Ran, his voice trembling. "I told you, I'm her friend," Gu Ran said, clapping his hands lightly. "Now, can you take your people and leave?" Long Gu looked at Gu Ran's icy gaze, trembling all over. He knew he had kicked a steel plate today. All right, we're leaving." Long Gu hurriedly called to a few of his lackeys who could still move and fled the cafe in embarrassment. Before leaving, Long Gu threw a harsh remark at Bai Shiyan. "I'll be back for you." Inside the cafe, the atmosphere was one of relief. The customers, still shaken, gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves. The waitstaff began to clean up the mess, wiping down tables and chairs, clearing away the debris on the floor. Bai Shiyan's tense nerves relaxed, and she looked at Gu Ran with gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do." Her voice was soft, tinged with a sense of relief. What would she have done if Gu Ran hadn't been there? Gu Ran waved his hand, signaling her not to be so polite. It was just a small effort. His gaze fell on Bai Shiyan, noticing the worry flickering in her eyes. That Long Gu probably won't let this go easily. Bai Shiyan sighed softly, a shadow of gloom covering her brow. He's the kind of person who seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. After suffering such a big loss today, he will definitely come back for revenge. Gu Ran pondered for a moment before speaking. "This matter started because of your grandfather. What exactly happened?" Bai Shiyan hesitated for a moment but eventually recounted the whole story. It turned out that Long Ji's father was seriously ill and had sought medical help everywhere without success. Later, through a referral, he found Mr. Bai Shiyan's grandfather. Mr. Bai was a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor, skilled in his craft, and held considerable prestige in the area. He did his utmost to treat Long Ji's father, prescribing medicine, performing acupuncture, and exhausting all possible methods. But Long Ji's father's illness was truly severe, already beyond cure. In the end, Long Ji's father passed away. Long Gu blamed Mr. Bai for his father's death, believing that it was due to Mr. Bai's lack of medical skill that his father died. He repeatedly brought people to the Bai family to cause trouble, demanding a huge compensation. The Bai family, unable to bear the disturbance, gave Long Gu a considerable amount of money to settle the matter. However, Long Gu was insatiable, his appetite growing larger, and this time he opened his mouth to demand 5 million. Bai Shiyan's eyes reddened as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "My grandfather is old and in poor health. He can't withstand this kind of torment." She bit her lip, trying hard not to let the tears fall. "They are a bunch of rogues. I really don't know what to do." Gu Ran listened quietly, his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected such a complicated entanglement behind this. Does your grandfather owe them 5 million? Gu Ran asked. Bai Shiyan nodded, tears welling in her eyes. Yes, they said if the money isn't gathered within 3 days, they will. She didn't continue, but Gu Ran already understood her meaning. People like Long Gu could do anything. If they really couldn't come up with the money, the Bai family would probably never have peace again. Looking at the pitiful Bai Shiyan before him, Gu Ran felt a strong urge to protect her. He couldn't just stand by and watch this kind-hearted girl be bullied by scum like Long Gu. I'll help you with this, Gu Ran said, his voice firm. Bai Shiyan was taken aback, looking up at Gu Ran in surprise. You want to help me? She couldn't believe her ears. This was 5 million, not a small sum. Moreover, people like Long Gu were ruthless. Offending him would have unimaginable consequences. Why would Gu Ran want to help her? Why do you want to help me? Bai Shiyan asked, voicing her doubts. Gu Ran smiled but didn't directly answer her question. Didn't you just confess to me? You're mine now, he countered. Bai Shiyan looked into Gu Ran's clear eyes. She shyly nodded. You don't need to worry about this, leave it to me. Gu Ran patted Bai Shiyan's shoulder. Bai Shiyan bit her lip, hesitating to speak. 5 million was no joke, and there were Long Gu and his gang. Her mind was in a jumble. Do you believe me? Gu Ran asked, staring into her eyes, speaking slowly. Bai Shiyan looked up, gazing into his clear, bottomless eyes, and inexplicably nodded. Then it's settled, with your man stepping in, 1 is worth 2. Gu Ran grinned, revealing a set of bright white teeth. He focused his mind and activated his divination technique. Closing his eyes, the arrogant and detestable face of Long Gu appeared in his mind. Long Gu, Gu Ran silently chanted. Instantly, information about Long Gu flooded into his mind like a tide. He saw that Long Gu was currently sitting in a bar called Night Temptation, surrounded by a group of lackeys, toasting and having a great time. Gu Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. Now that he knew Long Ji's location. Let's go, wifey. We're going to meet that Long Gu. Gu Ran took Bai Shiyan's hand and headed outside. Where are we going? Bai Shiyan looked confused. Where else? Of course, we're going to deal with him. Gu Ran chuckled, starting up his flashy Porsche Bumblebee edition, and pressed the accelerator, the car shooting out like an arrow. Bai Shiyan was so frightened that her face turned pale, tightly gripping the seatbelt. You, slow down. Gu Ran laughed heartily. Hold on tight. The Bumblebee sped along, quickly arriving at the entrance of a bar called Night. This is it. Gu Ran turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt. Bai Shiyan was still a bit shaken. She glanced at the flickering neon lights of the bar and hesitated. How about, we just go back? We've come all this way, what's there to be afraid of? Gu Ran said decisively, pulling her into the bar. Inside, the music was deafening. Gu Ran led Bai Shiyan through the noisy crowd, heading straight for a booth at the back of the bar. In the booth, a bald, burly man was drunkenly embracing 2 heavily made-up women. He was Long Gu. Oh, isn't this Long Gu? Living the good life? Ha! Gu Ran plopped down opposite Long Gu, crossing his legs. Long Gu squinted, staring at Gu Ran for a while before recognizing him. You little brat. You dare come looking for me? What, just because we met this morning, you don't recognize me this afternoon? And what's there for me to be afraid of with a loser like you? Gu Ran looked at him with a half-smile. Last time in public, I couldn't go all out, but now we're here. Long Gu slammed the table and stood up. His lackeys behind him also stood up, glaring fiercely at Gu Ran. Gu Ran smiled at him, seemingly oblivious to the people around. Stop the nonsense. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about walking out that door. Long Gu said menacingly. Explanation? What kind of explanation do you want? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. 5 million. Not a penny less. Long Gu looked at Bai Shiyan beside him, holding up 5 fingers. 5 million? You really dare to ask for that? Gu Ran sneered. Is your father's life only worth 5 million? What the hell are you talking about? Long Gu exploded in anger, throwing a punch at Gu Ran. Gu Ran sidestepped easily, dodging the punch, and kicked Long Gu in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Ouch! Long Gu clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain. With moves like that, you still dare to come out and mix it up? Gu Ran scoffed. Get him! Kill him! Long Gu shouted in a fit of rage. The lackeys rushed forward, swinging their fists at Gu Ran. Gu Ran snorted coldly, his figure flashing as he dashed into the crowd. There was a flurry of punches and kicks, accompanied by several screams, and soon all the lackeys were lying on the ground. How is this possible? Long Gu stared in disbelief at the scene, hardly able to believe his eyes. Now, can we have a proper talk? Gu Ran walked up to Long Gu, looking down at him. What do you want? Long Ji's voice trembled slightly. I don't want anything. I just want to tell you to let go of the Bai family, Gu Ran said lightly. Impossible. They killed my father. 5 million is not a penny less. Long Gu gritted his teeth. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Gu Ran sighed, pulling out a silver needle from his pocket. What are you going to do? Long Gu felt a chill at the sight of the glinting silver needle. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I just want you to remember this lesson. As Gu Ran spoke, he flicked his wrist, and the silver needle shot into a pressure point on Long Ji's body. Ah! Long Gu let out a piercing scream, his body shaking violently. This is just a small lesson. If you dare to trouble the Bai family again, I'll make you a real cripple. Gu Ran said coldly. I won't dare anymore. Please, let me go. Long Gu was in agony, completely stripped of the arrogance he had just moments ago. If I had known this would happen, why did you act like that in the first place? Gu Ran shook his head and retracted the silver needle. Just then, the bar door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of police officers rushed in. Don't move, police, shouted the leading officer. Director Lee, what brings you here? Brother Long exclaimed upon seeing the police officer, as if he had spotted a savior. It turned out that this officer was Brother Long's backing, Deputy Director Li Tao of the police station. Brother Long, are you alright? Li Tao approached Brother Long, asking with concern. Director Li, you have to stand up for me. This kid injured me and is extorting me. Brother Long pointed at Gu Ran, playing the victim first. Oh, is that so? Li Tao turned to look at Gu Ran. Kid, you're quite arrogant, daring to cause trouble in my territory? Your territory? Gu Ran laughed. When did Bai Shui City become your Director Li's territory? Humph, stop playing word games with me. Someone, arrest him. Li Tao waved his hand, and the police behind him moved to apprehend Gu Ran. I dare you to try. Gu Ran shouted, I am from Tianqing, who dares to touch me? Tianqing? Li Tao was taken aback. You are from Tianqing? Li Tao's expression changed. He knew Tianqing was the official supernatural organization of Huaxia, a powerful force that a mere deputy director like him could not provoke. Even if you are from Tianqing, you can't just hit people, right? Li Tao said, forcing himself to remain calm. He attacked me first. I was just defending myself, Gu Ran replied. He attacked me first. I was just defending myself, Gu Ran said, his tone as calm as if he were stating a trivial matter. You're talking nonsense. Clearly, you attacked me first. Brother Long shouted from the side, his voice sharp and grating, like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. Whether I attacked first, you know in your heart. Gu Ran shot Brother Long a glance, his eyes filled with a hint of amusement. If you dare to spout more nonsense, I won't mind letting you experience that pain again. Brother Long's body trembled violently, as if he had been electrocuted, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He recalled the excruciating pain when that silver needle pierced his acupoint, a pain that penetrated to the bone, unbearable. He had no doubt that if he dared to say another word, Gu Ran would truly make him wish he were dead. Thinking of this, Brother Long quickly shut his mouth, like a well-behaved quail, no longer daring to make a sound. Director Li, let's just let this matter go today, Gu Ran said, looking at Li Tao, his tone softening a bit. We're all on the same side. There's no need to make things too tense. Li Tao's expression fluctuated. He knew very well that Gu Ran was giving him a way out. If he really did something to Gu Ran today, Tianqing would definitely not let it go easily. What kind of place was Tianqing? It was the official supernatural organization of Huaxia, filled with formidable characters. Not to mention he was just a small deputy director. Even the director would have to think twice. Moreover, Gu Ran was a supernatural being. If it came to blows, they would probably not be a match for him. If Gu Ran went crazy and killed them all, it would be a loss beyond measure. By then, even if Tianqing were to hunt Gu Ran down, it would be himself who would suffer. Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Li Tao's back. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Alright, I'll give you face today, and we'll let this matter go. Li Tao's voice was a bit dry, clearly still feeling apprehensive. But remember, don't let me catch you with anything in the future. Rest assured, I am always law-abiding. Gu Ran smiled, his smile carrying a hint of confidence and composure. Humph. Li Tao snorted coldly and turned to leave the bar with the police. His steps were hurried, as if he wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, keeping as far away from the disaster that was Gu Ran. Inside the bar. Gu Ran, thank you. Bai Shiyan walked up to Gu Ran and said gratefully, what are you thanking me for? You're my person, who else would I help? Gu Ran smiled, come on, let me take you to a nice place. Bai Shiyan nodded and followed Gu Ran out of the bar. Gu Ran brought Bai Shiyan to the hotel where he had been with Song Qin before. The hostess at the entrance wore a matching red qipao, tall and graceful, with a sweet smile. Upon seeing Gu Ran and Bai Shiyan approach, she quickly bowed and greeted them, welcome. Bai Shiyan felt a bit uneasy. It was her first time dining in such a high-end place, and she couldn't help but feel nervous. Don't be nervous, relax a bit. Gu Ran seemed to sense Bai Shiyan's thoughts, gently patting the back of her hand and smiling. His voice was soft and magnetic, like a warm current that instantly dispelled Bai Shiyan's tension. The two were led into a private room by the hostess. Inside, a large round dining table was set in the center, covered with a pristine white tablecloth, exquisite tableware, soft lighting, and several famous calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls, creating an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. What would you like to eat? The waiter presented the menu. Gu Ran took the menu and handed it directly to Bai Shiyan. You order, choose whatever you want. I don't really know what to eat. Bai Shiyan looked at the dazzling array of dishes on the menu, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Then let me do it. Gu Ran took back the menu, skillfully ordered a few signature dishes, and requested a bottle of red wine. The food here is really good. You'll know once you try it, Gu Ran said with a smile. Bai Shiyan nodded, her fondness for Gu Ran increasing a bit more. Soon, the dishes were served. Plate after plate of fragrant and visually appealing dishes filled the table, greatly stimulating their appetites. Gu Ran picked up a wine glass and poured a glass of red wine for Bai Shiyan. Come on, let's have a toast. I'm not very good at drinking. Bai Shiyan hesitated a bit. It's fine, just have a little. This wine isn't very strong, Gu Ran said, raising his glass and gently clinking it against Bai Shiyan's. The sound of ding was clear and pleasant. Bai Shiyan took a sip of the red wine, feeling a faint fruity aroma spread in her mouth, rich in flavor and lingering in aftertaste. How is it? Not bad, right? Gu Ran asked. It's very good. Bai Shiyan nodded. The two chatted while eating. Gu Ran was humorous and witty, always managing to make Bai Shiyan laugh heartily. Bai Shiyan gradually let go of her shyness and began to talk to Gu Ran about her life and studies. By the end of the meal, the atmosphere between them had become more harmonious. After the meal, Gu Ran said with a smile, when you're full, you get sleepy. Let's go get a room and take a nap. His gaze held a hint of ambiguity. Bai Shiyan's cheeks instantly flushed, and her heart began to race. She understood Gu Ran's meaning, but, wasn't this too fast? What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow and asked deliberately. Bai Shiyan lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, feeling indecisive. Come on, I promise I won't do anything to you, Gu Ran said, directly taking Bai Shiyan's hand and walking towards the restaurant exit. Bai Shiyan didn't resist, allowing Gu Ran to lead her out of the restaurant. They arrived at a nearby 5-star hotel. Gu Ran confidently approached the front desk and booked a luxurious suite. Let's go. Gu Ran took the room card, wrapping his arm around Bai Shiyan's waist as they entered the elevator. Inside the elevator, the space was small and enclosed. Bai Shiyan felt her heart racing even faster. She stole a glance at Gu Ran, only to find him looking at her with a half-smile, as if he could see through her thoughts. Ding! The elevator arrived at the floor. Gu Ran wrapped his arm around Bai Shiyan and stepped out of the elevator, arriving at the entrance of a luxurious suite. He swiped his card to open the door, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Inside the room, it was decorated lavishly yet warmly. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the bustling night view of the city. Come in, Gu Ran pulled Bai Shiyan into the room. Bai Shiyan stood in the center of the room, feeling a bit at a loss. It was her first time in such a luxurious room, and she felt somewhat shy. What's wrong? Don't you like it here? Gu Ran walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine and 2 tall glasses. No, it's great here, Bai Shiyan hurriedly replied. That's good. Gu Ran poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Bai Shiyan. Try this, it's even better than what we had at the restaurant. Bai Shiyan took the glass and gently sipped. The red wine was rich and smooth. It really is delicious, she nodded. I'm glad you like it. Gu Ran smiled and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the night view outside. Bai Shiyan stood behind him, looking at his tall figure, a strange feeling surging in her heart. Gu Ran, she called softly. Gu Ran turned around to look at her. Are we really going to do it here? Bai Shiyan's voice grew smaller, her cheeks turning redder. What? Are you having second thoughts? Gu Ran walked in front of her and gently lifted her chin. Bai Shiyan looked into his deep eyes, her heart racing. Don't worry, I told you, I won't do anything to you. Gu Ran smiled slightly, but a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. I just want to spend some time alone with you, to chat. Really? Bai Shiyan was a bit skeptical. No, Gu Ran said, pulling her to sit down in front of the sofa. Who would refuse a meal that was right in front of them? Be good, don't be afraid. Gu Ran gently pressed Bai Shiyan down, softly kissing away the tears at the corners of her eyes. He knew this was her first time. He would be gentle. The night was tender, and the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Outside the window, the city's lights still sparkled, like countless stars witnessing the sweetness of this moment. A night of intimacy. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the soft bed. Bai Shiyan slowly opened her eyes, realizing she was lying in a warm embrace. She turned her head and saw Gu Ran's handsome face, a satisfied smile still lingering at the corners of his mouth. Awake? Gu Ran's deep voice sounded in her ear, carrying a hint of lazy magnetism. Bai Shiyan softly responded, her cheeks flushing. She recalled the madness of last night, her heart racing uncontrollably. Gu Ran looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help but gently kiss her forehead. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I can eat anything. Bai Shiyan's voice was as soft as a whisper. Then I'll go order some breakfast, Gu Ran said, getting up to get dressed. He picked up his phone, preparing to call the hotel for room service. Suddenly, a WeChat message popped up on the phone screen. It was a message from their high school classmates group. Gu Ran casually opened it, and a stream of messages filled his screen. He flipped through them casually until one message caught his attention. At Wu Qingguang, I heard Gu Ran chased Zhao Weiwei for 3 years, but in the end, he still got dumped. What a pathetic dog. Gu Ran's brows furrowed into a frown. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the screen. Lu. He murmured the name, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A college classmate, whose family was in the coal business. The face of a nouveau riche, as detestable as ever. He saw Wu Qingguang arguing with Lu in the group. Wu Qingguang, Lu, you're talking nonsense. Gu Ran is really rich now, don't look down on him. Lu, haha, him? If he had money, I'd twist my head off and give it to you as a ball to kick. Wu Qingguang, don't doubt it, Gu Ran is now the owner of Ikong International Community. Lu, Ikong International Community? That's the most upscale community in our city. If he's the owner there, then I'm the richest person in the world. Lu, at all members, next Saturday at 7 p.m., I've booked a private room at Qinshu Grand Hotel. Everyone come if you're free. Lu, I heard Gu Ran is doing well. I wonder if he has time to grace us with his presence. Gu Ran sneered upon seeing this. Qinshu Grand Hotel? Isn't that the hotel he's currently staying at? He even became a platinum member yesterday. Gu Ran, how could I not have the face to meet people? I should thank you for giving me this opportunity to see my old classmates. Wu Qingguang, Gu Ran, don't mind him, he's just a petty person. Gu Ran, it's fine, I want to see what tricks he can play. Gu Ran, at Wu Qingguang, come to Qinshu Grand Hotel, I'll be waiting for you here, and we'll go to the reunion together. Wu Qingguang, okay, I'll be right over. Gu Ran put down his phone, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong? Bai Shiyan asked, noticing Gu Ran's strange expression. It's nothing, just a clueless guy trying to cause me trouble. After finishing their meal, Gu Ran lay on the bed and casually picked up his phone to scroll through short videos. In the video, an unremarkable-looking man was dominating the gambling table, winning a fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received a reward, 1 million cash. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've received a reward, god of gambling. 2 system voices echoed in his mind. 1 million cash. This was currently the best cash reward available, but looking at the tens of millions in his bank account, Gu Ran's mood calmed down. Gu Ran looked at the newly acquired god of gambling ability. He felt a massive stream of information flooding into his mind, various gambling techniques, strategies, and psychological tactics pouring in. Gu Ran closed his eyes, and it was as if virtual gambling tables appeared in his mind, with various card games playing out before him. He saw all kinds of gamblers, from cunning veterans to extravagant young heirs, and even desperate gamblers who had lost everything. He witnessed various gambling techniques, from mesmerizing sleight of hand to exquisite card counting skills, and psychological tactics that could read people's hearts. He saw all kinds of games, including baccarat, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, as well as sic bo, roulette, and pai gow. Gu Ran's gaze gradually sharpened, as if he could see through all disguises and understand the thoughts of all his opponents. A confident smile crept onto his lips. Now, he was the god of gambling. This was going to be interesting. He was just worried about how to pass the time, and now it had come knocking at his door. Time passed second by second, and before long, it was noon. Gu Ran glanced at his watch. It was almost time to pick up Wu Qingguang. He got up, walked to the window, and opened it, looking down. The ordinary private room at Qinshu Grand Hotel was already filled with people, bustling with activity. Lu was standing at the door, stretching his neck and looking around, seemingly waiting for someone. Gu Ran picked up his phone, opened the WeChat group, and found Lu still making a fuss in the group. Lu, at Gu Ran, why hasn't the big boss Gu arrived yet? Is he afraid of embarrassing himself and doesn't dare to come? Lu, well, after all, he's doing so well now. How could he face us old classmates? The group fell silent, no one dared to respond. Gu Ran sneered and directly replied, "Who said I wouldn't dare to come? I've been here for a long time, in the presidential suite upstairs." As soon as these words were spoken, the group erupted in a flurry of discussion. Lulu said, "Presidential suite? Gu Ran, can you at least draft a script for your bragging? Do you know how much a presidential suite costs for one night?" Lulu continued, "Can your monthly salary even cover one night?" Gu Ran replied, "Frog at the bottom of the well." Gu Ran, too lazy to argue with him, directly dialed Wu Qingguang's number. "Hello, Qingguang, where are you?" Gu Ran asked. "I just arrived at the hotel entrance, where are you?" Wu Qingguang's voice came through the phone. "You wait there, I'll come down to get you right away," Gu Ran said. After hanging up, Gu Ran told Bai Shiyan, "I'm going down to meet a friend, you rest for a bit." You go ahead." Bai Shiyan nodded obediently. Gu Ran left the room and took the elevator to the lobby on the first floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Wu Qingguang standing at the door. Wu Qingguang looked the same as ever, dressed in flashy clothes, his hair slicked back, and a big gold chain around his neck, making him particularly eye-catching in the crowd. "Qingguang," Gu Ran called out with a smile, quickly walking over. Hearing the voice, Wu Qingguang turned around, and upon seeing Gu Ran, he was momentarily stunned, then his face broke into a surprised smile. "Gu Ran, you brat, finally here." He excitedly gave Gu Ran a bear hug, then looked him up and down. "You brat, not bad. This outfit, I almost didn't recognize you." "Huh, it's alright," Gu Ran patted Wu Qingguang's shoulder. "Come on, let's go in." The two walked side by side into the hotel and arrived at the door of the private room. Gu Ran pushed the door open. Inside the room, there were already more than 10 people seated. When they saw Gu Ran enter, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. Everyone froze, their eyes fixed on him. Gu Ran stood tall, dressed in a well-fitted suit that accentuated his long figure. His features were sharp and deep, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, exuding a hint of confidence and composure. This was a stark contrast to their impression of the timid and somewhat insecure Gu Ran. Gu Ran? Lulu was the first to react, his face filled with disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. "What, don't you recognize me?" Gu Ran looked at Lulu with a half-smile, a hint of mockery in his gaze. "Why you? How are you here?" Lulu stammered, his tongue tripping over itself. "Why can't I be here?" "But didn't you say I was in the presidential suite? Why not go up and take a look?" Gu Ran retorted, his tone laced with provocation. Lulu was momentarily speechless, his face turning red, unsure of what to say. "Gu Ran, don't stoop to his level, he's just a petty person." Wu Qingguang couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. "Of course, I won't stoop to his level. I just want to see what tricks he can pull," Gu Ran said dismissively. Just then, a woman slowly walked over. "Gu Ran, long time no see," the woman said softly, her voice gentle. Gu Ran looked up and was surprised to see Zhao Weiwei. Today, Zhao Weiwei wore a white dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, looking pure and charming. "Long time no see," Gu Ran replied calmly. Zhao Weiwei's gaze flickered, unable to meet Gu Ran's eyes. She had heard through the grapevine that the deaths of the Li brothers were related to Gu Ran. Now, she felt both fear and curiosity towards him. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say, standing there awkwardly. "Gu Ran, where are you working now?" Lulu suddenly asked, his tone laced with sarcasm, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. "I'm running a small business now," Gu Ran said, his tone relaxed. "Small business? I guess you're selling roasted ducks at a stall?" Lulu replied sarcastically, a mocking smile on his face. "Not bad, just enough to get by," Gu Ran said, still wearing that calm expression. "Gu Ran, what kind of business are you doing now? Share it with us, maybe we can collaborate," a bespectacled man said, curiosity lacing his voice. "I'm the owner of the Icon International Community now," Gu Ran said, as if discussing something trivial. "What? Icon International Community? That's a high-end community in our city," the bespectacled man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Gu Ran, you're not joking, are you?" Lulu said, his face full of skepticism. "Believe it or not," Gu Ran shrugged, appearing indifferent. "Gu Ran, I'm sorry about the past." Zhao Weiwei suddenly spoke up, her voice tinged with regret, her eyes filled with guilt. "It's all in the past, no need to bring it up," Gu Ran said, his tone devoid of any emotion. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhao Weiwei's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, gently biting her lip and falling silent. "Gu Ran, you're so rich now, shouldn't you treat us all to a meal?" Lulu suddenly said, a hint of greed in his tone, his eyes sparkling with avarice. "Eat? Sure, but I didn't bring much money today. How about you treat us?" Gu Ran looked at Lulu with a half-smile, his eyes full of amusement. I. Lulu was instantly speechless, his smile frozen on his face, caught off guard by Gu Ran's response. Ha, Lulu, didn't you say Gu Ran was broke? Why are you asking him to treat now? Wu Qingguang mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I was just joking. Lulu forced a defense, his face alternating between green and white, utterly embarrassed. Gu Ran, bored after the class reunion, couldn't help but picture Bai Shiyan in his mind. He thought of her possibly being alone in her room at that moment. Just then, his phone vibrated. Gu Ran pulled out his phone to find a message from Bai Shiyan. Gu Ran, are you done with the gathering? I'm a bit bored. Wondering if you have time to go for a walk. A smile unconsciously crept onto Gu Ran's lips as he quickly replied, just finished, I'll come find you. Before long, Gu Ran returned to the room. There stood Bai Shiyan, wearing a light pink dress, her long hair cascading down, looking particularly enchanting. Have you been waiting long? Gu Ran approached and asked, concern in his voice. Bai Shiyan turned to see Gu Ran, her eyes lighting up, shaking her head with a smile. No. Gu Ran was slightly taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Shall we go for a stroll nearby? Sure. Bai Shiyan readily agreed. The two walked side by side towards the nearby mall. Bai Shiyan occasionally stole glances at Gu Ran, her eyes filled with affection. She observed Gu Ran's resolute profile, her heart racing involuntarily. Noticing her gaze, Gu Ran turned and smiled gently at her, causing Bai Shiyan to blush and quickly look away. How was your gathering today? Bai Shiyan asked softly, trying to mask her nervousness. Gu Ran shrugged and humorously replied, old classmates, it's just about bragging, showing off, and comparing. Honestly, it's not as interesting as walking with you. Bai Shiyan laughed at his words, her eyes sparkling with joy. Upon entering the mall, they were met with a bustling crowd, lively and vibrant. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced through the noise, particularly jarring. Gu Ran turned towards the sound and saw a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, being dragged forward by a middle-aged woman. The little girl was crying and struggling desperately, her delicate face streaked with tears. The middle-aged woman had a gloomy expression, her eyes flickering, and her demeanor revealed an unusual aura. Gu Ran furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that something was amiss. He quietly approached, carefully observing the interaction between the two. The little girl, her face covered in tears, was filled with fear, repeatedly crying out, I want my mommy. The middle-aged woman, impatient, urged her on with a harsh tone, showing no patience. Gu Ran's heart raced. This was no ordinary mother-daughter relationship. He decided to intervene, to prevent a possible tragedy. Gu Ran stepped forward quickly, blocking the middle-aged woman, and asked in a deep voice, excuse me, ma'am, is this your child? The middle-aged woman's expression changed, her eyes panicking, stammering, she. The little girl looked at Gu Ran in terror, as if seeing a savior, her cries growing louder. Gu Ran gently squatted down, softly asking the little girl, don't be afraid, tell brother, do you know her? The little girl shook her head, sobbing, I don't know. I want to find my mommy. The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, became furious, pointing at Gu Ran and shouting, what's wrong with you? Mind your own business. This is my child. What does it have to do with you? Gu Ran sneered, his gaze sharp, your child? I see you as a human trafficker. He vowed to expose this group of traffickers. Just then, 3 burly men suddenly appeared from nowhere. They stared at Gu Ran with predatory eyes, clearly accomplices of the middle-aged woman. The situation instantly became tense, a fierce battle on the verge of breaking out. The middle-aged woman suddenly screamed, pointing at Gu Ran and shouting, help! Someone is trying to abduct a child. Catch him, he wants to abduct a child. Her words drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, who stopped to watch. Gu Ran's expression grew serious, knowing the situation was turning against him. Bai Shiyan, seeing this, immediately stepped forward, shielding the little girl behind her, gently holding her and whispering comfort. The little girl clung tightly to Bai Shiyan, as if finding support, her cries gradually subsiding. The middle-aged woman, seeing this, became enraged and reached out to snatch the child. Give me back my child. Gu Ran quickly stepped forward, blocking her, and coldly questioned, what do you want? The middle-aged woman was momentarily speechless, her eyes flickering, unable to meet Gu Ran's gaze. Just at this tense moment, a voice suddenly called out from the crowd, Nana, my Nana. A young woman in a white dress rushed over, her expression anxious. Upon hearing the voice, the little girl immediately broke free from Bai Shiyan's embrace and ran towards the sound, shouting, Mommy. The little girl threw herself into the young woman's arms, tears streaming down her face. The young woman tightly embraced her daughter, sobbing uncontrollably, kissing her cheeks repeatedly. Gu Ran and Bai Shiyan exchanged a smile, the truth finally revealed. However, just as this warm moment unfolded, an unexpected turn occurred. A middle-aged man suddenly lunged out from the crowd, brandishing a gleaming dagger, heading straight for the mother and daughter. In a flash, the dagger stabbed fiercely towards the young woman's left side. Ah! The young woman cried out in pain, her grip loosening, nearly dropping her daughter. The middle-aged woman seized the opportunity to snatch the little girl and turned to run. Gu-ran, seeing this, was filled with rage, his eyes flashing coldly, and he roared, looking for death. He charged forward in a swift motion, kicking towards the middle-aged man's wrist holding the knife. With a sharp crack, the middle-aged man's wrist broke with a resounding snap. The dagger clattered to the ground, and the middle-aged man howled in pain, rolling on the ground while clutching his wrist. Gu-ran did not stop, turning around with a spinning kick that struck another accomplice squarely in the face. The man immediately bled profusely from his nose, screaming as he fell to the ground, clutching his face in agony. The third accomplice, sensing the danger, turned to flee. Gu-ran let out a cold laugh, leaping forward to tackle him to the ground, pinning him down forcefully. In just a few seconds, the three burly men were easily subdued by Gu-ran, lying on the ground groaning in pain. The middle-aged woman, seeing this, was horrified and ran away with the little girl in her arms. Just as Gu-ran was about to give chase, a uniformed security guard suddenly appeared. To his surprise, they not only did not apprehend the traffickers but instead surrounded Gu-ran and Baishurian. "What are you doing?" Gu-ran questioned coldly, his gaze icy. The leading security guard sneered, "Someone reported that you were causing a disturbance. Come with us." A glint of cold light flashed in Gu-ran's eyes. It seemed these security guards were not good people either. At that critical moment, a loud, furious shout echoed throughout the mall. "Stop!" An elderly man with white hair approached quickly, accompanied by several attendants. The old man exuded an extraordinary presence, his every gesture revealing an aura of authority that commanded respect. "Zhang Long, take down these traffickers and the suspicious security guards," the old man ordered sternly, his voice booming. The attendant named Zhang Long immediately led his men forward, surrounding the traffickers and the security guards. The four security guards' faces changed dramatically, adopting fighting stances, ready to resist. Zhang Long and his men did not back down, both sides on the brink of conflict. Just then, Gu-ran suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from behind. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and a sharp dagger whizzed past him. Turning around, he saw the middle-aged man he had just kicked, now glaring at him with a fierce expression. "Looking for death!" Gu-ran shouted angrily, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and kicked out, striking the middle-aged man in the chest. With a loud thud, the man flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, unable to rise again. This scene shocked everyone present, all staring at Gu-ran in awe and fear. "Gu-ran!" Baishurian called anxiously, "That lady is seriously injured. I've called an ambulance. Can you help take a look?" Her voice was filled with concern. Gu-ran turned to look, seeing the young woman pale as a sheet, blood gushing from her left side, staining her white dress. He was about to step forward when the old man stopped him. "Young friend, my surname is Zhang. May I ask you to lend a hand?" the old man said earnestly, his eyes full of hope. Gu-ran frowned slightly, about to refuse, but Baishurian gently tugged at his sleeve, her beautiful eyes pleading, "Gu-ran, please." With a sigh, Gu-ran finally nodded in agreement. "All right." He quickly walked to the young woman's side, crouching down to examine her injuries closely. The wound was deep enough to see bone, blood flowing profusely, a shocking sight. Gu-ran furrowed his brow and took out a silver needle from his medical kit. He deftly twirled the needle between his fingers, it glimmering coldly. Everyone held their breath, nervously watching the scene, not daring to make a sound. Gu-ran flicked his wrist, and the needle pierced the acupoints around the wound like lightning. Instantly, the flow of blood slowed significantly. Gu-ran continued to insert several more needles, and the muscles around the wound gradually contracted. Before long, the bleeding completely stopped. Everyone present was stunned. It was nothing short of a miracle. Just then, the sound of police sirens grew louder, approaching clearly. Several police cars roared in, and numerous officers rushed into the mall. They quickly took control of the situation, handcuffing the traffickers and suspicious security guards one by one and leading them to the police cars. Gu-ran breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally a close call without disaster. He continued to tend to the young woman's wounds, waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Elder Zhang looked at Gu-ran with gratitude and sincerely said, "Young friend, your medical skills are remarkable. May I have the honor of inviting you for a cup of tea another day?" Gu-ran smiled slightly, yet had not spoken. Suddenly, the little girl, Muan, leaped into his arms and said in a sweet voice, "Big brother, thank you for saving me and my mommy." Gu-ran was taken aback for a moment, then gently patted Muan's head and softly replied, "No need to thank me." Baishurian watched this warm scene from the side, a glimmer of something unusual flashing in her beautiful eyes, her lips curving slightly upward. She stood quietly, taking in this tender moment. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with tiny, glistening lights, and her lips formed a charming arc, like a blooming lily, beautiful and elegant. Her gaze lingered on Gu Ran, her heart fluttering like a little deer joyfully leaping, sending ripples through her emotions. She carefully studied Gu Ran's profile, the strong lines, the deep eyes, and the gentle smile all made her heart race. She recalled last night, when they were like two burning flames, merging into one another, freely releasing their inner passions. The wild entanglement, the deep soul connection, deepened her feelings for Gu Ran even more. She believed in her intuition, she had not misjudged him. As night fell and the lights began to glow, the two returned to that hotel room filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Inside, the lighting was dim and soft, like a thin veil gently covering everything, creating a romantic and mysterious ambience. Gu Ran gently embraced Bai Shiyan, his arms wide and warm. Bai Shiyan nestled against his chest, listening to the strong beat of his heart, feeling the faint masculine scent emanating from him, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, like a shy peach blossom, beautiful and captivating. Gu Ran lowered his head, gazing at her with deep affection, his eyes gentle as water, as if they could drown a person within. He gently cupped her face, caressing her delicate skin with his fingertips, then slowly lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. Their lips and tongues intertwined, as if trying to melt into each other. The temperature in the room gradually rose, and the air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere. The two once again sank into this endless love and desire, entwined throughout the night until dawn broke the next day. In the morning, a ray of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap, spilling onto the soft bed. Gu Ran slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a flawless, exquisite face. Bai Shiyan lay quietly beside him, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, as light as butterfly wings. She was in a deep sleep, a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Gu Ran felt a stir in his heart, an unusual emotion washing over him. He recalled the madness of last night, and a blush crept onto his face. He never expected that he had slept with Bai Chihua's granddaughter. If the old man found out, wouldn't he skin him alive? Gu Ran felt a mix of anxiety and inexplicable excitement. He gently pulled Bai Shiyan into his embrace, savoring the faint fragrance that wafted from her. This girl smelled really good, just like the precious medicinal herbs treasured by her grandfather, exuding a refreshing aroma. Gu Ran closed his eyes, greedily inhaling. Suddenly, a rapid phone ring shattered the tranquility. Gu Ran frowned, picked up his phone, and saw it was a call from Bai Chihua. His heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Could it be that the matter had come to light? Gu Ran took a deep breath and answered the call. "Hello, Elder Bai. Xiao Gu, are you free right now?" Bai Chihua's voice sounded somewhat excited. I'm free. What can I do for you?" Gu Ran asked cautiously. "It's like this, there's a secret medical exchange meeting today, and I'd like to invite you to join me." Medical exchange meeting? Gu Ran was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized this was a great opportunity to meet more people in the medical field and enhance his own reputation. "Sure, no problem. When and where?" "At 9 this morning, at a private estate on the outskirts of Baishui City." "Okay, I'll be there on time." Gu Ran hung up the phone and let out a long breath. It seemed that Bai Chihua still didn't know about his relationship with Bai Shiyan. He turned to look at the still sleeping Bai Shiyan, a wave of tenderness rising in his heart. He gently kissed her forehead, and then they both got up, dressed, and prepared to head out. On the outskirts of Baishui City, at a hidden private estate, the area was lush with trees, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, creating a serene environment. In the center of the estate stood an ancient-style building, which was the venue for today's medical exchange meeting. Gu Ran drove to the entrance of the estate, presented his invitation, and was allowed in without issue. He parked the car and then walked towards the venue. Along the way, he saw many people in white coats coming in and out, presumably all attending the exchange meeting. Gu Ran entered the venue and found it already filled with people. Most of them were elderly, with some middle-aged individuals, but there were hardly any young people like him. Gu Ran found a corner seat and quietly waited for the meeting to begin. Before long, Bai Chihua walked in. Upon seeing Gu Ran, he smiled and quickly approached. "Xiao Gu, you're here." "Hello, Bai Lao." Gu Ran quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Come, let me introduce you to a few senior figures in the medical field." Bai Chihua pulled Gu Ran to the front row. "This is Elder Zhang, this is Elder Li, this is Elder Wang." Bai Chihua introduced them one by one, and Gu Ran politely greeted each of them. These elders were all prominent figures in the medical community, rarely seen in person. Gu Ran felt very honored to meet them today. The exchange meeting officially began, with several medical luminaries taking turns to speak, sharing their medical experiences and research findings. Gu Ran listened intently, gaining a lot from it. When it was Bai Chihua's turn to speak, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "Today, I would like to introduce a young medical genius to everyone, and that is Gu Ran." As he spoke, he looked at Gu Ran, signaling him to come up to the stage. Gu Ran was taken aback, not expecting Bai Qihua to mention him suddenly. He felt a bit nervous but still steeled himself to walk up to the stage. "Hello everyone, I am Gu Ran." Gu Ran briefly introduced himself. Although Gu Ran is young, his medical skills are exceptionally high, especially his acupuncture technique, which is truly remarkable. Bai Qihua continued, "A few days ago, I personally witnessed him use acupuncture to save a patient who had suffered a cardiac arrest. It was truly astonishing." At this statement, the audience erupted in surprise. Everyone turned to look at Gu Ran, their eyes filled with astonishment and skepticism. Is that true? Such impressive medical skills at such a young age? Could it be bragging? I think Bai Lao is just boosting his reputation. Facing the crowd's doubts, Gu Ran remained calm. He smiled slightly and said, "Respected seniors, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. How about this? I'll demonstrate my acupuncture skills live for everyone." "Great, let's see what you can do," someone shouted. Gu Ran nodded, then took a box of silver needles out of his pocket. "Which senior would like to come up and assist?" Gu Ran asked. The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment, no one dared to step forward. After all, acupuncture is no joke. If something goes wrong, one must take responsibility. "Let me do it." At that moment, a voice rang out. Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a tang suit stepping forward. "It's Elder Zhao, he's a master in the field of acupuncture," someone exclaimed, recognizing the old man. Elder Zhao approached Gu Ran and said, "Young man, go ahead and use the needles, this old bone of mine can still take it." "All right, then I'll offend you," Gu Ran replied, picking up a silver needle, finding an acupoint on Elder Zhao's body, and swiftly inserting the needle. His technique was very skilled, quick and precise, without a hint of hesitation. Elder Zhao felt a warm current spreading throughout his body along the silver needle, and his previously sore shoulders suddenly felt much more relaxed. "What an impressive technique!" Elder Zhao couldn't help but exclaim. Next, Gu Ran applied a few more needles on Elder Zhao, each one perfectly placed, earning continuous praise from him. Seeing this, the crowd began to put away their dismissive attitudes and started to seriously observe Gu Ran's technique. A quarter of an hour later, Gu Ran removed all the silver needles. Elder Zhao moved his body a bit and immediately felt refreshed, as if he had become 10 years younger. "Young man, your acupuncture skills are indeed well deserved of their reputation. I admire you," Elder Zhao said sincerely. "You're too kind, Elder Zhao," Gu Ran replied humbly. Good, good, good." Bai Qihua exclaimed 3 times, "Gu Ran, you truly have opened my eyes." The others also applauded, marveling at Gu Ran's medical skills. Just then, a discordant voice interrupted, "Humph, a mere trick, and you dare to show off here." Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit stepping forward. "It's Director Chen, he's an authority in Western medicine." Someone recognized the middle-aged man. Director Chen walked up to Gu Ran, his face filled with disdain, and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine is nothing but a deceptive trick. It can't cure diseases or save lives. Your so-called acupuncture skills are just for show." "Director Chen, your words are somewhat biased." Bai Qihua frowned and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine each have their merits. We should learn from each other and progress together, not slander one another." "Old Bai, have you lost your mind?" Director Chen sneered. "Traditional Chinese medicine should have been eliminated long ago. Only Western medicine is scientific and the right path." "You." Bai Qihua was so angry he couldn't speak. "Director Chen, you keep saying that traditional Chinese medicine is a deceptive trick. Do you dare to compete with me?" Gu Ran suddenly spoke up. "Compete? How do you want to compete?" Director Chen asked. "Very simple. We each find a patient and use our own medical skills to treat them, to see who can cure the patient faster and better. How about that?" Gu Ran proposed. "Fine, let's compete. I'm not afraid of you." Director Chen readily agreed. He couldn't believe that a mere young man could beat him, a distinguished Western medicine expert. "In that case, let's have the esteemed seniors witness this," Gu Ran said. "All right, we will be the witnesses." Several medical experts nodded in agreement. "Gu Ran, are you confident?" Bai Qihua asked with some concern. "Don't worry, old Bai, I won't let you down," Gu Ran said confidently. "Then I will wait and see." Bai Qihua nodded. "Shurian, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly, a cry rang out. Everyone turned to see Bai Shurian's face pale, her body swaying as if she might collapse at any moment. "Shurian!" Gu Ran's expression changed, and he rushed over to support Bai Shurian. I'm fine," Bai Shurian said weakly, her voice barely audible. "How could this happen to you?" Gu Ran asked anxiously. I don't know either." Bai Shurian's words were not finished before she fainted. "Quick, carry her to the room," Bai Qihua said hurriedly. Gu Ran picked up Bai Shurian and quickly walked into a nearby room. He placed Bai Shiyan on the bed and began to check her pulse. How is it? Is Shiyan okay? Bai Chihua asked nervously. Her pulse is very strange, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, as if she has been poisoned. Gu Ran frowned and said, Poisoned? How is that possible? Bai Chihua looked shocked. This is a medical exchange conference. Who would poison someone here? This is not the time to discuss that. Saving her is the priority, Gu Ran said, taking out silver needles, preparing to acupuncture Bai Shiyan. Wait a moment. Director Chen, an authority in the medical field with years of experience, frowned deeply at this moment. He slowly spoke, his voice deep and powerful. Let me take a look. This statement was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the tense atmosphere in the ward. He walked steadily to the bedside, leaned down, and began to carefully examine Bai Shiyan. His fingers gently rested on her pulse, his gaze focused and sharp, as if he wanted to see through her skin and uncover the deepest secrets within her body. After a moment, Director Chen raised his head, a serious look flashing in his eyes, and said solemnly, She has acute food poisoning and needs to have her stomach pumped immediately. His tone was decisive and unquestionable. No, her body is too weak. Pumping her stomach now would be dangerous. Gu Ran's voice suddenly rang out, like thunder exploding in the ward. He opposed without hesitation. Then what do you suggest? Just watch her die? Director Chen retorted, his tone laced with anger and disdain. I have a way to save her. Gu Ran said, pulling a box of silver needles from his pocket and starting to acupuncture Bai Shiyan. His movements were skilled and fluid, each needle precisely piercing her acupoints. You are being reckless, you will kill her. Director Chen scolded, his voice trembling slightly with agitation. If I don't save her, she will really die. Gu Ran said coldly, his gaze firm and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. You. Director Chen wanted to say something more but was stopped by Bai Chihua beside him. Director Chen, this is not the time for arguments, let Gu Ran try first. Bai Chihua's voice, though not loud, was filled with authority and strength. Director Chen snorted coldly, no longer speaking, but his eyes were still filled with doubt and dissatisfaction. Gu Ran focused entirely on acupuncture for Bai Shiyan, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, but he was completely unaware. One needle after another, precisely piercing her acupoints, as if playing a melody of life. As time passed, a miracle happened. Bai Shiyan's face, which had been as pale as paper, gradually regained its color, and her breathing became steady, as if she had been pulled back from the brink of death. Alright, she's fine now. Gu Ran put away the silver needles and let out a long sigh. His voice was filled with exhaustion, but more so with relief and joy. Really? That's great, Bai Chihua said excitedly, his voice trembling slightly with emotion, tears sparkling in his eyes. Gu Ran, thank you for saving Shiyan. Bai Chihua tightly grasped Gu Ran's hand, his gratitude evident. Old Bai, you are too polite, this is what I should do. Gu Ran smiled slightly and said, Humph, just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Director Chen sneered from the side, his voice sharp and bitter, like a cold wind in winter. Director Chen, what do you mean by that? Gu Ran looked at him coldly, a hint of chill flashing in his eyes. Isn't that so? You're just lucky. What's there to be proud of? Director Chen said defiantly, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain. In that case, let's continue our previous competition, Gu Ran said, his voice calm and firm, as if stating a fact. Let's see who is the true master of medicine. Let's compete. Who's afraid of whom? Director Chen retorted, his voice high-pitched and sharp, like an enraged rooster. Alright, it's settled then, Gu Ran said, a slight smile of confidence curling at the corners of his mouth. However, we need to change the venue for the competition, Gu Ran added, shifting the topic. Oh, where do you want to go? Director Chen asked, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. I suspect that Shiyan's poisoning was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act, Gu Ran said, his voice low and grave, as if a huge shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. So, I want to investigate the truth. Are you saying someone poisoned at the medical exchange conference? Bai Chihua asked in surprise, his voice trembling slightly with shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Exactly, and I suspect this person is connected to human traffickers, Gu Ran said, his gaze firm and sharp, as if piercing through layers of fog to reach the core of the truth. Human traffickers? How is that possible? Bai Chihua exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, confusion, and shock. Old Bai, do you remember the girls who went missing some time ago? Gu Ran asked, his voice deep and powerful, as if ringing in alarm. You mean the disappearance of those girls is related to human traffickers? Bai Chihua asked, his face turning pale, fear and worry filling his eyes. Exactly, and I suspect there is a huge criminal organization behind them, Gu Ran said, his voice booming like thunder in the ward. This organization uses traffickers to abduct girls and then conducts illegal human experiments. What? Illegal human experiments? Both Bai Chihua and Director Chen were shocked, their faces turning ashen, fear and anger filling their eyes. Yes, I inadvertently discovered an underground laboratory where many abducted girls were held, Guran said, his voice filled with anger and compassion. They conduct all sorts of inhumane experiments on these girls. It's simply monstrous. This is just too terrifying, Bai Chihua stammered, his body trembling slightly, as if he might collapse at any moment. Guran, are you sure you're not mistaken? Director Chen asked, his voice filled with doubt and distrust. I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be false? Guran said, his gaze firm and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Moreover, I have also crossed paths with the leader of this organization. Who is their leader? Bai Chihua asked, his voice urgent and tense. He calls himself Mr. K, a member of the Tianqing radical faction, Guran said, his voice low and grave, as if a huge stone pressed down on everyone's hearts. Tianqing? Isn't that an official organization? Director Chen exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Exactly, on the surface, Tianqing is an official organization, but internally it has long been corrupted, Guran sneered. Mr. K uses this identity to cover up his crimes. Bai Chihua's face changed drastically upon hearing this. So, are there people at the top of our country involved? Guran nodded. Not only that, but the organization's reach has extended throughout Asia. They use medical exchange conferences as a cover to conduct illegal human experiments in various countries. Dean Shen, upon hearing this, finally set aside his prejudice against Guran. Mr. Gu, since the situation is so serious, what should we do? A glimmer of determination flashed in Guran's eyes. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. He turned to Bai Chihua. Old Bai, I need you to convene an emergency meeting as the organizer of the medical exchange conference. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. Bai Chihua immediately agreed. Guran then looked at Dean Chen. Dean Chen, I need you to help me investigate the backgrounds of all the doctors and researchers attending the conference. Dean Chen nodded. I'll handle it as soon as possible. Just then, Bai Shiyan woke up. Weakly, she asked, what happened? Guran looked at her gently. It's nothing, you just accidentally got poisoned. It's all right now, just rest well. Bai Shiyan looked at Guran with gratitude. Thank you, Guran. Guran smiled and shook his head. You're welcome. A strange glint flashed in his eyes. I will definitely uncover the truth and protect you and other innocent people. Bai Chihua and Dean Chen watched the scene, both unable to help but feel a deep respect for Guran. Guran stood up. Alright, I'm going to take action. We must stop Mr. K's conspiracy as soon as possible. However, some of Guran's words detonated like a heavy bomb, exploding around them. Bai Chihua and Dean Chen's expressions changed drastically, filled with shock and disbelief. Has this kid watched too many spy movies? An older doctor muttered quietly. Illegal human experimentation? The radical faction? This is more absurd than a sci-fi movie. Another doctor couldn't help but interject. Dean Chen's attitude, however, took an unexpected 180. He excitedly slapped the table. Mr. Gu, since the situation is so serious, what should we do? I'll investigate the backgrounds of the attendees right away. Seeing this, Bai Chihua also stood up abruptly. Colleagues, I believe every word Guran says. Although this kid is young, his medical skills are exceptional, and he would never speak carelessly. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it. Guran smiled at this. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Team Leader Ding, this is Guran. I need your help with something. On the other end of the line, Ding Mingyi's voice came through. Guran, what's the urgent matter? Guran succinctly explained the situation regarding Mr. K. After listening, Ding Mingyi fell silent for a moment. We're also investigating this internally, but Mr. K is hiding too deeply. Moreover, the radical faction is about to implement the captain plan, and my authority as a team leader is insufficient. Guran frowned. What should we do then? Ding Mingyi pondered for a moment, his voice low and firm. How about this? I'll dispatch Team B5 to assist you. Haven't you met them before? They should be able to help. Alright, it's settled. Guran, after all, had only the experience of dealing with Li Tianxiang for this infiltration, and Mr. K's subordinates surely possessed numerous abilities, so caution was wise. After hanging up, the surroundings fell into silence. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered, as if a storm was about to arrive. Guran slowly closed his eyes and began to use divination. In an instant, his brow furrowed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Deep within his consciousness, a vague figure flickered in and out of view. It was a tall silhouette, shrouded in shadow. Just as Guran was about to focus and take a closer look, a blinding light flashed, slicing through the figure like a sharp sword. He suddenly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just experienced a thrilling battle. Ha! Guran took a deep breath, calming his rapid breathing. His gaze swept over everyone present, finally settling on Bai Chihua. I only found one of Mr. K's laboratories, Guran said slowly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible disappointment. The divination technique is still a bit too weak. After this killing, he hoped to draw some more powerful abilities. Most of the videos he had been getting were just money, which was of little use to him now. On the other side, Lung Kai received the mission and immediately led Team B5 to Gu Ran's location. Gu Ran told them the address he had divined. This place looks very dangerous, Yu Xian frowned. Du Daxiong scratched the back of his head and said with a simple smile, don't be afraid, I'm here. Lung Kai pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each team member's face. He took a deep breath and said firmly, the action is set for 8 o'clock tonight. Everyone, be fully prepared. He turned to Gu Ran, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Ran, are you sure you want to go with us? It could be very dangerous. A flicker of struggle passed through Gu Ran's eyes, but it was soon replaced by determination. He looked directly at Leng Kai, his voice leaving no room for doubt. Of course, I must see it for myself. Mr. K sees me as a thorn in his side, and I want to give him a surprise. Before he finished speaking, Gu Ran's fist was already clenched tightly. After confirming the address, the 5 of them set off immediately. As night deepened, the city lights rushed past the car window. Inside the car, the silence was heavy as lead. Upon arriving at the destination, they found an unremarkable factory. The dilapidated iron gate was half open, rusted. Weeds stubbornly grew through the cracks in the concrete floor, swaying in the night breeze. The factory's outer wall was mottled and peeling, revealing the red bricks inside. A few broken windows looked like the factory's murky eyes, pitch black. An indescribable strange smell filled the air, a mix of metal, chemicals, and decay. Gu Ran took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. He felt an indescribable sense of oppression wash over him. This place, he said softly, his voice full of vigilance, is probably not as simple as it looks. Gu Ran took the lead, with Lang Kai closely following. Team B5 slipped into the depths of the laboratory like ghosts. Yu Xian suddenly stopped, his keen eyes locking onto what seemed to be an ordinary wall. Wait, there's something wrong here. Lang Kai stepped forward to examine it closely, his fingers gently brushing over the wall, feeling a barely noticeable gap. He pushed hard, and the wall silently slid open, revealing a hidden room. Gu Ran's eyes sharpened, and he was the first to rush in. The sight before him made his pupils constrict, and his heart raced violently. In the dim room, several young girls were chained to the wall. They looked haggard, their eyes hollow, their bodies covered in horrific scars. Some were connected to various tubes leading to strange instruments. The air was thick with fear and despair. Oh my God! Fong Keek's voice trembled, tears instantly filling her eyes. Gu Ran took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He quickly stepped forward to check the girls' conditions. Anger burned in his chest, but he knew this was not the time to vent his emotions. Don't be afraid, we are here to save you, Gu Ran comforted softly, while deftly unlocking the chains. His movements were gentle yet firm, treating them like fragile items. Du Daxiong said with a simple smile, don't worry, we're here. His tall figure stood at the door, providing a sense of security. As the girls were rescued, a glimmer of hope gradually appeared in their hollow eyes. Gu Ran looked at them, silently vowing to bring Mr. K, the mastermind behind this, to justice. Lang Kai cautiously scanned the surroundings and said in a low voice, we need to leave here quickly. Gu Ran nodded and gently helped the girls to their feet. We will take you out of this hell on earth. Thank you, one girl said weakly. Gu Ran asked gently, can you tell us what happened? The girls exchanged fearful and hesitant glances. Finally, a slightly older girl took a deep breath and summoned her courage to speak. Her voice was hoarse from long-term fear. They are experimenting on us, saying they want to create some perfect human. Perfect human? The term echoed in the empty room like a heavy hammer, striking at everyone's conscience. The sound reflected off the cold walls, embedding this terrifying concept deep into the souls of all present. Gu Ran's fists clenched unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his palms, leaving crescent-shaped marks. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, like a touch of frost on a winter day, sharp and piercing. Those usually gentle eyes seemed capable of piercing through time and space, seeing the innocent girls suffering inhuman treatment. Is this their goal? Gu Ran's deep voice broke the silence, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth, to pursue the so-called perfection with living lives? Lang Kai's brows furrowed tightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. As the captain of Team B5, he was known for his calm demeanor, but at this moment, even he found it hard to remain composed. This completely goes against the original intention of Tianqing. He gritted his teeth and said, we established ourselves to protect humanity, not to become accomplices in harming our own kind. Yu Xian paced back and forth irritably, his fire abilities fluctuating with his emotions, sparks occasionally flickering at his fingertips. Damn it! He suddenly shouted, punching the wall, we must stop this madness. Feng Kiki stood in the corner, tightly holding the injured girls, as if this could provide her some comfort. Her usually gentle eyes were filled with tears, her voice trembling as she said, If we had discovered you sooner, Mr. K. Gu Ran pressed, his voice tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with terror. Yes, they often mention this name. Just then, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly rang throughout the laboratory. The shrill sound echoed in the cramped space, sending chills down their spines. Damn it, we've been discovered. Yu Xian cursed through clenched teeth, his hand already reaching for the weapon at his waist. Gu Ran's gaze instantly sharpened like a knife. He quickly stood up and decisively ordered, Feng Kiki, you take them and retreat first. The rest of you stay back with me. His voice was filled with undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the laboratory door burst open with a loud bang, as if a furious beast had torn apart its cage. Four figures rushed in like phantoms, led by Mr. K's capable aide, Luo Jie. At this moment, a pungent, corrosive odor filled the air, reminiscent of sulfuric acid corroding metal. Humph, a bunch of rats have run into the laboratory, Luo Jie sneered, his voice like a cold snake hissing. A nauseating, corrosive aura surged from his body, like rolling black mist. A fierce glint flashed in Gu Ran's eyes, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The stance of Bagwazang was instantly assumed, his body coiling like a wound-up machine, ready to strike. Yu Xian shouted angrily, flames erupting around him, the firelight illuminating his fierce face. Du Daxiong stomped his feet, causing the ground to tremble as if a small earthquake had occurred. He stood in front of everyone, like an indestructible human fortress. Luo Jie looked on disdainfully, waving his hand as a corrosive force struck Du Daxiong's chest like a snake lunging from its hole. Ah! The dark green corrosive force hit his chest instantly, like maggots burrowing into flesh. Even with the enhancement of earth abilities, he could not fully withstand this bizarre attack. He let out a painful howl the moment the corrosive force made contact with his skin. It was like scalding lava splashed on the flesh, emitting a hissing sound as it burned, reminiscent of a red-hot iron block thrown into ice water. Du Daxiong's chest muscles rotted at a visible speed. What was once as hard as rock now resembled metal corroded by strong acid, releasing waves of foul-smelling white smoke. Behind him, Feng Kiki immediately unleashed a green healing light upon him, like the sunlight of spring bathing Du Daxiong. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Despite the healing power, the wound on Du Daxiong's chest continued to corrode, as if being gnawed by countless ants. Luo Jie waved his left hand, and a black light shot forth like the Grim Reaper's scythe, aimed directly at Leng Kai. Leng Kai's figure flickered, moving as fast as lightning. He narrowly dodged this deadly strike, cold sweat pouring down. Be careful, his ability is S-class corrosion. Leng Kai shouted in warning, his voice filled with urgency. The battle erupted instantly, like a towering wave suddenly rising on a calm sea. Yu Xian's flames clashed with Luo Jie's corrosive power, producing a piercing screech. Sizzle! The firelight and black mist intertwined, like two giant dragons tearing at each other. Leng Kai, relying on his agile movements, darted among the enemies like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Bang! 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 A hint of surprise flashed in Luo Jie's eyes. Leng Kai's skills were indeed remarkable, each punch felt like a 1,000-pound weight. However, Luo Jie's strength was undeniably formidable. He easily dealt with the two's assault, still wearing a contemptuous smile, as if toying with two ants. Is that all you've got? Truly disappointing, Luo Jie mocked, his voice dripping with disdain. Oh, is that so? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow, watching Luo Jie with keen interest. His gaze was like a hawk locking onto its prey. This Luo Jie was indeed not to be underestimated. The three on their side were already injured, while the three ability users behind him had yet to make a move. The situation was grim. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Luo Jie's mouth. He waved his hand, and three figures appeared behind him like phantoms. One was a muscular man, like an iron tower, with a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Another was a slender figure, with sharp nails like knives, glinting with a cold light. The last one was shrouded in a black robe, his face obscured, exuding an eerie aura. Go, kill them, Luo Jie ordered casually, as if it were as easy as squashing a few ants. The muscular man clashed his fists together, producing a dull roar, exuding a palpable sense of power, clearly a strength-type ability user. The slender man licked his sharp nails, his gaze cold, his speed should not be slow, likely an agility type. As for the robed figure, Gu Ran could not see through him for now, but his instincts told him that this person was the most dangerous. Therefore, he must be dealt with first. A cold glint flashed in Gu Rant's eyes. He snorted coldly, purple light swirling in his gaze. Charming eye. An invisible wave of mental energy instantly enveloped the robed figure. The robed figure's body stiffened, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Then, he actually turned around and began to walk slowly toward Luo Jie. Number 1? Are you trying to rebel? Luo Jie exclaimed in shock and anger, staring incredulously at the robed figure. The robed figure did not respond, merely moving forward mechanically. A murderous intent erupted in Luo Jie's eyes. He raised his hand, and a surge of dark green corrosive power erupted forth, instantly engulfing the robed figure. Sizzle! The harsh sound of corrosion rang out, and the robed figure didn't even have time to scream before turning into a puddle of pus. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. Gu Rant's heart sank. This Luo Jie was ruthless. He showed no mercy even to his subordinates. After disposing of the robed figure, Luo Jie refocused his gaze on Gu Ran. This time, there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Interesting, you can actually control my subordinates. He licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. But do you think this is enough to deal with me? Luo Jie grinned maliciously. Each step felt like treading on Gu Ran's heart, heavy and dangerous. His scarred face appeared particularly sinister under the dim light, as if a demon had crawled out from the depths of hell. Kid, weren't you quite arrogant? Why are you silent now? Luo Jie's voice was hoarse and deep, like sandpaper scraping against metal, grating and unpleasant. Gu Ran took a deep breath, trying to calm the tension within. He activated his enchanting eye again, targeting Luo Jie directly. The purple light spun wildly in his pupils, like an unfathomable whirlpool, ready to draw Luo Jie in and completely devour him. Luo Jie's body paused slightly, a momentary confusion flashing in his eyes, as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion. But soon, he regained clarity, a flicker of surprise crossing his murky eyes, followed by a burst of maniacal laughter, his laughter echoing like a night owl's cry, chilling to the bone. Useless! This trick won't work on me. Luo Jie's voice was filled with pride and mockery. I'm an S-class ability user. My mental strength is incredibly powerful. You think this little trick can control me? Gu Ran's heart sank, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The enchanting eye he was so proud of had actually failed. Luo Jie's mental strength was far beyond his expectations. There was no time to think further. Luo Jie had already launched an attack. With a wave of his hand, a dark green corrosive force shot through the air like an arrow, carrying a pungent smell, heading straight for Gu Ran. Gu Ran's pupils constricted. His heart felt as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. He pushed off the ground with his toes, his body floating backward like a weightless feather, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. The corrosive force hit the ground, instantly creating a large pit, the hard concrete floor crumbling like tofu, emitting white smoke and a nauseating odor. Gu Ran felt a wave of fear wash over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If he were hit by that thing, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might not even leave behind a bone fragment. You're pretty quick at dodging, little mouse, Luo Jie sneered, launching another attack, enjoying the thrill of his prey's desperate struggle like a cat playing with a mouse. Waves of corrosive force poured down like a torrential rain, dense and rapid, blocking all of Gu Ran's escape routes. Gu Ran darted through the gaps in the corrosive force, dancing on the edge of a knife. Each dodge was perilous. A slight misstep could lead to utter destruction, turning him into a puddle of pus. Damn it! Gu Ran cursed inwardly, the situation growing increasingly dire. Continuing like this was not a solution. He would eventually be hit by the relentless attacks. He had to find a way to counterattack. His gaze swept across the battlefield, his anxiety mounting. Yu Xian and Lang Kai were entangled with the other two, but they were clearly at a disadvantage, multiple wounds appearing on their bodies, blood staining their clothes. Although Du Daxiong's chest wound had somewhat eased under Feng Qi's treatment, it was still shocking, deep enough to see bone, each breath accompanied by intense pain. Feng Qi's face was as pale as paper, her hair soaked with sweat, clearly exhausted from using her abilities, reaching her limit. It was time for a quick resolution. A glint of determination flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. He knew he could not delay any longer. He took a deep breath, the air thick with the rusty smell of blood, making him nauseous. The method for using the eternal curse quickly flashed through his mind. At this moment, he could no longer afford to hide his trump card. He just wanted to punish this demon before him. Eternal curse, Gu Ran silently chanted in his heart, like the whisper of death. At the same time, the twisted and ugly face of Luo Jie was vividly etched in his mind, as deep as a brand. An invisible force erupted from him like a dormant volcano suddenly coming to life. This power was as tangible as substance, carrying a cold, damp aura, like invisible venomous snakes swiftly coiling around Luo Jie, trapping him tightly. Luo Jie's body stiffened abruptly, as if he had been struck by a paralysis spell. His face contorted in a look of agony akin to seeing a ghost, his features twisted beyond recognition. He felt something within him rapidly draining away, like fine sand slipping through an hourglass, silent yet unstoppable. It was his vitality, his life force, fading at an astonishing speed, like a withered branch drained of moisture, quickly shriveling up. "You, what have you done to me?" Luo Jie screamed in terror, his voice hoarse and grating, filled with fear of the unknown, like a beast driven to the brink making its final struggle. Gu Ran did not respond, merely gazing at him coldly, his eyes as emotionless as eternal ice. Wrinkles like ravines rapidly appeared on Luo Jie's face, resembling the gnarled roots of an old tree, and his hair turned visibly gray, as if covered in frost. He resembled an old man on the verge of death, ready to be toppled by a gust of wind, the flame of life flickering precariously. "No, no, I don't want to die." Luo Jie let out a desperate wail, his voice piercing like a cuckoo crying blood, utterly mournful. He could clearly feel his soul undergoing extreme torment, every moment like being scorched in the fires of hell, unbearable pain making him wish for death. This suffering was 1,000 times worse than physical torment, making him long to die immediately. "This is your punishment, what you deserve," Gu Ran spoke coldly, his voice like a judgment from hell, each word a sharp knife stabbing deeply into Luo Jie's heart. Luo Jie's eyes filled with venomous resentment, glaring at Gu Ran as if he wanted to swallow him whole, to crush his bones and devour them. I curse you to die a miserable death." Luo Jie used his last ounce of strength, like a dying flash of light, uttering a vicious curse, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, filled with endless hatred and unwillingness. "Ah!" Then, his body, like a withered tree, collapsed to the ground with a thud, like a pile of scattered firewood, completely devoid of life. Only his eyes remained wide open, filled with unwillingness and resentment. Gu Ran looked at Luo Jie's corpse, his heart unperturbed. This world was inherently cruel. It was either you die, or I perish. He turned to face the two remaining psychics. The muscular man and the thin man were now terrified, having never witnessed such a bizarre scene. They had seen Luo Jie cursed to death by Gu Ran, their hearts filled with fear. "You too, how do you want to die?" Gu Ran spoke lightly, his voice laced with murderous intent. The muscular man and the thin man exchanged a glance, a flicker of determination passing between them. They knew that they would likely not escape death today. Rather than be tortured to death by Gu Ran, they would rather end it themselves. The muscular man let out a roar and swung a fist at his own head. Bang! The muscular man's fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, was about to strike his own temple. At that critical moment, Gu Ran moved. He flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the muscular man. Slap! With a crisp sound, Gu Ran's palm accurately grasped the muscular man's wrist, clamping down like a vice, firmly restraining his movement. The muscular man felt a tremendous force surge through him, as if his wrist were about to be crushed, excruciating pain overwhelming him. He looked at Gu Ran in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. How could this guy be so fast? Want to die? It's not that easy. Gu Ran sneered, suddenly exerting force with his hand. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible as the muscular man's wrist was instantly crushed, hanging limply. Ah! Ah! The muscular man let out a piercing scream, cold sweat instantly covering his forehead. On the other side, the thin man, seeing this, was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body, turning to flee. Gu Ran's eyes narrowed, and he flicked his fingers. A gust of wind howled out, accurately striking the thin man's knee. Thud! The thin man fell to the ground, clutching his knee and howling in pain. Now, I can ask you both properly. Gu Ran walked up to them, looking down from above with a cold gaze. If I kill you, I can get 2 chances for a lottery. Gu Ran muttered to himself. The muscular man, realizing suicide was not an option, endured the excruciating pain and pleaded with Gu Ran, "Please, don't kill us. We can tell you a lot about Mr. K." The thin man quickly echoed. Gu Ran remained silent, simply watching them. The two felt a chill run down their spines, trembling all over. At that moment, Lung Kai and the others approached. They looked at Luo Jie's corpse, which resembled a withered tree, then glanced at Gu Ran, their expressions complex. It's him, Lung Kai thought to himself. He recalled the way Li Yongxian had died, which was eerily similar to Luo Jie's fate. Gu Ran, you. Lung Kai hesitated. Gu Ran glanced at him and said lightly, I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, as long as you don't speak of it, I won't do anything to you. Hearing this, Lung Kai and the others felt a chill in their hearts. They understood that Gu Ran was warning them. We understand. Lung Kai took a deep breath and said, we won't say anything. Gu Ran nodded, no longer paying them any mind, and continued to interrogate the muscular man and the thin man. After some threats and temptations, the two finally revealed everything they knew. Gu Ran also obtained a lot of useful information from them. Once he dealt with the two, Gu Ran and his group began to clean up the battlefield. They found the place where Luo Jie and the others had stayed before and discovered a communication device. This device was used to contact Mr. K. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound broke the silence. It was the communication device. The screen lit up, revealing a figure wearing a strange mask. Mr. K, Gu-ran said softly, his voice carrying a hint of seriousness. The Mr. K on the screen seemed somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Gu-ran and the others to break into one of his laboratories, let alone that they could stand here alive. Gu-ran, I didn't expect you to kill those useless ones like Luojia. Mr. K's voice came from the device, laced with amusement, appreciation, and a barely perceptible wariness. It seems the opportunity to realize the perfect human lies with you. He paused, as if savoring something. That old guy's prophecy was not wrong. Prophecy? Gu-ran keenly caught this keyword. What prophecy? Lung Kai asked beside him. Mr. K smiled mysteriously, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, as if mocking Lung Kai. He didn't speak. He simply looked deeply at Gu-ran with the eyes hidden behind the mask. That gaze was as sharp as a hawk's and as dark as an abyss, as if it could see through everything, sending chills down one's spine. Then, the communication was cut off. The screen went dark in an instant, leaving Gu-ran and the others staring at each other, engulfed in confusion. Gu-ran scanned the dim underground room, confirming there was no trace of Mr. K, then turned to the members of Team B5. I'll head back first, you all handle things here. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. Lang Kai nodded. Don't worry, we will take good care of these girls. Contact us immediately if there are any new discoveries. Gu-ran reminded him, then turned and left this uncomfortable place. The night was deep, and when Gu-ran returned to the Ikong International Villa area, he saw Song Qian waiting at the door from a distance. She was wearing a beige knitted cardigan, looking somewhat thin in the night breeze. You're back, Song Qian said softly, her gaze filled with concern. From your expression, it seems something bad happened? Gu-ran forced a smile and walked over. It's indeed not good. He didn't elaborate, just gently shook his head. But I'm already dealing with it. Song Qian hesitated, ultimately not asking anything. She understood Gu-ran and knew that if he chose not to speak about something, there must be a reason. Come in, I made ginger tea. It's late, you should drink something to warm yourself up. Gu-ran followed Song Qian into the villa, and the gloom in his heart seemed to dissipate a little with the warm light. However, the painful faces of those girls still lingered in his mind. He silently vowed to find out the whereabouts of Mr. K, the truth behind the perfect human project, and bring him to justice. Gu-ran picked up the ginger tea and took a small sip. The spicy ginger flavor mixed with the sweetness of brown sugar slid down his throat into his stomach, dispelling the chill of the night. He set down the cup, closed his eyes, and the system interface appeared in his mind. System, he silently recited. In front of him, a semi-transparent system panel slowly unfolded, emitting a faint blue light. The words Reward System 2.0 flickered at the top of the panel, with his personal information below. Gu-ran's gaze fell on the Current Assets section, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He was now a millionaire. However, this money was just a number to him. He shook his head and shifted his focus to the system prompt. Congratulations, host, for killing Luo Jie and 3 others. You have gained 4 lottery chances. Would you like to draw now? Draw. Gu-ran chose to draw without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge roulette appeared on the system panel, densely packed with various rewards. There were skills, items, attribute points, and even some strange things. Gu-ran took a deep breath and pressed the draw button. The roulette spun rapidly, the pointer jumping between various rewards like a wild horse. Gu-ran's heartbeat quickened with the movement of the pointer. He stared intently at the roulette, hoping to draw something useful. Ding! A crisp prompt sound rang out, and the pointer slowly came to a stop. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Bad Luck Sticker. Gu-ran was taken aback. What was this? He clicked to open the item description. Bad Luck Sticker, a one-time consumable that can be stuck to a target, causing the target to be plagued by bad luck for 24 hours. Gu-ran's eyes lit up. This was a good item. Although it couldn't directly enhance his combat power, it could be used to sabotage others. Just imagine, in a battle, sticking a bad luck sticker on someone. That scene would be quite beautiful. Gu-ran nodded in satisfaction and continued to draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Mental Power Detection skill. Gu-ran felt a surge of joy. This skill could be used to detect the mental power fluctuations around him, which was very useful for discovering hidden enemies. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an Ability Suppression Bracelet. Gu-ran's eyes widened. What kind of item was this? He quickly clicked to open the item description. Ability Suppression Bracelet, a special item that can suppress the target's abilities, preventing them from using their powers for 10 seconds. Gu-ran gasped, his pupils suddenly constricting. This bracelet was simply a nemesis for ability users. He could almost see it, in battle, the enemy confidently activating their powers, only to find their abilities sinking like a stone, with no response at all. What kind of expression would that be, filled with terror and despair? Just thinking about it makes one feel excited. With this bracelet, he no longer fears those enemies with strange and bizarre powers. 3 lottery draws, and the rewards were all quite good, each one leaving Gu-ran feeling satisfied. Only one chance left. Gu-ran rubbed his fists together, eager to try. He stared at the roulette, silently chanting in his heart, "Give me something big. Give me something big." The pointer spun rapidly again, jumping between the colorful rewards. Gu-ran's gaze followed closely, his heart pounding as if it were about to leap out of his chest. Everything around him fell silent, leaving only the sound of the spinning wheel. Ding! A crisp notification sound rang out. The pointer slowly came to a stop, landing in a golden area. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Thunder Prison skill." Gu-ran was taken aback. What was this? He quickly clicked to open the skill introduction. He quickly washed up, changed into casual clothes, and stepped out of his house. The morning sunlight bathed him, warm and comfortable. Gu-ran took a deep breath, the fresh air mixed with a faint floral scent, refreshing to the soul. As he walked, he thought to himself, isn't he now considered a tall, rich, and handsome guy? Wealthy, good-looking, powerful, and with beautiful women throwing themselves at him, he was practically a winner in life. However, that Mr. K was indeed a nuisance that needed to be dealt with quickly. Just as he was thinking this, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Leng Kai. "Gu-ran, something's happened. We've found a new clue. You need to come quickly." Leng Kai's voice was urgent and serious. "Okay, I'm on my way." Gu-ran hung up the phone, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the location Leng Kai mentioned. Upon arriving, Gu-ran found that it was an abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, and weeds grew wildly around it, looking like it had been deserted for a long time. "What clues are here?" Gu-ran asked. Leng Kai pointed inside the warehouse and said, "You'll know once you go in and take a look." Gu-ran pushed open the warehouse door, and a musty smell hit him. He walked inside and saw it was filled with various strange instruments, along with a huge petri dish containing people. Gu-ran gasped. What on earth was Mr. K doing? He carefully observed the people in the petri dish and noticed that although they had human forms, their skin exhibited a bizarre green hue, and they had strange scales growing on them. Are these mutants? Gu-ran wondered, puzzled. Leng Kai stepped forward and explained, "We suspect these are the experimental subjects for Mr. K's perfect human project, but it seems it hasn't succeeded." Gu-ran replied, "Perfect human? Just this?" Leng Kai. At that moment, the people in the petri dish suddenly opened their eyes, fierce light flashing within. One of them lunged at Gu-ran, breaking through the petri dish. "Watch out!" Leng Kai shouted. Gu-ran was already on guard, dodging the attack with a sidestep, then punching the person in the stomach. The person cried out in pain. Gu-ran thought, it seems this thing isn't that impressive after all. Suddenly, a green mist erupted from the person. After inhaling the mist, Gu-ran immediately felt dizzy. Is this poison gas? Gu-ran quickly held his breath. With the movement of this person, all the experimental subjects in the vast warehouse began to stir. Some of these subjects had twisted limbs, crawling on the ground like spiders, others were massive, over 3 meters tall, shaking the ground with each step, and some had wings, circling in the air while emitting piercing screams. They all had bloodshot eyes, green liquid flowing from their mouths, and were closing in on Gu-ran and Leng Kai, as if they wanted to tear them to pieces. Gu-ran activated the charm eye again, but this time there was not even a second of control. It seemed these people had no thoughts. As the number of mutants around them increased, Gu-ran and Leng Kai were surrounded, trapped in a desperate situation. Seeing this, Gu-ran silently chanted, "Thunder Prison." In an instant, a field of lightning suddenly unfolded around him. Inside the warehouse, the wind howled, and thunder roared. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the mutants with precision. Boom! The thunder rolled, deafening. The mutants screamed in agony under the bombardment of lightning, their bodies charred and emitting thick smoke. In just a few seconds, those once ferocious mutants all fell to the ground, turning into piles of charcoal. The air was filled with a burnt smell, making one feel nauseous. Leng Kai stared in disbelief at everything before him, hardly able to believe his eyes. What kind of ability is this? It's too powerful. Gu-ran stood at the center of the lightning field, like a god of thunder, imposing and majestic. He looked at the charred corpses on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had this skill, otherwise, today would have been troublesome. Gu-ran searched the warehouse and found a diary. This is Mr. K's diary? Gu-ran opened the diary, which detailed Mr. K's experimental subject plan. In the diary, Gu-ran discovered that Mr. K's plan was not just to create perfect humans, but to rule the world? Gu-ran felt a chill run down his spine. This Mr. K was simply a madman. Gu-ran's breathing quickened. This is simply a divine skill. He seemed to see himself standing in a realm intertwined with lightning, countless bolts of lightning swirling around him like loyal guardians, and his enemies, in this sea of lightning, struggled in pain, howling, ultimately turning to ashes. This is true power. Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He put away the system panel and drank the ginger tea in one gulp. Good tea, he exclaimed, standing up and walking towards the bedroom. Get some rest early, Song Qian's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of tenderness. You should sleep early too. Gu Ran turned back with a smile and walked into the bedroom. He lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and began to think about the upcoming plans. Mr. K, the perfect human plan, and that mysterious prophecy. These matters were like a tangled mess, wrapping around his heart. He needed to sort it out quickly and find a way to solve the problems. Unknowingly, Gu Ran fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he arrived at a strange place. It was a huge laboratory, filled with all kinds of instruments, which flickered with eerie lights. In the center of the laboratory, a figure in a white coat had his back to him, busy with something. Gu Ran wanted to step forward to see the person's face, but his body felt as if it were frozen, unable to move. Who are you? Gu Ran shouted loudly. The figure slowly turned around, revealing a face masked in a strange mask. Mr. K, Gu Ran exclaimed in shock. Mr. K said nothing, only quietly stared at him. Those eyes hidden behind the mask were sharp like a hawk and dark like an abyss, as if they could see through everything, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Ran felt a wave of suffocation. He wanted to escape, but his body would not obey. You can't escape, Mr. K's voice suddenly echoed, like a whisper from hell. You are destined to become a part of me. No! Gu Ran suddenly woke up from a nightmare, letting out a loud shout as he opened his eyes wide. He felt as if his whole body was soaked in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. He gasped for breath, raised his hand to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead, and after a while, he finally calmed down. So it was just a dream. Gu Ran murmured to himself, letting out a long sigh, trying to steady his racing heart. But the scenes from the dream, so vividly real, kept swirling in his mind like a lingering ghost, making his unease surge like a tidal wave, growing stronger. Gu Ran forced himself to sit up, slipping on his slippers and walking to the window. Outside, the night was thick and dark, with only a few streetlights casting a dim, yellowish glow, like feeble candles struggling in the darkness, adding a touch of loneliness and desolation. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the night sky, his thoughts drifting far away. Once upon a time, all he hoped for was a life of wealth and ease, to be carefree and indulgent. Yet unexpectedly, the wheels of fate had quietly turned, and now he found himself deeply mired in turmoil, unable to escape. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight gently filtered through the gap in the curtains, quietly falling onto the bed. Gu Ran slowly awakened, lazily stretching his body and fully enjoying the unique tranquility and comfort of the morning. He stepped out of his house with a light stride, the morning sun bathing him in warmth, as if gilding him with a layer of gold, making him feel particularly comfortable. As he walked, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, now, I have money, looks, and exceptional skills, and occasionally, beautiful women take the initiative to show interest in me. Isn't this the perfect standard for a winner in life? But soon, his smile faltered slightly. That mysterious and elusive Mr. K was like a time bomb buried in the shadows, ready to explode at any moment, shattering the stable life he had painstakingly built. He needed to find a way to resolve this pressing issue quickly. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden ringtone abruptly shattered the peaceful morning. Gu Ran frowned slightly, raised his hand to pull out his phone from his pocket, and saw Lang Kai flashing on the screen. Gu Ran, something's happened. We've discovered a crucial new clue. Hurry over. On the other end of the line, Lang Kai's voice was urgent and tinged with unmistakable anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and restless. Okay, I'll be there right away. Gu Ran replied without hesitation, decisively hanging up the phone. He commanded De Huan to drive itself to the designated location. The car sped down the empty streets, and Gu Ran's mood grew serious. Upon arriving at the destination, he found it to be a long-abandoned warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, rusted, and surrounded by overgrown weeds, almost completely obscuring the building, giving off an eerie atmosphere. What clues are here? Gu Ran asked, frowning in confusion. Lang Kai pointed inside the warehouse, his expression grave, saying, "You'll know once you go in and take a look." Gu Ran pushed open the heavy warehouse door. A musty smell mixed with dust hit him, making him cough a few times. He stepped inside, finding the dimly lit space filled with various strange instruments, each one different in shape, covered in dust and cobwebs, some even flickering with an eerie red light. In the center of the warehouse, there was a huge petri dish, soaking in people. Gu Ran gasped in shock. What on earth was Mr. K doing? He cautiously approached the petri dish, carefully observing the people inside. He noticed that although they had human forms, their skin exhibited a strange green hue, resembling that of some kind of plant, and they had odd scales growing on them, shimmering faintly in the dim light. Is this a mutant? Gu Ran was filled with uncertainty, his voice trembling slightly. Lang Kai stepped forward and explained in a deep voice, "We suspect this is the experimental subject for Mr. K's perfect human project, but it seems to have failed." Gu Ran twitched the corner of his mouth, a hint of sarcasm in his tone as he said, "Perfect human? Is this it?" Lang Kai. At that moment, the humans in the petri dish suddenly opened their eyes, and a fierce light flickered in their hollow eye sockets, sending chills down one's spine. He violently smashed the petri dish, glass shards flying everywhere, and the culture medium spilled all over the ground, making a chilling sound. "Be careful," Lang Kai shouted, his voice filled with tension and alertness. Gu Ran was already on guard, sidestepping the attack and then delivering a punch to the stomach of the human in front of him. The punch was powerful, accompanied by a whistling sound. The human cried out in pain, the sound hoarse and unpleasant, like a beast's roar or a ghost's wail. Gu Ran thought to himself, "It seems this thing isn't that impressive after all." Suddenly, a green mist erupted from the human, carrying a pungent, fishy odor. After inhaling the mist, Gu Ran immediately felt dizzy and weak. "Is this poison gas?" Gu Ran quickly held his breath, cursing inwardly. With the movement of this human, all the petri dishes in the large warehouse began to shake violently, as if all the experimental subjects had awakened. Some of these subjects had twisted limbs, crawling on the ground like spiders, making a chilling crack-crack sound. Some were enormous, over 3 meters tall, each step causing the ground to tremble with a dull thud-thud. Others had wings, circling in the air and emitting piercing screams, their cries like the wails of ghosts, sending shivers down one's spine. Without exception, they all had bloodshot eyes, like bloodthirsty beasts, with green liquid flowing from their mouths, exuding a foul odor. They advanced toward Gu Ran and Lang Kai, as if intending to tear them to shreds. Gu Ran activated his enchanting eye again, but this time he couldn't even control them for a second. It seemed these beings had no thoughts. As the number of mutated beings increased around them, Gu Ran and Lang Kai were surrounded, trapped in a dire situation. Seeing this, Gu Ran silently chanted, "Thunder Prison." Instantly, a field of lightning erupted around him. Inside the warehouse, the wind howled, sand and stones flew, and thunder roared, as if it were the end of the world. Thick bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the mutated beings with precision, emitting dazzling white light. Boom! The thunder rolled, deafening, as if it would collapse the entire warehouse. Under the bombardment of the lightning, the mutated beings let out piercing screams, their bodies charred and emitting thick smoke, the air filled with a pungent burnt smell. In just a few seconds, those once ferocious mutated beings all fell to the ground, turning into piles of charred remains, no longer making a sound. The air was thick with the smell of burning, making one feel nauseous. Lang Kai stared in disbelief at everything before him, hardly able to believe his eyes, his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. What kind of ability is this? It's too powerful. He marveled inwardly, gaining a whole new understanding of Gu Ran's strength. Gu Ran stood at the center of the lightning field, like a god of thunder descending, imposing, and powerful. He looked at the charred corpses scattered on the ground, let out a long breath, and beads of fine sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, he had this skill, otherwise, today would have been troublesome. Gu Ran carefully searched the warehouse and found an experimental record, the cover of which had already yellowed, with some corners damaged. Is this Mr. K's experimental record? Gu Ran flipped open the experiment records, which detailed Mr. K's experimental subject plan. The handwriting was messy, and some parts had been smudged, as if the recorder was desperately trying to hide something. In the records, Gu Ran discovered that Mr. K's plan was not just to create a perfect human, but to dominate the world? A chill ran down Gu Ran's spine. This Mr. K was simply a madman. Gu Ran gently handed the experiment records to Lang Kai, the paper tracing a slight arc through the air, carrying a weight of significance. Lang Kai took it, his fingertips brushing over the yellowed pages, his brow furrowed as if he were trying to engrave every word into his mind. It mentions a secret research base, which seems to be where Mr. K conducts his subsequent experiments. Lang Kai's voice was low and hoarse. "Oh, it seems we need to investigate." Gu Ran's lips curled into a slight smile, sketching a playful arc, excitement flashing in his eyes like a cheetah spotting its prey, eager to pounce. He quickly activated his divination technique, closing his eyes and concentrating intensely. Images flickered in his mind like a revolving lantern, these images scattered like puzzle pieces, gradually converging to point towards an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city. "We have a lead. Let's go." Gu Ran called to Lang Kai, and the two of them shot out of the warehouse filled with blood and crime like arrows released from a bow, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the lingering smell of gunpowder in the air. They drove to the abandoned factory in the suburbs, where wild grass grew thick, and the place was in ruins, a dead silence enveloping it, as if it were a corner forgotten by the world. The setting sun cast its afterglow on the broken walls, stretching long shadows that added to the eerie atmosphere. The two cautiously infiltrated the factory's interior, discovering it had been transformed into a secret laboratory, filled with precision instruments and equipment, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps broke the suffocating silence. A group of guards in black uniforms appeared before them, their eyes cold and sharp like hawks, armed with weapons, the dark muzzles of their guns exuding a sense of death, surrounding them like a pack of hungry wolves encircling their prey. "Who are you? How dare you trespass here?" The leading guard shouted sharply, his voice icy and filled with murderous intent, slicing through the air like a sharp knife. "We're here to find Mr. K. Let him come out to see us." Gu Ran replied coldly, his tone carrying a hint of provocation, like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge exposed. "Looking for death." The guards roared, like enraged beasts, launching a frenzied attack on them. The battle erupted instantly, gunfire, explosions, and screams intertwining like a symphony of death, the scene extraordinarily intense. Bullets whizzed through the air, sparks flying, the air thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood, making one feel nauseous. Gu Ran and Lang Kai stood back to back, working in perfect harmony as they engaged in fierce combat with the guards. Gu Ran noticed that during the fight, his abilities seemed to have enhanced. He could control a more powerful lightning force, each bolt of lightning thicker and more dazzling than before, as if it were about to tear the sky apart. "What's going on?" Gu Ran wondered, but he had no time to think further, as more guards surged in like a tide, overwhelming them. He realized that this might be due to the previous battle with the mutants, which had triggered his potential, further enhancing his abilities. Lang Kai also discovered some new weapons, which glimmered with a ghostly blue light, possessing immense lethality against the mutants, each shot capable of blowing them to pieces. "Where did these weapons come from?" Lang Kai asked while fighting, his voice somewhat muffled amidst the intense gunfire. "I don't know, maybe they're Mr. K's secret weapons," Gu Ran replied, the power of lightning in his hands growing stronger, like a frenzied silver snake, electrocuting the surrounding guards until they were charred black, the air filled with a pungent burnt smell. Just then, a voice came from deep within the laboratory. "Stop." The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority, like an invisible command that made everyone halt their actions. Upon hearing this voice, the guards ceased their attacks and respectfully stepped aside, like a group of well-trained soldiers. Gu Ran and Lang Kai turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man in a white lab coat slowly walking out from the depths of the laboratory. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the sharp gaze behind the lenses sparkled with intelligence, giving off an unfathomable aura, as if he could see right through one's heart. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" the middle-aged man asked, his voice calm yet carrying a hint of scrutiny, like a high-ranking judge examining his defendant. "We are here to find Mr. K," Gu Ran said, his eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man, trying to glean some clues from his expression, searching for a hint of weakness. "I am Mr. K's assistant. What do you want with him?" the middle-aged man replied, a flicker of barely perceptible panic crossing his eyes, like a startled deer. "We want to know Mr. K's plans and his weaknesses," Lang Kai stated, his tone firm and unquestionable, like an indestructible shield. How do you know this?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He realized that these two were not simple, as they seemed to possess information he was unaware of. "We have our ways," Gu Ran said coldly, the power of lightning in his hands surging again, crackling like a poised venomous snake. I can tell you, but you must agree to one condition," the middle-aged man hesitated before saying, his voice trembling slightly. "What condition?" Gu Ran asked, retracting the lightning power but keeping his gaze sharp. "Help me find my family, they are under Mr. K's control," the middle-aged man said, his eyes filled with pleading and helplessness, like a drowning person grasping at the last straw. "All right, we agree," Gu Ran and Lang Kai exchanged a glance and said, their voices filled with determination and resolve. "Thank you, my name is Li Ming, and I was Mr. K's former assistant," the middle-aged man said, gratitude evident on his face, like a flower blooming in the darkness. "Now, can you tell us Mr. K's plans?" Lang Kai asked, a hint of urgency in his tone. "Mr. K's plan is to..." Li Ming lowered his voice and slowly said, his words like a chilling wind, blowing into Gu Ran and Lang Kai's ears. As they listened to Li Ming's account, their expressions grew increasingly grave, like a sky thick with dark clouds, a storm about to break. They had not anticipated that Mr. K's plan was so insane, so terrifying, it was utterly outrageous. "We must stop him," Gu Ran declared, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, like a burning flame. But what should we do? Lang Kai asked, his brow furrowed, lost in thought, like a general contemplating a battle plan. Li Ming, do you know Mr. K's weaknesses? Gu Ran inquired, a glimmer of hope in his voice. I know his weaknesses, Li Ming said, his voice very soft, but each word clearly reached Gu Ran and Lang Kai's ears, exploding in their hearts like heavy bombs. Alright, let's go rescue your family now, Gu Ran said. The three of them left the laboratory and, based on the information provided by Li Ming, headed to rescue his family. They arrived at a hidden location, where Mr. K was holding Li Ming's family. It was pitch dark around, with only a few dim streetlights casting weak glimmers of light. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed, like the cry of a night owl, sending shivers down their spines, as a group of bizarre mutated beings appeared before them. These mutants were stronger and more terrifying than those they had encountered before. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, some had sharp claws, others had fangs, and some were covered in thick scales. Their eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, like a group of demons from hell. This is the elite mutant squad sent by Mr. K, be careful, Li Ming said in terror, his body trembling slightly like a leaf in the wind. It seems an intense battle is inevitable, Gu Ran said, taking a deep breath. The power of lightning surged wildly within him, crackling like dancing silver snakes. Come on, let me see how strong you are, Gu Ran roared, charging forward first, his figure like a flash of lightning cutting through the darkness. Lang Kai followed closely behind, the new weapon in his hand glinting coldly, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the lives of the mutants. A thrilling battle began, with thunder, gunfire, and roars intertwining, forming a symphony of death. In the fight, Gu Ran further mastered his new lightning abilities. Each of his attacks carried devastating power, electrifying the surrounding mutants into charred remains. Thunder Prison, Gu Ran shouted. A field of lightning suddenly unfolded, enveloping the surrounding mutants. Lightning fell like raindrops, striking the mutants into charred pieces, filling the air with a pungent burnt smell that made one nauseous. This field of lightning seemed to be Gu Ran's absolute domain. Here, he was the god who ruled everything. Inside the warehouse, the thunder roared like a beast, echoing in the enclosed space, deafening, while lightning rampaged like countless silver snakes dancing in the air, illuminating the dim space in a ghastly white. The mutants let out piercing screams under the bombardment of lightning, their voices like the wails of vengeful spirits, chilling to the bone. Their bodies were charred black, as if burned by fierce flames, emitting a pungent burnt smell. Lang Kai was equally unyielding, gripping his new weapon tightly, his gaze resolute, continuously firing energy beams. Each beam accurately struck a mutant, knocking them to the ground. The energy beams sliced through the air with a whoosh sound, intertwining with the thunder, creating a symphony of death. The battle was exceptionally difficult, with the warehouse filled with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, making one feel nauseous. But neither Gu Ran nor Lang Kai backed down. They stood back to back, their eyes filled with determination. They grew braver with each fight, each attack carrying the force of thunder, ultimately defeating the elite mutant squad. They finally found Li Ming's trapped family. Li Ming was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he rushed forward, tightly embracing his family, his body trembling slightly. His voice choked as he repeatedly said, "Thank you, thank you." In that moment, all danger and fear vanished, leaving only the relief and gratitude of having survived. "Now, we can start our counterattack," Gu Ran said, his voice deep and powerful, his eyes shining with the light of wisdom. Li Ming took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and began to devise a counterattack plan based on his understanding of Mr. K. They decided to exploit Mr. K's weaknesses, luring him into a trap to eliminate him in one fell swoop. Gu Ran and Lang Kai started to prepare for action with great urgency. This would be a life and death battle, and any misstep could lead to utter ruin. Using the information provided by Li Ming, they cleverly created a false front, like an enticing bait, luring the big fish, Mr. K, step by step into their meticulously arranged trap. Mr. K indeed fell for it. He arrived at the trap with his mutant army, like dark clouds gathering ominously. A sinister smile crept across his face, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. "You dare to scheme against me, Mr. K roared, his voice booming like thunder, filled with anger and resentment. His eyes burned with fierce rage, as if he wanted to reduce everything to ashes. "Mr. K, your end has come," Gu Ran said coldly, his voice as emotionless as ice. He slowly raised his hands. The power of lightning in his grasp had reached its peak, crackling ominously, as if ready to explode at any moment. "Ah, just you?" Mr. K laughed maniacally, his laughter dripping with disdain and mockery. The mutant army behind him let out a series of roars, like beasts, their terrifying presence sending chills down spines. "Then let's see," Gu Ran shouted, like a clap of thunder on a clear day. He was the first to launch an attack on Mr. K, charging forward like an arrow released from a bow. Lang Kai also struck at the same time, his new weapon emitting dazzling beams of light, streaking through the night sky like meteors, aimed at the mutant army. A monumental battle began. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Mr. K displayed immense power, his movements as swift as lightning, each attack carrying the force of a thunderclap. His mutant army was even stronger than before, their bodies harder, their strength more terrifying, like a horde of demons crawling out of hell. Gu Ran and Lang Kai found themselves in a fierce struggle. Their plan seemed to be only partially effective, and the situation was precarious. Li Ming played a crucial role in the battle, using his knowledge like a ghost on the battlefield, constantly providing Gu Ran with information to help him combat Mr. K. Gu Ran, aim for his head, that's his weak spot. Li Ming shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos of the battlefield with clarity. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran immediately adjusted his attack direction, concentrating the power of lightning on Mr. K's head. He was like a precise surgeon, wielding the lightning as a scalpel, targeting Mr. K's vital point. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, like the heavens collapsing, as Mr. K's head was struck by lightning. He let out a painful scream, the sound piercing and sorrowful, like a wounded beast. At a critical moment in the battle, Gu Ran's abilities broke through once again. He seemed to merge with the lightning, grasping the ultimate essence of it. Is this the ultimate essence of lightning? Gu Ran thought ecstatically, feeling the power within him growing at an astonishing rate, as if it were boundless. He closed his eyes, feeling the power of lightning coursing through him like a rushing river, then suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with dazzling lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. The thunder god has descended. Gu Ran roared, like a clap of thunder on a clear day. He charged at Mr. K, like an arrow released from a bow. Lang Kai also struck at the same time, his new weapon emitting dazzling beams of light, streaking through the night sky like meteors, aimed at the mutant army. A world-shattering battle began, as if the entire space had been torn apart. Mr. K displayed immense power, his movements as swift as lightning, each attack carrying the force of thunder. His mutant army was even stronger than before, their bodies harder, their strength more terrifying, resembling a horde of demons crawling out of hell. Gu Ran and Lang Kai were locked in a fierce struggle. Their plan seemed to have not fully succeeded, and the situation was precarious. Li Ming played a crucial role in the battle, using his knowledge like a ghost on the battlefield, constantly providing Gu Ran with information to help him fight against Mr. K. Gu Ran, aim for his head, that's his weak spot. Li Ming shouted, his voice cutting through the noise of the battlefield with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran immediately adjusted his attack direction, concentrating the power of lightning on Mr. K's head. He moved like a precise surgeon, wielding lightning as his scalpel, targeting Mr. K's vital point. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, as if the heavens were collapsing. Mr. K's head was struck by lightning, and he let out a painful scream, his voice piercing like a wounded beast. At this critical moment in the battle, Gu Ran's abilities broke through once more. He seemed to merge with the lightning, grasping the ultimate essence of thunder. Is this the ultimate essence of lightning? Gu Ran thought, overwhelmed with joy, feeling the power within him growing at an astonishing rate, as if it were endless. He closed his eyes, feeling the power of lightning flowing through him like a rushing river, then suddenly opened his eyes, which sparkled with dazzling lightning, as if the thunder god had descended. The thunder god has descended. Gu Ran roared, his voice booming like thunder, echoing through the skies. He unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful lightning attack, like a punishment from the heavens. A massive lightning pillar descended from the sky, as thick as a barrel, carrying the power to destroy everything, striking fiercely at Mr. K and his mutant army. Wherever the lightning pillar passed, the air was ionized, crackling with a pop sound, as if the very fabric of space was about to be torn apart. Rumble! The thunder roared, shaking the entire space, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Under this powerful lightning attack, Mr. K and his mutant army were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. Lang Kai also seized the opportunity, using a new weapon to deliver a fatal blow to Mr. K. The energy beam was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping the last vestiges of Mr. K's life force. No, impossible. Mr. K let out a final desperate howl, his voice filled with unwillingness and fear, before collapsing to the ground, completely lifeless, like a broken puppet. Did we succeed? Lang Kai looked at everything before him, somewhat in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly, as if still immersed in the fierce battle just moments ago. Yes, we succeeded, Gu Ran sighed with relief, his voice tinged with fatigue and a hint of satisfaction. His body trembled slightly, a result of overexertion, yet he stood tall, like a giant. Before dying, Mr. K revealed his true identity and purpose. It turned out he was a madman willing to sacrifice everything for his own ambitions. So that's it, no wonder he was so insane, Guran murmured, finally understanding the truth behind Mr. K's crazy plan. A twisted and terrifying soul. They destroyed Mr. K's laboratory, obliterating all the wicked experimental equipment, thwarting his evil plans. Everything was over. The warehouse returned to calm, with only a faint burnt smell lingering in the air, telling the tale of the breathtaking battle that had just unfolded. However, what they did not know was that Mr. K, lying on the ground, had not used any supernatural powers. The strange smile at the corner of his mouth had not faded, as if everything was under his control. In the warehouse, the smell of burnt residue had yet to dissipate, and the air was thick with the scent of survival after a disaster. Guran and Lang Kai exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of relief in each other's eyes, as if the heavy stone pressing on their hearts had finally been lifted. Does my lightning power also come with a resurrection feature? Guran broke the silence, his tone laced with self-deprecation, trying to ease the tense atmosphere of having survived a catastrophe. He looked at the corpse on the ground, filled with confusion. After all, the power of that lightning strike had shocked even him. How could anyone possibly survive? Before he could finish his thought, a sudden change occurred. The Mr. K, who should have been dead, suddenly opened his eyes wide. There was no hint of life in those eyes, only a chilling, eerie glow. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forming a strange arc, as if mocking everyone's ignorance. Lang Kai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene before him, his voice trembling. Mr. K slowly sat up from the ground, his movements stiff and eerie, like a marionette on strings. He spoke, but his voice was completely different from before, deep, hoarse, and tinged with mockery. Thank you for helping me get rid of this waste. Now, the real game begins. This voice, like a demonic sound from hell, sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Guran's heart sank. He realized they had been mistaken all along. The one before them was the true Mr. K, while the previous one was merely a substitute. Who are you really? Guran suppressed his shock and asked in a low voice. He stared intently at Mr. K, trying to glean some clues from his expression. Mr. K did not answer, only letting out a chilling laugh. Suddenly, he lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Guran, a strange light flashing in them. Not good. This is mental control. Lang Kai suddenly shouted, feeling a powerful mental force attempting to invade his brain. Before he could finish, Li Ming, who had been standing aside, suddenly seemed to transform. His gaze became dazed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. He abruptly turned, swinging his fists at Guran and Lang Kai. Li Ming, are you crazy? Guran shouted loudly while dodging Li Ming's attacks. However, it was as if Li Ming did not hear Guran's words. His attacks grew increasingly fierce, each one deadly. He's been controlled, Lang Kai said while fending off Li Ming's strikes. This guy's ability is mental control. He can manipulate people's thoughts and even alter memories. Guran was taken aback. He finally understood why Mr. K had been able to lurk in Tianqing without being detected. It turned out he possessed such a terrifying ability. We must subdue Li Ming first. Lang Kai's voice came out like it was from a deep well, filled with determination. However, just at that critical moment, Lang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan, as if struck in the chest by a heavy blow. His movements became sluggish, as if he were sinking into a quagmire, and his gaze began to blur, shrouded in a thin mist. Lang Kai! Guran exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency and concern. He felt as if struck by lightning, instantly realizing that Lang Kai had also fallen under Mr. K's ghostly mental control. Ha 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 ha! Mr. K's shrill laughter echoed in the empty warehouse. You will immediately become my puppets. That voice was like a spell, filled with endless temptation and threat. You will not! Guran let out a furious roar, his voice booming like thunder, each word striking Mr. K's heart like a heavy hammer. He knew that he could only rely on himself now. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling like a bellows, summoning the power of lightning within him. A force like a slumbering giant dragon awakened, surging and roaring through his veins, ready to fight Mr. K to the death. Guran's eyes widened, a determined light flickering in his pupils. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, Mr. K, today I will show you what true power is. Thunder Prison! Guran shouted, his voice like thunder on a clear day, shaking the entire warehouse. A fierce wind rose, sand and stones flying like ferocious beasts rampaging through the warehouse. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound, like the wails of ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Bolts of lightning, as thick as water buckets, appeared out of thin air, dancing like silver snakes, or like a silver waterfall pouring down from the heavens, emitting dazzling white light that illuminated the entire warehouse as bright as day, blindingly so. Boom! The thunder rolled, deafening, like the roar of an ancient beast, or the wrath of a deity. instilling fear in the hearts of all. In Mr. K's eyes, the lightning resembled the scythe of death, or the hand of a demon reaching out from the depths of hell, carrying the aura of destruction, causing his heart to race and his soul to tremble. His eyes, hidden beneath the hood, were now filled with terror and disbelief. He could never have imagined that Gu-ran possessed such terrifying power. The lightning struck towards Mr. K with lightning speed, faster than one could blink, like a meteor streaking across the sky, or like the Flash himself, leaving no time to react. Mr. K's body trembled violently, like a puppet electrocuted, or a withered tree battered by a storm, his skin emitting plumes of black smoke, as if scorched by fierce flames, releasing a nauseating burnt smell, like charred meat, making one want to gag. Line Kai stood by, stunned by this sudden turn of events, his eyes wide and mouth agape, as if he had seen an alien land on Earth, his face filled with disbelief. He had never witnessed such immense power. It was beyond his comprehension. Is this still a human? Line Kai murmured, his voice trembling. However, Mr. K was no ordinary person. As a mysterious figure within Heaven's Tilt, his strength was unfathomable. Faced with Gu-ran's thunder prison attack, Mr. K, though in a difficult position, did not lose his ability to resist. Suddenly, a layer of black energy surged around him, thick like ink, or like the black mist emerging from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. This black energy collided with the lightning, producing a sizzling sound, like water splashing into hot oil, or like a red-hot iron plunged into cold water, making one's scalp tingle. Humph, a mere trick. Mr. K's voice was hoarse and deep, as if it came from the depths of hell, laced with disdain and anger. He formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, the black energy around him growing denser, like a massive black hole ready to swallow everything around it. The black energy transformed into menacing tentacles, like the claws of a hellish demon, or the tentacles of a sea monster reaching out from the deep sea, wrapping around Gu-ran. These tentacles moved with lightning speed, like a snake striking, making it impossible to defend against. Seeing this, Gu-ran's expression sharpened. He knew that the real battle had just begun. Thunder Prison Thunder Dragon! Gu-ran shouted, bringing his hands together, then suddenly pulling them apart. Roar! A giant dragon made of lightning appeared out of thin air, emitting a deafening roar, like a divine beast stepping out of ancient mythology, majestic and imposing. The thunder dragon was dozens of meters long, its entire body shining with a blinding white light, as if composed of pure lightning energy, exuding an aura of destruction. It bared its fangs and claws, lunging at Mr. K's black tentacles, like a divine dragon descending to eradicate all evil. The thunder dragon collided with the black tentacles, erupting in a deafening roar, akin to two planets colliding, or a volcanic eruption, sending chills down one's spine. Boom! Crack! Zzz. Various sounds intertwined, resembling a symphony from hell, causing one's soul to tremble. The entire warehouse shook violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Lun Kai clung tightly to a nearby pillar, barely managing to stay upright as he watched the apocalyptic scene before him, filled with shock and fear. Is this the battle between superhumans? It was like gods fighting, with mortals suffering. Under the thunder dragon's fierce assault, Mr. K's black tentacles retreated step by step, melting away like ice and snow consumed by raging fire. Mr. K's expression grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated Gu-ran's strength to be so formidable, far beyond his expectations. The black energy surrounding him weakened, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Impossible! This can't be happening! Mr. K let out a hysterical roar, like a wounded beast, filled with unwillingness and rage. He could not believe he was being defeated by an unknown brat. Finally, under the thunder dragon's final strike, Mr. K's black energy completely collapsed, shattering like a broken mirror, dissipating into tiny black lights in the air. Puff! Mr. K spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against the wall before sliding to the ground. His hood fell away, revealing an old and twisted face, resembling dried orange peel, or a rock eroded by time, covered in wrinkles and scars. His eyes were filled with terror, unwillingness, and despair, like a drowning person struggling desperately, yet to no avail. Who are you? Mr. K asked, using the last bit of his strength. Gu-ran stepped closer to Mr. K, looking down at him from above, like a deity gazing at ants, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. You don't need to know, Gu-ran replied coolly, his voice like that from the depths of hell, icy and piercing. Eternal curse! Gu-ran silently chanted in his heart, clearly outlining Mr. K's figure. An invisible curse enveloped Mr. K in an instant, like the embrace of death, or the shackles of hell, leaving him unable to escape. Mr. Kei's body began to age rapidly, his skin becoming even drier, wrinkles deepening, hair turning gray, and his gaze becoming murky, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. He felt his life force swiftly draining away, like sand slipping through an hourglass, little by little, yet he was powerless to stop it. Ah, Mr. Kei let out a piercing scream, like a criminal being executed by slicing, or a soul tormented by demons, filled with pain and despair. His soul, under the torment of the curse, felt as if it were being roasted over a fierce fire, or soaked in icy water, enduring extreme pain every moment. He wanted to struggle, but found himself utterly unable to move, like an insect trapped in amber, helplessly watching himself approach death. What have you done to me, Mr. Kei's voice grew weaker, like a mosquito buzzing, barely audible. Gu-ran did not answer, merely watching him silently, his eyes devoid of any pity. A few minutes later, Mr. Kei stopped screaming. His body had completely turned into a dried corpse, like a mummified figure desiccated by the wind, or a fossil eroded by time, devoid of all life. His eyes remained wide open, filled with fear and unwillingness, as if he could not die peacefully, a silent accusation against the world. Mr. Kei was dead. Inside the warehouse, the once neatly stacked goods were scattered all over the floor, the walls were riddled with pits and cracks, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, as if it had just witnessed a brutal war. Gu-ran stood in the center of the warehouse, a bit dusty but still calm and composed. At his feet, Mr. Kei had become a shriveled corpse, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close them even in death. On the other side, Lung Kai stood frozen in place, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Is this still a human? Lung Kai stammered, his voice filled with disbelief and deep fear. He felt as if the worldview he had built over the past 20 years had completely collapsed in that moment. Gu-ran brushed off the dust from his clothes, scratched his head, and revealed a harmless smile. Ahem, basic skills are essential. Perhaps I am just exceptionally gifted, he said modestly, though his tone carried an unmistakable hint of pride, reminiscent of someone who had taken advantage of a situation and then feigned innocence. Just then, a sudden, synchronized sound of footsteps outside the warehouse broke the silence within. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew closer, and a well-equipped, trained mysterious unit rushed into the warehouse, surrounding Gu-ran and the others. The members of this unit were all dressed in black combat uniforms, wearing tactical helmets and wielding advanced weapons, exuding a strong sense of oppression. At the forefront was a stunningly attractive female captain, her figure striking and her demeanor confident. She had a neat short haircut, her gaze sharp as an eagle, scanning every person in the warehouse as if she intended to take everything in. She was Sume, an old acquaintance of Gu-ran. Upon seeing Sume, Lung Kai felt as if he had found a savior and hurriedly stepped forward to report the situation. Captain, Mr. Kei has been dealt with by him. Lung Kai pointed at Gu-ran, his voice trembling slightly. After hearing Lung Kai's report, Sume's gaze fell on Gu-ran, her eyes filled with surprise and curiosity, as if she were examining a rare species she had never encountered before. You are Gu-ran? What is the nature of your ability? Sume approached Gu-ran, her tone serious, as if interrogating an important suspect. Gu-ran looked at Sume's exquisite face and inwardly sighed, realizing that this woman was becoming increasingly captivating. However, faced with Sume's questioning, he dared not speak the truth. I don't really know. Maybe I'm the reincarnation of Thor. Gu-ran began to fabricate, trying to muddle through. Sume clearly did not believe Gu-ran's nonsense. Her gaze became even sharper, as if she intended to see through his soul. The atmosphere in the warehouse instantly grew tense, like a tightly strung bowstring that could snap at any moment. Just then, the previously unconscious Li Ming suddenly groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? What happened to me? Li Ming looked around in confusion, completely unaware of what had transpired, like a drunken man with a blackout. Seeing this, Gu-ran quickly stepped forward to explain. He was controlled by Mr. Kei's mental ability. He's fine now. Only then did Sume shift her gaze from Gu-ran to Li Ming, her sharpness slightly easing. However, her suspicion of Gu-ran had not completely dissipated. The seed of doubt had quietly taken root in her heart. Gu-ran, are you interested in joining our captain's plan? Sume suddenly changed the subject, extending an olive branch to Gu-ran, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Gu-ran's heart stirred. Could this be the legendary peach blossom luck? However, he still pretended to hesitate on the surface. Well, I need to think about it, Gu-ran said deliberately, but in reality, he was already overjoyed inside. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He wanted to play hard to get and keep Sume in suspense. Our special operations team is full of benefits, with beautiful women everywhere and plenty of resources. Seeing Gu-ran hesitate, Sume continued to dangle the bait, trying to completely win over this powerful reincarnation of Thor. Gu-ran, stop pretending and join us quickly. This is a rare opportunity. Long Kai also eagerly recommended from the side, wishing he could agree for Gu Ran. Seeing the timing was right, Gu Ran finally nodded reluctantly. Alright, then I'll reluctantly join. Gu Ran sighed helplessly, making a significant sacrifice. When Sume saw that Gu Ran finally agreed, her tense nerves finally relaxed. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if a weight had been lifted. This smile made the surrounding air feel a bit lighter. Welcome to the team. We need talents like you in the Special Operations Group. Sume extended her hand and took the initiative to shake hands with Gu Ran. As Gu Ran held Sume's soft hand, he was greeted by a faint, pleasant fragrance. He secretly marveled that this woman was not only beautiful but also had such smooth skin. From now on, we will be colleagues. I will introduce you in detail to the responsibilities and powers of the Special Operations Group. Sume began to introduce Gu Ran to the Special Operations Group, detailing various high-profile tasks and privileges, which made Gu Ran's blood boil with excitement. He never expected that joining the Special Operations Group would come with so many benefits. This was simply a stage tailor-made for him. Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He could hardly wait to show off his strength. He was eager to experience the feeling of having privileges. The news of Gu Ran officially joining the Special Operations Group spread like wildfire throughout the warehouse. Team members gathered around, filled with curiosity about this powerhouse who had defeated Mr. K. The team members looked at Gu Ran with admiration and surprise. Is this guy for real? He took down Mr. K all by himself? Someone whispered in disbelief. Incredible! How did he do it? Another person exclaimed in astonishment. Now our Special Operations Group has another tough character. The team members whispered among themselves, discussing excitedly. Gu Ran was surrounded by everyone. He became the center of attention, shining brightly. Soon, a group of people returned to the base. As they entered the hall, a man, tall at nearly 6 feet 3, with a strong build and a buzz cut, blocked Gu Ran's path like a wall. The man's name was Wang Xiaojie, an old member of the Special Operations Group, known for his formidable strength and unruly personality. He scrutinized Gu Ran from head to toe, his gaze sharp like a drawn sword, carrying a hint of provocation. You are Gu Ran? The newcomer who took down Mr. K. Wang Xiaojie's voice was loud, like thunder, carrying a sense of pressure. Gu Ran stopped and calmly looked at him, his eyes deep like a lake, inscrutable. That's me. I heard you can fight? Wang Xiaojie smirked disdainfully, as if looking at an inexperienced young punk. Not bad. Gu Ran replied lightly, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. Heh, young man, don't be too arrogant. Wang Xiaojie snorted coldly, his voice grating like rusty iron doors. In the Special Operations Group, strength is the only truth. Want to give it a try? Gu Ran looked at Wang Xiaojie, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes, like a cat watching a mouse caught in a trap. That's exactly what I intend to do. Wang Xiaojie's eyes sparkled with excitement, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. The two arrived at the training ground. The surrounding teammates gathered around, like sharks sensing blood, eagerly watching the impending contest. Wang Xiaojie took off his jacket, revealing his bulging muscles, as hard as granite, exuding a powerful aura, like a beast poised to pounce. He stretched his limbs, producing cracking sounds, like an old machine coming to life. Kid, I'll make you understand what it means that there are heavens beyond heavens, and people beyond people. Wang Xiaojie sneered, his voice like a beast's growl. Gu Ran said nothing, merely standing still, like an old tree rooted in the ground, unyielding. A notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Challenge detected for the host. Would you like to watch a video for rewards? Watch! Gu Ran silently thought, his voice as firm as iron. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the skill, Absolute Suppression. Ding! Congratulations, host has acquired the item, Power Amplification Potion. The corners of Gu Ran's mouth lifted slightly, like a hunter spotting prey caught in a trap. Let's begin, he said to Wang Xiaojie, his voice calm as the sea before a storm. Wang Xiaojie roared, like an enraged bull, charging at Gu Ran. His facial muscles twisted, veins bulging, eyes bloodshot, like a beast gone mad. His only thought, to tear apart this arrogant kid before him. Gu Ran, however, remained calm, even wearing a hint of a mocking smile, as if what was about to unfold was not a fierce battle, but a game. Gu Ran instantly activated the Absolute Suppression skill. Buzz! An invisible force enveloped Wang Xiaojie in an instant, like a giant spider web, binding him tightly. Wang Xiaojie's movements came to a halt. He felt as if he had sunk into a quagmire, his body heavy as if filled with lead, unable to move. In his eyes, Gu Ran's figure suddenly became blurry, like a mirage, yet exuding a suffocating sense of oppression, as if a deity had descended, unapproachable. Immediately after, Gu Ran consumed the Power Amplification Potion. His strength surged explosively, erupting like a volcano. Gu Ran threw a punch, the air cracking with the sound. Bang! Right in Wang Xiaojie's chest. Crack! That was the sound of bones breaking, as crisp as a dry twig snapping. Wang Xiaojie's massive body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tracing an arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, limp like a puddle of mud. Put! He spat out blood, gushing forth like a fountain, staining the ground, the air thick with the stench of blood, nauseating like rotting flesh. His face turned pale as paper, as if all the blood had been drained from him, devoid of life. You! Wang Xiaojie pointed at Gu Ran, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. The surrounding teammates were dumbfounded, frozen like statues. They never expected this contest to end so quickly, like lightning streaking across the night sky, too fast for anyone to react. And it ended in such a lopsided manner, as easy as an adult beating a child. My God, this is too fast, right? Wang Xiaojie didn't even have a chance to fight back? What kind of monster is this Gu Ran? The teammates exclaimed, their voices filled with shock and disbelief, like a group of stunned ducks. Gu Ran walked up to Wang Xiaojie, looking down at him, like a king surveying his subjects. Now, do you still think I'm arrogant? Wang Xiaojie lowered his head, unable to meet Gu Ran's gaze, like a defeated rooster, dejected. Submit. I submit. Wang Xiaojie's voice was like a duck with its neck squeezed, hoarse and weak, each word squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a hint of unwillingness and deep fear. Gu Ran slowly turned around, a playful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. He walked steadily, step by step, out of the training ground, each step feeling heavy and powerful, as if treading on the hearts of the crowd. He did not look back or speak, leaving behind a tall silhouette, like a majestic mountain, elongated and mysterious in the glow of the setting sun. On the training ground, the team members stood like puppets drained of their souls, staring blankly in place. Their gazes were like iron filings drawn to a magnet, tightly following Gu Ran's departing figure. Shock, confusion, and awe were written all over their faces, like a group of believers witnessing a miracle, their eyes shimmering with complex light. Some gaped like fish gasping for air, unable to make a sound. Some widened their eyes like two copper bells, their eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. Some clenched their fists tightly, their knuckles turning white from the strain, as if suppressing the turbulent waves within. Is this still a human? One team member murmured, his voice trembling like leaves swaying in the wind, breaking the dead silence. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Wang Xiaojie actually lost in one move? Another team member stammered, like a child just learning to speak, each word filled with uncertainty. This is terrifying. This newcomer is simply a monster. One team member gasped, as if bitten by a venomous snake, his face showing a look of horror. Their eyes were filled with awe for Gu Ran, like a group of lambs gazing up at a lion, both fearful and admiring. This newcomer's strength was unfathomable, like a bottomless black hole, making it impossible to gauge or provoke lightly. They knew that from today onward, the sky was about to change. Gu Ran returned to the Ikong international community, and his phone vibrated with a message from Song Qian, saying she had arrived home safely. Gu Ran replied with a simple okay and returned alone to the villa. He looked at the flashing number 5 on the system panel, which was the lottery chance he had earned after defeating Mr. K and his group. System, start the lottery. Gu Ran silently thought, feeling a hint of anticipation. Ding! Starting the lottery. The system's prompt sounded crisp and pleasant. A huge wheel appeared before Gu Ran, colorful and densely packed with various rewards, shimmering enticingly. The wheel spun rapidly, dazzling to the eyes. Stop! Gu Ran shouted in his mind. The wheel slowly came to a halt, the pointer landing on a golden square. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, mind reading. Mind reading? Gu Ran was taken aback. This skill was quite interesting. Wouldn't he be able to know what others were thinking in the future? A wave of inexplicable excitement surged within him. Ding! Starting the second lottery. The wheel spun again. Gu Ran fixed his gaze on the pointer. Stop! The pointer landed on a silver square. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Invisibility Cloak. Invisibility Cloak. Gu Ran's eyes lit up. This was a good item. Wearing it, wouldn't he be able to do many things without anyone knowing? He felt a secret joy. Ding! Starting the third lottery. The wheel started again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the ability, Super Hearing. Super Hearing? Gu Ran stroked his chin. This ability was also good. It could be used in conjunction with mind reading. Ding! Starting the fourth lottery. Stop! Gu Ran shouted. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the skill, Eidetic Memory. Eidetic Memory. Gu Ran felt a surge of joy in his heart. This skill was incredibly useful. In the future, studying and reading would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. He was filled with anticipation. Ding! Starting the fifth lottery draw. Stop! Gu Ran fixed his gaze on the pointer. Ding! Congratulations, host, You have obtained the item, Super Recovery Potion. Super Recovery Potion? Gu Ran's spirits lifted. This was a life-saving artifact. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as he drank it, he could recover quickly. After 5 lottery draws, Gu Ran was filled with rewards and in high spirits. Late at night, in the Icon International community, the tranquil night was shattered by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Gu Ran opened the door to find Sumei's serious face before him, and behind her stood a graceful and stunningly beautiful woman, Chen Jingjing. The moonlight spilled over Chen Jingjing, outlining her enchanting figure, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her skin fair as snow, and her beautiful eyes sparkling like jewels, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting, captivating at first sight. An urgent mission requires you and Jingjing to execute it together. Sumei got straight to the point, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. What about Wang Xiaojie? Gu Ran asked, noticing Wang Xiaojie standing at the door, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment, like a stray dog abandoned, pitifully gazing this way. He can't participate in this mission, Sumei said flatly, a hint of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Sumei pulled Gu Ran aside and lowered her voice to remind him, Gu Ran, this mission is very dangerous. You must protect Jingjing well. Wang Xiaojie, listening nearby, was consumed with jealousy, his teeth grinding audibly, like a dog robbed of its food, wishing he could tear Gu Ran to shreds, his gaze as if wanting to swallow Gu Ran alive. Gu Ran's heart stirred. It seemed this mission was no small matter. Just as he was about to inquire for more details, the system's prompt sounded suddenly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skilled danger perception, allowing you to foresee danger in advance. Gu Ran felt a secret joy. This skill came at just the right time, like a timely gift, making the execution of the mission much more secure, as if aided by divine intervention. As night fell, Gu Ran and Chen Jingjing quietly left the base to begin their mission. The atmosphere between them was somewhat subtle, like a pair of lovers about to embark on an adventure, filled with the unknown and excitement. Their target was to infiltrate a bar called Nightshade to investigate a criminal gang suspected of selling illegal drugs. This bar was a mixed bag, a secret stronghold for criminals, a veritable den of danger. To avoid alarming the snakes in the grass, Gu Ran and Chen Jingjing disguised themselves. Gu Ran transformed into a nouveau riche wearing a gold chain, the chain around his neck thicker than his fingers, truly extravagant. Chen Jingjing became a sexy and alluring hostess, her tight red dress accentuating her figure perfectly, every smile and frown filled with temptation, a true beauty of the world. They looked like a couple out for a night of fun, seamless in their disguise. Inside the Nightshade bar, the deafening music and flashing lights dazzled the senses, the air thick with the scent of alcohol and hormones. Gu Ran observed discreetly, noticing several suspicious individuals in the bar, their eyes flickering, movements strange, like a pack of wolves lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce on their prey. Following the plan, Chen Jingjing deliberately walked close to a few small-time thugs, pretending to accidentally bump into one of them. Ouch, girl, can't you watch where you're going? One thug seized the opportunity, starting to get handsy with Chen Jingjing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Jingjing feigned a pitiful look, her voice sweet and delicate, making one's bones feel weak. Just a simple apology? How about you drink a few with us, and we'll let this slide? Another little thug approached, wearing a lewd smile. Just then, Gu Ran made a dazzling entrance, performing a scene of hero saving the beauty. He pushed aside several thugs, shielding Chen Jingjing behind him, and shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Bullying a girl is no skill. You brat, you're asking for death." A few thugs, enraged by Gu Ran, swung their fists and charged at him. Gu Ran sneered, and in a matter of moments, he had beaten them to the ground, leaving them wailing like crushed bugs. This scene successfully attracted the attention of the criminal gang. A burly man with a long scar across his face approached. He was the leader of this gang, Scar. Gu Ran was startled upon seeing Scar. He recognized him as the school bully who had previously tormented Song Qian. What a twist of fate to run into him here. Kid, not bad with your skills, Scar said, sizing up Gu Ran with a mix of appreciation and caution in his eyes. You're too kind, just some minor tricks, Gu Ran replied humbly, while secretly observing Scar for any weaknesses. I'm Scar, I run this street. What's your name, brother? Scar asked, his tone laced with a hint of testing. I'm Gu Ran, new around here. I hope brother Scar will take care of me. Gu Ran pretended to be friendly, trying to gather information. Seeing Gu Ran play along, Scar relaxed his guard and began to get carried away. He revealed the hiding place of the illegal drugs, right in the bar's basement, like a toothless old tiger, completely unguarded. Just as Gu Ran was about to close in, Scar suddenly realized Chen Jingjing's identity. He grabbed her arm, taking her hostage, and said viciously, "You filthy bitch, so you're a cop." Chen Jingjing was immobilized by Scar, her face showing terror. Gu Ran instantly erupted in fury, his eyes filled with murderous intent, like an enraged lion, wishing he could tear Scar to pieces. Let her go. Gu Ran's voice was icy, each word like a sharp knife piercing Scar's heart. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Scar retorted arrogantly, pressing a dagger against Chen Jingjing's neck, threatening, one more step forward, and I'll kill her. Gu Ran suppressed his rage and activated his mind-reading ability, gaining insight into Scar's psychological state. He discovered that although Scar appeared fierce, he was actually quite cowardly, like a sheep in wolf's clothing, all bluster and no courage. Scar, do you think you can escape just because you have her? You're already surrounded. Gu Ran bluffed, trying to apply psychological pressure on Scar. Don't try to scare me. I wasn't raised to be afraid. Scar spoke defiantly, but his eyes began to flicker, clearly showing signs of wavering. Oh really? Then take a look at this. Gu Ran pulled out a vial of drugs from his pocket and waved it in front of Scar. This is your drugs? Scar's face changed dramatically upon seeing the vial. He hadn't expected Gu Ran to have found their secret stash. That's right, this is your drug, and now it's in my hands. Do you think you still have a chance? Gu Ran continued to apply pressure, his voice like a devil's whisper echoing in Scar's ear. What? What do you want? Scar finally showed fear, his voice trembling, and his hand gripping the dagger began to shake. Very simple, let her go, and I can spare your life, Gu Ran said, knowing it was time to reel in his catch. Okay, I'll let her go, just don't do anything reckless. Scar compromised, releasing Chen Jingjing and throwing the dagger to the ground. Gu Ran dashed forward in a single leap, subduing the scarred man. The entire process was thrilling and exciting, like a meticulously choreographed drama, full of ups and downs. Gu Ran searched the scarred man and found a bottle of mysterious potion, the very contraband they were looking for. The bottle emitted an eerie glow, seemingly harboring some kind of mysterious power. Just then, the sound of police sirens rang out as Sumei arrived with a large force, capturing the entire criminal gang in one fell swoop. Gu Ran and Chen Jingjing quietly retreated, disappearing into the night. The moonlight was like water, gently draping over the two, adding a layer of gauze to the tranquil night. Gu Ran and Chen Jingjing walked side by side on the small path outside the base, the surroundings quiet, with only the occasional chirping of insects. Chen Jingjing stole a glance at Gu Ran beside her. Under the moonlight, his features were more defined, his handsome face carrying a hint of a smile, making him particularly charming. Recalling Gu Ran's imposing figure from just moments ago, Chen Jingjing's heart raced, like a little deer bumping around in her chest. Gu Ran, you were really amazing today. Chen Jingjing broke the silence, her voice trembling slightly, like a startled little bird. It was nothing much, mainly, that scarred guy was too weak. Gu Ran scratched his head, speaking modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish. That's not true. You have no idea, you were simply stunning just now. Chen Jingjing mustered her courage and said loudly, her cheeks flushing like two blooming peach blossoms. Oh, is that so? Gu Ran stopped, turned around, and looked at Chen Jingjing with interest, a glint of mischief in his eyes, like a cunning fox eyeing its prey. Yes. Chen Jingjing nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration and affection, like a shining star reflecting Gu Ran's figure. Seeing Chen Jingjing's shy demeanor, Gu Ran felt a warm current surge in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out, gently ruffling Chen Jingjing's hair, his touch as tender as a spring breeze brushing against willow branches. Chen Jingjing's body trembled slightly. She looked up at Gu Ran's deep eyes, feeling her heart race faster, as if it were about to leap out of her chest, like a canary trapped in a cage yearning for freedom. You. Chen Jingjing's voice became softer, like a feather gently falling onto Gu Ran's heart. Gu Ran said nothing, just quietly gazed at Chen Jingjing, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence, like a deep ocean embracing everything. The two of them quietly locked eyes. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, everything around them faded away, leaving only their figures, like two lonely planets meeting in the vast universe. Suddenly, Gu Ran took a step forward, closing the distance between them. Chen Jingjing could even sense the faint fragrance emanating from him, like a refreshing breeze, soothing to the soul. Chen Jingjing's heart raced even faster. She nervously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, like a startled butterfly gently flapping its wings. Gu Ran looked at Chen Jingjing's shy appearance, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, revealing a charming smile, like a blooming poppy flower, full of allure. He lowered his head, slowly leaning closer to Chen Jingjing. Gu Ran's lips drew nearer, and Chen Jingjing could even feel his warm breath, lightly brushing against her cheek like a feather. Her heart pounded like a drum, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Just at that critical moment, a voice broke the intimate atmosphere. Ahem, what are you two doing? Sumei appeared behind them at some point, arms crossed, looking at them with a half-smile. Chen Jingjing jumped back as if electrocuted, her cheeks flushed, and her gaze darted away, unable to meet Sumei's eyes. Gu Ran, on the other hand, wore a calm expression, as if nothing had just happened, but the faint smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his current mood. Sumei stepped between the two, her eyes scanning back and forth between Gu Ran and Chen Jingjing, as if examining an interesting object. "What's this? Are we about to stage a romantic scene under the moonlight?" she teased. Chen Jingjing lowered her head even further, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Gu Ran cleared his throat, changing the subject. "Su team, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, would you two have staged an R-rated scene here?" Su Mei's tone carried a hint of teasing, along with an almost imperceptible resentment. She looked at Gu Ran, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This man always knew how to easily stir her heartstrings. "Su team, you misunderstood, we were just," Chen Jingjing hurriedly explained, but was interrupted by Su Mei. "Just what? Just unable to control yourselves?" Su Mei raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with provocation. Chen Jingjing was left speechless, her face as red as a ripe apple. Gu Ran looked at Su Mei, a playful glint in his eyes. "Su team, are you jealous?" he asked deliberately. "Jealous? Why would I be jealous of you?" Su Mei snorted coldly, but a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. "I just think you two should be mindful of your influence. After all, this is the base." She forced herself to sound calm. "What if we're not at the base?" Gu Ran pressed on. Su Mei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "Let's go, relax a bit," Gu Ran suddenly said, pulling up Chen Jingjing with one hand and Su Mei with the other. "Where to?" Su Mei and Chen Jingjing asked in unison. "You'll find out when we get there," Gu Ran said with a mysterious smile. Half an hour later, the three appeared at the door of a luxurious hotel presidential suite. "What are you bringing us here for?" Su Mei asked, frowning, her eyes filled with confusion. Chen Jingjing also looked bewildered, not understanding what Gu Ran was up to. Of course, Gu Ran's lips curled into a mischievous smile. To enjoy life. He didn't answer directly, just smiled mysteriously and took out the room card, beep, and opened the door. A wave of luxury hit them. Su Mei and Chen Jingjing were stunned by the sight before them. A spacious living room, huge floor-to-ceiling windows, and outside was the bustling city nightscape, the dazzling lights twinkling like a galaxy. "This is..." Su Mei's voice trembled slightly, her delicate fingers gently brushing over a ring, her eyes sparkling with complex emotions. "Do you like it?" Gu Ran wrapped his arms around Su Mei's slender waist from behind, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Su Mei's body stiffened slightly. She could feel the heat radiating from Gu Ran and the masculine aura that made her heart race. Chen Jingjing stood to the side, watching the ambiguous scene unfold, a faint blush creeping onto her face. Her eyes held both envy and anticipation. She stole a glance at Gu Ran, a surge of inexplicable emotions rising within her. Gu Ran tightened his embrace, pulling Su Mei's soft body closer to him. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Tell me, do you like it?" His deep, magnetic voice was like a feather, gently stirring Su Mei's heartstrings. Su Mei felt her heartbeat quickening, almost ready to leap out of her chest. She could even hear the sound of her own blood flowing. Su Mei opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. Her cheeks felt burning hot, as if they were on fire. Gu Ran's gaze fell on the faces of Su Mei and Chen Jingjing. The cheeks of the two women were tinged with a faint blush. That blush resembled the first bloom of peach blossoms at the beginning of spring. Su Mei suggested, "How about we go for a drink? To celebrate?" Her eyes were clear and bright, like the sky after a rain. Gu Ran felt a stir in his heart. These two women, could they be trying to get me drunk? The corners of Su Mei's mouth lifted slightly. That smile carried a hint of mischief, like a cat that had successfully stolen a fish. She raised her glass and gently swirled it. The red liquid rippled softly in the cup, reflecting a mesmerizing light. "Gu Ran, why aren't you speaking? Are you scared?" Su Mei's voice had a teasing lilt. She slightly pushed out her chest. The tight-fitting outfit accentuated her full curves, which appeared particularly enticing under the lights. Her gaze held a hint of provocation, as if to say, "Do you dare?" Gu Ran felt a rush of heat rise from his lower abdomen. He swallowed hard. Suddenly, he stood up, waving his hand with bravado. "Who's afraid of whom? Let's go. We won't return until we're drunk." He grabbed Su Mei's hand and pulled her out. Chen Jingjing also stood up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thus, the three of them arrived at a luxurious bar. The lights were bright, the music thunderous, a sea of revelry that intoxicated the senses. Su Mei boasted that she could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, even claiming to be the wine queen, invincible after 1,000 cups. Yet after a few drinks, her face flushed, resembling a tipsy Guan Yu. Halfway through, the sky darkened, like a canvas splashed with ink, pitch black. Gu Ran booked a presidential suite for the two drunken beauties, escorting them inside like two tipsy kittens returning to their nest. Unexpectedly, the two drunk women wouldn't let Gu Ran leave, holding onto his hand and refusing to let go, like two clingy little fairies. Chen Jingjing observed the ambiguous atmosphere and had a sudden idea. She excused herself, saying she couldn't handle the alcohol and needed to take a shower, like a little fox preparing to sneak away. Sume, who usually didn't drink much, had a few glasses of red wine and her face bloomed with color, like a fully opened peach blossom. Under the dual influence of alcohol, Sume completely succumbed. She gazed at Gu-ran dreamily, her eyes hazy. She gently nodded. Just as Gu-ran was about to take a further step, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Chen Jingjing emerged wrapped in a towel, and upon seeing the scene before her, she was stunned. The towel in her hand fell to the floor. The atmosphere instantly became awkward, like a paused movie scene, everyone frozen in place. Chen Jingjing, wrapped in a towel, with wet hair dripping, looked like a mermaid just out of the water. Seeing Gu-ran and Sume in an embrace, she turned beet red, like a boiled shrimp, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen Jingjing's appearance jolted Sume awake. She suddenly realized what she had just done and felt an overwhelming sense of shame. She pushed Gu-ran away, darting to the side like a frightened rabbit, her eyes filled with panic. Gu-ran was equally bewildered. How had the good atmosphere been shattered? He looked at Sume, then at Chen Jingjing, unsure of what to say, like a child who had done something wrong, at a loss. Chen Jingjing mustered her courage and questioned Gu-ran, What were you two just doing? Her voice trembled with a hint of grievance, like a little girl who had her candy stolen, tears welling in her eyes. Gu-ran hurriedly explained, We were just celebrating our successful mission, had a bit to drink, and got a little tipsy. This explanation was more absurd than covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Even he didn't believe it. Chen Jingjing lowered her head, silent. Her heart was a mix of emotions, like a spilled jar of spices, with sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty all mingling together, leaving her unsure of what to feel. Chen Jingjing looked at Gu-ran and Sume, a wave of inexplicable jealousy surging in her heart. She didn't know why she felt this way. She just felt very uncomfortable, as if she had swallowed a fly. Soon, the emotions of the three erupted like a volcano, intertwining as they spent an unforgettable night together. In the morning, a ray of sunlight seeped through the gap in the curtains, spilling into the room like golden gauze, gently waking the sleeping people. Suddenly, a sharp phone ring shattered the tranquility, cutting through the morning peace like a dagger. Team Su, something's wrong, there's been an incident. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaojie's voice was filled with urgency, like an ant on a hot pan, frantic and restless. Sume jolted awake, sitting up in bed, her sleepiness gone in an instant, as if she had been splashed with cold water. It turned out that while escorting the criminals captured the night before, Wang Xiaojie had accidentally fallen into a trap set by the other side and was captured. The situation was extremely critical, like a moth caught in a spider's web, hanging by a thread. Gu-ran was also awakened by the phone ringing. He rubbed his bleary eyes and heard Wang Xiaojie's plea for help, his brows furrowing slightly, like two sharp swords crossing each other. Although he didn't have a good impression of Wang Xiaojie, they were colleagues after all, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. It was a matter of principle, as hard as steel, unshakable. We need to save him, Gu-ran said decisively, his voice deep and powerful, like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of Sume and Chen Jingjing. Sume and Chen Jingjing also expressed their agreement. Saving a life was urgent. Time was of the essence. Like an arrow on the string, it had to be released. The three rushed to the location where Wang Xiaojie was trapped, a deserted warehouse. The area around the warehouse was overgrown with weeds, dilapidated, like an abandoned child, lonely and desolate. The eerie atmosphere sent chills down their spines, like a haunted house, filled with strangeness and terror. Many criminals lay in ambush around the warehouse, each armed and fierce, like a pack of hungry wolves, ready to pounce and tear apart their prey. Gu-ran used his danger perception skill to quickly figure out the enemy's layout, like an experienced hunter, observing every move of his prey. He devised a rescue plan, preparing to catch the enemy in one fell swoop. Sume, you go lure the enemy, Gu-ran said softly, his eyes filled with trust and expectation. Sume volunteered, swaying her hips as she walked towards the warehouse, her figure more stunning than a supermodel, like a proud peacock displaying its beauty. Jingjing, you provide cover. Gu-ran continued assigning tasks, his voice steady and calm. Chen Jingjing was responsible for covertly covering Sume. She was agile, like a nimble cat, darting through the darkness, ready to strike at any moment. Indeed, when those criminals saw such a beautiful woman as Sume, they were instantly mesmerized, their eyes wide, like a group of country bumpkins who had never seen a beauty, nearly drooling. Just as the enemy let their guard down, Gu-ran descended silently like a ghost, as if emerging from hell, bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. His gaze was sharp, like a hawk, the corners of his mouth curling into a bloodthirsty sneer, as if he could already see the scene of the enemy's blood splattering on the spot. He said, "Dare to touch my people? You are seeking your own death." Bang! Gu-ran's body shot out like a cheetah, creating a gust of wind that sliced through the air, stinging the faces of those nearby. He threw a punch, and the air seemed to tear apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. To the enemies, this punch was like the scythe of death, carrying an endless aura of mortality. striking fiercely towards them. Crack! A fist slammed into the enemy's chest, the sound of bones shattering clear as day, like frying beans, sending chills down the spine. The enemy flew back like a kite with a severed string, crashing into the wall with a dull thud, then slumped down, blood gushing from his mouth like a faucet running freely. He punched and kicked, each move carrying immense force, like a raging storm, impossible to resist. The criminals were no pushovers, they quickly reacted and began firing back. Bang! 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 In an instant, the warehouse erupted with gunfire, bullets flying like dense raindrops, pouring towards Guran, the air thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder, reminiscent of the smoke of a battlefield, sharp and unpleasant. Guran rushed into the warehouse and found Wang Xiaojie tied to a pillar, bruised and battered, a pitiful sight, like a rag doll that had been mistreated, as disheveled as could be. Upon seeing Guran come to rescue him, Wang Xiaojie's heart was a mix of emotions, both grateful and envious, like a spilled jar of condiments, a rush of sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flooding his mind. Especially when he saw Su Mei and Chen Jingjing beside Guran, his anger flared. Why did all the good fortune have to go to Guran? The jealousy in his heart grew wildly like weeds. After a thrilling battle, Guran, with his master-level Baji Quan and exceptional courage, defeated the criminals soundly. Su Mei and Chen Jingjing also proved their mettle, teaming up to subdue a few stragglers. In the end, Wang Xiaojie was successfully rescued, while the criminals lay on the ground like snakes with their tendons pulled, trembling slightly, too scared to move, their eyes filled with fear as if they had seen a devil. As the dust settled, the air still carried the scent of gunpowder, mixed with sweat and blood, sending adrenaline surging. Su Mei and Chen Jingjing looked at Guran, their eyes sparkling, their hearts racing like startled deer. This man could always unleash incredible strength in critical moments, like a towering mountain, providing an infinite sense of security. Just as everyone was preparing to evacuate, Wang Xiaojie pointed at the criminals and shouted, "Don't get cocky. I'll tell you, my dad is Wang Gang. If you hurt me, my dad will definitely punish you criminals severely." This sudden threat froze the atmosphere on the scene. Su Mei and Chen Jingjing exchanged glances, speechless. Was this guy out of his mind? Even at a time like this, he dared to threaten others, a perfect example of self-destruction, like lighting a fire on a powder keg, seeking his own doom. Guran also wore a dark expression. This teammate was even dumber than a pig. Did he want everyone to know he had a powerful dad? Guran shook his head helplessly, his gesture carrying a hint of an elder's indulgence and helplessness towards a younger one. In this day and age, he had seen many people digging their own graves, but this was the first time he had seen someone digging their father's. He mused to himself, is this son really his biological one? The thought carried a touch of self-deprecating humor. Wang Gang? Guran raised an eyebrow, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, like a fox ready to toy with its prey. Is your dad really that impressive? He wanted to see what this kid could boast about, his tone laced with disdain and anticipation. Of course, Wang Xiaojie wanted to continue bragging but was interrupted by Guran. My dad is. Alright, enough with the is. Guran waved his hand impatiently, his gesture exuding the authority of someone in a higher position. Who your dad is has nothing to do with me. All I know is that you are incompetent in escorting prisoners, so get ready to be punished. He had no interest in listening to this kid show off, his tone filled with a commitment to rules and a warning to Wang Xiaojie. The most important thing now was to handle the situation properly. As for who this kid's father was, Guran didn't care at all. His eyes exuded a confidence and dominance that seemed to look down upon the world, as if nothing in this realm was worthy of his attention. He only knew that this kid had made a mistake and had to pay the price. This price was unavoidable, even if the King of Heaven himself came. Guran's tone was filled with an undeniable firmness, like a sword drawn from its sheath, sharp and glaring. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaojie immediately panicked. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks like little beans, a testament to his fear. He never expected that Guran would be completely unafraid of his father. Wang Xiaojie's eyes were filled with terror and unease, his body trembling slightly, like a withered leaf swaying in the wind. What to do? He had originally hoped that mentioning his father's name would intimidate the situation. He also wanted to put on a good show in front of Su Mei and Chen Jingjing. Who knew that the other party wouldn't buy it at all? Su Mei stood to the side, her arms crossed over her chest. She watched the farce with great interest, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That smile carried a hint of amusement and mockery, as if she were watching a spectacular performance. Chen Jingjing frowned slightly. Her gaze darted back and forth between Guran and Wang Xiaojie, seemingly pondering something. She also seemed to feel a hint of disgust at Wang Xiaojie's actions. Now, he had truly kicked a steel plate. Wang Xiaojie's heart felt as if it were being gnawed by 1,000 ants, a pain that was indescribable. His face shifted from green to white, like an eggplant hit by frost, wilted and lifeless. The regret in his heart was immense, as if his intestines had turned green. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Now, it was all for naught. He had truly embarrassed himself to the point of shame. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never come out again. Gu Ran looked at Wang Xiaojie's defeated expression, feeling a surge of satisfaction inside. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, revealing a hint of a smug smile. Let you be arrogant. Now you know the consequences, right? He glanced at Wang Xiaojie, his gaze icy. Aren't you going to get lost? The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Wang Xiaojie was taken aback, then quickly reacted, scrambling to run out. His steps were unsteady, his body stiff with fear and tension, almost using both hands and feet to escape the scene. He didn't look back, moving quickly, disappearing at the end of the corridor in just a few breaths. His panicked escape resembled that of a stray dog fleeing in disgrace. Gu Ran watched his awkward retreat, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With such little ability, he dared to be arrogant in front of me? He thought to himself, his eyes revealing clear disdain. Compete with me? You're still too young. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass window, casting a golden hue over the spacious office. Sume and Chen Jingjing stood side by side in front of the window, their gazes unconsciously falling on the man not far away. Gu Ran was leisurely sitting on the sofa, playing with a delicate purple clay teapot, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. The thrilling events of last night seemed fresh in their minds, yet this man appeared as if nothing had happened, his calmness and composure stirring ripples in their hearts. Sister May, what do you think Gu Ran is really like? Chen Jingjing's voice was soft, tinged with curiosity and inquiry. Sume did not answer immediately. She quietly observed Gu Ran, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. I can't see through him either. Sume's voice was soft, as if she were talking to herself. But I feel he has a kind of magic that makes people want to get closer. Chen Jingjing nodded in deep agreement. Yes, he's like a puzzle. The more you want to understand, the more you become fascinated. Just then, a commotion broke the tranquility of the office. Gu Ran? Let him come out. Why aren't you protecting my son? The voice was loud, like thunder, causing people's eardrums to buzz. Wang Gang, the father of Wang Xiaojie and a significant figure in the supernatural world, was standing in the center of the office, filled with rage, ready to demand an explanation. He was tall and robust, with a rugged face and large, round eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. The other employees of Tianqing Group were startled by this sudden turn of events, stopping their work to cast their gazes in this direction. Whispers filled the office. Looks like there's a good show to watch. Wang Gang is known for being protective. Now that his son has suffered, he definitely won't let it go easily. Gu Ran is probably in for some trouble this time. Gu Ran leisurely walked out of the office, looking calm and composed, as if nothing had happened, completely indifferent to the commotion around him. Why should I have the obligation to protect your son? Not killing him is already being polite. The others in Tianqing, seeing Gu Ran's calm demeanor, secretly admired him. His mental fortitude was harder than steel, like a mountain that doesn't change color when it collapses, or a deer that doesn't blink when danger approaches. Wang Gang, seeing Gu Ran's attitude, became even angrier, feeling that Gu Ran was disregarding him. He was like a lit powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Gang roared, his voice deafening. Gu Ran replied, what I am is not important. What matters is what your son is. You know it in your heart. His tone was flat but carried a hint of sarcasm. In Gu Ran's eyes, the father and son duo were already as good as dead. Beside them, Sume and Chen Jingjing watched Gu Ran's dominance with admiration, their hearts sweet as if they had eaten honey. This man was becoming more and more charming. Just as tensions were high, a steady voice suddenly rang out. Wang Gang, what are you doing? Everyone turned to see Chen Ran, a senior executive of Tianqing, who had appeared at the office door without anyone noticing. He was tall and strong, with a resolute face and piercing eyes that commanded respect without anger. Upon seeing Chen Ran, Wang Gang's fury diminished significantly. He forced a smile and said, Old Chen, I was just a bit anxious. Chen Ran walked up to Wang Gang, scanned him with his eyes, and then spoke slowly. I've heard about what happened last night. Xiao Jie was indeed in the wrong. How could you condone him? Wang Gang didn't expect Chen Ran to be so unsparing, leaving him speechless and dejected. His face shifted from pale to flushed, like a dye shop in chaos, a mix of colors. Old Chen, Wang Gang wanted to explain, but Chen Ran interrupted him with a wave of his hand. All right, let's leave this matter here. After saying this, Chen Ran turned to Gu Ran, revealing an appreciative expression. Gu Ran, you did well. Keep up the good work. Gu Ran smiled slightly and nodded. Thank you, Old Chen. Chen Ran patted Gu Ran on the shoulder and then turned to leave the office. Seeing this, Wang Gang could only leave in defeat. The storm had calmed. The office returned to tranquility, but the hearts of the people remained unsettled for a long time. This Gu Ran is really something, one bespectacled employee pushed up his glasses and sighed. Yeah, he even dared to confront Wang Gang and earned old Chen's recognition. He's likely to rise to prominence now. A girl beside him chimed in. Hey, do you think he might become the next legend of Tianqing? They looked at Gu Ran with eyes full of awe and curiosity. This man was not only powerful but also had gained old Chen's favor. It seemed his position in Tianqing would become even more secure in the future. Gu Ran returned to his office, closed the door, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery, his eyes deep and contemplative. The official organization Tianqing was indeed uninteresting. The subsequent captain plan was even more chaotic. He secretly decided in his heart that he intended to leave this place. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in, Gu Ran said. The door was pushed open, and Su Mei walked in. She was dressed in a professional suit that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Is there something you need? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. Su Mei walked to Gu Ran's side and said softly, Gu Ran, are you really planning to leave Tianqing? Why, do you not want me to go? Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. You, don't joke around. Su Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. I mean, if you leave, what will happen to Tianqing? Tianqing will still function without me, Gu Ran said dismissively. But, Su Mei wanted to say more but was interrupted by Gu Ran. There's no but, my mind is made up. Gu Ran waved his hand. Do you have anything else? If not, please leave, I need to rest. Su Mei looked at Gu Ran, hesitating to speak, but finally sighed softly and turned to leave the office. Gu Ran watched Su Mei's departing figure, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, which he quickly dispelled. Gu Ran picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, please book me a flight to the capital, as soon as possible, Gu Ran said. Okay, boss, came the sweet voice of Song Qian from the other end of the line. Gu Ran hung up the phone, a slight smile on his lips. Going to the capital for a little break is good, he murmured to himself. After the call, Gu Ran summoned De Huang. Virun with a low rumble, De Huang's flashy streamlined body sliced through the air and came to a steady stop in front of Gu Ran. Gu Ran drove De Huang back to Ikong International, where Song Qian was already waiting at the door upon receiving the news. She wore a floral dress that perfectly showcased her graceful figure, paired with white sandals, making her look fresh and elegant, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Boss, the flight has been booked for tomorrow morning at 10, Song Qian said softly. Pack up, we'll leave tomorrow, Gu Ran said, looking at Song Qian with gentle eyes. Okay, boss. Song Qian nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Boss, where have you been these days? I really missed you. Song Qian nestled in Gu Ran's arms, her voice charming. You missed me? Gu Ran looked down at the beauty in his arms. Yeah, super missed. Song Qian lifted her head, her eyes dreamy. Gu Ran leaned down and kissed Song Qian's lips. Song Qian responded passionately, wrapping her arms around Gu Ran's neck. The two kissed deeply, the air around them becoming intimate. Boss, swipe for me, Song Qian whispered in Gu Ran's ear. Gu Ran picked up Song Qian by the waist and strode into the elevator. The next morning, Gu Ran and Song Qian appeared at the airport on time. The two were silent as they quickly boarded the flight to the capital. On the plane, Gu Ran closed his eyes to rest, while Song Qian gazed out at the sea of clouds, lost in thought. A few hours later, the plane landed at Sani International Airport in the capital. Stepping out of the airport, a rush of fresh air greeted them, and the distant snow-capped mountains came into view. Wow, it's so beautiful. Song Qian couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Ran smiled slightly and said, let's go, first to the hotel. They took a taxi straight to the hotel they had booked. The hotel was located in the center of the ancient city, a typical Nashi-style inn. The environment here is nice, Gu Ran surveyed the surroundings, satisfied. Yeah, it has a lot of character, Song Qian agreed. The two completed the check-in process and arrived at their room. The room was decorated warmly, and through the window, one could see the scenery of the ancient city. You rest for a bit, I'm going to stroll around the ancient city, Gu Ran said to Song Qian. Okay, boss, take your time, Song Qian nodded. Gu Ran walked alone on the cobblestone path of the ancient city, feeling the unique charm of this place. Suddenly, a commotion arose from ahead. Gu Ran approached to see a crowd gathered, seemingly in the midst of a dispute. Make way, everyone, make way. A loud voice shouted. A young man in a floral shirt and sunglasses stepped out from the crowd. He was followed by several bodyguards in black, clearly not the friendly type. Gu Ran frowned slightly, the man looked familiar. Isn't that the Wang family's kid? A passerby whispered. Yeah, how did he end up in the capital? Another passerby echoed. Gu Ran then remembered that this was Wang Gang's son, Wang Xiaojie. What a coincidence. Hey, beautiful, how about having a drink with us? Wang Xiaojie said, approaching a young woman. The woman had long hair cascading down her shoulders, delicate features, and wore a white dress, exuding an outstanding aura. Sorry, I don't drink, the woman coldly refused. Don't be so ungrateful. Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened, his tone unfriendly. What's wrong with you? The woman was getting a bit angry. That's just how I am. What can you do about it? Wang Xiaojie said arrogantly. You. The woman was so furious she couldn't find her words. Stop it. A clear voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see Song Qian had appeared among them at some point. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes wide open, looking furious. Oh, another beauty has arrived. Wang Xiaojie's eyes lit up. He looked Song Qian up and down, his gaze filled with greed. How can you be so uncouth? Song Qian looked at Wang Xiaojie, disgusted. Whether I'm uncouth or not is none of your business, Wang Xiaojie said dismissively. You. Song Qian was so angry she couldn't speak. Seeing Song Qian like this only made Wang Xiaojie more pleased. Beautiful, come with me. I guarantee you'll have a great time, Wang Xiaojie said, reaching out to grab Song Qian's hand. Song Qian was startled and quickly stepped back. Don't touch me, Song Qian shouted. Quite bold, I like that. Wang Xiaojie laughed heartily. The bodyguards behind him joined in the mockery. Just then, a hand suddenly grabbed Wang Xiaojie's wrist. Let her go, Gu Ran said coldly. Wang Xiaojie turned around sharply. Gu Ran? How could he be here? Wang Xiaojie's pupils constricted suddenly, disbelief written all over his face. What a narrow path for enemies. He had thought that arriving in the capital would allow him to escape Gu Ran's shadow, but unexpectedly, he ran into him here. Wang Xiaojie's face changed instantly. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror, as if a mouse had seen a cat. He never expected to encounter Gu Ran again in the capital. This was even scarier than seeing a ghost. Gu Ran, Wang Xiaojie stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong, don't you recognize me? Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. No, how could I not recognize you? You're like my own father. Wang Xiaojie quickly shook his head, like a rattledrum. Oh, is that so? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. Of course, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River. Wang Xiaojie nodded and bowed, doing his utmost to flatter. Alright, enough with the flattery, Gu Ran interrupted Wang Xiaojie's words. I ask you, what were you trying to do just now? Wang Xiaojie stammered, unable to speak. You want to bully my woman? Gu Ran's eyes narrowed, a chill enveloping Wang Xiaojie. No, how could I dare? Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare. Wang Xiaojie was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. I know you wouldn't dare. Gu Ran snorted coldly. Get lost. Yes, I'll get lost right now. Wang Xiaojie felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and turned to run. The bodyguards behind him also left in a hurry. Gu Ran returned to the hotel, recalling what had just happened, feeling a wave of displeasure. Wang Xiaojie, you really are seeking your own death. Gu Ran muttered to himself. He closed his eyes, silently reciting, Eternal Curse, Wang Xiaojie. At the same time, he vividly pictured Wang Xiaojie's face in his mind. In an instant, miles away, Wang Xiaojie was lying in a luxurious hotel presidential suite, wrapped in the arms of a scantily clad beauty, having the time of his life. Ah! Wang Xiaojie screamed, rolling off the bed. He curled up on the floor, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. A voice echoed in his mind. Eternal curse! Eternal curse! Eternal curse! Young master, what's wrong? A bodyguard, hearing the commotion, rushed in. It hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Xiaojie groaned in pain, his voice hoarse. Where does it hurt? I'll call a doctor right away, the bodyguard said, reaching for his phone. Don't go. Wang Xiaojie used all his strength to grab the bodyguard's hand. It's useless. Young master, what exactly is wrong? The bodyguard was frantic. I think I've been cursed. Wang Xiaojie, an ability user, said haltingly. Cursed? The bodyguard looked confused. What curse? Eternal curse. Wang Xiaojie's voice grew weaker. Eternal curse? What is that? The bodyguard had never heard of such a thing. A curse that cannot be lifted. Wang Xiaojie struggled to explain. The cursed person will age rapidly, resisting death within 3 days. My soul is being tortured every minute and second. Young master, please don't scare me. The bodyguard's face turned pale with fear. Quick, call my dad, Wang Xiaojie said with his last bit of strength. The bodyguard quickly took out his phone and dialed Wang Gang's number. Hello, sir, it's bad, the young master is in trouble. The bodyguard shouted into the phone. What? What happened? Wang Gang's anxious voice came from the other end. The young master. He seems to be under some curse, he's in excruciating pain, the bodyguard said with a mournful face. What curse? You need to explain. Wang Gang shouted. I don't know, the young master said it's an eternal curse, a curse that cannot be lifted. The bodyguard said tremblingly. Eternal curse? Wang Gang's brow furrowed, he had never heard of such a thing. Yes, sir, please think of a way, the young master is not going to make it. The bodyguard urged. Let Xiao Jie take the call. Wang Gang said in a deep voice. Young master, the sir wants you to take the call. The bodyguard handed the phone to Wang Xiaojie. Wang Xiaojie trembled as he took the phone, weakly saying, Dad, save me. Son, don't be afraid, Dad will definitely save you. Wang Gang comforted, tell me, what exactly happened? I don't know, I just know. I've been hit by the eternal curse. Wang Xiaojie said in pain. Eternal curse. Wang Gang murmured, what on earth is this? Father, I'm in so much pain. I feel my soul being torn apart. Wang Xiaojie's voice grew weaker. Son, hold on, Dad will definitely find a way to save you. Wang Gang gritted his teeth and said. He hung up the phone and immediately contacted the internal organization of Tianqing. Hello, this is Wang Gang. I need to investigate something. Wang Gang said into the phone. Please go ahead. A cold voice came from the other end. My son has been cursed with the eternal curse. Do you have any way to lift it? Wang Gang asked. Eternal curse? The person on the other end seemed a bit surprised. What is that? A curse that cannot be lifted. The cursed person will age rapidly, resist death for 3 days, and their soul will be tortured to the extreme every minute and second. Wang Gang explained. That sounds terrifying. The person on the other end said, we've encountered similar situations before. Really? How did you resolve it? Wang Gang hurriedly asked. According to our internal investigation, 3 people have encountered this situation. Li Yongxiang, Li Tianxiang, and our traitor, Mr. K. The person on the other end said. What happened to them in the end? Wang Gang pressed. They all died. The person on the other end said coldly. What? Wang Gang was taken aback. Is there no way to lift this curse? No. The person on the other end said, once this curse is activated, it cannot be lifted. Then, is there any way to find the caster? Wang Gang asked. As long as we find the caster, is there a solution? Well, the person on the other end hesitated for a moment. We can try, but we can't guarantee we'll find them. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Wang Gang's voice carried a hint of urgency and pleading. As long as you can resolve this curse, I'm willing to pay any amount and use any resources. He paused, seemingly weighing something. My Wang family has some standing in the ability world. As long as you can help me with this, feel free to ask for anything in the future. The person on the other end was silent for a few seconds, seemingly considering Wang Gang's proposal. We will do our best. In the end, the other party gave a vague response. We will notify you as soon as we have news. Alright, thank you. Wang Gang hung up the phone, his face dark and terrifying. He sat in the luxurious office chair, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk, making a tap-tap-tap sound. The sound echoed in the empty office, adding to the oppressive atmosphere. Eternal curse, he murmured, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. What the hell is this thing? Wang Gang recalled the ability users he had offended recently, and suddenly a handsome face flashed through his mind. After a moment of thought, Guran, it must be you. Wang Gang gritted his teeth and said, if anything happens to my son, I will never let you go. Wang Gang slammed the table, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed a special number. Hello, it's me, Wang Gang. I need you to help me deal with someone. The person on the other end was silent for a few seconds, as if confirming something. Who? A deep voice came through, carrying an undeniable authority. Gu Ran. Wang Gang gritted his teeth as he spoke the name. He harmed my son, and I want him to pay the price. The person on the other end fell silent again, as if contemplating. Gu Ran. The voice repeated the name, seemingly with a hint of caution. He is an S-level personnel, you know that. I don't care what level he is. Wang Gang's voice rose by 8 degrees, sounding somewhat hysterical. My son is now in a life and death situation. I must make him pay with his life. Wang Gang, calm down. The voice on the other end of the phone remained steady. We have more important matters to attend to right now. Previously, the organization was infiltrated by Mr. K, suffering heavy losses. Now is the time to utilize our personnel. We don't have extra hands to deal with him. Moreover, Gu Rant's strength cannot be underestimated. He can take on the entire ability team by himself. We cannot take risks lightly. Are you just going to watch my son die? Wang Gang shouted, his voice filled with despair and anger. Wang Gang, you need to understand. We are an organization, not your personal enforcers. The voice on the other end turned somewhat cold. We have our own plans and arrangements, we cannot change them just for you. You. Wang Gang trembled with rage, yet felt helpless. He knew the other party was speaking the truth. Tianqing was a large organization with its own rules and interests. It was impossible to make a big move just for him. Is there really no way? Wang Gang's voice lowered, carrying a hint of pleading. There are ways, but they require time, the person on the other end said. We can help you investigate Gu Ran's weaknesses, formulate a detailed plan, and then take action against him. How long will it take? Wang Gang asked eagerly. That's hard to say, it could be a month, or it could take longer. A month? Wang Gang's heart sank to the bottom. I don't even know if my son can survive 3 more days. A month later, it will be too late. Then we have no other options, the person on the other end said. This is the limit of what we can do. You. Wang Gang despondently hung up the phone, his body feeling as if all strength had been drained, heavily collapsing back into the large office chair. His gaze was hollow and lifeless, like a stagnant pool of water, stirring not a ripple. Gu Ran, I will not let you go, absolutely not. Wang Gang's voice was low and hoarse, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure exuding a resolute aura, striding out of the office. Come here. Wang Gang's voice echoed in the corridor, carrying an undeniable authority. Master, what is your command? A burly bodyguard quickly appeared before Wang Gang, respectfully lowering his head. Go and bring Xiaojie back from the capital, immediately, right now. Wang Gang's tone was urgent, his eyes flashing with a mad light. Yes, master. The bodyguard took his orders and left without a moment's delay. Not long after, Wang Xiaojie was brought back. When Wang Gang saw his son, he could hardly believe his eyes. His once handsome son had now turned into a frail old man. His skin was sagging, covered in wrinkles, his hair sparse and gray, his eyes cloudy and devoid of life. Son. Wang Gang's voice trembled as he hurried forward, wanting to embrace his son but hesitating to touch his fragile body. Dad, I feel so unwell. Wang Xiaojie's voice was weak and hoarse, each word seeming to exhaust all his strength. I know. Tears streamed down Wang Gang's face as he fought to suppress the pain in his heart, gently patting his son's back. I will definitely save you, I swear. Wang Gang's eyes were filled with determination and madness. His hatred for Gu Ran had reached its peak. Those useless fools from Tianqing, actually watching him die without helping. Wang Gang gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Wang Gang dismissed the bodyguards nearby, leaving only himself and Wang Xiaojie in the room. He pulled a card from his pocket, a pitch-black card with a large W outlined in gold paint. The edges of the card were embedded with a circle of tiny red gemstones, shimmering with an eerie glow under the light. This card was Wang Gang's greatest trump card and a symbol of his identity. It came from a mysterious organization, Shadows. The Shadows organization was a colossal entity that transcended the realm of supernatural abilities, with members scattered across the globe, their power unfathomable. This card served as proof of identity and a communication tool for members of the Shadows organization. From A to Z, there were a total of 26 letters, representing 26 families or individuals. Each card holder possessed immense power and background. For instance, Mr. K, who was killed by Gu Ran, held a K card exclusively. The letters that came earlier in the alphabet indicated greater strength and higher status. It was said that families holding a C card consisted entirely of C-level supernatural beings, their power terrifyingly formidable. Wang Gang took a deep breath and slowly infused his supernatural energy into the card. Buzz. The card emitted a soft hum, floating in mid-air. Immediately, the space above the card began to distort, and a blurry black figure gradually emerged. Speak, what is it? The Shadow's voice was deep and hoarse, tinged with impatience. Mr. K has been killed, Wang Gang said solemnly, his tone laced with sorrow and anger. My son has also been cursed with eternal damnation by Gu Ran. The Shadow fell silent for a few seconds, seemingly digesting the news. Gu Ran? The Shadow repeated the name, a hint of amusement in its tone. Yes, a very troublesome fellow, Wang Gang added. I understand, the Shadow said slowly. I will send someone to handle your matter. Remember, the honor of the Shadows organization must not be tarnished. Understood. Wang Gang bowed respectfully, watching the shadow dissipate. Buzz. The card trembled lightly and slowly returned to his hand. He gripped the cold card tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. A complex light flickered in his eyes, wild and bloodthirsty like a beast. Gu Ran, this time, I will make you pay a painful price. He enunciated each word, his voice low and hoarse, each syllable squeezed out from between clenched teeth, filled with deep-seated hatred. On the other side, Gu Ran in the capital was completely unaware of this. He was enjoying a rare leisure time, taking in the sights with Song Qian. Song Qian clung to his arm, nestling against him like a little bird. The two strolled along a picturesque mountain path, admiring the beautiful scenery around them. They occasionally stopped to take photos, capturing wonderful memories. During their free time, Guran scrolled through Douyin videos on his phone. Recently, the rewards for watching videos had mostly been monetary. He now possessed assets worth 300 million, and his need for money was no longer urgent. After all, with his current abilities, acquiring money was as easy as pie. At night, Guran lay on the soft, comfortable bed, reminiscing about his experiences in the Tianqing organization. He had originally thought that as an official supernatural organization of Huaxia, Tianqing would be a place filled with justice and order, but reality had left him deeply disappointed. The organization had long been infiltrated by various evil forces, corrupt to the core, rotten to the bone. He casually flipped through cultivation anime videos on his phone, scrolling absent-mindedly. Suddenly, a crisp and pleasant system notification echoed in his mind, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Ding! Congratulations to the host, random reward, ability deprivation. Guran was taken aback, his finger pausing on the screen, his eyes widening slightly as if he had heard something unbelievable. Ability deprivation? He quickly sat up straight, his back leaving the soft bed. This reward sounded extraordinary. He immediately focused his mind, directing all his attention to the system prompt in his mind, carefully examining the detailed description of this new skill, afraid of missing any detail. He muttered to himself, this skill sounds very domineering just by its name. I wonder what specific effects it has. He was eager to understand the power of this new skill, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Excitement sparkled in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly, revealing a smile of expectation. Let me see what's so magical about this ability deprivation, he said to himself, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his exhilaration, and began to read the skill description word by word, each character seeming magnified, clearly imprinted in his vision. Ability deprivation, he murmured, savoring the meaning of the term. Can deprive the opponent of their ability factor while they are in a state of coma, death, or enchantment, and acquire their abilities. As he read, he simulated the usage scenarios of this skill in his mind, imagining himself claiming his enemy's abilities as his own, a surge of indescribable excitement rising within him. This is too overpowered. Guran couldn't help but exclaim. Not only can I deprive others of their abilities, but I can also use them myself or give them to others. This is simply a bug-like existence. He felt his heart racing, as if it were about to leap out of his chest. If I possess this skill, excitement sparkled in Guran's eyes, and his mind flashed with countless scenes like a movie. Each scene depicted him using various powerful abilities to crush his enemies. He seemed to see himself cloaked in thunder, commanding storms, or transforming into flames, incinerating everything. He could even wield the power of space, teleporting without a trace. This is simply. Guran took a deep breath, striving to calm his excited heart. He realized that this ability deprivation skill would completely change his fate. Those self-proclaimed powerful ability users. A cold smile crept onto Guran's lips. In front of me, they are just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. He could almost see those once lofty ability users trembling before him. Guran's gaze sharpened, a powerful confidence radiating from him. He thought of the Tianqing organization. That decayed, corrupt official organization. Since you can't handle it, a glint of brilliance flashed in Guran's eyes. Then I might as well do it myself. A bold idea sprouted in his heart. He wanted to create his own force, a truly powerful one, capable of opposing everything. Guran was leisurely sipping milk tea, enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone shattered the peace. He picked it up to see it was Sumei from the Tianqing organization calling. Hello, Sumei, what's up? Guran asked lazily, his tone somewhat indifferent. On the other end, Sumei's voice sounded unusually anxious. Guran, be careful, Wang Gang has set his sights on you. He is investigating you through the Tianqing organization, trying to cause you trouble. Upon hearing this, Guran disdainfully curled his lip. Wang Gang? That waste? Isn't his son under the eternal curse? Let him enjoy his last moments. Guran's tone was filled with contempt and mockery, as if Wang Gang were merely a clown in his eyes. Guran, don't be careless. Sumei's tone was filled with worry. Wang Gang has a lot of power within the Tianqing organization, and he is the kind of person who holds grudges and is ruthless. You must not let your guard down. A lot of power? Guran suddenly had a flash of inspiration, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since he wants to play so badly, I'll let him play for a while. With that, he pulled out a double pain token from his system backpack. This was a reward he had obtained by chance earlier and had never had the opportunity to use. A glint of cunning flashed in Guran's eyes. He silently recited Wang Xiaojie's name and aimed the double pain token at Wang Xiaojie, who was far away in Baishui City, releasing it. At the same time, in the Wang family of Baishui City, an A-level ability user and 3 B-level ability users sent by the Shadow Organization had already arrived. Their purpose was twofold: to assist Wang Gang with the infiltration plan within Tianqing and to see if they could lift the eternal curse on Wang Xiaojie. The leading A-level ability user, codenamed Ghost Shadow, was thin and gaunt, his face hidden in the shadow of his hood, revealing only a pair of sharp, eagle-like eyes. He exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The 3 B-level ability users were Viper, Cheetah, and Shaman. Viper was skilled in poison, Cheetah had incredible speed, and Shaman was a curse-type ability user. Let me see what secrets this eternal curse holds. The Shaman stepped forward, extending his withered fingers to press against Wang Xiaojie's forehead. He closed his eyes, murmuring incantations as if performing some secret technique. Just then, Wang Xiaojie let out a piercing scream. His body convulsed violently, as if an invisible blade was slicing through his soul. Ah! Wang Xiaojie's scream was heart-wrenching, 100 times more painful than before. What's going on? Ghost Shadow frowned tightly, asking sharply. The shaman suddenly opened his eyes, filled with horror. Not good. This curse has been strengthened. What? Ghost Shadow and the other 2 B-level ability users were taken aback. Someone is secretly manipulating this curse. The shaman's voice trembled, and the opponent's strength far exceeds mine. Wang Gang, hearing his son scream, felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He rushed forward, grabbing the shaman by the collar and shouting, "Didn't you say you could lift the curse? Why is my son in more pain?" The shaman's face turned a deep shade of purple as Wang Gang choked him, nearly unable to breathe. He struggled to spit out a few words. I don't know. This curse is too strange. Wang Gang's face twisted in rage, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast driven to the brink. Ghost Shadow watched coldly from the side, his tone laced with disdain. Wang Gang, watch your words. If it weren't for S. Wang ordering us to help you. He paused, his icy gaze sweeping over Wang Gang, laden with warning. Do you think treating my teammates like this, I would spare you? Wang Gang, disregarding everything, violently threw the shaman to the ground and rushed to Wang Xiaojie's side. Son, how are you? Wang Gang's voice was filled with fear and despair. Dad, I'm in so much pain, more painful than before. Wang Xiaojie's voice was extremely weak, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. Gu Ran, did you do this? Wang Gang suddenly looked up and shouted into the air. What have you done to my son? His voice echoed in the room, filled with anger and hatred. Meanwhile, Gu Ran was observing the movements of the Wang family through the traces of the eternal curse. Hearing Wang Gang's roar, Gu Ran couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Wang, you misunderstand. I just delivered a great gift to your son, so he can enjoy his final moments. Gu Ran's voice was filled with mockery and sarcasm. I tell you, I placed a double pain curse on Wang Xiaojie, which will double his suffering, and it will flare up periodically, making him wish for death. You beast. Wang Gang trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. You better lift the curse immediately, or I will make you regret coming into this world. Gu Ran let out a cold laugh. Wang Gang, you should take care of yourself first. Your good days are coming to an end. After saying this, Gu Ran cut off the connection with the eternal curse, a smirk playing on his lips. That old man Wang Gang is probably furious right now, isn't he? But he wasn't worried at all. For superpowered individuals? Interesting. Gu Ran stroked his chin, talking to himself. He quickly opened the system interface, his gaze landing on Ability Deprivation and Ability Suppression Bracelet. The Ability Suppression Bracelet, 10 seconds of disablement, is enough to deal with one. Gu Ran thought, for the remaining 3, I'll use Ability Deprivation to handle them. He was now the man with the heaven-defying skill of Ability Deprivation. No matter if they were A-level or B-level, they were all just easy pickings. Outside the window, the night was deep, and the lights of thousands of homes twinkled. He stood with his hands in his pockets, his gaze deep, as if pondering something. Wang Gang, oh Wang Gang, you better not disappoint me. Gu Ran murmured, I hope you can bring me a little surprise. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Gu Ran looked down to see a text from an unfamiliar number. Mr. Gu, I am Li Mengyao, and I would like to meet you. Li Mengyao? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. He quickly searched his memory and recalled that she was Wang Gang's arch-rival, the young lady of the Li family. Interesting, what does she want with me? Gu Ran felt curious and replied, sure, where shall we meet? I'm downstairs. If it's convenient, we can meet now. Gu Ran walked to the window and looked down. A red Ferrari was parked quietly by the roadside, its sleek lines glistening under the streetlights. A woman in a red long dress leaned against the car door, her figure graceful, long hair cascading like a waterfall, and her delicate features appeared even more enchanting in the night. Wow, that figure, that look amazing, Gu Ran couldn't help but exclaim. He turned and walked out, taking the elevator down. Hi, have you been waiting long? Gu Ran approached Li Mengyao with a smile. Li Mengyao looked up, and upon seeing Gu Ran's handsome face, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Gu, I am Li Mengyao. I know you, the young lady of the Li family," Gu Ran replied with a smile. "So, what brings you to me? Let's talk in the car." Li Mengyao opened the car door, gesturing for Gu Ran to get in. Gu Ran didn't hesitate and got in directly. The Ferrari started and drove off into the distance. Inside the car, Li Mengyao drove while saying, "Mr. Gu, I heard you have some issues with Wang Gang." "Issues is an understatement," Gu Ran said casually. "His son was too arrogant, so I taught him a lesson." "Haha, Mr. Gu, you really speak your mind." Li Mengyao chuckled. "I like your straightforward personality. You're too kind, Miss Li," Gu Ran replied. "To be honest, I'm here to seek your cooperation," Li Mengyao said. "Cooperation?" Gu Ran feigned confusion. "What kind of cooperation?" "To deal with Wang Gang together." A glint of coldness flashed in Li Mengyao's eyes. "As long as you can help me bring down the Wang family, you can set any terms you want." "Oh," Gu Ran pretended to ponder. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, I don't have any deep grudges against Wang Gang." Seeing this, Li Mengyao took out a check from her bag and handed it to Gu Ran. "You can fill in any amount, as long as you can help me bring down the Wang family." Gu Ran took the check, glanced at it, and it was indeed blank. He smiled and said, "Since Miss Li is so sincere, I suppose I can reluctantly help you." "Great, Mr. Gu is indeed straightforward," Li Mengyao said happily. "Let's go to my place now and discuss the plan in detail." "Sure," Gu Ran nodded. The Ferrari sped along, quickly arriving at a luxurious villa area. On the way to Li Mengyao's villa, Gu Ran was boredly scrolling through videos on his phone. Suddenly, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host, random reward, X-ray vision." X-ray vision? Gu Ran was taken aback. This skill sounded powerful. He felt a stir in his heart and tried to use this new skill. Instantly, everything before his eyes changed. Li Mengyao, who was driving, seemed to have her clothes disappear, revealing her perfect figure in full view. "Wow, this is too stimulating," Gu Ran secretly marveled. He quickly averted his gaze, not daring to look again. Don't look, Mr. Gu, what's wrong with you?" Li Mengyao noticed Gu Ran's unusual behavior and asked. No, nothing." Gu Ran hurriedly waved his hand. He didn't dare to tell the truth. Just suddenly remembered something. Oh, Li Mengyao didn't think much of it. She continued driving, the Ferrari speeding through the night. Soon, the car entered a luxurious villa area. "We're here, Mr. Gu, this is my home." Li Mengyao parked the car in front of a villa. "Wow, your house is really impressive," Gu Ran exclaimed as he looked at the villa before him. A standalone villa with a large garden, luxuriously decorated. It was clear it was worth a lot. "You're too kind, Mr. Gu," Li Mengyao smiled. "Come on, let's go inside and sit." She got out of the car and led Gu Ran towards the villa. "Sister Mengyao, you're back?" A young girl's voice came from inside the villa. "I brought a friend home to sit for a while," Li Mengyao replied. Gu Ran followed Li Mengyao into the villa, and a girl in a white dress caught his eye. The girl looked about 20, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, delicate features, and a pure aura. "Sister Mengyao, who is this?" The girl curiously examined Gu Ran. "This is Gu Ran, my friend," Li Mengyao introduced. "Hello." Gu Ran nodded at Li Mengqi. "Hello," Li Mengqi politely responded. "Mengqi, go make 2 cups of tea," Li Mengyao instructed. "Okay." Li Mengqi obediently replied and turned to make tea. Li Mengyao invited Gu Ran to sit on the sofa. "Mr. Gu, have some tea." Li Mengqi came over with 2 cups of tea and handed one to Gu Ran. "Thank you." Gu Ran took the teacup. He took a sip. It tasted quite good. This tea is nice, preaching Ming Longjing." Gu Ran took a small sip, savoring the flavor, and looked up at Li Mengyao. "Mr. Gu has good taste." Li Mengyao smiled slightly, like a spring breeze. "This is a collection from my dad. He usually doesn't let anyone drink it." "Sister Mengyao, what are you two talking about?" Li Mengqi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. "Little kids shouldn't interrupt." Li Mengyao playfully glared at her sister, then turned to Gu Ran and said, "Mr. Gu, let's talk about the cooperation." She leaned slightly forward, her eyes sparkling with sharpness. "What do you think we should do about Wang Gang?" "Well," Gu Ran stroked his chin, pretending to think deeply. "Wang Gang is a treacherous and cunning person, full of tricks. Dealing with him is not easy," Li Mengqi interjected. "You little girl, what do you know?" Gu Ran shot her a sidelong glance. "Adults are talking, children shouldn't interrupt." You. Li Mingqi was momentarily speechless, glaring at Gu Ran in frustration. Mingqi. Li Mengyao chided softly, signaling her sister to be quiet. Gu Ran smiled and ignored Li Mingqi, continuing, dealing with Wang Gang is actually not that difficult. Oh, Mr. Gu, what insights do you have? Li Mengyao's eyes lit up, quickly asking. With our strength, a head-on confrontation is definitely not feasible, Gu Ran said slowly. However, I have my methods. What methods? Li Mengyao and Li Mingqi asked in unison. Gu Ran smiled mysteriously, not answering directly. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Li Mingqi's wrist. What are you doing? Li Mingqi was startled, trying to break free, but found Gu Ran's grip as strong as a vice, impossible to escape. Mr. Gu, what are you? Li Mengyao was also taken aback, not understanding Gu Ran's intentions. Gu Ran did not explain, only staring at Li Mingqi's wrist with a deep gaze. Suddenly, he lightly brushed his other hand over Li Mingqi's wrist. Ah! Li Mingqi exclaimed, feeling a chill at her wrist, as if something had been drawn away. This is. Li Mengyao leaned in to look, only to see that the red gemstone bracelet that had been on Li Mingqi's wrist had vanished without a trace. Where's the bracelet? Li Mingqi was dumbfounded, searching around. Don't look for it. It's right here. Gu Ran opened his palm, revealing the red gemstone bracelet quietly lying in his hand. You, how did you do that? Li Mingqi was astonished, finding it more magical than a trick. Just a little sleight of hand, Gu Ran said nonchalantly. Now, do you believe I have the ability to deal with Wang Gang? Yes, of course. Li Mengyao nodded repeatedly, her eyes filled with awe as she looked at Gu Ran. Mr. Gu, as long as you can help me bring down the Wang family, money is not an issue. Li Mengyao said seriously, and she paused, a blush appearing on her face, her voice lowering. As long as things go well, I can also. Can also what? Gu Ran feigned ignorance. I can. Li Mengyao bit her lip, as if making a resolution. I can be your girlfriend. Sister Mengyao, you've gone mad, Li Mingqi exclaimed. Shut up. Li Mengyao glared at her sister. You have no say here. Gu Ran looked at Li Mengyao, a smile playing on his lips. Miss Li, you really have a sharp calculation. Mr. Gu, I'm serious. Li Mengyao met Gu Ran's gaze. As long as you can help me, I'm willing to do anything. Sister Mengyao, you can't do this. Li Mingqi tried to dissuade her. Enough. Li Mengyao interrupted. This matter is settled. She turned to Gu Ran, her eyes firm. Mr. Gu, what do you think? Gu Ran smiled, lifted his teacup, and took a gentle sip. Deal. Gu Ran set down his teacup, casually uttering 2 words. Upon hearing this, Li Mengyao felt a weight lift off her shoulders, a relieved smile spreading across her face. She knew she had made the right bet. Li Mingqi, however, wore a look of disbelief, opening her mouth as if wanting to say something. But in the end, she chose silence. She knew that once her sister made a decision, it was unchangeable. Mr. Gu, so what shall we do next? Li Mengyao was eager to start taking action. No rush, Gu Ran waved his hand. I have my arrangements for Wang Gang. You just need to do what you are supposed to do. Okay, I will follow your lead. Li Mengyao nodded obediently. It's getting late, I should head back. Gu Ran stood up, preparing to take his leave. I'll see you off. Li Mengyao quickly got up. No need, I can go back by myself. Gu Ran smiled. You should rest early. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the villa. Li Mengyao stood at the door, watching Gu Ran leave until his figure disappeared into the night. Only then did she turn back inside. Sister Mengyao, are you really going to do this? Li Mingqi's voice came from behind. Li Mengyao did not turn around, just replied lightly. But, no buts, Li Mengyao interrupted her sister. This is my own choice. I will take responsibility for my choice. Li Mingqi looked at her sister's back, her eyes filled with worry, but she knew that it was useless to say anything more. Gu Ran walked out of the villa area and stood by the roadside. He did not rush to leave but lit a cigarette. He needed to clear his thoughts. The night breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Gu Ran took a deep drag of the cigarette and then slowly exhaled. The smoke transformed into various shapes under the streetlight. He squinted his eyes, looking at the distant lights. The face of Wang Gang flashed through his mind. Wang Gang, oh Wang Gang, you must not let me down. Gu Ran murmured to himself. He knew that a great battle was about to begin, and he was already prepared. He flicked the ash off the cigarette, threw the butt on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. Then, he turned and strode away. His figure quickly disappeared into the night, leaving only a faint silhouette. The night grew deeper. The city's clamor gradually subsided. He opened the system interface, his gaze lingering on ability deprivation for a few seconds. Let me see just how powerful your abilities really are. Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He closed the system interface, picked up his coat, and walked out of the room. Let's go, get some exercise. Guran stretched his neck, making a cracking sound. He strode out of the hotel, his figure vanishing into the night. In the darkness, a figure silently followed Guran. Target has moved out. The shadow whispered into the earpiece. Repeat, target has moved out. Received, maintain surveillance. A hoarse voice came from the earpiece. The shadow hid in the dark, like a cheetah, closely watching Guran's every move. Guran walked down the street, feeling the cool night breeze. He seemed to be walking aimlessly, but he had already sensed the tail behind him. With such little skill, you think you can follow me? Guran sneered inwardly. He deliberately took a few detours and then entered a secluded alley. Aren't you tired after following me for so long? Guran suddenly turned around and spoke to the empty alley. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted. The ghost shadow stepped out from the shadows, followed by a viper, a cheetah, and a shaman. As expected of Guran, you really have some skills. The ghost shadow's voice was hoarse and deep. Guran sized up the 4 people in front of him. The leading ghost shadow was thin, with sharp eyes, clearly not a good person. You are from the shadow organization? Guran asked knowingly. Exactly, the ghost shadow nodded. We are here on the orders of King S to take your life. Oh, is that so? Guran smiled. Just the 4 of you? That's enough to deal with you, the ghost shadow said coldly. Is that so? Then you better be careful. Guran's gaze turned sharp. Make your move, the ghost shadow shouted. The 4 of them attacked Guran simultaneously. Come on, Guran shouted loudly, advancing instead of retreating. He dashed in front of the cheetah and threw a punch. So fast. The cheetah was startled and quickly dodged. But Guran's speed was faster, and his fist was already in front of him. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The cheetah was sent flying, crashing against the wall, unconscious. Cheetah! The viper exclaimed. He pulled out a poison needle from his bosom and shot it at Guran. Guran's figure flickered, dodging the poison needle. He swiftly appeared in front of the viper and kicked out. Crack! The viper's arm was broken with a kick, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ah, my hand! Useless! The phantom cursed. His figure swayed and disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Guran, slapping towards Guran's back. Be careful! The shaman shouted. But it was too late. Guran countered with a punch, hitting the phantom in the chest. Puff! The phantom spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. How is this possible? The phantom's eyes were filled with shock. Your speed, how can it be so fast? Now, it's your turn. Guran looked at the shaman. The shaman's face turned pale, and he turned to run. Can you escape? Guran sneered. He took a quick step and caught up with the shaman, grabbing his neck. Crack! The shaman's neck was twisted, killing him on the spot. Now, only you are left. Guran looked at the phantom. The phantom struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with fear. Who are you? I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Guran stepped closer to the phantom. You can't kill me, the phantom shouted in terror. I am one of King S's people. King S? Guran laughed. Do you think I would be afraid of him? The phantom wanted to say something more. Guran was already in front of him, slapping his head. Bang! The phantom's head exploded like a watermelon, red and white splattering everywhere. Not worth a hit. Guran shook his head. He took out the ability suppression bracelet and put it on. Then, he walked to the cheetah and activated ability deprivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully deprived B-level ability, speed enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully deprived B-level ability, poison control. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully deprived B-level ability, curse. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully deprived A-level ability, shadow escape. A series of system prompts echoed in Guran's mind. Nice! Guran couldn't help but shout. He felt the newly acquired power within him, exhilarated. Now, Wang Gang, what will you use to fight me? Guran sneered. King S, huh? Soon, we will meet. Guran muttered to himself. He turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped, looking back at the corpse on the ground. Almost forgot about this. Guran walked to the phantom's body and squatted down. He pulled out a black card from the phantom, which had a large written on it. Is this the identity card of the shadow organization? Guran toyed with the card, deep in thought. Interesting. He put the card away and stood up to leave. A-level, shadow organization. He whispered, a glint flashing in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. He stored the card in his system backpack. It was a good item that might come in handy someday. Guran stood up, dusted off his clothes, and prepared to leave the bloody alley. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart. Divination. He remembered this skill. Wang Gang. Guran silently recited this name in his mind, conjuring the cunning face of Wang Gang. Instantly, A surge of information flooded into his mind. Baishui City, suburbs, villa. Gu Ran's eyes narrowed. This old fox runs pretty fast. He sneered. But do you think you can escape my grasp like this? Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of Baishui City, Wang Gang was anxiously pacing back and forth, like an ant on a hot pan. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Damn Gu Ran! He cursed through gritted teeth. If anything happens to my son, I will tear you to pieces. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. Wang Gang quickly picked it up, and upon seeing the caller ID, his pupils constricted sharply. S. Wang. He took a deep breath and answered the call. Hello, S. Wang. A deep and authoritative voice came from the other end. Wang Gang, the mission has failed. The shadow organization has suffered heavy losses. You need to withdraw immediately and stop entangling with Gu Ran. Wang Gang's face turned pale instantly. But, S. Wang, my son, that's your personal matter. S. Wang coldly interrupted him. Remember, your life is more important than your son's. Beep beep beep. The call was disconnected. Wang Gang stood there in a daze, the phone slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground, shattering into pieces. It felt as if all his strength had been drained away, and he collapsed onto the floor. No! Wang Gang let out a desperate scream. Xiao Jia, my son. His eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I feel so bad. A weak voice came from beside him. Wang Xiaojia lay on the cold ground, his body twitching, his face ashen, breath shallow. Wang Gang snapped back to reality. He stumbled over to Wang Xiaojia and held him tightly. Son, how are you? Dad, save me. I don't want to die. Wang Xiaojia's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. No, you won't die. Wang Gang shouted hoarsely. I will definitely save you. But what could he do? Even the shadow organization had failed. Who else could he rely on? Gu Ran. Gu Ran. Wang Gang's eyes were filled with hatred. I will kill you. He suddenly stood up, picked up Wang Xiaojia, and staggered toward the exit. Holding Wang Xiaojia, he walked step by step into the depths of darkness. The night was as thick as ink, impenetrable. The wind outside carried a slight chill, rustling the leaves. Gu Ran stood outside the villa, his figure tall and straight like a pine, merging with the dark night. His gaze was sharp, fixated on the dim light inside the villa, as if he could see through the thick walls and perceive everything within. Wang Gang, do you think you can escape? Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, forming a cold arc. He stepped forward, each step echoing like a heartbeat of Wang Gang. Inside the villa, Wang Gang was preparing to escape through a secret passage while holding Wang Xiaojia. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression turning bewildered. Dad, what's wrong? Wang Xiaojia weakly asked, already tortured beyond recognition. Wang Gang opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. His mind was blank, only one voice echoed. Tell me everything about S. Wang and the Shadow Organization. It was Gu Ran's voice. Wang Gang's pupils constricted sharply. He wanted to resist but found his body completely unresponsive. S. Wang is the leader of the Shadow Organization. We all obey him. Wang Gang's voice was mechanical and dazed, like a marionette. He spoke haltingly, revealing everything he knew about S. Wang and the Shadow Organization. However, his rank was too low, and his knowledge was limited. Gu Ran listened quietly, his gaze growing colder. This information was far from enough for him. What he wanted was to completely destroy the Shadow Organization and uproot S. Wang. Useless things. Gu Ran snorted coldly, losing his patience. He no longer needed these two useless individuals. In his eyes, Wang Gang and Wang Xiaojia's lives were like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. With a thought, he controlled the timing of the eternal curse's onset. Wang Xiaojia let out a piercing scream again, his body convulsing violently as if countless knives were slicing through his soul. A flash of pain crossed Wang Gang's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by numbness. He knew that both he and his son had reached the end of their lives. Gu Ran's gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion. With a gentle wave of his hand, their voices abruptly ceased. Their bodies rapidly aged, shriveled, and ultimately turned to a pile of ashes, dissipating into the air. The night wind blew through, carrying a hint of blood. Gu Ran turned and left, disappearing into the vast darkness. His figure was solitary and resolute, like a grim reaper walking in the shadows. In the villa, only endless emptiness and silence remained. Wang Gang and Wang Xiaojia, these once insignificant figures, had completely vanished from the world. He raised his hand and waved lightly. Ability deprivation. Two new abilities appeared in his mind. Elemental control, mental shock. A smile curved at the corners of Gu Ran's mouth. These two abilities were quite good. The number of abilities he possessed was increasing, making him feel like a mobile repository of powers, ready to be accessed at any time. Gu Ran returned to Ikong International. he dialed a few numbers. Soon, Bai Shiyan, Song Qian, and Wu Qingguang stood before him. Gu Ran, calling us so late, is there something you need? Wu Qingguang asked first. Gu Ran smiled. Of course, there's good news. He looked at the three and slowly spoke. If you want to become superhumans, I have a few abilities for you to choose from. Abilities? The three's eyes lit up. Abilities were indeed valuable. Gu Ran wasted no time and directly showcased the 4 abilities: Speed Enhancement, Shadow Escape, Elemental Control, and Mental Shock. You choose for yourselves, see which one fits, Gu Ran said. The three carefully sensed the 4 abilities. Bai Shiyan chose Elemental Control. She felt this ability complemented her medical skills well. Song Qian chose Mental Shock. She believed this ability suited her perfectly. Wu Qingguang opted for both Speed Enhancement and Shadow Escape. He thought these 2 abilities were practical and well suited for combat. Gu Ran nodded. Alright, since you've made your choices, I will grant you the abilities. He walked up to the 3 and bestowed the abilities upon them. Alright, now you are also ability users, Gu Ran said with a smile. Try to see if you can use them. Bai Shiyan closed her eyes, attempting to manipulate the surrounding elements. Soon, a flame danced in her palm. I did it, she exclaimed excitedly. Song Qian also tried to unleash the mental shock. She felt her mental power transform into a sharp sword, capable of piercing into others' minds. Wu Qingguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He couldn't wait to test his new abilities. Speed Enhancement, he shouted, his legs propelling him forward with force. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow. So fast, he gasped in his heart. This exhilarating feeling was simply intoxicating. Then, with a thought, he activated Shadow Escape. His figure flickered and merged into the shadow beside him, disappearing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared from another shadow, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement. This is amazing, Wu Qingguang shouted in exhilaration. This ability is incredible. He felt as if he had been reborn, possessing extraordinary strength. Gu Ran, thank you. Wu Qingguang looked at Gu Ran, his eyes filled with gratitude. He knew that all of this was granted to him by Gu Ran. We have abilities too. The other 2 were also extremely excited. They each tried out their own powers, their faces beaming with excitement. Gu Ran watched them, a slight smile on his lips. He could retract these abilities at any time. This feeling of control over everything was quite enjoyable for him. Alright, don't just focus on being happy, Gu Ran said. You all need to practice well and familiarize yourselves with your abilities as soon as possible. The 3 nodded repeatedly. In the early morning, at the rooftop garden of Icon International, the sunlight bathed Gu Ran as he practiced his morning routine, each move powerful and vigorous. Wu Qingguang also arrived, eager to showcase his new abilities. Gu Ran, watch closely. Wu Qingguang shouted, Speed Enhancement. He exerted force in his legs, and his whole body shot out like an arrow. Bang! Ouch! Wu Qingguang crashed headfirst into the wall, letting out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Ha ha ha! Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, watching from the side, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is that speed enhancement or a suicide attack? Gu Ran stifled his laughter, teasing him. Wu Qingguang rubbed his head, looking embarrassed. Mistake, mistake, let's try again. He took a deep breath and activated his ability once more. This time, he carefully controlled his speed, but he was still not very skilled, his movements swaying as if he were drunk. Shadow Escape. With a thought, Wu Qingguang's figure flickered and he actually merged into the shadow beside him, disappearing from sight. Where is he? Bai Shiyan and Song Qian widened their eyes, searching around. Ouch! A cry came from the flower bushes. Wu Qingguang crawled out of the flowers in a sorry state, covered in dirt and petals. Ha ha ha! Bai Shiyan and Song Qian could no longer hold back, laughing uncontrollably. Your ability is just too ridiculous. Song Qian laughed until tears streamed down her face. Ahem! Gu Ran cleared his throat. Qingguang, your control over your abilities is still not proficient enough. Come, I'll teach you. Gu Ran began to guide Wu Qingguang, showing him how to better control his powers. Wu Qingguang listened humbly and practiced earnestly. Soon, he grasped the trick and made rapid progress. Gu Ran, thank you, Wu Qingguang said gratefully. He admired Gu Ran even more. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Gu Ran patted Wu Qingguang's shoulder. At that moment, Gu Ran's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Gu Ran answered the call. Mr. Gu, hello. A charming female voice came from the other end. I am your friend. Friend? Gu Ran frowned slightly. He couldn't recall having such a sweet-voiced friend. Who are you? Who I am is not important, the woman giggled. What matters is that I want to meet you. Meet me? Gu Ran was even more puzzled. Yes, let's meet. I have something very important to tell you. What is it? It's inconvenient to say over the phone, let's talk in person. Alright, time and place. Gu Ran wanted to see who this woman was and what she was up to. Today at noon, at the Golden Splendor Western Restaurant, don't be late. After the woman finished speaking, she hung up. Who is it? Bai Shurian had approached at some point, curiously asking. There was a hint of unnoticeable jealousy in her tone. A friend. Gu Ran deliberately kept them in suspense, not revealing the truth. Friend? Bai Shurian's brows furrowed even tighter. Male or female? Guess. Gu Ran smiled. If you won't say, then forget it. Bai Shurian huffed lightly and turned to walk away. Hey, Shurian, are you jealous? Song Qian, who was watching the fun, teased. Who's jealous? Bai Shurian's face turned slightly red, stubbornly refusing to admit it. I'm not. Really? Song Qian had a mischievous grin. I think you are jealous. You. Bai Shurian was left speechless. Gu Ran, who is this mysterious woman? Wu Chengguang also joined the gossip. Could it be someone you admire? And then it turns into a dramatic scene? What are you thinking all day? Gu Ran said irritably. I need to go out for a bit at noon. You all do as you please. No way. Bai Shurian suddenly said. You can't go. Why not? Gu Ran asked. Bai Shurian was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't just say she didn't want Gu Ran to meet another woman, could she? Anyway, you just can't go. Bai Shurian threw a small tantrum. Alright, stop messing around. Gu Ran smiled. I want to see what she really wants. With that, Gu Ran turned to leave. Hey, you. Bai Shurian wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Gu Ran, you're going to meet her alone at noon? Song Qian asked. Yeah. Gu Ran nodded. Is there a problem? No problem. Song Qian smiled. There's no one who can hurt me now, so what's there to fear? Gu Ran said nonchalantly. At noon, at the brilliant Western restaurant, Gu Ran arrived here alone. It was an extremely luxurious Western restaurant, with an elegant environment and high-class decor. One look and you could tell it was expensive. Gu Ran found a seat by the window and quietly waited. Before long, a stunning woman with a hot figure and beautiful looks walked over. It was the voice from the phone. Gu Ran focused and realized it was Li Mengyao. Mr. Gu, we meet again. Li Mengyao smiled slightly as she approached Gu Ran. Miss Li, it's you? Gu Ran was somewhat surprised. What, Mr. Gu? Are you not welcoming me? Li Mengyao sat down across from Gu Ran. Not at all. Gu Ran shook his head. I just didn't expect the person who invited me would be you. Mr. Gu, I'm here this time specifically to thank you. Li Mengyao said. Thank me? Gu Ran was taken aback. Yes. Li Mengyao nodded. I've received news that the Wang father and son are dead. This is all thanks to you. So, I'm here to thank you. And by the way, to discuss a collaboration. Collaboration? Gu Ran raised an eyebrow. What kind of collaboration? Our Li family is willing to help you with everything we've got. Li Mengyao said. As long as you agree, you can gain countless wealth and resources. Even our Li family can become your subordinates. Li Mengyao offered an exorbitant collaboration deal. Oh, Gu Ran smiled. Miss Li, do you think I would agree? Why not? Li Mengyao said. This is beneficial for you with no harm at all. Sorry, I'm not interested in money or power. Gu Ran flatly rejected Li Mengyao's invitation. I just want to live a peaceful life. Mr. Gu, won't you consider it again? Li Mengyao was not discouraged and continued to tempt Gu Ran with various lures. As long as you agree, I can give you everything you want. Even. Li Mengyao's gaze became ambiguous. I can also. What can you do? Gu Ran knowingly asked. I can. Li Mengyao bit her lip. I can be your woman. Oh, Gu Ran smiled. Miss Li, have you taken a liking to me? Wanting an old cow to eat tender grass? Mr. Gu, you really know how to joke. Li Mengyao's face turned red from Gu Ran's words. It was the first time she had encountered such an unromantic man. For a moment, she didn't know how to respond. What I said is true. If you help me get rid of the Wang father and son, I will be your woman. Li Mengyao said. Miss Li, I appreciate your kindness. Gu Ran chuckled. However, I'm not interested in you. You. Li Mengyao was left speechless by Gu Ran's response. Mr. Gu, you. Alright, Miss Li, if you have nothing else, I will take my leave. He didn't want to waste time here. With this time, he might as well go back and study the abilities he had gained. Mr. Gu. She quickly walked in front of Gu Ran, her eyes full of reluctance. Are you really not going to reconsider? Li Mengyao's voice carried a hint of pleading. She stared at Gu Ran, afraid he would refuse. After all, someone like Gu Ran, with his abilities, was exactly what the Li family needed right now. Mr. Gu, as long as you are willing to stay, you can set any conditions. Li Mengyao bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. Our Li family is willing to pay any price. Gu Ran looked at Li Mengyao, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He certainly knew why Li Mengyao was so eager to keep him. It was simply because she coveted his abilities. However, Gu Ran was not someone who could be easily used. Since you killed the Wang father and son, I will be your lover. Miss Li, do you think I would wade into this murky water for a woman? Mr. Gu, that's not what I meant. Li Mengyao quickly explained. I just wanted to express my sincerity. Sincerity? Gu Ran laughed. He suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms around Li Mengyao's waist and pulling her into his embrace. She didn't expect Gu Ran to be so bold all of a sudden, especially with so many people in the restaurant, and for a moment, she was stunned. Mr. Gu! Li Mengyao exclaimed, her body instantly stiffening. She didn't expect Gu Ran to make such a move. Gu Ran lowered his head and whispered in Li Mengyao's ear, since you are so enthusiastic, I will reluctantly agree to you. Li Mengyao felt a tingling sensation by her ear, and her whole body felt a bit weak. She looked up at Gu Ran's handsome face, momentarily lost in thought. Those deep-set eyes seemed to have a magical power, making her unable to help but sink into them. Mr. Gu, you are agreeing? Li Mengyao's voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief and surprise. What do you think? Gu Ran's lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Li Mengyao excitedly hugged Gu Ran tightly, her body pressed against his. She could feel the warmth radiating from him and the strong beating of his heart. In that moment, she felt as if she had the whole world. Gu Ran was tightly embraced by Li Mengyao, and he could feel her softness and trembling. Alright, let go of me for now. Gu Ran gently patted Li Mengyao's back. Only then did Li Mengyao reluctantly release Gu Ran, a hint of blush still on her face. Mr. Gu, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. Li Mengyao took out an exquisite business card from her bag and handed it to Gu Ran. Okay. Gu Ran accepted the card, glanced at it, and then put it away. Let's add each other on WeChat for easier contact. Li Mengyao took out her phone and opened the WeChat QR code. Sure. Gu Ran took out his phone, scanned Li Mengyao's QR code, and added her on WeChat. After that, Gu Ran and she had a few drinks. With the influence of alcohol, Li Mengyao looked at Gu Ran with a dreamy gaze. Mr. Gu, She hesitated, as if wanting to say something. Gu Ran found her shy demeanor amusing. He certainly knew what Li Mengyao was after. She simply wanted to offer herself. However, Gu Ran did not have that intention towards her. Although Li Mengyao was very beautiful and had a great figure, he was not the type to fall for anyone he met. Miss Li, you've had too much to drink. You should go back and rest early. Gu Ran politely declined Li Mengyao. Mr. Gu, I'm not drunk. Li Mengyao shook her head, looking at Gu Ran with determination. I'm serious. I know. Gu Ran smiled, but I really don't have that kind of thought about you. Why? Li Mengyao felt a bit unwilling. Am I not pretty enough? You're very pretty. Gu Ran spoke honestly, but feelings can't be forced. Li Mengyao wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Gu Ran. Alright, Miss Li, it's getting late. Let me take you back. Gu Ran said as he stood up. No need, Mr. Gu. Li Mengyao quickly replied. I can go back by myself. Okay then. Gu Ran did not insist. Be careful on the way. Li Mengyao nodded and then turned to leave. Watching Li Mengyao's departing figure, Gu Ran fell into thought. If only her sister were a bit interesting. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Li Mengyao walked out of the restaurant in her high heels, swaying gracefully. The sound of her heels striking the ground was crisp and rhythmic. As the evening breeze brushed by, she instinctively wrapped her shawl tighter around herself. Recalling the scenes from earlier, Li Mengyao's heart still raced a little. She didn't understand why she was so fascinated by Gu Ran. They had only met a few times. Perhaps, this was what they called fate. Li Mengyao chuckled self-deprecatingly. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, sister. A clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the line. Mengchi, I saw Gu Ran. There was a hint of barely noticeable excitement in Li Mengyao's voice. Oh, how was it? Li Mengchi's tone was filled with curiosity. He rejected me. Li Mengyao said somewhat dejectedly. What? He actually rejected you? Li Mengchi's voice suddenly rose an octave. How is that possible? Sister, you are the most beautiful woman in our Li family. How could he reject you? I don't know. Li Mengyao sighed. Maybe he's really not interested in money and power. Men are all animals who say one thing and mean another. Li Mengchi said disdainfully. I don't believe he can really resist your charm, sister. Mengchi, don't tease me. Li Mengyao forced a smile. By the way, how are things on your end? Everything is going smoothly here, Li Mengqi said. You can rest assured, sister. That's good. Li Mengyao nodded. By the way, sister, are you really not going to reconsider? Li Mengqi suddenly asked. Reconsider what? Li Mengyao was taken aback. Of course, to win over Gu Ran, Li Mengqi said. He's a potential stock. If you miss this village, there won't be this shop. Munchie, you really don't need to worry about it, Li Mengyao said helplessly. I'll handle my own matters. Alright, I won't say anything more, Li Mengqi pouted. But sister, I must remind you, opportunities are fleeting. I know, Li Mengyao replied. Okay, enough said, I have things to do, I'll hang up first. Bye. Li Mengqi ended the call. Li Mengyao put away her phone and looked up at the night sky. The moonlight was beautiful tonight, with stars scattered across the sky. Gu Ran returned to the Porsche and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't immediately let De Huang drive but instead reflected on his conversation with Li Mengyao in his mind. This woman was stunningly beautiful, yet like a rose with thorns, making her hard to grasp. Every smile and frown seemed to carry a certain purpose, making Gu Ran remain on high alert. However, Gu Ran was not an ordinary person. With a system at his disposal, how could he fear these things? When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. Gu Ran's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. He opened his eyes and started the car. The vehicle drove smoothly on the road. Suddenly, Gu Ran remembered something. He took out his phone, his long fingers sliding across the screen, opening Li Mengyao's moments. Most of the posts were selfies and daily life snippets of Li Mengyao, showcasing her exquisite makeup and glamorous outfits, all highlighting her superior lifestyle. Suddenly, a photo caught his attention. It was a picture of Li Mengyao with a young woman. In the photo, Li Mengyao and the woman were closely nestled together, smiling brightly. The woman bore some resemblance to Li Mengyao, but her aura was entirely different. If Li Mengyao was a charming red rose, then the woman was a fresh and elegant white lily. Gu Ran's heart stirred. It was Li Mengyao's sister, Li Mengqi. Interesting. A smile curved at the corners of Gu Ran's mouth. He scrolled through videos on his phone while De Huang drove automatically. Returning to Icon International, Gu Ran parked the car and took the elevator to the top floor. Pushing open the door, the living room was brightly lit, with Bai Shiyan and Song Qian sitting on the sofa watching TV, both in soft pajamas, looking relaxed and lazy. Seeing Gu Ran return, the two hurried over, concern evident on their faces. You finally came back, Bai Shiyan said, her tone carrying a hint of reproach. Who is that woman? A friend? Bai Shiyan's tone was laced with suspicion, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. What kind of friend needs to meet alone? What? Are you jealous? Gu Ran asked with a smile, a teasing tone in his voice. Who's jealous? Bai Shiyan denied vehemently, her pretty face slightly flushed, her gaze evasive. I'm not. He. Gu Ran chuckled, not saying anything more, but his smile seemed to see through everything. Gu Ran, be honest, Song Qian said from the side, her voice serious. Does that woman have feelings for you? What? Are both of you jealous? Gu Ran joked, glancing back and forth between the two. Who's jealous? Bai Shiyan and Song Qian said in unison, their voices tinged with a hint of panic. We're not. Really? Gu Ran smiled, a hint of mischief in his expression. Then why are you so concerned about me? We. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian were momentarily speechless, exchanging glances and seeing a hint of awkwardness in each other's eyes. Alright, I won't tease you anymore, Gu Ran said, his tone softening. I really just went to see a friend. Alright, I'll believe you this once, Bai Shiyan said, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. But if you meet other women alone again, I won't let you off. Let's see who can't let go of whom, Gu Ran replied with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. He walked over to the sofa and sat down, picking up the remote control to change the channel. The flickering light on the TV illuminated Gu Ran's handsome face. By the way, where's Wu Changwang? Gu Ran asked, scanning the living room but not seeing Wu Changwang's figure. He's still in his room training, Song Qian said, her voice filled with a touch of admiration. This kid, ever since he awakened his abilities, has been like a shot of adrenaline, training every day, really working hard. That's a good thing, Gu Ran said, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. His abilities have a lot of room for improvement. Diligent training will benefit him. Song Qian nodded in agreement. By the way, Gu Ran, did you encounter anything strange today? Bai Shiyan suddenly asked, her voice laced with concern. Strange things? Gu Ran was taken aback, a hint of confusion crossing his face. No, why? I just have this feeling that someone has been following us today, Bai Shiyan said, her brows slightly furrowed, as if lost in some unsettling memory. Following? Gu Ran's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze sharpening. Are you sure? Not really sure, Bai Shiyan shook her head, her voice uncertain. It's just a feeling, like someone is secretly watching us, and it's very uncomfortable. I understand, Gu Ran nodded, his expression growing serious. I'll be careful. Bai Shiyan responded, seeming a bit reassured. Alright, it's getting late, you two should rest early, Gu Ran said gently. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian nodded. Gu Ran sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought. The living room was quiet, with only the sound of the TV echoing. Gu Ran's gaze deepened as he contemplated something important. It seemed he needed to be more cautious lately. Bai Shiyan's feeling might not be unfounded. He closed his eyes. Time passed second by second. The night deepened. Suddenly, Gu Ran opened his eyes wide, his sharp gaze cutting through the darkness like lightning. He sensed a powerful aura approaching, one that was strong and evil, carrying a hint of a bloody scent. Gu Ran's heart tightened. Who is it? His heart raced, and his body tensed up like a cheetah ready to pounce. He stood up and walked to the window, his gaze piercing as he looked into the distance. He saw a shadow, like a ghost, flying swiftly from afar, reaching the sky above Ikong International in the blink of an eye. The shadow paused in midair for a moment before slowly descending onto the balcony of the top floor. Gu Ran focused his gaze, and saw that it was a man dressed in a black robe, wearing a ghostly mask that obscured his true face, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness. But from the aura emanating from him, Gu Ran could tell that this was a master, and one whose strength was on par with his own. Who are you? Gu Ran asked in a deep voice, resonating with authority like thunder on the balcony. Jia Jia Jia. The man in the black robe let out a strange laugh, his voice hoarse and piercing, like a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. Gu Ran, you killed my beloved disciple. Today, I will make you pay in blood. The man in the black robe spoke in a hoarse voice, each word seeming to come from hell, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. Your beloved disciple? Gu Ran frowned, several names flashing quickly through his mind. Are you talking about that useless Wang Xiaojie from the Wang family? That's right, the man in the black robe said, his voice filled with anger. He was a carefully nurtured disciple. I see, Gu Ran suddenly understood, a glimmer of realization in his eyes. So, you're here to take revenge for him? Exactly, the man in the black robe said, his voice ringing like the clash of metal, powerful and resonant. Gu Ran, prepare to die. Before the words had left his mouth, the man in the black robe charged at Gu Ran, his speed astonishing, like lightning, arriving before Gu Ran in the blink of an eye. He struck out with a palm, the wind from his hand howling like a raging storm, its power incredible, as if it would tear everything apart. Gu Ran did not dare to be careless, quickly dodging, his body moving like a ghost, leaving a shadow in the air. Boom! The man in the black robe's palm struck empty, hitting the wall, and instantly, a huge palm print appeared on the solid wall, cracks spreading out like a spider's web, shocking to behold. Such strong palm strength. Gu Ran was taken aback. The strength of this man in the black robe was indeed formidable, capable of damaging the wall with a single strike. Come again! The man in the black robe shouted, attacking Gu Ran once more, his voice like thunder, deafening. This time, his assault was even more ferocious, both palms striking out, shadows of his hands heavy, enveloping Gu Ran like a storm, the air seeming to tear apart wherever the wind passed. Gu Ran moved agilely, like a butterfly flitting through flowers, dodging and weaving amidst the man in the black robe's tempestuous attacks. Each evasion was perfectly timed, showing his composure in the narrowest of margins. The palm winds of the man in the black robe were fierce, each strike containing immense power, yet he could never touch Gu Ran even slightly. The two figures intertwined, moving like phantoms, engaging in a breathtaking chase on the balcony. The sounds of collisions and the rush of air were incessant, startling and terrifying. At that moment, Wu Changwang in the room was awakened by the tremendous noise. He sprang up from the bed, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Speed enhancement, shadow escape. Wu Changwang shouted softly, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. The next second, he appeared on the balcony, standing in front of Gu Ran. Who dares to cause trouble here? Wu Changwang glared angrily, his voice booming like a bell. Without hesitation, he launched an attack at the man in the black robe. Seeking death. The man in the black robe's eyes flashed with cold light, and he struck back with a palm towards Wu Changwang. This palm was powerful and heavy, the air bursting with a booming sound. Wu Changwang, however, did not flinch or evade, clenching his fists tightly and meeting it head-on. Bang! The fists and palm collided, producing a muffled sound. Wu Changwang felt a tremendous force surge towards him, causing his body to involuntarily retreat. Such strong power. He was secretly shocked. The strength of this man in the black robe far exceeded his expectations. But he did not retreat in the slightest, instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. Come again! Wu Changwang shouted loudly, charging forward once more. His speed was at its peak, moving like a ghost, constantly darting around the man in the black robe. Trivial skills. The man in the black robe snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. His black robe billowed, an invisible force surging from within him. This is a supernatural ability? Guran's gaze sharpened. He could feel that this power originated from the same source as the supernatural ability within him. The man in the black robe formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. Dark prison. With a low shout, the air around seemed to solidify. Streams of black light converged from all directions, forming a massive cage that trapped Wu Chengwang inside. This is. Wu Chengwang's expression changed. He could feel the cage continuously absorbing his strength. "Haha, kid, just obediently become my nourishment." The man in the black robe laughed triumphantly, a cruel light flickering in his eyes. "Guran, we're here to help you." At that moment, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian's voices came from inside the room. "Don't come over." Guran quickly stopped them. "Your abilities are not enough to handle this situation. Stay here and protect yourselves." He knew very well that with the current strength of the two women, they could not participate in a battle of this level. Acting rashly would only increase casualties. But Bai Shiyan and Song Qian wanted to say something, but upon seeing Gu Ran's determined gaze, they could only swallow their words. "Humph, if you can't even protect yourselves, how can you care for others?" The man in the black robe sneered, intensifying his control over the dark cage. Wu Chengwang felt the pressure on him growing heavier, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. This can't go on. Gu Ran's eyes sharpened. He knew he had to resolve this man in the black robe quickly. Otherwise, Wu Chengwang would be in grave danger. He no longer hesitated, a purple light flickering in his eyes. "Eye of enchantment." Gu Ran shouted softly, an invisible wave spreading out from him in all directions. The man in the black robe, who was smugly watching Wu Chengwang struggle in the dark cage, suddenly felt his consciousness blur. His gaze became dazed, as if he had lost focus. "What is this?" He was alarmed, wanting to resist, but found his body completely out of control. "Now, tell me, what is your ability?" Gu Ran's voice echoed in the man's mind like a spell. "My ability is dark control." The man in the black robe replied mechanically, his eyes vacant. "Very good." A smile curved at the corners of Gu Ran's mouth. With a thought, the spark in the man's eyes instantly vanished, and his body slumped down weakly. Ability deprivation. The purple light in Gu Ran's eyes surged, an invisible force emanating from him, enveloping the man in the black robe. Moments later, a piece of information appeared in Gu Ran's mind. Dark control. He murmured softly, excitement flashing in his eyes. Gu Ran carefully contemplated the information about dark control in his mind, a wave of ecstasy surging within him. This ability was simply powerful to the point of being outrageous. The dark shield, indestructible, capable of withstanding various attacks. The dark hand, mysterious and unpredictable, could bind the enemy's movements, making it impossible to defend against. And the dark domain was terrifying beyond measure, depriving the five senses and plunging one into endless fear, as if falling into an abyss. What excited Gu Ran the most was that dark control even came with the ability to blink short distances. This was simply an assassination skill. In the dark, one could move like a ghost, instantly approaching the enemy and launching a fatal strike silently. Use this ability on Wu Chengwang? A thought suddenly flashed through Gu Ran's mind. Wu Chengwang's abilities were speed enhancement and shadow evasion. If he added the blinking ability of dark control, his speed would reach a terrifying level. At that time, he would become a true night phantom, killing invisibly. The more Gu Ran thought about it, the more excited he became, eager to try it out immediately. He looked at the unconscious man in the black robe, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. "I'll use you for an experiment." A playful smile crept across his lips as he crouched down, gently touching the man's forehead with his finger. "Let's use you for an experiment," he thought to himself. An invisible force surged from Gu Ran's fingertips, enveloping the man in the black robe. The black-robed man trembled slightly, as if enduring some kind of pain, but soon, everything returned to calm. Gu Ran closed his eyes, carefully sensing the additional information in his mind. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, brilliance radiating from them. It worked! He clenched his fist in excitement. Just then, the previously unconscious black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flashed in his gaze, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. "You brat! I want you dead!" he roared, dark energy swirling around him. Darkness. He tried to activate his powers, but before he could finish his sentence, it abruptly stopped. The expression on the black-robed man's face froze instantly. He was horrified to discover that the powers within him had vanished without a trace. How is this possible? He stared wide-eyed in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Where are my powers?" He screamed frantically, clutching his head in agony. "Don't waste your energy," Gu Ran said. "Your powers have been stripped away by me. Now, you are just an ordinary person. He looked at the black-robed man, his eyes devoid of any pity. The black-robed man's previously calm expression finally twisted in anguish. What have you done to me? He raised his head, staring fiercely at Guran. His eyes were filled with fear and resentment, like two poisoned daggers, wanting to devour Guran alive. That was the ability he had painstakingly cultivated for many years. It was his reliance in the martial world, his source of pride. It was the power he had nurtured with sweat and blood, wandering on the edge of life and death for countless days and nights. Now, it had been effortlessly taken away by this young man before him? As easy as picking fruit, as simple as squashing an ant. He couldn't accept it. This disparity was more painful than falling from the clouds into hell. A tide of regret surged within the black-robed man. He recalled his arrogant demeanor before coming here, his overwhelming arrogance. Now, it seemed so ridiculous, so foolish. He hated himself for being blind and hitting a brick wall. Hated himself for being greedy, sacrificing his life for a dead man. He hated Guran even more. Hated his strength, hated his coldness, hated that he had taken everything from him. No wonder the Wang father and son died mysteriously. Now he regretted it deeply. He shouldn't have waded into this murky water. Had he known this, he would rather be a turtle for life than provoke this calamity. But it was all too late. He could only watch helplessly as his powers were stripped away, watching himself become a useless person. This despair was more terrifying than death. Guran ignored the black-robed man's reaction and turned to Wu Chengguang. He transferred the dark control ability he had stripped away to Wu Chengguang. This ability complemented Wu Chengguang's powers, allowing him to elevate his strength to a new height. Moments later, Wu Chengguang opened his eyes. Excitement sparkled in his gaze. He had clearly mastered the dark control ability. This is... Wu Chengguang felt the dark power surging within him, his face filled with disbelief. He could sense that he seemed to merge with the surrounding darkness. He could manipulate it at will, turning it into his weapon. The black-robed man watched this scene, and a storm of shock surged within him. He struggled to rush towards Guran. Impossible! This can't be happening! He roared madly, his eyes bloodshot, like a beast. Wu Chengguang noticed this and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the surrounding darkness instantly converged. A pitch-black cage suddenly appeared, trapping the man in the black robe inside. This is my dark prison? The man in the black robe screamed in terror. He could never have imagined that he would be trapped by his own powers. This was even more unbearable than being killed. He frantically attacked the cage, but it was utterly futile. The dark prison was indestructible. This was something he knew all too well. How is this possible? How can you use my powers? The man in the black robe howled, his voice filled with despair and unwillingness. He struggled like a beast caught in a trap, futilely writhing, only able to watch as his strength was gradually stripped away. This feeling was more terrifying than death. Wu Chengguang stood to the side, watching the man in the black robe struggle in pain within the dark prison, feeling not a shred of pity. He slowly raised his hand, a ball of black light gathering at his fingertips. This is... The man in the black robe's pupils constricted. He recognized this power. It was his dark hand. No, don't! He screamed in terror, desperately trying to evade it. But it was all in vain. The dark hand wrapped around him like a maggot, instantly ensnaring him. He felt as if his body were tightly gripped by countless invisible hands, unable to move. Then, a sharp pain surged through his limbs and bones. Ah! The man in the black robe let out a piercing scream, his body trembling violently. He felt as if his bones were about to be crushed. Wu Chengguang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was his first time using this ability. He never expected it to be so powerful. With a thought, the dark hand tightened suddenly. Crack! A chilling sound of bones shattering echoed, sending shivers down the spine. The man in the black robe's screams abruptly ceased, his body collapsing limply. His limbs twisted at bizarre angles, clearly rendered completely useless. Is this the power of the dark hand? Wu Chengguang murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with a strange light. He looked at Guran, filled with awe. This man not only stripped others of their powers but also bestowed them upon himself. Such a method was simply unfathomable. Alright, enough playing around, Guran's calm voice came. Send him on his way. Wu Chengguang nodded, taking a deep breath. He walked over to the man in the black robe and slowly raised his hand. It's over, he said softly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. The man in the black robe widened his eyes, filled with fear and unwillingness. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. Put! A muffled sound. The man in the black robe's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered everywhere. Wu Chengguang expressionlessly withdrew his hand and turned to Guran. Let's go, Guran said, turning to walk outside. He glanced at the villa, which was in ruins, and shook his head helplessly. It seems we can't sleep here tonight. Let's go out for drinks, all night long. He waved his hand, leading Wu Qingguang, Bai Shiyan, and Song Qian out of the villa. The four of them arrived at a bar and requested a private room. Gu Ran ordered a bunch of drinks, and they began to toast and drink. After a few rounds, the atmosphere gradually heated up. Wu Qingguang draped his arm over Gu Ran's shoulder, slurring, "Gu Ran, you kid, you're getting more and more impressive. Even the ability users are no match for you. Who would dare to mess with you in the future?" Gu Ran smiled but said nothing. He raised his glass and downed it in one go. Bai Shiyan looked at Gu Ran, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. This man was full of mysteries. How many secrets did he still have? Song Qian nestled beside Gu Ran. Her gaze was hazy. She gently leaned on Gu Ran's shoulder, feeling the warmth radiating from him. The faint scent of tobacco mixed with the aroma of alcohol made her somewhat intoxicated. In that moment, she felt an immense happiness. It was as if the whole world had quieted down, leaving just the two of them. The group continued drinking until dawn, then staggered out of the bar. The night breeze was slightly cool, bringing a hint of clarity. Gu Ran looked at the three hungover friends and shook his head helplessly. He walked to the roadside where a Porsche 911 Bumblebee edition was parked in the garage. "Bumblebee, take us to the hotel," Gu Ran instructed. Upon hearing his command, the Porsche's headlights flickered twice in response. Gu Ran helped the three into the car, taking a seat between the two women in the back. Bumblebee drove steadily down the empty streets. Soon, the car stopped in front of a luxury hotel. Gu Ran got out and assisted the three of them out of the car one by one. He approached the front desk and booked 2 presidential suites. One for Mr. Gu, Miss Song, and Miss Bai, and one for Mr. Wu, Gu Ran instructed. As a good brother, Wu Qingguang certainly deserved a room to himself. The attendant respectfully handed over the room keys. Gu Ran took the keys and led the three upstairs. He first escorted Wu Qingguang to his room, then brought Bai Shiyan and Song Qian to another suite. The room was large, over 100 square meters. The decor was luxurious and elegant, with every detail exuding the extraordinary taste of a presidential suite. Several abstract oil paintings adorned the walls, vibrant in color and bold in line, adding an artistic touch to the room. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows almost covered an entire wall. Outside was the city's most bustling night scene. Neon lights flickered, and traffic flowed like a moving painting. Gu Ran gently helped Bai Shiyan and Song Qian onto the bed, carefully covering them with blankets. The soft mattress and comfortable silk quilt elicited satisfied murmurs from the two. Watching their serene sleeping faces, a gentle smile unconsciously curved Gu Ran's lips. Their flowing hair spread across the pillows, and their delicate features appeared even more enchanting under the soft light. Although Gu Ran had drunk quite a bit, thanks to his exceptional medical skills and enhanced physique, alcohol had little effect on him. He remained clear-headed and energetic. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he casually picked up his phone and opened Douyin. Short videos flickered past his fingertips, some funny, some touching, some novel. As he watched these condensed snippets of life, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Since acquiring the reward system, his life had undergone a tremendous transformation. From an unknown ordinary person, he had become someone with wealth and abilities beyond the reach of most. It all felt like a dream. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification sound from the system suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a pack of unlimited cigarettes. These cigarettes are different from ordinary ones, possessing effects such as relieving mental fatigue, gradually enhancing physique, and extending lifespan. They automatically refill after being smoked. Gu Ran's eyes lit up. This was a great find. He quickly retrieved the cigarettes from the system. The packaging looked unremarkable, just like any ordinary cigarette on the market. But when he opened it and pulled out a cigarette, he found it emitted a faint, refreshing fragrance that was pleasing to the senses. Gu Ran extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray on the bedside table and gently exhaled a wisp of smoke. Amidst the swirling smoke, his chiseled features appeared even more profound. This cigarette was indeed magical. Unlike the harsh and pungent taste of ordinary cigarettes, this one was smooth on the palate, with a hint of sweetness. Inhaling into his lungs felt more like a refreshing breeze, swiftly coursing through his entire body. The heaviness in his head, which had been slightly dulled by alcohol, seemed to be infused with a clear spring, instantly clearing his mind. The fatigue in his limbs and bones dissipated, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. It was like having taken a hot bath or receiving a full-body massage. Every pore opened up, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Gu Ran closed his eyes, savoring the changes in his body. He could distinctly feel a warm current flowing slowly within him. Wherever it traveled, his muscles relaxed and his bones stretched. Even some subtle injuries that were usually hard to detect began to heal slowly under this warm flow. He couldn't help but light another cigarette. This time, he inhaled deeper and slower, allowing the smoke to linger longer in his lungs. He wanted to see where the limits of this cigarette lay. With each puff, Guran felt his body becoming lighter, as if he might float away at any moment. His spirits soared higher, and his senses sharpened. He could even hear the faint snoring of Wu Qingguang in the next room, as well as the sound of cars passing on the distant street outside. This feeling was truly marvelous. Guran opened his eyes, excitement sparkling in them. He glanced at the cigarette in his hand, then at the system backpack filled with an unlimited supply of cigarettes. The corners of his mouth involuntarily curved into a smile. Now, he had truly struck gold. With these cigarettes, he wouldn't fear staying up late or working all night anymore. He even began to anticipate what surprises long-term use of these cigarettes might bring him. Would they really extend his life as the system suggested? If that were the case, wouldn't he? He took a deep breath, pushing down the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Then, he turned his gaze to the two sleeping figures on the bed. Guran got up and walked into the bathroom. He stripped off his clothes and stood under the shower. The warm water cascaded down from above, washing away his fatigue. He closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of tranquility. 10 minutes later, Guran wrapped in a towel emerged from the bathroom. He walked to the bedside, looking at the sleeping by Shurian and Song Qin, a slight smile on his lips. He gently lifted the blanket and lay down between them. The soft mattress and comfortable sensation made him want to close his eyes and sleep soundly. However, he felt no drowsiness. He turned to his side, looking at Song Qian. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her breathing even and gentle. Her long eyelashes fluttered like tiny fans. Guran couldn't help but reach out, gently caressing her cheek. Her skin was smooth and delicate, like silk. He gazed at her quietly, a wave of inexplicable affection swelling in his heart. He turned his head to look at Bai Shurian on the other side. Bai Shurian's sleeping posture was elegant, her hands folded over her chest, like a sleeping beauty. Her brow was slightly furrowed, as if she were dreaming of something. Guran looked at her, his heart softening. He reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. His fingers accidentally brushed against her ear, causing it to twitch slightly, like a startled little rabbit. Guran smiled, not wanting to disturb her further. He lay quietly between the two, feeling their breaths and heartbeats. Time passed second by second, and the sky outside gradually brightened. A new day began. Guran still felt no drowsiness. He turned to look out the window. The morning sun's rays spilled into the room, casting everything in a golden glow. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he slowly exhaled. He felt his body filled with strength, brimming with vitality. They were still sound asleep. He chuckled softly, not wanting to wake them. Guran gently got up and walked out of the room. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the empty hotel gym, where only a few cleaners were busy. These days, young people don't like to exercise. It's nothing like when we were young. One cleaning lady mumbled to her colleague while mopping the floor. Who says otherwise? Today's youth only know how to stay up late scrolling on their phones. Their bodies are falling apart. Another cleaning lady chimed in. Guran stepped into the hotel gym. He looked around, treadmills, dumbbells, spinning bikes. All kinds of equipment were available. Just right, let me see the limits of my physical strength without using my powers, Guran thought. He took off his jacket, revealing a tight-fitting sports tank top that outlined his perfect muscle lines. Guran walked to the treadmill and pressed the start button. The treadmill began to operate slowly as he took long strides, gradually increasing his speed. After 10 minutes, the treadmill was at maximum speed, yet he remained unfazed, breathing steadily. After 20 minutes, the treadmill started making a creaking noise, seemingly unable to bear the load. After 30 minutes, the treadmill completely broke down, emitting a puff of white smoke. Guran stopped, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. He picked up a dumbbell nearby and began doing curls. 20 kilograms, easy. 40 kilograms, a piece of cake. 60 kilograms, starting to feel it. 80 kilograms, I can do a few more. He did a dozen in one go, the dumbbell already deformed from his grip. He had nearly tried out all the equipment in the gym. The passing cleaning ladies were stunned by the sight. Is this a movie being filmed? One lady pointed at Guran, stammering. I don't know, but this young man is incredibly strong. Another lady said, her face filled with disbelief. I hope this equipment isn't all broken, a young cleaner whispered. Looks like it. We should hurry and leave, let's not cause trouble. Another cleaner pulled him away, and they hurried off. After a refreshing workout, Gu Ran walked out of the gym feeling invigorated. Back in the presidential suite, he looked at the alluring scene before him and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Bai Shurian and Song Qian were wearing light camisole pajamas, playfully tumbling around like two frolicking kittens. "Oh, what are you playing?" Gu Ran laughed as he walked over. "Ran Gu, you're back." Bai Shurian giggled as she leaped into Gu Ran's arms. Song Qian also laughed and joined in, the three of them tumbling together on the bed. Before long, both women's faces were flushed, breathing heavily, and they leaned against Gu Ran, feeling weak all over. Gu Ran got up and walked to the window, looking out at the bustling cityscape, feeling pleased. He picked up the phone and instructed the waiter to call Wu Qingwan from the next presidential suite to join them for breakfast. After breakfast, Gu Ran suggested, "The weather is nice today, let's go shopping?" "Great, great." Bai Shurian and Song Qian clapped their hands excitedly. Wu Qingwan waved his hand. No, I have some matters to attend to at the company." Before leaving, Wu Qingwan leaned in close to Gu Ran, whispering, "Bro, do you still have that smoke?" Gu Ran smiled, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to him. Wu Qingwan accepted the cigarettes as if they were a treasure, grinning widely as he hurried away. Gu Ran watched Wu Qingwan's departing figure, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He opened his system backpack and found another pack of brand new unlimited cigarettes lying quietly inside. "Let's go, beautiful ladies, we're off," Gu Ran said with a smile to Bai Shurian and Song Qian. "All right," the two women answered in unison, linking arms with Gu Ran, and excitedly walked out of the hotel. He gently got up, put on his clothes, and left the room. Where to? Gu Ran thought as he walked, right, to the shopping mall. He drove the Porsche 911 Bumblebee, bringing Bai Shurian and Song Qian to the most luxurious shopping center in the city center. "Wow, this place is so grand," Bai Shurian exclaimed as she looked at the magnificent building before her. "Come on, let's go inside," Gu Ran said, leading the way into the shopping center. The three entered a luxury goods store. "Sir, miss, feel free to look around," a staff member approached, his tone laced with disdain. Gu Ran looked ordinary, clearly not someone who could afford to shop here. "How much is this bag?" Bai Shurian asked, pointing at a limited edition bag in the display window. 88,000, no discounts, no bargaining. If you can't afford it, don't ask." The staff member glanced at Bai Shurian and replied indifferently. This attitude was infuriating. Gu Ran frowned, about to speak, when Song Qian tugged at his sleeve, signaling him not to act impulsively. "Call your manager," Song Qian said to the staff member. "Who do you think you are, just calling for our manager?" The staff member rolled his eyes. "I am a VIP of this store. Do you think I have the right to call your manager?" Song Qian said coldly. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression changed immediately, and he hurried off to call the manager. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. "Miss Song, what brings you here?" The manager's face instantly lit up with a smile upon seeing Song Qian. "I came to check out this bag," Song Qian said, pointing at the limited edition bag. "Of course, let me introduce it to you," the manager quickly replied. Gu Ran stood by, dumbfounded, not expecting Song Qian to be a VIP at this store. "Wait, I want this bag." Gu Ran suddenly remembered he had a black card gifted by the bank, so he took it out and showed it to the manager. Upon seeing the black card, the manager's attitude became even more respectful, quickly arranging for the staff to package it and even gifting Song Qian a valuable silk scarf. "Thank you, Mr. Gu," Song Qian said with a smile as she accepted the scarf. "Let's go look at other places," Gu Ran said. The shopping center was bustling with crowds, lively and vibrant. Passerby A, have you heard? So many luxury stores have opened over there. Passerby B, really? Let's go check it out. Bai Shurian and Song Qian linked arms with Gu Ran, weaving through the various brand stores. "How about this one?" Bai Shurian held up a dress, modeling it. The flowing hem accentuated her outstanding temperament. "Looks great." Gu Ran nodded with a smile. "What about this one?" Song Qian picked up a coat and asked. The coat was simple and elegant, making her look very capable. "Also looks good." Gu Ran continued to smile in response. "Can you show a bit of sincerity?" Bai Shurian pouted, dissatisfied. "You didn't even look closely." "In my eyes, you both look good in anything," Gu Ran said earnestly. "Smooth talker." Bai Shurian and Song Qian exchanged glances and said in unison. Although they said this, they felt pleased inside. At that moment, a group of internet celebrities were live streaming, heavily made up, exuding a strong scent of perfume. They saw the beauty of Bai Shurian and Song Qian, as well as the luxury items in their hands, and felt a pang of jealousy. "Oh, isn't that someone we know?" One internet celebrity said sarcastically. "What, have you changed sponsors again?" "Right, the speed of clinging to rich men is really fast." Another internet celebrity chimed in. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Song Qian said angrily. "We're not talking nonsense." One internet celebrity glanced at Gu Ran. this gentleman looks unfamiliar. What does he do? Do you know us? What does it have to do with you? Bai Shiyan responded coldly. We're just concerned, that's all. A popular influencer smiled with a hint of malice. After all, in this society, there are all kinds of people. What if someone gets scammed? You guys. Song Qian was so angry she couldn't find her words. Gu Ran glanced at them. Your makeup is too heavy, you look like ghosts. The influencers were furious, but they didn't dare to lash out. Their looks were indeed no match for Song Qian and the others. Gu Ran led by Shiyan and Song Qian away, leaving the influencers in disarray. Fans in the live stream flooded the chat. Well done. This guy is really impressive. Just as Gu Ran and the others exited the mall, they ran into a group of flamboyantly dressed influencers. They were live streaming, their faces caked with thick foundation, and the scent of their perfume was strong enough to smell from a distance, hitting the nose hard. This smell is really overwhelming, Gu Ran thought to himself. The leading influencer, dressed provocatively, sashayed over. She looked by Shiyan and Song Qian up and down, her eyes filled with jealousy. Oh, isn't this someone we know? She said sarcastically. What? Have you switched sponsors again? Right, the speed of latching onto a rich guy is really fast. Another influencer chimed in, her voice sharp and grating. Song Qian's face turned pale with anger. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. What nonsense are you talking about? She retorted loudly. We're not talking nonsense. An influencer shot a sidelong glance at Gu Ran. This gentleman looks unfamiliar. What does he do? A glint of coldness flashed in by Shiyan's eyes. She responded coldly, do we know you? What business is it of yours? We're just concerned, that's all. An influencer smiled insincerely. After all, in this society, there are all kinds of people. What if someone gets scammed? You guys. Song Qian trembled with anger, momentarily speechless. Gu Ran shielded the two behind him. He glanced at them indifferently. Your makeup is too heavy, you look like ghosts. This group of influencers, used to being pampered, had never encountered such humiliation. Their faces instantly flushed red, like boiled shrimp, but they didn't dare to retaliate. After all, in terms of looks, they were indeed no match for Song Qian and Bai Shiyan. What did you say? The leading influencer's voice changed pitch with anger. Good dogs don't block the way. After saying that, Gu Ran led Bai Shiyan and Song Qian around them and walked away. The group of influencers stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to recover for a long time. Passers-by nearby cheered. Well done. This guy is really impressive. 666. That was a good comeback. So satisfying, really satisfying. As night approached, around 9 o'clock, Gu Ran and the others finished shopping and prepared to return to the hotel. Passing by a small alley, they suddenly heard cries for help. Help! Let me go! Following the sound, Gu Ran looked into the dim alley where several figures were entangled. A few streetlights were broken, and the flickering light stretched the shadows long. Upon closer inspection, a few garishly dressed thugs were surrounding a young girl, tugging at her. The girl wore a white dress and carried a canvas bag, looking like a student. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, with a few strands falling over her forehead, and her small face was filled with terror. Help! Let me go! The girl's voice was tinged with sobs, echoing in the empty alley. Don't be afraid, little sister, the big brothers will take good care of you, one thug said with a smirk, reaching out to touch the girl's face. Yeah, stick with us, and you'll have a good time, another thug echoed, his tone lewd. Let me go! Help! The girl cried out, struggling desperately, her voice filled with despair. Gu Ran frowned. This was unacceptable. He strode over. Let her go. Gu Ran let out a low shout. Oh, a hero saving a beauty? A small thug saw Gu Ran, sizing him up with a disdainful look. Kid, I advise you to mind your own business. Yeah, don't get yourself into trouble. Another thug waved a spring knife in his hand, threateningly. Gu Ran ignored them and charged forward. A sidekick landed squarely in the stomach of one thug. Ouch! The thug cried out in pain, clutching his belly and falling to the ground. Immediately after, a shoulder throw sent the other thug crashing hard to the ground. That hurts like hell. The remaining thugs saw this and rushed forward all at once. Gu Ran was agile, dodging left and right. I think my arm is broken. This kid is really ruthless. In just a few moments, several thugs were lying on the ground, moaning in agony. The girl he saved stared at Gu Ran in disbelief. Thank you for saving me. She came to her senses and repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her eyes filled with admiration for Gu Ran. One thug, lying on the ground, was unwilling to accept defeat. He secretly pulled a dagger from his pocket, intending to ambush Gu Ran. Gu Ran was quick, snatching the dagger away in a swift motion. He kicked the dagger away and stepped on the thug's hand. If you dare to harass her again, I'll ruin you. Gu Ran's voice was icy. And no, I won't dare again, big brother, we won't dare anymore. The thug, pale with fear, quickly begged for mercy. Gu Ran released his foot and coldly glanced at them. Yes, yes, yes. We will definitely turn over a new leaf and be better people. The thugs, as if granted amnesty, scrambled away. Gu Ran turned to leave. What's your name? Can I add you on WeChat? The girl he saved suddenly called out to him, her cheeks flushed, hesitantly asking. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her long eyelashes fluttering like a frightened deer. Before Gu Ran could respond, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian each took one of his arms. Let's go, Bai Shiyan said. Song Qian chimed in, yeah, it's getting late. Seeing this, the girl's expression dimmed, and she silently turned to leave. Gu Ran looked at Bai Shiyan and Song Qian's jealous expressions, feeling secretly pleased. Why are you two so nervous? I'm just being helpful, Gu Ran teased them on purpose. Who's nervous? We're just afraid you'll be tricked by a woman. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian said in unison, then exchanged a glare. Gu Ran burst into laughter. The three of them returned to the luxurious hotel, and Bai Shiyan and Song Qian were still brooding over the earlier incident, keeping a close watch on Gu Ran. They entered the elevator, which already had a few people inside. Among them, a hot and sexy beauty stood out. As soon as she saw Gu Ran, her eyes lit up, and she began to throw flirtatious glances at him, even deliberately brushing her body against his arm. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian immediately became alert, unconsciously shifting their positions. They flanked Gu Ran on either side, like two mother hens protecting their chicks, vigilantly watching the internet celebrity beauty. Seeing this, the beauty not only didn't back down but became even more brazen. She deliberately said in a coy voice, "Handsome, your girlfriend is so fierce. How about we add each other on WeChat and chat privately?" Gu Ran pretended not to hear and began to examine the elevator buttons. He feigned surprise, saying, why doesn't this hotel elevator have a basement level? I want to check out my Porsche 911 in the underground garage. Porsche 911? The internet celebrity beauty was taken aback, her face showing shock. She hadn't expected that this handsome guy was driving a luxury car like a Porsche 911. The other people in the elevator, upon hearing Porsche 911, also turned their heads, casting envious and jealous glances at Gu Ran. Some people were whispering, Porsche 911? That's a luxury car. This young guy is driving a Porsche 911 at such a young age, impressive. Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. The attitude of the internet celebrity beauty did a complete 180. She immediately put on a flattering smile and began to lavish praise on Gu Ran. Oh, handsome, you're amazing. Driving a Porsche 911 at such a young age, truly remarkable. Your girlfriends are so lucky to have such an outstanding boyfriend like you. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, seeing this, proudly linked their arms with Gu Ran and said to the internet celebrity beauty, sorry, but our Gu Ran is busy. He still has to accompany us back to the hotel room. The internet celebrity beauty was left with nothing, her face shifting from green to white as she glared fiercely at Bai Shiyan and Song Qian before leaving the elevator in defeat. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Gu Ran felt secretly pleased but pretended to be nonchalant, saying, being handsome is such a hassle, everywhere I go, there are romantic troubles. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, hearing Gu Ran's narcissistic remarks, were infuriated. They both reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Gu Ran's waist, threatening, you better behave. Yeah, if you keep attracting bees and butterflies, watch out for us. Gu Ran grimaced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. Two ladies, I was wrong, I won't dare again. That's more like it. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian finally released him. Back in the room, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian exchanged glances, a sly smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. Gu Ran, were you feeling quite pleased with yourself in the elevator just now? Bai Shiyan asked. No, Gu Ran quickly denied. Still trying to argue. Tonight, we'll give you a good punishment. They talked a lot throughout the night. The next morning, he turned back to the bedside, looking at the sleeping Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, a gentle smile appearing on his lips. These two little vixens really wore themselves out last night, Gu Ran thought, gently tucking them in. He decided to check out the hotel restaurant for some good food and bring back breakfast for them. Gu Ran got dressed and quietly left the room. The hotel corridor was quiet, with only a few staff members passing by. Gu Ran took the elevator to the restaurant and found that quite a few people were already dining. He casually browsed the food on the buffet and found a rich variety, with both Western and Chinese dishes. Gu Ran took some bread, milk, and fruit, and specifically chose some snacks that Bai Shiyan and Song Qian liked. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Gu Ran, what are you doing here? Gu Ran turned around to see Sumei. She was dressed in casual attire today, looking less like a professional and more like a friendly neighbor. Sumei? What a coincidence. Are you staying at this hotel too? Gu Ran asked with a smile. Yeah, it was arranged by the company, Sumei nodded. What about you? Here for a vacation? Just bringing these two out to relax a bit, Gu Ran said, pointing to the breakfast in his hands. They? Your girlfriends? A hint of unnoticeable disappointment flashed in Sumei's eyes. Sort of, Gu-ran replied ambiguously. After chatting for a few more minutes, Gu-ran said his goodbyes and returned to his room. Back in the room, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian were already awake, sitting on the bed in a daze. Lazy pigs are up. Come eat breakfast. Gu-ran laughed as he placed the breakfast on the table. Gu-ran, you're so nice, Bai Shiyan said happily, grabbing a snack and stuffing it into her mouth. All you do is eat. Song Qian rolled her eyes at her and also took a piece of bread to eat. After the three finished breakfast, Gu-ran suggested going to the hotel pool for a swim. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian happily agreed. They changed into sexy bikinis and followed Gu-ran to the luxurious hotel pool. There were already quite a few people swimming in the pool, and as soon as Bai Shiyan and Song Qian appeared, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. One wore a fiery red bikini, showcasing her stunning figure to perfection. The other wore a sky blue bikini, outlining her perfect curves, sexy and charming. The two of them shone like two brilliant pearls, sparkling in the crowd. Gu-ran looked at them, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He led Bai Shiyan and Song Qian to a less crowded spot by the pool and they jumped into the water. The three of them splashed and played, having a great time. Gu-ran, let's have a swimming race, Bai Shiyan suggested. Sure, who's afraid of whom? Gu-ran replied with a smile. I'll be the referee. Song Qian volunteered. The three of them swam to one end of the pool, and with Song Qian's command, Gu-ran and Bai Shiyan shot off like two fish. Gu-ran, relying on his enhanced physique, quickly pulled ahead of Bai Shiyan by a large margin. Bai Shiyan, not willing to be outdone, chased after him with all her might. The two raced back and forth, not giving an inch, drawing the attention of those around them. At that moment, a greasy middle-aged man quietly swam up to Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. Seeing their beauty, he immediately had lewd thoughts, deliberately swimming closer to them, trying to take advantage of the situation. Hey, beautiful, want to swim together? The greasy man said lecherously, his hand reaching towards Bai Shiyan's waist. Bai Shiyan was startled and quickly dodged. What are you doing? Bai Shiyan scolded angrily. Don't be mad, little sister, let me show you something fun, the greasy man said, trying to grab Song Qian's hand. Song Qian was also frightened, her face pale, and she quickly stepped back. On the other side, Gu-ran sensed that something was wrong. He dove into the water and quickly swam over to the greasy man. He grabbed the greasy man's arm and twisted it forcefully, dragging him to the shore. What do you think you're doing? If you dare to harass them again, I'll make sure you regret it. Gu-ran pressed the greasy man down on the ground, questioning him sternly. Ouch, that hurts. Let me go. The greasy man grimaced in pain, begging for mercy. Let you go? Weren't you just so arrogant? Gu-ran sneered. Now tell me, who gave you the guts to act wild here? I was wrong. I won't dare again, the greasy man said with a mournful face. Now you know you're wrong? It's too late, Gu-ran said, increasing the pressure on him. Ah, help, someone, please. The greasy man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Hearing his cries for help, the pool manager rushed over with several security guards. What's going on? What happened? The manager asked. Manager, help me. This brat is hitting me. The greasy man pointed at Gu-ran. The manager took a look and saw that the one being beaten was Li Chaju, and his face changed dramatically. Mr. Li, are you alright? The manager hurriedly stepped forward to help Li Chaju up. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm being beaten? Li Chaju shouted angrily. Yes, Mr. Li, please calm down. The manager nodded and bowed. I'll help you teach this ignorant brat a lesson right away. The manager turned around and pointed at Gu-ran. Do you know who this is? This is our hotel owner, Mr. Li. You dare to hit Mr. Li? You must be tired of living. Owner? Gu-ran was taken aback, not expecting that this greasy man was actually the owner of the hotel. That's right, I am the owner of this hotel, Li Chaju said proudly. Now you know to be afraid, right? Hurry up and kneel down to apologize. Apologize? In your dreams, Gu-ran sneered. So what if you are the owner? Harassing women, and you still have the nerve to argue? I harassed women. Which of your eyes saw that? Li Chazui retorted. Clearly, it was those two dressed provocatively, deliberately trying to seduce me. You're talking nonsense, Bai Shiyan said angrily. When did we ever try to seduce you? It's clearly you with the bad intentions. Exactly. You old pervert, how dare you turn the tables? Song Qian chimed in. You. Li Chazui was left speechless by Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, his anger turning to rage. Alright, you two are asking for it, Li Chazui said to the manager. Get this kid arrested and teach him a good lesson. Yes, Mr. Li, the manager replied, turning to the security guards behind him. You guys, grab this kid. A few security guards immediately surrounded Gu-ran. I dare you to try, Gu Ran shouted, exuding confidence. The security guards were momentarily intimidated by Gu Ran's presence and hesitated to advance. What are you all waiting for? Go! The manager urged. Only then did the security guards react and move closer to Gu Ran again. Gu Ran, be careful! Bai Shiyan and Song Qian shouted worriedly. Don't worry, with these useless fools, they can't hurt me, Gu Ran said confidently. At that moment, Bai Shiyan suddenly felt a surge of power within her. Could it be elemental control? She tried to harness this power, and with a gentle wave of her hand, a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, rushing towards the security guards. Ah! The guards were hit by the water and fell to the ground, utterly embarrassed. What's going on? Li Chazui and the manager were stunned, not expecting Bai Shiyan to have such a skill. Oomph, now you know how powerful I am, right? Bai Shiyan said triumphantly, if you dare to bully us again, be careful, I won't hold back. Realizing the situation was turning against him, Li Chazui quickly changed his attitude. It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding, Li Chazui said with a forced smile. I was just joking with the two beautiful ladies, no ill intentions. A joke? Is this how you joke around? Gu Ran said coldly. Yes, it was my fault, I apologize. Li Chazui nodded repeatedly. I promise I won't dare again, just let me off this time. Oomph, I'll let you go this time, Gu Ran said, but if there's a next time, I'll make sure you regret it. I won't dare, I really won't, Li Chazui promised in fear. Only then did Gu Ran release Li Chazui, leading Bai Shiyan and Song Qian away from the pool. The farce came to an end, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Li Chazui watched the backs of Gu Ran and the others leave, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. You little brat, just wait. Li Chazui gritted his teeth. I will make you pay. Mr. Li, are you alright? The manager asked with concern. I'm fine, Li Chazui replied. Go check that kid's background for me. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Yes, Mr. Li, the manager responded and hurried to make arrangements. Back in their room, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian were still shaken. Gu Ran, you really scared me just now, Bai Shiyan said. That greasy man was just too disgusting. Yeah, luckily you were there, or we really wouldn't know what to do, Song Qian said. It's all over now, it's in the past, Gu Ran comforted them. In the future, if you encounter such people, make sure to tell me right away, understand? Got it. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian nodded obediently. By the way, Shiyan, what was that move you did just now? Gu Ran asked curiously. How did you use water to attack? I don't know either. Bai Shiyan shook her head. I just felt a surge of power within me, and then I tried to control it, and to my surprise, it really worked. Could it be elemental control? Gu Ran's heart stirred as he recalled Bai Shiyan's special ability. Elemental control? What is that? Bai Shiyan and Song Qian both looked puzzled. I'll explain it to you later, Gu Ran said. In any case, you now possess a very powerful ability, so make sure to use it well. I understand. Bai Shiyan nodded excitedly, not expecting to have such a magical ability. Meanwhile, Li Shari couldn't sleep all night. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more unwilling he was to accept it. That little brat, I will make you pay the price, Li Shari silently vowed. He decided to use the connections of his former identity as Li Tianxiang, a supernatural being, to deal with Gu Ran. Li Shari tossed and turned in bed, like a fish thrown ashore, unable to sleep at all. Every time he closed his eyes, Gu Ran's arrogant face appeared in his mind, along with the smug smiles of Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. Damn it, I've never been humiliated like this in my life. Li Shari slammed his fist on the bed, gritting his teeth in anger. He had thought that with his identity and status, he could walk all over Bai Shui City. Who would have thought that today he would take such a huge fall at the hands of a young punk? How could he swallow this humiliation? No, I must take revenge. Li Shari suddenly sat up, his eyes flashing with a sinister light. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me, Li Shari. A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Li, what can I do for you at this late hour? Help me investigate a person. His name is Gu Ran, and today at the... Li Shari exaggeratedly recounted what had happened at the pool today, of course portraying himself as an innocent victim while depicting Gu Ran as a bully taking advantage of his power. I want to know everything about him, including his family background, social connections, and his weaknesses. Mr. Li, don't worry, I've got this covered, the person on the other end said. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Good, then I'll leave it to you. Li Shari hung up the phone, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Gu Ran, just wait. I will make you understand the consequences of offending me. Li Shari muttered to himself, as if he could already see Gu Ran kneeling before him, begging for mercy. He believed that as long as he used his connections, he would definitely find Gu Ran's weaknesses and take revenge on him fiercely. The connections Li Shari spoke of were naturally those left by Li Tianxiang. As the former underground emperor of Baishui City, Li Tianxiang had nurtured a group of supernatural beings who were his henchmen, specifically handling some shady business for him. Although Li Shari was not a supernatural being, he had managed to control some of these supernatural beings through various means. These people were his greatest trump card. Now, he was going to use this trump card to deal with Gu Ran. Li Shari believed that as long as he was willing to spend money, these supernatural beings would definitely make Gu Ran's life a living hell. He could hardly wait to see Gu Ran's miserable state. The next day, Li Shari arrived at the company early. He sat in his office, waiting for news from his subordinates. It wasn't long before his phone rang. "Hello, what's the update?" Li Shari asked impatiently. "Mr. Li, we've found out," the person on the other end said, "that Gu Ran is the owner of Icon International." "What? The owner of Icon International?" Li Shari was stunned, not expecting Gu Ran to have such a significant background. Icon International is the largest real estate company in Baishui City, with substantial assets and formidable strength, far beyond what a small figure like Li Chaju could provoke. How is this possible? Li Chaju found it hard to believe. He's so young, how could he be the owner of Icon International? "It's absolutely true, General Li," the person on the other end of the phone said. "We've checked, and Gu Ran is indeed the behind-the-scenes owner of Icon International. Moreover, he has recently acquired several large enterprises in Baishui City, making him the foremost tycoon in the area." Upon hearing this, Li Chaju felt a wave of dizziness. He never expected to have provoked such a big shot. This was going to be troublesome. "So, does he have any weaknesses?" Li Chaju asked, clinging to the last shred of hope. "Well, we haven't found anything yet," the person on the other end replied. "However, we discovered that Gu Ran has two very beautiful women by his side. They seem to be his girlfriends." "Girlfriends?" Li Chaju's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Yes, one is named Bai Shiyan and the other Song Qian. Both are top-notch beauties," the person continued. "We also found out that Bai Shiyan seems to possess some special ability. She can control water flow." "Control water flow?" Li Chaju's heart stirred as he recalled what had happened at the pool yesterday. Could Bai Shiyan really be an ability user? "General Li, should we target these two women?" the person suggested. "As long as we capture them, we needn't fear Gu Ran not complying." "Good idea." Li Chaju slapped the table, excitedly saying, "Let's do it. Keep a close watch on these two women and find an opportunity to capture them." "Yes, General Li," the person on the other end responded and hung up the phone. Li Chaju set down his phone, a smug smile appearing on his face. "Gu Ran, oh Gu Ran, aren't you something? I want to see what you can do when your women fall into my hands." Li Chaju muttered to himself, envisioning Gu Ran begging for mercy. He believed that as long as he captured Bai Shiyan and Song Qian, he would have Gu Ran's Achilles heel in his grasp, and then he could manipulate him at will. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he immediately began planning how to capture Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. He decided to use the ability users under his command to carry out the kidnapping. He was confident that with a well-thought-out plan, success was guaranteed. Meanwhile, Gu Ran was still unaware that he had been targeted by Li Chaju. He was enjoying a rare holiday, taking Bai Shiyan and Song Qian around Baishui City. The three of them arrived at a famous attraction, Baishui Lake. Baishui Lake is the largest lake in Baishui City, with clear waters and beautiful scenery, making it a great place for citizens to relax and have fun. Gu Ran rented a small boat for the three of them to paddle around the lake. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian sat at the front of the boat, admiring the picturesque view, while Gu Ran rode at the back. "Gu Ran, look at those lotus flowers over there, they're so beautiful." Bai Shiyan pointed to a patch of blooming lotus flowers in the distance. "Yes, they really are beautiful." Song Qian echoed. "Do you like them?" "I'll go pick a few for you," Gu Ran said, preparing to row over. "No need, Gu Ran," Bai Shiyan quickly stopped him. "We're fine just looking at them from here." "Yeah, Gu Ran, don't go. Be careful not to fall into the water," Song Qian added. "Alright, then we'll just enjoy the view here." Gu Ran smiled and didn't insist. The three of them leisurely enjoyed their time on the lake, savoring the rare moments of tranquility. However, unbeknownst to them, danger was quietly approaching. In a secluded corner by the lake, several men in black were hiding in the bushes, secretly observing Gu Ran and the other two. "The target is on that boat," one of the men in black said. "Prepare to act." "Yes." The others responded and began to quietly approach Gu Ran and the others. They were all superhumans under Li Shari's command, each possessing special abilities. Their mission was to capture Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. To ensure nothing went wrong, Li Shari dispatched his most elite forces. "Third, you deal with the man. Fourth and fifth, come with me to catch the two women," the leader of the men in black instructed. Remember, be quick and don't alert anyone else. Understood. The men in black nodded and began their actions. The third quietly approached Gu-ran, possessing the ability to become invisible, making him undetectable. He planned to knock Gu-ran out while he was unaware. Meanwhile, the fourth and fifth followed the leader, closing in on by Shurian and Song-chien. The fourth had the ability to control metal, allowing him to manipulate any metallic object. The fifth could create illusions, making targets lose their ability to resist. The leader of the men in black had the power to control flames, capable of unleashing high-temperature fire to attack enemies. The three coordinated seamlessly and soon got close to Gu-ran and the others. Attack! At the leader's command, the three launched their assault simultaneously. The third suddenly appeared behind Gu-ran, throwing a punch at the back of his head. However, just as his fist was about to hit Gu-ran suddenly turned around and grabbed his wrist. What? The third was taken aback, not expecting his invisibility to fail. Want to sneak attack me? You're still too green. Gu-ran sneered, kicking the third away. Meanwhile, the fourth and fifth also attacked by Shurian and Song-chien. The fourth controlled the metal components on the boat, trying to trap by Shurian and Song-chien. The fifth released an illusion, aiming to make them lose their ability to resist. Just then, Bai Shurian suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. The power within her surged again, and she instinctively waved her hand, causing a stream of water to appear out of nowhere, rushing towards the fourth and fifth. The fourth and fifth were caught off guard, hit by the water stream, and fell to the ground. What's going on? The leader of the men in black was shocked, not expecting Bai Shurian to have the ability to control water. Who are you? Gu-ran shouted. Why are you attacking us? Blame yourself for offending the wrong people. The leader of the men in black said, today, none of you will escape. With that, he waved his hands, and two fireballs flew towards Gu-ran and the others. Watch out! Gu-ran shouted, pulling Bai Shurian and Song-chien into the lake. The flames landed on the boat, instantly igniting a raging fire. Damn it! The leader of the men in black stomped his feet in anger. He didn't expect Gu-ran and the others to be so difficult to deal with, causing him to miss his chance. After them, the leader commanded. They fell into the lake. They can't have gone far. With that, he jumped into the lake with the fourth and fifth, chasing after Gu-ran and the others. Gu-ran swam vigorously in the lake with Bai Shurian and Song-chien, knowing that if those men in black caught up to them, the consequences would be dire. Gu-ran, what should we do? Bai Shurian asked while swimming. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Gu-ran replied, let's swim to the opposite shore first, then we'll deal with them. Okay. Bai Shurian and Song-chien nodded, following Gu-ran as they swam towards the opposite shore. However, those men in black were not to be underestimated. They closely followed Gu-ran and the others, continuously launching attacks. The fourth one controlled the metallic impurities in the lake, trying to trap Gu-ran and the others. The fifth one constantly released illusions, attempting to disrupt their vision. The leader among the black-clad men unleashed flames, aiming to burn them to ashes. In an instant, the lake was tumultuous, flames soared into the sky, and the scene was chaotic. Gu-ran and the others dodged the attacks while desperately swimming toward the opposite shore. The two girls were gradually exhausting their strength, their speed slowing down. Gu-ran, I can't hold on much longer. Song-chien gasped. Hang in there, Song-chien. Gu-ran encouraged, we're almost at the shore. Song-chien gritted her teeth and continued to swim forward. Bai Shurian's situation was also dire. Her strength was nearly depleted. Gu-ran, you take Song-chien and go ahead. Bai Shurian said, I'll hold them off. What nonsense are you saying? Gu-ran replied, how could I possibly leave you behind? But, Bai Shurian wanted to say more, but Gu-ran interrupted her. No buts, we can definitely escape together. Gu-ran said firmly. Just then, the leader of the black-clad men suddenly accelerated and charged toward Gu-ran and the others. The flames in his hand grew fiercer, and it seemed he was about to strike them. Gu-ran, be careful, Bai Shurian shouted, trying to push Gu-ran away. However, it was already too late. At that critical moment, Gu-ran suddenly stopped. He turned around to face the leader of the black-clad men, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish. Gu-ran shouted, and the power within him surged wildly. He decided to use his skill, Eternal Curse. Eternal Curse, activate. Gu-ran silently chanted in his heart. Instantly, a mysterious force erupted from his body, enveloping the leader of the black-clad men. What is this? The leader felt a wave of panic. He tried to evade but found his body completely immobilized. The leader let out a piercing scream as his body began to age rapidly, his hair turning white, skin withering, like a dying old man. Boss, what's wrong with you? The fourth and fifth men were taken aback and rushed forward to check. However, as soon as they approached the leader, they felt a mysterious force attacking them. The fourth and fifth men also screamed in horror as their bodies began to age rapidly. This is the power of the curse? The fourth man said in terror, "Run." Saying this, he turned and fled. The fifth man, equally terrified, followed the fourth man in escape. Want to escape? Not so easy. Guran sneered, continuing to unleash the eternal curse, pursuing the fourth and fifth men. The screams of the fourth and fifth men grew fainter, eventually disappearing from the lake's surface. Seeing this, Guran finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Bai Shurian and Song Qian. "Are you okay?" Guran asked. We're fine," Bai Shurian and Song Qian said, still shaken. They hadn't expected Guran to possess such a terrifying ability, capable of causing enemies to age and die in an instant. "Guran, what ability did you just use?" Bai Shurian asked curiously. "I'll explain it to you later," Guran said. "Let's leave this place first." Bai Shurian and Song Qian nodded, following Guran as they swam toward the shore. The three finally swam to the shore, climbing up exhausted and panting. We finally made it out," Song Qian said. "Yeah, that was really thrilling," Bai Shurian exclaimed. "It's all my fault, I got you into this mess," Guran said. "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered such danger." "Guran, it's not your fault," Bai Shurian reassured him. "If anyone is to blame, it's those bad guys." "That's right, Guran, don't blame yourself," Song Qian added. "Aren't we fine now?" Guran nodded, knowing it wasn't the time for self-reproach. They had to leave quickly. "Let's find a place to rest for a bit, then think of a way to get back," Guran suggested. "Okay." Bai Shurian and Song Qian agreed without objection. The three found a secluded spot and rested for a while. Once their strength had somewhat recovered, they began to head back. "Oh no, someone is chasing us," Guran frowned. He turned to look back and saw several figures rapidly approaching. "Looks like that bastardly Shari isn't giving up," Guran cursed inwardly. "Does he really think I'm easy to deal with?" "Shurian, Chen, you two hide first," Guran instructed the two beauties beside him. "What about you?" Bai Shurian asked worriedly. "Me? I'm going to show them what I'm made of." Guran smirked coldly. "But," Song Qian wanted to say something, but Guran interrupted her. "No buts, hurry up and go," Guran urged. Bai Shurian and Song Qian exchanged glances and nodded reluctantly. They knew that staying would only be a burden to Guran. "Guran, be careful," Bai Shurian reminded him. "Don't worry, dealing with these small fries is a piece of cake," Guran said confidently. Bai Shurian and Song Qian no longer hesitated and turned to run into the woods by the roadside. Guran watched their figures disappear into the trees before turning to face the approaching enemies. "It's time to let them feel the power of the Thunder Prison." A glint of excitement flashed in Guran's eyes. He took a deep breath, and his mental energy surged wildly. The sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled. The originally clear sky turned ominous in an instant. Passers-by stopped to watch, their faces showing fear. "What's going on? Is it going to rain?" one passerby asked. "No way, the weather forecast said it would be sunny today," another passerby said in confusion. "Who cares, hurry home and bring in the laundry," an elderly woman shouted. The passers-by quickened their pace, running towards home. Guran stood still, feeling the changes around him. He knew this was a sign that the Thunder Prison was about to form. "Come on, let you taste the flavor of lightning," Guran shouted. With his roar, bolts of lightning descended from the sky, forming a massive electric field around him. What is this?" The black-clad pursuers were stunned at the sight. They had never seen such a bizarre phenomenon. "Boss, do we still chase?" one of the black-clad men asked, trembling. "Chase? We must chase." The leader of the black-clad men gritted his teeth. "I don't believe he can turn the world upside down." Saying this, he led the charge into the electric field. As soon as the black-clad men entered the electric field, they let out piercing screams. Bolts of lightning struck them, leaving their skin charred and their bodies blackened. "Boss, help!" one black-clad man cried out. "Damn it!" The leader of the black-clad men was both shocked and furious. He never expected Guran to possess such terrifying power. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" the leader shouted loudly. However, it was already too late. In the realm of Thunder Prison, Guran was the master. With a thought, bolts of lightning struck down upon the men in black. The cries of agony echoed, as the men in black fell one after another. Thinking of escaping? Not so easy. Guran sneered. He controlled the lightning, striking precisely at each man in black who attempted to flee. These men had no power to fight back against the might of the Thunder Prison. They could never have imagined that they would die in such a manner. Soon, all the men in black lay on the ground, turned into charred corpses. Guran dissipated the Thunder Prison, and the sky returned to clarity. "Phew, finally resolved," he sighed. At that moment, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian ran out from the woods. Gu Ran, are you okay? Bai Shiyan asked with concern. I'm fine, Gu Ran smiled. I've dealt with those people. You killed them all? Song Qian asked, somewhat shocked. Gu Ran nodded. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian exchanged glances, saying nothing more. They understood that Gu Ran did this to protect them. Let's leave here first, Gu Ran said. Okay. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian nodded. The three left the scene and found a safe place. Gu Ran, what should we do next? Bai Shiyan asked. That bastard Li Chaju, I will definitely not let him go. Gu Ran's eyes flashed with a cold light. But we don't know where he is, Song Qian said. What's so difficult about that? Gu Ran's lips curled slightly. He closed his eyes and activated the Eternal Curse. Eternal Curse, activate. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel in the center of Baishui City, in the presidential suite, Li Chaju was anxiously waiting for news from his subordinates. Why haven't they returned yet? Did something happen? He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. What's going on? Li Chaju clutched his chest. Immediately after, he felt his body undergoing a transformation. His hair turned white rapidly, wrinkles appeared on his skin, and his bodily functions began to decline rapidly. Ah! Li Chaju let out a piercing scream. He was horrified to discover that he was aging rapidly. No! This is impossible! Li Chaju shouted in terror. He tried to stand up but found himself too weak to even muster the strength to stand. Help! Someone, please! Li Chaju shouted with his last bit of strength. However, no one responded. His voice grew weaker and weaker, until it completely vanished. Li Chaju's body turned into a withered corpse. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't believe he had died like this. Back with Gu Ran. Done. Gu Ran opened his eyes and said, You killed him? Bai Shiyan asked, somewhat incredulously. Gu Ran nodded. He sent people to kill us, how could I let him go? But how did he die? Song Qian asked curiously. Well, that's a secret, Gu Ran smiled mysteriously. Seeing this, Bai Shiyan and Song Qian did not press further. Where are we going next? Bai Shiyan asked. Let's go back to the hotel first. We've all had quite the ordeal and are tired. Gu Ran stretched lazily. Let's go back and rest well, Song Qian agreed. The three hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. You two go back to your rooms to rest. I'm going to take a shower, Gu Ran said. Okay. Gu Ran walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and turned on the shower. The hot water washed over his body, bringing him a refreshing sensation. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the events of the day. Li Chaju, oh Li Chaju, why did you have to provoke me? Gu Ran muttered to himself, well, I've really dug my own grave this time. After finishing his shower, he put on a bathrobe and walked out of the bathroom. Shiyan, Song Qian, why are you still awake? Gu Ran saw Bai Shiyan and Song Qian sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Gu Ran, we were a bit worried about you, Bai Shiyan said. Worried about what? Gu Ran asked, confused. We're worried you might have killed someone and could get into trouble, Song Qian said. Ha, you're overthinking it, Gu Ran laughed. I only kill those who deserve it, so there won't be any trouble. But, Bai Shiyan wanted to say something more. No buts, go to sleep, Gu Ran interrupted her, we have more fun to have tomorrow. All right. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian had no choice but to return to their rooms to sleep. Gu Ran thought about things and gradually fell into a dream. The next day, the three of them continued their adventures in Baishui City. They visited various attractions, tasted different foods, and had a blast. Gu Ran, where are we going next? Bai Shiyan asked. Let me think, Gu Ran said, stroking his chin. How about we go to the amusement park? Great, great, Song Qian exclaimed. I love amusement parks. Then it's settled. We're going to the amusement park, Gu Ran decisively announced. The three arrived at the amusement park, bought tickets, and walked in. Wow, it's so lively here, Song Qian said excitedly, looking at the crowd around her. What should we do first? Bai Shiyan asked. Let's ride the roller coaster first, Gu Ran suggested. Okay, Song Qian was eager to try. They arrived at the roller coaster queue and found a long line already formed. So many people, Gu Ran said helplessly. What can we do? The roller coaster is so popular, Bai Shiyan replied. Let's go do something else, Song Qian proposed. Alright, let's go do something else, Gu Ran agreed. The three left the roller coaster queue and came to the carousel. How about this one? Gu Ran asked. Sure, this looks quite romantic, Bai Shiyan said with a smile. Then it's this one, Gu Ran decided. The three got on the carousel, and as the music started, the horses began to spin. Ha, this is so much fun. Song Qian laughed happily. Yeah, it feels like going back to childhood, Bai Shiyan also said with a smile. Gu Ran looked at their happy faces and smiled as well. Gu Ran, look over there, someone is playing bumper cars. Song Qian pointed not far away. Let's go play too, Gu Ran said. The three arrived at the bumper car area and each got into a bumper car. I'm going to crash into you, Gu Ran shouted, driving his bumper car towards Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. Ah, Gu Ran, you're cheating. Bai Shiyan and Song Qian laughed while dodging Gu Ran's attacks. The three had a great time in the bumper car area, with laughter echoing all around. It's getting late, we should head back. Gu Ran glanced at his watch. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Ha, we're going back already? I haven't had enough fun yet, Song Qian pouted, looking reluctant, her big eyes filled with I want to play more. Bai Shiyan also felt a bit unsatisfied but still said, yeah, we've been out all day, we should go back and rest. Alright, then let's retreat. Although Song Qian was reluctant, she could only agree helplessly. The three walked out of the amusement park side by side, and the scene at the entrance was quite different from when they arrived, with sparse crowds trickling out. There are suddenly a lot fewer people, Gu Ran remarked. Of course, everyone has been playing all day, who isn't tired? Bai Shiyan responded. Let's take a taxi. Gu Ran hailed a taxi, and the three of them got in, heading straight for the hotel. Upon returning to the hotel, Gu Ran's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see a message from Lung Kai. What does he want at this hour? Gu Ran muttered. He opened the message, which contained only a few short words. Come quickly, something's happened. Gu Ran's brow furrowed. If Lung Kai was saying something's happened, it must be serious. Shadow Organization, Tiancheng. Gu Ran murmured, recalling the information he had divined earlier. It seems I have no choice but to wade into this murky water. Gu Ran's expression hardened. He turned to Bai Shiyan and Song Qian. You two rest first. I need to step out. Where are you going? It's so late, Song Qian asked. It's a bit urgent. I'll be back soon. Gu Ran put on his coat and quickly left the room. This guy is so mysterious, Song Qian whispered, watching Gu Ran's retreating figure. He must have his own matters to attend to, let's not worry about it, Bai Shiyan said calmly. Alright, Song Qian replied and returned to her room. After leaving the hotel, Gu Ran immediately took a taxi to the secret base of Tianqing. Meanwhile, a major upheaval was unfolding inside the Tianqing base. The once impregnable base now seemed to have been torn open, with signs of battle everywhere. Damn it, these traitors, a bloodied ability user roared. Resisting is useless. Those who know what's good for them should surrender quickly. A person in black clothing with a strange mask sneered. Pa, in your dreams. The ability user spat out blood and charged forward again. Kill. The cries of battle shook the heavens, and the entire base was thrown into chaos. Report. Several more strongholds have fallen. A staff member rushed in to report. What? Lung Kai's face turned ashen upon hearing the news. Captain, what should we do now? A team member asked. What else can we do? We fight back. Lung Kai gritted his teeth. But our manpower. The team member hesitated. Even if we don't have enough people, we still have to go. Are we just going to watch Tianqing fall into those guys' hands? Lung Kai shouted angrily. Yes. The team members responded in unison. Shadow Organization, just wait. Lung Kai's eyes were filled with fury. He took a deep breath, preparing to give orders. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Captain Lung, what's going on? Gu Ran? Lung Kai was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. What are you doing here? I came as soon as I received your message. Gu Ran strode into the command room, surveying the surroundings. What's the situation now? The situation is extremely dire. Lung Kai's face was so dark it seemed it could drip water. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. The Tianqing branches across the country have all been infiltrated by the Shadow Organization. They are using a form of mental control to manipulate some of our higher-ups. Lung Kai's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. This mental control technique was originally the work of Mr. K. Although you killed him, the related experimental data still fell into the hands of the Shadow Organization. Gu Ran's brow furrowed tightly. He recalled his earlier encounter with Mr. K in Baishui City, realizing that the guy was indeed a tough opponent. He never expected that his death would leave such a significant hidden danger. The Shadow Organization also has the means to mass-produce ability users. Lung Kai continued, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. These manufactured ability users will become mentally unstable after a period, killing and biting anyone they see, just like zombies in movies. Gu Ran gasped. He could easily imagine the terrifying scene. A group of irrational superhumans rampaged through the city, creating a hell on earth. Most of the branches of the Tianqing organization across the country have already fallen. Lung Kai's voice was low and hoarse, as if he had aged significantly in an instant. Fortunately, our branch in Baishui City had previously eliminated Mr. K's infiltration, otherwise, we would likely not escape this disaster. What about those high-ranking officials who have been controlled? What is their current situation? Gu Ran asked in a deep voice. He needed to understand more to make the right judgment. A flicker of pain crossed Long Kai's eyes. They can no longer be called human. They are now just a group of manipulated puppets, machines that only know how to kill. We must stop them, Gu Ran said decisively. Otherwise, the entire world will fall into chaos. But we are severely understaffed right now and cannot compete with the Shadow Organization. Long Kai shook his head helplessly. Moreover, those controlled superhumans are all very powerful. We are simply no match for them. If we don't have enough people, then we need to find a way to gather more. As for those controlled superhumans, I have a way to deal with them. What method do you have? Long Kai looked at Gu Ran in confusion, not believing that Gu Ran had the ability to confront those powerful superhumans. You don't need to worry about that. Let's first clear out the Shadow Organization in Baishui City, Gu Ran said. Alright, Long Kai nodded. Wait, we need to first figure out the enemy's numbers and positions. As Gu Ran spoke, he closed his eyes and activated his divination technique. A few seconds later, Gu Ran opened his eyes. There are about 100 superhumans outside the base, among which a few are quite strong, around B level, the rest are C level and D level. So many? Long Kai gasped. We can only muster about 20 fighters at most. How can we fight? Don't panic. I have a plan. Gu Ran's lips curled slightly. What is the maximum weight of objects you can control? About 1 ton, I suppose. Long Kai thought for a moment and replied. That's enough. Gu Ran snapped his fingers. You will control heavy objects, like cars and lampposts, and smash them into the enemy. I will handle those strong ones. Okay, I'll give it a try. Long Kai took a deep breath and began to mobilize his powers. We'll help too. The members of Team B5 said one after another. Just protect yourselves and don't cause any trouble. Gu Ran waved his hand, then said to Long Kai, let's start. Long Kai nodded, his eyes sharpening, his hands grasping as if lifting something heavy. Suddenly, a car outside the base flew up and crashed violently into the crowd. Boom! The car exploded, flames shooting into the sky, and several unfortunate superhumans were blown away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Suddenly, a car outside the base flew up and crashed violently into the crowd. Boom! The car exploded, flames shooting into the sky, and several unfortunate superhumans were blown away. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The superhumans of the Shadow Organization screamed in terror, scrambling to hide. Again! Long Kai shouted, controlling another car to fly up. Boom! Another loud explosion, and several superhumans were torn apart. Well done! Gu Ran exclaimed, not idle himself, as he flashed forward toward those B-level superhumans. Looking for death. A B-level superhuman saw Gu Ran charging over, sneering as he threw a punch. Bang! Gu Ran's fist collided with the B-level superhuman's fist, producing a muffled sound. The B-level superhuman's expression changed. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron plate. A wave of intense pain surged through him. Your strength is nothing special, Gu Ran said, then suddenly kicked out. Crack! The chest bone of the B-level ability user was directly broken, and the person flew backward, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. What? The remaining B-level ability users were stunned at this scene. Let's go together and take him down. One B-level ability user shouted, charging forward first. Come on! A glimmer of excitement flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. He had been worried about not finding an opponent. Bang bang bang! Gu Ran and several B-level ability users were entangled in a fierce battle, exchanging punches and kicks, neither side giving way. 8 Extremes Fist! Gu Ran shouted, delivering a punch that sent one B-level ability user flying. Puff! That B-level ability user spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. How is this guy so strong? The remaining B-level ability users felt a chill of fear. Retreat! Quick, retreat! One B-level ability user shouted, turning to run. Want to run? Not so easy. Gu Ran sneered, his figure flashing as he chased after them. Charming eye. A purple light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes, and the fleeing B-level ability user suddenly stopped, his gaze becoming dazed. Kill him. Gu Ran pointed at another B-level ability user. Yes, master. The controlled B-level ability user mechanically nodded, then turned and charged at his companion. Are you crazy? That B-level ability user shouted in terror as he saw his companion rushing towards him. Bang! The controlled B-level ability user threw a punch, directly knocking that B-level ability user to the ground. Well done! Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction, then stepped on the head of the fallen B-level ability user. Crack! The head of that B-level ability user was crushed, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Ugh! The members of Team B5 couldn't help but vomit at this scene. This is too cruel. One team member said. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, Gu Ran said, then looked at the remaining ability users. Do you want to die or live? Gu Ran's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. We surrender. The ability users, seeing Gu Ran's brutality, were terrified and knelt down to beg for mercy. Good, those who know the times are wise. Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Tie them all up and take them back to the base. Yes. The members of Team B5 held back their nausea and tied up the surrendering ability users. Lin Kai, how's it going on your side? Gu Ran asked. I'm about done here too, these guys are no match at all. Lin Kai's voice came from a distance. That's good, let's head back, Gu Ran said, leading the way into the base. After returning to the base, Gu Ran had Lin Kai interrogate the captives to see if they could obtain any useful information. Gu Ran, what ability did you just use? Lin Kai asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen Gu Ran use such an ability. This is my new ability, Charming Eye, which can control others' minds, Gu Ran explained. So powerful? Lin Kai exclaimed. Doesn't that make you invincible? It's not that easy. This ability consumes a lot of mental energy and can only control those weaker than myself. Gu Ran shook his head. But for dealing with these small fries, it's more than enough. That's still impressive, Lin Kai said. With this ability, we have a better chance against the Shadow Organization. Yeah, that's what I think too, Gu Ran nodded. But we still need to be cautious. The strength of the Shadow Organization shouldn't be underestimated. I understand, Lin Kai said. I will strengthen the base's defenses to prevent them from launching another surprise attack. Then I'll leave it to you, Gu Ran replied. I'm going to rest for a bit. Call me if anything happens. Okay. Lin Kai nodded. Gu Ran returned to his room, lay on the bed, and began to contemplate the next plan. Shadow Organization, what exactly do you want? Gu Ran murmured. You've controlled so many people. What is your purpose? No matter what your purpose is, I won't let you succeed. A cold light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. I will definitely eliminate you completely. Gu Ran closed his eyes and began to rest, knowing that the upcoming battles would be even more difficult. The next morning, Gu Ran was awakened by Lin Kai. Gu Ran, something has happened. Lin Kai's face looked grim. What happened? Gu Ran asked. Those captives, they are all dead, Lin Kai said. Dead? How did they die? Gu Ran frowned. They all turned into zombies, tearing each other apart, and ultimately perished together, Lin Kai explained. What? Gu Ran was taken aback. How could this happen? I don't know either. When I interrogated them, they were fine, but suddenly, they went mad, started attacking others, and then, Lin Kai's voice trembled. Take me to see, Gu Ran said. Lin Kai led Gu Ran to the place where the captives were held. The sight before them was horrifying. The ground was littered with corpses, blood, and flesh in a gruesome mess. Gu Ran was shocked by the scene. What on earth is going on? I suspect this is some method of the Shadow Organization. They can remotely control these people, turning them into zombies, Lin Kai said. Remote control? Gu Ran recalled the information he had divined earlier. Could it be that they have truly mastered the means to mass-produce superhumans? It's very possible, Lin Kai replied. We must find their lair as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. But we don't even know where they are. How can we find them? Gu Ran asked. Well, Lin Kai was also at a loss. We have too little information to start with. It seems we can only plan for the long term, Gu Ran said. Let's return to Baishui City and see if we can find any clues. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Lin Kai said. Gu Ran and Lin Kai, along with the members of Team B5, left the Tianqing base and returned to Baishui City. Upon returning to Baishui City, Gu Ran immediately contacted Bai Shiyan and Song Qian to ask if they had noticed any unusual situations. Unusual situations? Bai Shiyan thought for a moment and said, It seems there are many strangers in the city lately, and I always feel like someone is watching us. Watching you? Gu Ran frowned. Did you see what those people looked like? No, they all wore masks and hats, so I couldn't see their faces, Bai Shiyan replied. I understand. Be careful, and contact me immediately if anything happens, Gu Ran instructed. You be careful too, Bai Shiyan said. After hanging up the phone, Gu Ran's expression became serious. It seems the Shadow Organization has infiltrated Baishui City, Gu Ran said. We must find them quickly, otherwise, Baishui City will never know peace. But we can't even find a trace of them now. How do we search? Lin Kai asked. Don't forget, I can still use divination, Gu Ran said with a slight smile. As long as they are still in Baishui City, I can find them. Gu Ran closed his eyes and activated his divination technique, beginning to search for the Shadow Organization's whereabouts. A few minutes later, Gu Ran opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing in them. Found it, Gu Ran said. They are at the abandoned factory west of the city. Great, Lin Kai exclaimed excitedly. Let's go catch them all now. Don't rush, we need to come up with a plan first, Gu Ran replied. This time, we can't let them escape again. Gu Ran and Lang Kai discussed and formulated a detailed combat plan. Action! Gu Ran commanded, and everyone immediately set off towards the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Upon arriving outside the factory, Gu Ran instructed Lang Kai to control several large rocks to block the factory's entrance. This way, they won't be able to escape, Gu Ran sneered, then led everyone into the factory. Who goes there? The guards inside the factory saw Gu Ran and the others rushing in and immediately drew their weapons. Kill! Gu Ran, too lazy to waste words, directly ordered the attack. Bang bang bang! The members of Team B5 opened fire, shooting down the guards. Charge in, leave no one alive. Gu Ran shouted loudly. Everyone rushed into the factory's interior, where they found it brightly lit and a group of people busy with something. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Those people screamed in panic upon seeing Gu Ran and the others rush in. Kill! A cold glint flashed in Gu Ran's eyes as he dashed into the crowd. Bang bang bang! Gu Ran fought with fists and feet, knocking those people down. Ah, ah, ah! The cries of agony echoed, and the entire factory descended into chaos. Stop! Everyone, stop! A voice came from the crowd. Gu Ran looked up to see a person dressed in black, wearing a strange mask, stepping forward. You are the leader of the Shadow Organization? Gu Ran asked coldly. That's right, I am, the person replied. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? We are from Tianqing, and we are here to eliminate you scum, Gu Ran declared. Tianqing? The person sneered. You think you can eliminate us? What a delusion! Whether it's a delusion or not, you'll find out when you try, Gu Ran said, his figure flashing as he charged at the person. Come on! The person shouted, throwing a punch. Bang! Gu Ran's fist collided with the person's fist, producing a dull sound. The person's expression changed. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron plate. A wave of intense pain surged through him. Your strength is nothing special, Gu Ran said lightly, then suddenly kicked out. Crack! The person's sternum was directly broken, and he flew backward, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Captain! The remaining members were stunned to see their leader defeated. Do you want to die or live? Gu Ran's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. We surrender. The others, terrified by Gu Ran's brutality, knelt down and begged for mercy. Good, those who know the times are wise, Gu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Tie them all up and take them back to the base. Yes. The members of Team B5 bound the surrendering individuals. Lang Kai, take some people to search this place and see if there's anything valuable, Gu Ran instructed. Okay. Lang Kai nodded and began searching the factory with his team. Gu Ran walked up to the unconscious leader, squatted down, and removed his mask. It's you? Gu Ran was stunned upon seeing the person's face. What? You recognize me? The leader slowly opened his eyes and looked at Gu Ran. Of course I recognize you. I would know you even if you turned to ash. Gu Ran gritted his teeth and said, I never expected you to be the leader of the Shadow Organization. Ha ha ha, you didn't see this coming, did you? Ding Mingy laughed heartily. I've hidden for so many years, and you finally discovered me. Why did you do this? Why did you betray Tianting? Gu Ran asked. Betray? I have never betrayed Tianting. Everything I did was for the good of Tianting. Ding Mingy said. For the good of Tianting? You controlled so many people and created so many zombies, and you call that for the good of Tianting? Gu Ran retorted angrily. You don't understand my grand plan. Ding Mingy said, as long as my plan succeeds, Tianting will become the most powerful organization in the world, and we will rule the entire world. You're insane. You're nothing but a madman, Gu Ran exclaimed. Ha ha ha, I'm a madman? No, I'm a genius. I'm the savior. Ding Mingy laughed maniacally. And you will become the first sacrifice in my plan. Sacrifice? With you? Gu Ran sneered. You're already in my hands. What do you have left to fight me with? You think you've won? You're too naive. Ding Mingy suddenly smiled eerily. My plan has already begun. What? Gu Ran's expression changed. He suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Rumble. At that moment, the entire factory shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. What's happening? Gu Ran asked in terror. Ha ha ha, my zombie army has already taken over the entire Baishui city. Ding Mingy laughed crazily. Just wait to be torn to pieces. What? Gu Ran was taken aback. He never expected Ding Mingy's plan to be so insane. No, I must stop him. Gu Ran's eyes sharpened. He knew that only he could stop this madman now. Lang Kai, this is up to you. I'll be right back. Gu Ran said to Lang Kai. Where are you going? Lang Kai asked. I'm going to stop Ding Mingy. Gu Ran said, and with a flash, he disappeared from the factory. Gu Ran. Lang Kai looked in the direction Gu Ran had vanished, murmuring, You must come back safely. After leaving the factory, Gu Ran rushed straight to the city center. Along the way, he saw zombies attacking humans everywhere, the entire city had fallen into chaos. Damn it, I'm too late. Gu Ran cursed under his breath, quickening his pace. Arriving at the city center, Gu Ran saw a group of zombies besieging a group of survivors. Stop! Gu Ran shouted, charging forward. Bang bang bang! Gu Ran fought fiercely, knocking the zombies down. Thank you for saving us, the survivors said, tears of gratitude in their eyes. You all need to leave, it's not safe here, Gu Ran urged. What about you? A survivor asked. I have more important things to do, you don't need to worry about me, Gu Ran replied. Hurry and go. The survivors nodded and turned to leave. Gu Ran watched them go, took a deep breath, and continued toward the city center. He knew Ding Mingyi's target must be the city government. He had to stop him before the zombie army took it over. Arriving outside the city government building, Gu Ran saw a group of zombies attacking the main door. Get out of my way! Gu Ran shouted, throwing a punch. Boom! The door was blasted open, and several unfortunate zombies were smashed into pulp. Charge in, kill them all! Gu Ran shouted loudly. Leading the charge, Gu Ran rushed into the city government building. Bang bang bang! Gu Ran fought fiercely, knocking the zombies down. Ah! Screams echoed, and the entire building was thrown into chaos. Gu Ran fought his way to the top floor, where he saw Ding Mingyi standing by the window, overlooking the entire city. You finally came. Ding Mingyi turned around and looked at Gu Ran. I'm here to stop you, you madman, Gu Ran said. Stop me? What do you have to stop me? Ding Mingyi sneered. The entire city is under my control now. You have nowhere to escape. Is that so? Not necessarily, Gu Ran said, his figure flashing as he charged at Ding Mingyi. Come on, Ding Mingyi shouted, throwing a punch. Bang! Gu Ran's fist collided with Ding Mingyi's, producing a muffled sound. Ding Mingyi's expression changed. He felt as if his fist had struck an iron plate. A wave of intense pain surged through him. Your strength is nothing special, Gu Ran said calmly, then suddenly kicked out. Crack! Ding Mingyi's sternum was directly broken, and he flew backward, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. It's over, Gu Ran said, looking at Ding Mingyi lying on the ground. Rumble! At that moment, the entire city suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. What's happening? Gu Ran asked in terror. Ha ha, my plan has succeeded. Ding Mingyi suddenly opened his eyes and laughed maniacally. The entire city will become a paradise for zombies. What? Gu Ran's face changed dramatically. He never expected Ding Mingyi's plan to be so insane. No, I must stop him. Gu Ran's eyes sharpened. He knew that only he could stop this madman now. You can't stop me, Ding Mingyi said, just wait to be torn to pieces. Is that so? Not necessarily. Gu Ran sneered, a flash of purple light appearing in his eyes. Charming Eye. Gu Ran activated the Charming Eye, and Ding Mingyi's gaze instantly became dazed. Tell me, how can I stop your plan? Gu Ran asked. Only by destroying the signal tower in the city center. Can you stop my plan? Ding Mingyi said haltingly. Signal tower? Gu Ran frowned. I got it. Gu Ran turned and ran downstairs. Where are you going? Ding Mingyi suddenly regained his senses and shouted. I'm going to destroy the signal tower and stop your crazy plan, Gu Ran said without looking back. You won't get away with it, Ding Mingyi roared, struggling to stand up and chasing after Gu Ran. Gu Ran ran wildly and arrived at the signal tower in the city center. Get out of my way, Gu Ran shouted, throwing a punch. Boom! The signal tower collapsed directly, crashing to the ground. No! Ding Mingyi let out a desperate roar upon seeing the tower destroyed. It's over, Gu Ran sighed in relief, looking at the fallen signal tower. I won't let you go. Ding Mingyi glared at Gu Ran with resentment. You have no chance left, Gu Ran said calmly, then threw a punch. Bang! Ding Mingyi's head exploded, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Finally, it's over, Gu Ran murmured, looking at Ding Mingyi's corpse. At that moment, Line Kai and the B5 team members rushed over. Gu Ran, are you okay? Line Kai asked. I'm fine, Gu Ran shook his head. Ding Mingyi has been dealt with. Great! Line Kai said excitedly. We won. Yes, we won, Gu Ran nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Let's go back, Line Kai said. Okay, let's go back, Gu Ran replied. Gu Ran and Line Kai, along with the B5 team members, left the city government building. As they walked, Gu Ran looked back and saw that the entire city had returned to calm, and the zombies had disappeared. Everything is over, Gu Ran murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of fatigue and a sense of relief. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the ravaged city behind him. The glass facades of the skyscrapers lay shattered on the ground, various debris scattered across the streets, and an indescribable stench hung in the air. All of this was the aftermath of the zombie outbreak. Gu Ran's eyes dimmed slightly. This sudden disaster had dealt a heavy blow to the city, countless lives lost, and countless families shattered. Even he had nearly met his end. Gu Ran, what are you thinking? Lang Kai's voice came from behind, interrupting Gu Ran's thoughts. He turned to see Lang Kai approaching with the members of Team B5. Nothing, Gu Ran shook his head, a bitter smile appearing on his face. I just feel like all of this is too unreal. Yeah, it's too unreal, Lang Kai said as he stood beside Gu Ran, both of them gazing at the distant city. It's like a nightmare. Now, the nightmare has finally ended, Gu Ran said softly, a hint of relief in his tone. Yes, it's over, Lang Kai nodded, a smile breaking on his face. We won, we finally won. The members of Team B5 cheered, each face glowing with the joy of having survived. Let's go back, Gu Ran said, patting Lang Kai on the shoulder as he took the lead. Okay, back, Lang Kai replied, following with the team. The group walked down the empty street, their footsteps echoing around them, sounding particularly clear. Gu Ran's mood gradually calmed. He knew that while this battle was over, new challenges awaited him. He needed to rebuild the city, help the survivors, and find a way to completely resolve the zombie crisis. The road ahead was long and arduous. Gu Ran sighed inwardly. By the way, Gu Ran, what are your plans next? Lang Kai suddenly asked. Me? Gu Ran paused for a moment. I haven't thought it through yet. However, I want to return to the base first and see how things are there. Yeah, I was thinking the same, Lang Kai nodded. Let's go back together. Sure, Gu Ran replied, and the two continued walking forward. Gu Ran, thank you, Lang Kai suddenly said. Thank me for what? Gu Ran asked, a bit puzzled. Thank you for saving us, thank you for saving this city. Lang Kai's tone was sincere. That's what I should do, Gu Ran smiled. If it weren't for you, we would have probably died long ago. Lang Kai shook his head. You are our savior. Don't say that, Gu Ran felt a bit embarrassed. I just did what I could. Regardless, you are our hero. Lang Kai said firmly. Yes, you are our hero. The members of Team B5 echoed. Gu Ran looked at everyone, a warm current rising in his heart. He knew that everything he had done was worth it. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Gu Ran waved his hand. Let's hurry back. Okay. Everyone responded, quickening their pace. Gu Ran walked at the front of the group, his silhouette appearing particularly tall in the glow of the setting sun. Suddenly, the faces of Song Qian and Bai Shurian flashed in Gu Ran's mind. He wondered how they were doing now. Gu Ran felt a twinge of worry. By the time they returned to Icon International Community, it was already evening. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the community, casting a golden glow over everything. Gu Ran stood at the entrance, looking at the familiar scene before him. A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up in his heart. Here was the beginning of his possession of the system. Here, he met Song Qian, and also got to know Bai Shurian, and gained his own influence. It can be said that the Icon International community witnessed Gu Ran's growth and carried too many of his memories. Gu Ran, you're back. Song Qian's voice came from behind, interrupting Gu Ran's thoughts. He turned around and saw Song Qian standing not far away, looking at him with a bright smile. Today, Song Qian was dressed in a professional suit, perfectly outlining her exquisite figure. She wore delicate makeup, making her look even more charming. Yeah, I'm back. Gu Ran nodded, a slight smile appearing on his face. Have all the issues been resolved? Song Qian walked up to Gu Ran and asked with concern. Resolved, Gu Ran said casually, as if it were just a trivial matter. That's good. Song Qian sighed in relief, her face showing a look of being unburdened. By the way, where's Shurian? Gu Ran suddenly asked, noticing that Bai Shurian was not beside Song Qian. Shurian? She's still at the clinic. Song Qian replied, there have been a lot of patients at the clinic recently. She might be busy until very late. I see. Gu Ran nodded thoughtfully. Let's go inside. Song Qian linked her arm with Gu Ran's, and they walked into the community together. Back at the villa, Gu Ran took a shower and changed into clean clothes. Then, he lay on the sofa, took out his phone, and started scrolling through short videos. Ding! Congratulations, host, you found a reward video, and received a reward, 1 million cash. Ding! Congratulations, host, you found a reward video, and received a reward, God-level cooking skills. A series of system notification sounds rang in Gu Ran's mind, making him feel a surge of excitement. He didn't expect the rewards this time to be so generous, not only cash but also physical enhancement, and even God-level cooking skills. This was simply amazing. Gu Ran thought happily and continued scrolling through the short videos. Time passed second by second, and soon it was past 10 at night. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa suddenly rang. Who is it? Gu Ran wondered, who could be looking for him at this late hour? He got up and walked to the door, opening it. Gu Ran, you're back. Outside the door, Bai Shurian was standing there, looking a bit tired. Shurian, why are you back so late? Gu Ran asked in surprise. There were too many patients at the clinic, I was busy until now. Bai Shurian explained, have you eaten? Do you want me to make you something? No, I've already eaten. Gu Ran shook his head, you've been tired all day, Go rest. Okay. Bai Shiyan nodded and walked into the villa. She changed her shoes and came to the living room, seeing Gu Ran lying on the sofa scrolling through his phone. Gu Ran, where did you go today? Bai Shiyan asked curiously as she walked up to him. I went to handle some matters. Gu Ran replied casually. By the way, how's your grandfather's health? Grandpa is much better. Thank you for your concern. Bai Shiyan smiled. By the way, I encountered a strange patient at the clinic today. Bai Shiyan began to recount her experiences at the clinic, while Gu Ran listened quietly. They chatted for a long time, and it was not until late at night that Bai Shiyan returned to her room to rest. Gu Ran lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep. His mind kept replaying the story of the strange patient Bai Shiyan had mentioned. Could that patient be related to the Shadow Organization? The more Gu Ran thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He decided to visit Bai Shiyan's clinic tomorrow. Perhaps he could discover some clues. Early the next morning, Gu Ran arrived at Bai Shiyan's clinic. Gu Ran, what brings you here? Bai Shiyan asked, a bit surprised to see Gu Ran. I came to check on you and also to see that strange patient you mentioned. Gu Ran replied with a smile. That patient has already left, Bai Shiyan said. But I can show you his medical records. Sure, Gu Ran nodded. Bai Shiyan handed the medical records to Gu Ran, who began to read them carefully. The symptoms of this patient are indeed quite strange, Gu Ran frowned and said. His pulse is very chaotic, and there seems to be a strange force flowing within him. Yes, I also find it very odd, Bai Shiyan said. I've never seen a patient like this before. Did this patient leave any contact information? Gu Ran asked. No, Bai Shiyan shook her head. He was just an ordinary patient. I didn't ask for his contact details. I see, Gu Ran said, a bit disappointed. Do you know where he lives? I don't know, Bai Shiyan replied. He didn't tell me. Alright, Gu Ran sighed. It seems I'll have to think of another way. Gu Ran, why are you investigating this patient? Bai Shiyan asked, somewhat puzzled. Is there something wrong with him? This patient might be related to the Shadow Organization, Gu Ran said. I suspect he is a member of the Shadow Organization. What? Bai Shiyan exclaimed. How is that possible? I'm just speculating, Gu Ran said. But it's always good to be cautious. I understand, Bai Shiyan nodded. I'll be careful. Okay, I won't disturb your work any longer, Gu Ran said. I'll head back now. Goodbye, Bai Shiyan replied. Gu Ran left the clinic and returned to the Icon International community. He continued to scroll through short videos, hoping to earn some useful rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, you found a reward video and received the reward, mind reading. Suddenly, the system's prompt echoed in Gu Ran's mind. Mind reading? Gu Ran's eyes lit up. This reward was incredibly timely. With mind reading, he could know what others were thinking, which would greatly assist him in investigating the Shadow Organization. Gu Ran couldn't wait to test the effects of mind reading. He walked over to Song Qian and looked into her eyes. What are you thinking about? Gu Ran asked. I'm thinking about you, Song Qian said, her cheeks slightly flushed and a bit shy. Gu Ran activated mind reading and indeed heard Song Qian's thoughts. Gu Ran is so handsome, I really want to be with him. Song Qian's thoughts made Gu Ran's heart race. He didn't expect Song Qian to have such feelings for him. Ahem. Gu Ran cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Song Qian, I have something to attend to, so I'll head out first, Gu Ran said. Oh, okay, Song Qian nodded, watching Gu Ran's departing figure with a hint of disappointment on her face. Gu Ran left the villa and arrived at the community entrance. He saw a familiar figure standing there, seemingly waiting for someone. Long Kai? Gu Ran asked, a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Gu Ran, I've been waiting for you for a long time, Long Kai said, smiling when he saw Gu Ran. Waiting for me? Gu Ran asked, puzzled. Do you need something? Long Kai hesitated, as if he had something difficult to say. What's wrong? Gu Ran asked. Just say it directly. Gu Ran, I want to ask you for a favor. Long Kai finally spoke. What favor? Gu Ran inquired. I want you to help me find someone. Long Kai said. Looking for someone? Gu Ran frowned. Who are you looking for? My sister, Long Yu, Long Kai said. She's missing. Missing? Gu Ran was a bit surprised. When did this happen? Just a few days ago, Long Kai said. I've searched everywhere she might go, but I can't find her. Have you reported it to the police? Gu Ran asked. I have, Long Kai nodded, but the police said the disappearance is too recent to file a case. I see, Gu Ran pondered for a moment and said. What does your sister look like? Do you have a photo of her? Yes, Long Kai quickly took out his phone, found a photo, and handed it to Gu Ran. Gu Ran took the photo and saw a young girl who was very beautiful, resembling Long Kai to some extent. Her name is Long Yu? Gu Ran asked. Yes, Long Kai nodded. I understand, Gu Ran said. I will help you find her. Thank you, Gu Ran. Long Kai said gratefully. No need to thank me, Guran waved his hand. We are friends. It's only right to help each other. Lang Kai nodded heavily. You should go back for now, Guran said. I will notify you if I have any news. Okay, Lang Kai replied and turned to leave. Guran watched Lang Kai's departing figure, secretly determined to help him find his sister. He returned to the villa and continued scrolling through short videos. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a reward video, gaining the reward, tracking technique. The system's prompt sounded again, bringing Guran a wave of surprise. Tracking technique? Guran's eyes lit up. This reward was simply amazing. With the tracking technique, he could track anyone's whereabouts, which would be a great help in finding Lang Yu's sister. Guran couldn't wait to try out the tracking technique. He took out the photo of Lang Yu and activated the tracking technique. Instantly, a red arrow appeared in his mind, pointing east. Found it! Guran felt a surge of joy and hurried in the direction indicated by the arrow. He followed the trail and arrived at a secluded alley. Guran looked around, feeling a bit puzzled. It seemed to be an abandoned factory. Could Lang Yu's sister be here? Guran wondered silently. He cautiously entered the factory, finding it pitch black and unable to see anything. Is anyone there? Guran called out tentatively. No one responded. Guran continued forward when suddenly, he heard a strange sound. What is this? Guran was startled and quickly turned towards the sound. In the corner of the factory, he saw a girl tied up, her mouth taped shut, unable to make a sound. Lang Yu? Guran recognized the girl at a glance. It was indeed Lang Kai's sister, Lang Yu. He rushed over and tore off the tape from Lang Yu's mouth. Whoa. As soon as Lang Yu saw Guran, she began to cry. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you, Guran comforted her while helping to untie the ropes. Guran, thank you for saving me, Lang Yu said tearfully. No need to thank me, Guran replied. Let's leave here first. Lang Yu nodded. Guran led Lang Yu out of the abandoned factory. Lang Yu, how did you end up tied up here? Guran asked. I don't know either, Lang Yu shook her head. I only remember that when I was coming home from school, I was suddenly knocked out, and when I woke up, I was already here. Did you see what the people who knocked you out looked like? Guran asked. No, Lang Yu said. They were all wearing masks, and I couldn't see their faces. Masks? Guran frowned. Could it be that they are from the Shadow Organization again? Shadow Organization? Lang Yu looked confused. What is that? An evil organization, Guran said. They specialize in kidnapping young girls and turning them into zombies. What? Lang Yu's eyes widened in terror. Why would they do that? I don't know either. Guran shook his head. But I will find out. Guran, you must be careful. Lang Yu said worriedly. Those people are very scary. Don't worry. Guran smiled. I will protect myself. Lang Yu nodded. I'll take you home first, Guran said. Okay, Lang Yu replied. Guran took Lang Yu home and then returned to Icon International Community. He told Lang Kai about Lang Yu's kidnapping, and Lang Kai was immediately furious. Shadow Organization, I will make you pay dearly. Lang Kai gritted his teeth. Calm down. Guran patted Lang Kai's shoulder. What's most important now is to find the Shadow Organization's lair and catch them all. Lang Kai nodded. You're right. Do you have any clues? Guran asked. No. Lang Kai shook his head. I have no leads at all. Don't rush. Guran said. We'll take our time. We will find them. Lang Kai replied. After discussing for a while, Guran and Lang Kai decided to start their investigation from the place where Lang Yu was kidnapped. They arrived at the abandoned factory and searched carefully but found no valuable clues. It seems they have already left. Guran said. What do we do now? Lang Kai asked. Don't worry. Guran said. I have another method. What method? Lang Kai asked. Divination. Guran said. I can use divination to find the traces of the Shadow Organization. Divination? Lang Kai was a bit surprised. You can do that? Guran nodded, but divination takes some time. You should go back and wait for my news. Okay. Lang Kai replied and turned to leave. Guran closed his eyes, activated the divination technique, and began searching for the traces of the Shadow Organization. A few minutes later, Guran opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. Found it. Guran's lips curled up slightly. At the night color bar in the south of the city, he took out his phone and dialed Lang Kai's number. Hello, Guran, how's it going? Lang Kai's voice sounded urgent on the other end. I have a lead, at the night color bar in the south of the city. Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at home, come over. Okay, wait for me. Guran hung up the phone, started the car, and headed straight for Lang Kai's house. On the way, Guran scrolled through short videos again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a reward video, and received a reward, hacking skills, proficient. This reward comes at just the right time. Guran thought, Perhaps he could use hacking skills to find more information about the shadow organization. Half an hour later, Gu-ran arrived at Lang Kai's house. Gu-ran, you're here. Lang Kai was already waiting at the door. Let's go to the night color bar now, Gu-ran said. Okay. The two got into the car and sped off, quickly arriving in the south of the city. The night color bar was located in a bustling commercial area, with flashing neon lights and a crowd of people. It's so lively in the bar during the day? Gu-ran was somewhat surprised. You don't understand this, do you? A passerby chimed in. Nightshade is the most famous bar around here. Open 24 hours, always lively no matter when you come. Another passerby agreed. That's right. I heard the owner has a deep background, involved in both the underworld and the legitimate side. Gu-ran and Lang Kai exchanged a glance. It seemed this Nightshade bar was indeed not simple. The two entered the bar, and a strong smell of alcohol and perfume hit them. Even in broad daylight, there were still quite a few people inside. On the dance floor, several scantily clad women were wildly twisting their bodies. In the booths, some men and women were hugging each other, oblivious to their surroundings. Gu-ran frowned. He didn't like this murky environment. Lang Kai also wore a look of disgust. Can't these people do something proper during the day? Let's go to the bar, Gu-ran said. They approached the bar, where a bartender was wiping glasses. What can I get for you two? The bartender looked up at Gu-ran and Lang Kai and asked. 2 whiskeys, Gu-ran replied. Sure thing. The bartender quickly poured 2 glasses and handed them to Gu-ran and Lang Kai. Gu-ran picked up his glass, took a small sip, and then asked, Brother, can I ask you something? What is it? The bartender continued wiping the glass as he asked. Is there an organization called the Shadow around here? Gu-ran inquired. The bartender paused, looked at Gu-ran, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. What? What are you talking about? I don't understand, the bartender said. Don't understand? Gu-ran smiled, then let me rephrase it. Do young girls often go missing around here? I don't know what you're talking about. The bartender's eyes grew even more frantic as he turned to leave. Gu-ran grabbed the bartender's arm. Don't rush off. Let's talk some more. Let go of me. The bartender struggled. I really don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? Gu-ran activated his mind-reading ability. Damn, how do these two know about the Shadow? Could they be cops? The bartender's thoughts startled Gu-ran. It seemed this bartender indeed knew about the Shadow organization. I'll ask you again, where is the Shadow organization? Gu-ran's voice turned cold. I can't say. Fear appeared on the bartender's face. If I say, I'll die. If you don't say, you'll die right now, Gu-ran said, applying slight pressure, causing the bartender's arm to throb with pain. The bartender screamed. I'll tell you. Quickly, Lang Kai urged. The Shadow organization is in the bar's basement, the bartender said, but you can't go there. There are monsters. Monsters? Gu-ran and Lang Kai exchanged glances. What kind of monsters? I don't know, the bartender shook his head. I just know it's very dangerous. Those who go in never come out. Where's the entrance to the basement? Gu-ran asked. In the back of the bar, there's a warehouse, and inside the warehouse, there's a hidden door. Behind the hidden door is the basement, the bartender said. Good. You know your place. Gu-ran released the bartender's arm. Lang Kai, let's go. The two stood up and walked toward the back of the bar. Wait. The bartender suddenly called out to Gu-ran and Lang Kai. What else is there? Gu-ran turned back to ask. You must be careful, the bartender said. It's really dangerous there. Got it. Gu-ran waved his hand and left the bar with Lang Kai. The two arrived at the back of the bar and indeed saw a warehouse. The warehouse door was tightly shut, with a large lock hanging on it. What should we do? Lang Kai asked. Should we break in? No need. Gu-ran smiled and walked to the warehouse door, gently pushing it, and surprisingly, the door opened. Lang Kai was astonished. Is the lock broken? The lock isn't broken. Someone opened it on purpose, Gu-ran said. It seems they already know we are here. Should we still go in? Lang Kai asked. Could this be a trap? Since we are here, we might as well be at ease, Gu-ran said. Let's go in and take a look. All right. Lang Kai nodded and followed Gu-ran into the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with various clutter, dimly lit, and the air was thick with a musty smell. The two carefully navigated through the clutter and soon found a hidden door. The hidden door was concealed behind a shelf, making it hard to notice unless one looked closely. This is it, Gu-ran said. Let's go in. Lang Kai responded and followed Gu-ran, opening the hidden door. Behind the hidden door was a narrow passage, and at the end of the passage was a tightly shut iron door. It seems this is the lair of the Shadow organization, Gu-ran said. Let's go in and take a look. Okay. Lang Kai nodded and followed Gu-ran into the passage. The two arrived at the iron door, and Gu-ran tried to push it, but the door didn't budge. This door is locked from the inside, Gu-ran said. it seems we can only break it down. Let me do it, Leng Kai said, stepping back a few paces before kicking the iron door with all his might. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the iron door swung open. Let's go in and take a look, Guran said, stepping through the iron door first. Behind the iron door was a vast underground space, brightly lit and filled with various instruments and equipment. In the center of the space was a large glass container filled with green liquid, and inside the liquid floated a naked girl. This is... Leng Kai was stunned at the sight. Long Yu. Guran immediately recognized the girl. It was Leng Kai's sister, Long Yu. Long Yu. Leng Kai shouted and was about to rush over. Don't move. Guran grabbed Leng Kai. Be careful, it might be a trap. But, Leng Kai looked at Leng Yu in the glass container, anxious and restless. Don't worry, she's still alive, Guran said. Let's assess the situation first. Leng Kai nodded, forcing himself to calm down. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. Welcome to the Shadow Organization. Guran and Leng Kai turned around abruptly to see a middle-aged man in a white lab coat standing behind them, wearing a strange smile. Who are you? Guran asked, looking at the middle-aged man, who was thin, pale, and wore gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a scholar. I am the head of the Shadow Organization. You can call me Doctor, the middle-aged man said. How did you find your way here? How we got here isn't important, Guran replied. What matters is, why did you kidnap Leng Yu? Kidnap? The doctor laughed. No, I'm not kidnapping. I'm saving. Saving? Guran frowned. What do you mean by that? Do you know what the zombie virus is? The doctor asked. Zombie virus? Guran and Leng Kai exchanged glances. What is that? A virus that can bring the dead back to life. As long as the zombie virus is injected into a corpse, the corpse will come back to life and become a zombie. The doctor's voice echoed in the vast underground space, carrying a chilling coldness. What? Guran and Leng Kai were struck as if by lightning, their faces turning pale. Why are you doing this? Guran suppressed the shock in his heart and questioned. Do you want to create a zombie crisis and plunge the world into chaos? Create a zombie crisis? The doctor shook his head, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No, I am not trying to create a zombie crisis. I am trying to save humanity. Save humanity? Guran scoffed, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. You turn humans into zombies and call it saving humanity? Have you lost your mind? The human body is too fragile, like reeds in the wind, unable to withstand a blow. Only by transforming humans into zombies can humanity achieve immortality and free itself from the troubles of disease and death. The doctor's eyes sparkled with a fanatical light, as if he envisioned a beautiful new world. This is the necessary path for human evolution, the bridge to eternity. You are insane, Guran shouted, unable to comprehend the doctor's twisted logic. You are destroying humanity, pushing it into an abyss of no return. No, I am saving humanity in a way you cannot understand. The doctor's voice remained calm but carried an undeniable tone. You mere mortals will never grasp my grand ideals. Of course we won't understand, Guran said, his voice filled with disdain, because we are normal people, with flesh and blood, with emotions, while you are a madman, a demon in human skin. Madman? The doctor laughed, a hint of self-mockery in his laughter. Perhaps, geniuses are always misunderstood as madmen. But one day, when the era of zombies arrives, you will understand my intentions and realize that I am humanity's savior. We will not understand you, because we will not let you succeed. Guran said, showing no signs of retreat. We will stop you, stop your mad plans, stop you from destroying humanity. Oh really? A strange smile appeared on the doctor's face, like a cunning fox. Then come and stop me. Let me see how you ants dare to challenge a god. That is exactly my intention, Guran declared, taking a stance in the 8 extremes fist, ready to fight. His body leaned slightly forward, his legs firmly planted on the ground, like an old tree rooted in the earth, stable and strong. Guran, be careful, Leng Kai warned, his voice filled with concern. This guy is not simple, he exudes a dangerous aura. Guran nodded, his gaze fixed on the doctor, not daring to be careless. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, as if he wanted to see through the doctor. Come on, let me see your skills. Let me see how you mortals challenge the authority of a god, the doctor said, his voice full of provocation, as if inviting Guran and Leng Kai into a dangerous game. As you wish, Guran shouted, charging at the doctor like a cheetah. His speed was incredible, creating a gust of wind that made the doctor's white coat flutter. Guran, I'm coming to help you. Leng Kai followed suit, his form agile, like a nimble monkey, tracing a graceful arc in the air. The two attacked the doctor from left and right, their coordination seamless, as if they were one. You overestimate yourselves. Do you think you can hurt me? The doctor let out a cold laugh, standing still like an indestructible mountain, allowing Guran and Leng Kai's attacks to rain down upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists struck the doctor repeatedly, producing a dull thud. Their punches fell like raindrops, each one packed with immense power, capable of shattering stone. Yet the doctor remained unscathed, not even furrowing his brow. How is this possible? Gu Ran and Lang Kai were taken aback, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could not comprehend that their attacks had no effect on the doctor. Your attacks feel like mere tickles to me, the doctor said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Because I am no longer human, I have transcended the limits of humanity. What kind of monster are you? Lang Kai asked, his voice trembling with fear. He had never encountered someone so powerful, it was beyond his understanding. I am God, the doctor declared, spreading his arms wide as if embracing the entire world. I am the God here to save humanity, the pioneer leading mankind into a new era. God? Gu Ran scoffed, finding the doctor's arrogance utterly ridiculous. You must be the god of lunacy, a self-righteous madman, seeking death. The doctor's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful force surged toward Gu Ran and Lang Kai. This force was formless yet carried a destructive might. Watch out! Gu Ran shouted, quickly pulling Lang Kai back. They reacted swiftly, like two startled rabbits, leaping away. Boom! A loud explosion erupted where they had just stood, creating a large crater, debris flying and dust swirling. That was close, Lang Kai said, still shaken, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This guy is too powerful, he's a monster. Yeah. Gu Ran nodded, his gaze fixed on the doctor, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He knew he had to use that move, otherwise, they might not leave here alive today. It seems I have no choice but to use that move, Gu Ran said, his voice low and resolute. What move? Lang Kai asked, confusion filling his heart. Eternal curse. Gu Ran's eyes deepened. I want him to experience a fate worse than death, to pay for his madness. Eternal curse? Lang Kai looked puzzled. He had never heard of such a curse. What is that? It sounds terrifying. A curse that can cause rapid aging and extreme torment to the soul. It is the cruelest punishment in the world, Gu Ran said, his voice carrying a chill. This is my trump card. I don't want to use it unless absolutely necessary, as this curse is too evil. Now is the time of absolute necessity, Lang Kai said. Quickly use it. We don't have time. All right. Gu Ran nodded, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he silently called upon the eternal curse, focusing his mind, reciting the doctor's name, and vividly picturing the doctor's form in his mind, every detail coming to life. Eternal curse, activate. Gu Ran suddenly opened his eyes, a black light shooting from them, slicing through the air like lightning, striking the doctor. Ah! The doctor screamed in agony, clutching his chest, collapsing to the ground in pain, his body curling up like a boiled shrimp. What have you done to me? The doctor asked painfully, his voice hoarse, like a rusty saw dragging across wood. I have placed an eternal curse upon you, Gu Ran said, his voice cold and merciless. From now on, you will age rapidly, resisting death for 3 days, your soul tortured to the extreme every minute and second, with no end in sight. No, it's impossible. Fear appeared on the doctor's face, his body beginning to tremble violently. How could you cast such an evil curse? Who are you? That's none of your concern, Gu Ran replied, his gaze icy, showing no mercy. You now have 2 choices, either lift the virus from Leng Yu and restore her to normal, or endure this endless pain forever, until your soul is completely obliterated. I will lift it. The doctor said painfully, his voice filled with despair. I will lift the virus from Leng Yu. Please, lift my curse. Very well, Gu Ran said, stepping in front of the doctor, looking down at him. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Okay. The doctor struggled to rise from the ground, his body now hunched over, like an old man nearing the end of his life. He walked to the glass container, trembling as he pressed a few buttons. With a click, the glass container opened, and the green liquid inside quickly flowed out, like green snakes slithering into the underground drainage pipes. Lang Yu's body was revealed, lying there quietly, like a sleeping princess. Lang Yu. Lang Kai rushed over and lifted Lang Yu out of the glass container. Brother. Lang Yu weakly called out, her eyes slowly opening, like 2 black gems, flickering with a faint light. Are you okay? Lang Kai asked with concern, his voice filled with worry and joy. I'm fine, Lang Yu shook her head, her face pale, but her eyes filled with the relief of having survived. Thank you, brother, and Gu Ran, thank you for saving me. No need to thank us, Gu Ran said, a smile appearing on his face. Let's leave this place first, it's not safe to stay here. Lang Kai nodded, carrying Lang Yu as he followed Gu Ran out of the basement. The 3 returned to the surface, and Gu Ran glanced back at the warehouse before saying, let's go. This place is no longer of any use. Lang Kai replied, holding Lang Yu as he followed Gu Ran out of the bar. Once outside, Lang Kai set Lang Yu down, allowing her to lean against him. Lang Yu, how are you feeling now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Lang Kai asked, his eyes filled with concern. I feel much better, just a bit weak, Lang Yu replied, her voice weak but full of gratitude. Thank you, brother, and Guran, if it weren't for you, I might have. No need to thank us, Guran said, wearing a gentle smile. We are friends, it's our responsibility to help each other. Lang Yu nodded, looking at Guran with gratitude in her eyes. This man not only saved her life but also showed her the brilliance of humanity. Guran, thank you so much for what happened today, Lang Kai said sincerely. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. You saved not only Lang Yu but also me. No need to be polite, Guran said, a faint smile on his face. We are friends, and friends should help each other, right? Lang Kai nodded heavily, his eyes shining with determination. This friend of yours, I'm keeping for sure. If you need help in the future, just say the word. Haha, me too. It's my honor to have you as a friend, Guran smiled, his laughter bright and full of passion. Alright, it's getting late. I should head back. You all should get some rest too. I'll see you off, Lang Kai said, wanting to accompany Guran for a bit. No need, Guran waved his hand, a relaxed smile on his face. I can go back by myself. You've all had a long day, get some rest. Okay then, Lang Kai replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. Be careful on the way back. Watch your safety. Guran nodded, his eyes filled with confidence. You all should head back and rest early. See you tomorrow. Alright, Lang Kai responded, supporting Lang Yu as he turned to leave. Guran watched Lang Kai and Lang Yu's departing figures, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful grin. The Shadow Organization, our account isn't settled yet. Guran muttered to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I will make you pay for your reckless actions. He turned and walked towards his car, his steps firm and full of strength. Guran, wait for me. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, filled with urgency and anticipation. Guran turned to see Song Qian, breathless as she ran towards him. Song Qian? Guran was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected her to be here. What are you doing here? It's late, and it's not safe for you alone. Song Qian's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. I came to find you. I have something to tell you. Find me? Guran was even more surprised, unsure of what she wanted. What do you need me for? Can't it wait until tomorrow? Song Qian hesitated, as if there was something difficult to say, her eyes filled with complex emotions. What's wrong? Guran asked, concern lacing his tone. Just say it. Is there anything we can't talk about? I miss you. Song Qian finally gathered her courage and spoke her heart. Her voice was soft, but it was like a stone thrown into Guran's heart lake, creating ripples. I miss you. Song Qian finally mustered the courage to express her feelings. Her voice was light, yet it stirred deep emotions within Guran. What did you say? Guran could hardly believe his ears. I said, I miss you, Song Qian repeated, her eyes filled with expectation. Guran was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond to her feelings. Guran, I know you have many women. I don't mind, Song Qian said, her gaze steady. I just want to stay by your side, even if it's just as a lover. I'm willing. Song Qian gently leaned against Guran's chest, feeling his heartbeat. She closed her eyes, a blissful smile gracing her face. Guran gently embraced Song Qian, his heart filled with complex emotions. He didn't know how to respond to her feelings, so he could only hold her silently. As night deepened, the two fell asleep in each other's arms, both sleeping soundly. Song Qian held Guran tightly, as if afraid he would disappear if she let go. Guran felt Song Qian's warmth, a wave of warmth surging in his heart. He gently stroked her hair, his movements incredibly tender. The next morning, dawn broke. Ding, host, you now have a chance to draw a lottery. Will you use it? The reward system 2.0 asked. Lottery? Guran's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about this. Use it, Guran said. Ding, the lottery begins. The voice of the reward system 2.0 sounded. A virtual roulette appeared before Guran, filled with various rewards. Guran's gaze swept across the roulette, his heart filled with anticipation. Ding, congratulations host, you have received the reward, Cultivation Technique 9 Transformations of Mysterious Arts. The voice of the reward system 2.0 announced. 9 transformations of mysterious arts? Guran's eyes brightened. He didn't expect to draw a cultivation technique. Ding, will you learn 9 transformations of mysterious arts? The reward system 2.0 asked. Learn, Guran said without hesitation. Ding, 9 transformations of mysterious arts learned successfully. The voice of the reward system 2.0 sounded. Guran felt a warm current surge into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. His body began to change, his muscles became firmer, and his bones grew harder. His strength, speed, and reflexes all received a tremendous boost. Is this the power of a cultivation technique? Guran felt the changes in his body, filled with shock. Ding, host, your current strength has surpassed the limits of an ordinary person, reaching the entry-level realm of a cultivator. The reward system 2.0 said, "Cultivator?" Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He never expected he would actually become a cultivator. Ding, host, your current strength is still weak. You need to continue cultivating to become stronger. The reward system 2.0 said, I know. Gu Ran nodded, filled with determination. He would work hard to cultivate and become the strongest cultivator. Ding, host, your current assets have reached 231,228,619. 9 yuan. Will you upgrade the system? The reward system 2.0 asked. Upgrade the system? Gu Ran's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about this. Upgrade, Gu Ran said. Ding, system upgrading. The voice of the reward system 2.0 sounded. A progress bar appeared before Gu Ran, slowly advancing. Ding, system upgrade successful, reward system 2.0 upgraded to reward system 3.0. The voice of the reward system 2.0 announced. Reward system 3.0? Curiosity sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He didn't know what new features reward system 3.0 would have. Ding, reward system 3.0, new features added, daily sign-in, task system, mall system. The reward system 2.0 said, daily sign-in, task system, mall system? Gu Ran's eyes brightened. He didn't expect reward system 3.0 to add so many features. Ding, host, will you perform the daily sign-in? Reward system 3.0 asked. Sign in, Gu Ran said. Ding, sign-in successful, reward, 1 washing marrow pill. The voice of reward system 3.0 sounded. Washing marrow pill? Gu Ran's eyes lit up. He had heard of the washing marrow pill, a type of pill that could improve one's constitution and enhance cultivation speed. Ding, host, will you use the washing marrow pill? Reward system 3.0 asked. Use it, Gu Ran said. A washing marrow pill appeared in Gu Ran's hand, and without hesitation, he swallowed it. A warm current surged into his body, flowing through his limbs and bones. His body began to change, his muscles became firmer, and his bones grew harder. His strength, speed, and reflexes all received a tremendous boost. Is this the power of the cleansing elixir? Gu Ran felt the changes in his body, his heart filled with shock. Ding, host, your physique has improved, and your cultivation speed has increased tenfold, the reward system 3.0 said. Tenfold? Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He never expected the effect of the cleansing elixir to be so powerful. Ding, host, you now have a new mission. Do you accept? The reward system 3.0 asked. Mission? Gu Ran's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the reward system 3.0 to have a mission system as well. Accept, Gu Ran said. Ding, mission issued, eliminate the shadow organization, mission reward, unknown, the voice of the reward system 3.0 echoed. Eliminate the shadow organization? A cold light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. He had long wanted to eradicate the shadow organization. This mission was just what he needed. Ding, host, the mall system has been activated. You can use money to purchase various items, the reward system 3.0 said. Mall system? Gu Ran's eyes brightened. He didn't expect the reward system 3.0 to have a mall system as well. Open the mall system, Gu Ran commanded. A virtual mall interface appeared before Gu Ran, filled with a dazzling array of items. His gaze swept through the mall, curiosity swelling within him. He saw various pills, weapons, cultivation techniques, and some bizarre items. The small system is truly amazing. Excitement sparkled in Gu Ran's eyes. He could use money to buy various items to enhance his strength. Ding, host, your strength is still weak and requires continuous cultivation to become stronger, the reward system 3.0 stated. Weak? That was only temporary. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. With the 9 turns profound art, the cleansing elixir, and the mall system, the speed of becoming stronger would only increase. The shadow organization, Gu Ran murmured to himself. The twisted, terrified face of the doctor surfaced in his mind, along with the pale, weak yet relieved gaze of Lang Yu, who had survived a calamity. There was also the grateful look from Long Kai and Song Qin's loving words, I miss you. These images intertwined, igniting an indescribable sense of responsibility within him. He needed to grow stronger, not just for himself, but for those around him, to protect them from any harm. System, open the mission panel, Gu Ran said. He wanted to see what other missions there were besides eliminating the shadow organization. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. He also needed to study the mall system carefully, to see what good items could help him quickly enhance his strength. Time is money. It is also power. He must race against time. Gu Ran closed his eyes and focused, operating the 9 turns profound art. The true energy within him surged like a rushing river, roaring through his meridians. He could clearly feel that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. His muscles became firmer, his bones tougher, and his senses sharper. This was a breakthrough. Feeling the power surging within him, it was a sensation entirely different from before. If the previous 8 extremes fist and divine-level medical skills were merely the peak of a mortal, then now, he had stepped into another level, a brand new, unknown realm filled with infinite possibilities. He could hear the whispers of the wind, the rustling of leaves, and even the distant buzzing of insects' wings. He could smell the fresh scent of earth in the air, the fragrance of flowers, and a faint hint of blood. That was. Guran suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like a torch. He saw it. He saw the energy flowing in the air, saw the true energy surging within him. He saw the most real side of this world. He raised his hand. Gently, he clenched it. The air seemed to tremble. Is this the power of a cultivator? He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with an uncontrollable excitement, and a hint of a thirst for power. He lowered his head, looking at his body. Muscles were bulging, lines were smooth, filled with explosive strength. This body was no longer an ordinary person's shell. Instead, it was the physical form of a cultivator. A thought crossed his mind. His gaze fell on the 4 characters flying in the air. This was a reward he had just obtained by watching videos. I wonder what it feels like to fly in the air. Curiosity filled his heart. He took a deep breath and guided his true energy down to the soles of his feet, following the method he remembered. In an instant, an invisible force seemed to lift him slowly from below. His heart raced, both nervous and excited. At first, his body swayed slightly, unstable like a leaf in the wind. But as he gradually mastered his balance, he hovered steadily in midair. He tried to move forward a bit, and his body shot out like an arrow, gliding a short distance. A brilliant smile blossomed on his face as he increased the output of his true energy, instantly rising several meters. The wind howled past, tousling his hair, adding a touch of wildness. System, use divination, he said in his heart. He wanted to divine the location of the Shadow Organization's headquarters. Ding, divination successful. The system's prompt sounded. A scene appeared in his mind. It was an ancient castle located deep in the mountains. Strange black mist surrounded the castle. This is. He frowned slightly. He carefully observed every detail in the image. Suddenly, he noticed the sign on the castle door, which read, Shadow Base, Caucasus. Caucasus? A thought stirred in his heart. So the Shadow Organization's headquarters is in the Caucasus. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Shadow Organization, your doom is upon you, he said coldly. He would personally head to the Caucasus to completely eliminate the Shadow Organization, to avenge Lung Yuag and to vent his own anger. He wanted those guys to know the consequences of provoking him. Gu Ran withdrew his thoughts and continued practicing flying in the air. He needed to master this ability as soon as possible. Only then could he better cope with the upcoming battles. Time passed second by second. Gu Ran's flying skills became increasingly proficient. He could now perform various movements in the air with ease. It's time, Gu Ran said to himself. He landed on the ground, his eyes shining with determination. He needed to set off immediately for the Caucasus. System, open the mall system, he said in his heart. He wanted to see if there were any good items in the mall that could help him enhance his strength. Ding, the mall system is now open. The system's prompt sounded. A virtual mall interface appeared before Gu Ran. The mall was filled with a dazzling array of products, overwhelming him. Various pills, weapons, and techniques were all available. Gu Ran's gaze quickly scanned the mall. Suddenly, he spotted an item. Invisibility talisman? His eyes lit up. This was a good item. Without hesitation, he purchased the invisibility talisman. Ding, purchase successful, 1 million yuan spent. The system's prompt sounded. Gu Ran now held an invisibility talisman in his hand. He it to his body. His figure immediately vanished into the air. Ha, with this, I'll be even safer. Gu Ran laughed proudly. He was now fully prepared. Shadow Organization, wait for me. A cold light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. He moved, soaring into the sky, flying towards the Caucasus. The invisibility talisman activated. Gu Ran's figure dissipated like light smoke. The Caucasus Mountains, covered in snow year-round, towered majestically. The biting cold wind, carrying ice and snow, howled past. Gu Ran floated in the air as if walking on flat ground. Below, the undulating mountains resembled a sprawling giant beast. His gaze was sharp, sweeping over everything below. The coordinates provided by the system were nearby. A faint smell of blood wafted through the wind. Gu Ran's heart tightened. He quickly advanced in the direction of the blood scent. Soon, an ancient castle appeared in his sight. A strange black mist enveloped the castle. Shadow Base, Caucasus. Gu Ran recognized the words on the sign at a glance. He slowly descended, concealing his figure, and infiltrated the castle. Inside the castle, it was eerie and terrifying. The air was thick with a strong smell of blood and decay. On both sides of the corridor, the walls were lined with various torture devices. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water dripping onto the floor echoed clearly in the silent castle. Gu Ran held his breath and cautiously moved forward. He passed by a laboratory. Through the crack in the door, he saw it filled with all sorts of bizarre instruments. Several people in white coats were busy at work. On the operating table lay a person on the brink of death. "Doctor, the test subject is about to expire," one assistant said. "Increase the dosage." A cold voice came from deep within the laboratory. Gu Ran's heart sank. These people were indeed experimenting on living beings. He clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He continued forward. Arriving at the central area of the castle, it was heavily guarded. Armed guards were everywhere. Gu Ran sneered. These mere mortals could not stop him. Silently, he passed through layers of guards. He reached the innermost part of the castle. Here was a vast hall. In the center of the hall sat a man dressed in black. The man had his back to Gu Ran, obscuring his face. But Gu Ran could sense a powerful aura emanating from him. "You finally arrived," the man spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse. Gu Ran remained silent. He stood quietly, observing the man. "I know who you are," the man continued. "Gu Ran." Gu Ran's heart jolted. This man actually knew his name. "You are also a cultivator." The man turned around, revealing a pale and sinister face. "A traitor of the Blue Star." Gu Ran replied coldly. "Traitor?" The man sneered. "I simply chose a stronger power. You captured the people of Blue Star to use as test subjects." A cold light flashed in Gu Ran's eyes. "They are just ants," the man said disdainfully. "Their existence is meaningless. You deserve to die." Gu Ran roared. He moved, transforming into a shadow, charging towards the man. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes. He did not expect Gu Ran to be so fast. He quickly raised his hand to block. Boom! A loud crash. Two powerful forces collided. The violent energy swept through the entire hall. The surrounding walls collapsed instantly. The man was pushed back several steps, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. How is this possible? This guy could actually match him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ing Tian roared madly in his heart. He couldn't believe that an unknown kid could contend with him. After all, he was the leader of the Shadow Organization, a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the world. How could Gu Ran's strength be so formidable? "You, who exactly are you?" Ing Tian gritted his teeth and asked, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Gu Ran showed no signs of hesitation. He wanted to press the attack and completely crush this guy. "I am someone you cannot provoke." Gu Ran sneered, his figure moving as he charged towards Ing Tian again. Fists and kicks fell like raindrops. Each punch, each kick, contained terrifying power. Ing Tian was pushed back step by step. Wounds appeared on his body continuously. Blood stained the ground. "Damn it!" Ing Tian roared, feeling the power within him rapidly fading. He knew he couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be defeated. "You forced me to do this." A fierce glint flashed in Ing Tian's eyes. He gritted his teeth, and his body began to change. His muscles rapidly swelled, and a layer of black scales grew on the surface of his body. "What is this?" Gu Ran frowned slightly, sensing that Ing Tian's aura was rapidly strengthening. "Ha ha ha." Ing Tian laughed wildly, his voice hoarse and terrifying. "Gu Ran, I will show you what true power is." Before his words fell, Ing Tian moved like a ghost, charging towards Gu Ran. His speed was more than double what it had been before. Gu Ran's pupils constricted, and he quickly swung his fist to block. Boom! With a loud crash, their fists collided violently. Gu Ran felt a tremendous force surge through him, and his body involuntarily retreated. So strong. Gu Ran was shocked. This guy actually had a trump card. "Ha, Gu Ran, now you know my strength, right?" Ing Tian laughed triumphantly, feeling that victory was in his grasp. "Strong? Just a so. Gu Ran sneered, slowly rising to his feet, his eyes flashing with a cold light. "Is that so? Then let me show you my true strength." Ing Tian roared again, charging towards Gu Ran once more. The two clashed again. Fists and feet met, and the wind howled. The entire hall was in disarray. They exchanged blows, fighting fiercely, and it was a stalemate, evenly matched. "I can't keep going like this," Gu Ran thought to himself, knowing that if this continued, he would eventually be defeated. He had to find a way to end it quickly. "Eternal curse," Gu Ran silently chanted in his heart, intending to use the eternal curse to completely deal with this guy. Ing Tian suddenly felt a chill wash over him, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. What is this? He asked in terror, feeling his life force rapidly draining away. Something that will take your life, Gu Ran said coldly, clearly envisioning Ing Tian's form in his mind. No, no, no! Ing Tian screamed in terror, feeling his body rapidly aging. His skin began to shrivel, and his hair turned gray. What have you done to me? Ing Tian asked in horror, his voice becoming hoarse and old. I told you, I am someone you cannot provoke, Gu Ran said coldly, looking at Ing Tian with no trace of pity in his eyes. No, please don't. Ing Tian wailed in pain, feeling his soul enduring endless torment. The eternal curse will make you die slowly in endless pain. Gu Ran's voice was like the pronouncement of death. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Ing Tian struggled in agony, his body rapidly shriveling down to a skeleton covered in skin. You demon. You demon. Ing Tian used the last bit of his strength to utter these words. Then, his body turned into a pile of ashes, dissipating into the air. Ha! Gu Ran let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The power of the eternal curse was indeed formidable, but the cost was equally immense. He looked at the pile of ashes on the ground, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. This guy was finally dead. System, submit the task, Gu Ran silently thought, anticipating the reward this time. Ding! Task submitted, rewards are being distributed. The system's prompt sounded. Gu Ran rubbed his hands together, his heartbeat quickening slightly. What good things would he get this time? The system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 primary lifespan pills. Gu Ran's heart skipped a beat. Lifespan pills? What are those? Host, primary lifespan pills, as the name suggests, are pills that increase lifespan, the system explained. One pill extends life by 10 years, effective on the first use. Upon hearing this, Gu Ran's eyes lit up. 10 pills mean 100 years. Wow, this is a huge gain. He felt elated, as if he could already envision himself living to over 100, with a youthful appearance and a house full of descendants. He took out the lifespan pills from the system space and saw 10 golden pills lying quietly there, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Gu Ran picked one up and examined it closely. The pill was round and smooth, warm to the touch, as if it had a life of its own. How do you take this? Just swallow it? Gu Ran asked the system. Yes, host, just take it orally, the system replied. Without hesitation, Gu Ran tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with a gulp. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly flowed through his body, an indescribable comfort. Gu Ran felt a surge of strength, as if he had become 10 years younger. Wow, this effect is really immediate, Gu Ran exclaimed excitedly. He couldn't wait to swallow the remaining 9 pills, but then he thought better of it. I'll save them for later, a steady stream is better, Gu Ran chuckled to himself, putting the pills back into the system space. He walked out of the castle, taking a deep breath of the fresh and crisp air of the Caucasus Mountains. Where should I go next? Gu Ran pondered, stroking his chin. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Bai Shurian. Hello, Shurian, what's up? Gu Ran answered the call. Gu Ran, where are you? I need to find you. Bai Shurian's voice sounded a bit anxious. I'm out dealing with something. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Gu Ran asked. My grandpa is in trouble. Bai Shurian's voice was tinged with tears. He immediately set aside what he was doing and rushed towards Baishui City. The Caucasus Mountains were not close to Baishui City, so Gu Ran directly used his flying ability. Along the way, Gu Ran felt a mix of emotions. Although Bai Chihua was old, he had always been in good health. How could he suddenly be in trouble? It couldn't be some difficult ailment, could it? Gu Ran pondered various possibilities as he flew. Fortunately, with his god-level medical skills, he wasn't too worried. Even if it was a difficult ailment, he could handle it with ease. Upon returning to Baishui City, Gu Ran headed straight for the Ikong International Community. At the entrance of the community, 2 elderly men were sitting on a stone bench chatting. Old Li, have you heard? It seems that old Bai is not doing well. Ah, what a pity, such a good person. Gu Ran didn't have time to listen to their idle chatter and rushed straight into the community. Outside Bai Shurian's house, a crowd had gathered, all with serious expressions. When Bai Shurian saw Gu Ran, it was as if she had found a lifeline, and she rushed over crying. Gu Ran, you finally came, my grandpa. Gu Ran gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry, let me take a look first. He walked into the room and saw Bai Chihua lying on the bed, his face pale and his breathing weak. Gu Ran used his divine medical skills to take a quick look and immediately understood. So it's a matter of life expectancy coming to an end. Gu Ran thought to himself, this would be easy to handle. He took out a longevity pill from the system space. The golden pill emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. Shurian, give this pill to your grandfather. Bai Shurian carefully took the pill and fed it to Bai Qihua. The pill melted in his mouth, and a warm current instantly flowed through Bai Qihua's entire body. His complexion gradually became rosy, and his breathing became steady and strong. Grandpa, how do you feel? Bai Shurian asked anxiously. Bai Qihua slowly opened his eyes, filled with surprise. I feel much better, as if I'd become 10 years younger. Bai Shurian broke into a smile, tightly hugging Bai Qihua. That's great, Grandpa, you're okay now. Guran watched this scene, feeling relieved in his heart. Old Bai, how do you feel now? Guran, my young friend, thank you so much, you've saved my life again. Bai Qihua said gratefully. It's just a small effort, Guran smiled. You should rest well, I'll take my leave now. Guran, wait a moment, Bai Shurian called out to him, I'll see you off. The two walked out of the room, and Bai Shurian looked at Guran with gratitude. Guran, thank you, I really don't know how to express my gratitude. It's nothing, we're friends. Guran waved his hand. I'll be leaving now, contact me if you need anything. Okay. Bai Shurian nodded, be careful on the way. Guran turned to leave, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It seems this longevity pill is indeed a good thing. I should save up more for future needs. Old Zhang, I heard old Bai almost passed away this morning. Isn't that so? An ambulance came early in the morning, but thankfully he was saved. Guran bid farewell to the Bai grandfather and granddaughter, humming a tune as he walked out of the community, still pondering the miraculous effects of the longevity pill. By the way, system, does this longevity pill have any other effects? Guran asked inwardly. Host, the primary longevity pill not only increases lifespan but also enhances physical fitness and delays aging, the system replied. Oh, it has this effect too? Guran's eyes lit up. Looks like this thing is even better than I imagined. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Shurian. Shurian, let's have dinner together tonight. I have something I want to discuss with you. Soon, Bai Shurian replied with a okay and added a cute emoji. In the evening, as the lights began to glow, Guran drove his Lamborghini to pick her up downstairs at Bai Shurian's house. Bai Shurian was wearing a light blue dress today, looking particularly pure and charming. Let's go, Guran said with a smile. The two arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. The soft lighting, elegant music, and exquisite dishes all created a romantic atmosphere. Shurian, how is your grandfather's health? Guran asked with concern. Much better, thank you. Bai Shurian looked at him gratefully. I was really scared this morning. It's good that he's fine, Guran smiled. Actually, there's something else I want to tell you. Guran shared the effects of the longevity pill with Bai Shurian. After hearing this, her eyes were filled with surprise. Really? That's so amazing. Absolutely true, Guran said with a mysterious smile. So, do you want to try it too? Bai Shurian's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded gently. After dinner, Guran drove Bai Shurian to a 5-star hotel. The two entered the presidential suite and closed the door. The room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. Bai Shurian felt a bit nervous but also a hint of anticipation. Guran gently wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her deeply. Guran. The two embraced tightly, the room filled with a sweet atmosphere.